You know, and then we were sitting down eating, and there was like roaches crawling on the ceiling and on the walls and up on everybody. And nobody said nothing. You know, we just kept talking like we didn't see the roaches. You know, like, Say nothing. You know, only person complaining was that cousin from out of town. Like, what's going on? Oh, what did anybody say? Why did everybody look like? Let's see what's happening. Sometimes silence speaks louder than words, so I ain't really got to say nothing. I'm the type to try and fight man with verbs. You catch my drift when you hear the straight bust, and I'm speechless. The woman of the year and the penis, my thesis is the leaders and leeches in league with the demons, trying to put disease in my helix. Feed me fruit that is seedless. They want to fool mute and I breed it. It's Ghana, Dolce Gabbana, and Prana. So people say Nana, just like my father for most of my life. So I jumped on the plane and went, hey. Is it smooth? Yo, listen. It's your boy Jedi for Jedi Online, Trilluminati Live, Trilluminati clips, like, comment, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when we go live, and please put the number of your like in the chat, you know, like that. Say nothing. You know, and then we were sitting down eating, and there was like roaches crawling on the ceiling and on the walls and up on everybody. And nobody said nothing. You know, we just kept talking like we didn't see the roaches. You know, like, Say nothing. You know, only person complaining was that cousin from out of town. Like, what's going on? Oh, what did anybody say? Why did everybody look like? Let's see what's happening. Sometimes silence speaks louder than words, so I ain't really got to say nothing. I'm the type to try and fight man with verbs. You catch my drift when you hear the straight bust, and I'm speechless. The woman of the year and the penis, my thesis is the leaders and leeches in league with the demons, trying to put disease in my helix. Feed me fruit that is seedless. They want to fool mute and I breed it. It's Ghana, Dolce Gabbana, and Prada. So I can say nada, just like my father for most of my life. So I jumped on the plane and went home on the flight. His lips moved, but he didn't say zilch. That shit really opened my eyes. But anything is anything, it is what it is. Words say zero when your teeth say everything. The future don't speak up. Nobody wants to speak up. What a new world order, a creep up. Silence is constant to the way that they treat us. This is crazy. And just maybe my ladies have been a slave, not a fetus. Blame us. I'm wheeling it up again, man. What about family tree? What are you not saying, man? I'm wheeling this one up again. This is a personal tune. Yeah, this is REDPILLTRILL featuring Ababio and Just Jess. It's called Say Nothing. It's like 8 years old, 6, 7 years old, something like that. And yeah, I need to start releasing this music, bro. So yeah, check this one out. Take this one in. We got 10 people. Big at yourself. Big at all the likers. Put the number of your like in the chat. And yeah, man, let's continue. You know, and then we were sitting down eating, and there was like roaches crawling on the ceiling and on the walls and up on everybody. And nobody said nothing. You know, we just kept talking like we didn't see the roaches. You know, like, Say nothing. You know, only person complaining was that cousin from out of town. Like, what's going on? Oh, what did anybody say? Why did everybody look like? Let's see what's happening. Sometimes silence speaks louder than words, so I ain't really got to say nothing. I'm the type to try and fight man with verbs. You catch my drift when you hear the straight bust, and I'm speechless. The woman of the year and the penis, my thesis is the leaders and leeches in league with the demons, trying to put disease in my helix. Feed me fruit that is seedless. They want to fool mute and I breed it. It's Ghana, Dolce Gabbana, and Prada. So I can say nada, just like my father for most of my life. So I jumped on the plane and went home on a flight. His lips moved, but he didn't say zilch. That shit really opened my eyes. But anything, it is what it is. Words say zero when your teeth say everything. Future don't speak up. Nobody wants to speak up. What a new world order, a creep up. Silence is constant. The way that they treat us. System is crazy. And just maybe my lady is carrying a slave, not a fetus. Blame myself and blame the deceiver. Think about that when it's placed for the speaker and just. Say nothing. Say nothing. Say nothing. Say nothing. Say nothing.
nothing. Hey, say nothing. Say nothing, family.
Be greater.
Hey, old news.
I do not need that chaser. She's just way too cool. I guess I see you guys later. Or never, whatever. Flashing lights got me psyched, so I run with my fear. Say goodbye to my tears. Brush yourself off like
That's some familiar.
Straight up to my face, I swear I had no idea. I mean, it's crazy. I thought this love was real. Head spinning, had to find me a chill. Handshake, this wasn't part of the deal. Be careful how you slip on that spill. Yeah, you're smiling, but the truth will reveal. Karma comes around like a wheel. Say nothing, we don't care how you feel. Say.
Yeah, man.
Nothing. Say nothing. Say nothing. Say nothing.
I weren't blocking, was looking like change weren't coming. I got tired of relying on religion, kept praying, but the pain and the hurt weren't budging. So I did the X best and kept running.
Hey, running like a nigga so sad.
Then I realized that the powers inside tried to show my brothers, but they told me I was bossy. Got me like, raw.
Say nothing.
And I act that we really can't see. Oh, we on the way to the air and the sky turns poison us on us like this can't breathe. Tell me what's poppin', huh? Another rapper talking about shopping. The next one talking about shotting. Bodies out here that's dropping. Real talk, what's happening? If you knew what I knew, you'd be panicking. I guess we're too busy channeling mannequins. Everybody's frozen. That's a mannequin freeze. Me, I'm more gonna get free. Tell a boy say nothing, that's a mannequin speech.
Say nothing. Say nothing.
See, when I get back in the studio, it's curtains, man. Hey. Woo. Ba 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 ba. Ba ba ba. Ba ba ba. Ba 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 ba. Say nothing. Say nothing. Hey. Come on. Boom, 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 boom. Woo. Boom, boom, boom. Woo. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, we got everyone in the building, man. We're back again. Slap that like button, family tree. Get interactive. Come on. Costs nothing to show some love, man. And remember, silence is consent, man. Silence is agreement. You know what I mean? But yeah, let's play the next tune, man.
This one's for the stolen voices, my people that ain't got much traces. Trapped in the belly of the beast, everywhere is beef and there's never ever peace. Every day is beef and I never get to speak. Living in the Elmos, never get to see. Sitting in a cell, feeling like you're never gonna leave, but you can't sleep because you got beef for the bread underneath for the bump. And the truth of my speech is abundant. I don't need a reason to keep it 100. The government declared the war on the man. If this ain't a song, it's a glorious anthem to rep for the group that is known. We abandoned the poor is ignored and stranded. From Lagos to Kingston, no region Camden against all odds, of course we're champions. I'm the voice of Trayvon, I'm the voice of Stephen Lawrence, I'm the voice of Tupac, with no fuck life engraved in my stomach. I'm the voice of a runaway slave, holding a blade and facing a musket. Been a victim of the system too long, we can tie it and waiting for justice. The voice of Fred Hampton Sr., true for defending the people, and the right to exercise freedom of speech. We just want to be treated as equal. I'm the voice of the mums and the ones that pray for unity in the community. I'm the voice of the young that escape the slum, but they can't find the opportunity.
Too much to say, but not enough. We hear the cries calling from the skies above, saying it's okay, speak your mind, don't fill your heart, don't let no one add you to all the
Stolen voices.
we're out of life when things are rough. Cause the truth will exalt you to heights when things are tough. Yeah, you'll be okay, speak your mind, don't fill your heart, don't let no one add you to all the
Wanna know why he's trying to flip half of his head and risking it up like his father in pen? For private school, puts an arm and a leg, and a new laptop is like half of the rent. He chose crime, cause no one's surviving on dreams. Through the sirens and the violent scenes, it seems like no one's hearing his silent screams. He wants to eject like a pilot seat. He the screams of a muted majority, oppressed by a ruthless minority, horribly abusing authority. They tell what's a dog to the dog wants to tell. They stay confused with the poverty, shooting a robbery, scraping a barrel, fighting for the same food, like a remedies. Fighting with smooth to the goose, cause you gotta eat. So you do what you gotta do, it's a lottery. There's a whole world wearing earplugs, cause it feels like no one hears us. My little G got stabbed 5 times. I was on the wall with empty tear ducts. I saw him laid in a hospital. Asked myself if prayers are rhetorical. Cause I prayed till I got their vaginas. Did anything change? Not at all. I'm the sound of the kids in foster care. Deliver life so cold they were not prepared. I could tell you about my foster years. So many stories I got to share. I'm the voice of the voiceless, making noise for the choiceless. Someone's playing games with our lives. Our number one mission is destroying the choices.
too much to say, but not enough. We hear the cries calling from the skies above, saying it's okay, speak your mind, don't fill your heart, don't let no one add you to all the stolen voices. We're out of life when things are rough, cause the truth will exalt you to heights when things are tough. Yeah, you'll be okay, speak your mind, don't fill your heart, don't let no one add you to all the stolen voices.
Don't let no one add you to the stolen voices, family. Use your voice. Use your voice. Get me. What else we gonna do? What else we gonna do? That was quite good. That was quite good, man. Ooh.
How it feels on the real side.
Yo, jump on, family.
How it feels on the real side. It's how it feels, yeah, on the real side. When real eyes start realizing real lies. Real guys ain't that common in real life. That's true. There's a war on the real in real time. It's how it feels on the real side. When real eyes start realizing real lies. Real guys ain't that common in real life. And that's the truth. There's a war on the real in real time. Is it true, son? Is it really true, son? Show me that it's true, son. If it's really true. Lost so many real ones. Sometimes I gotta spill rum.
My black heart is still numb.
Cause I ain't trying to feel.
I ain't trying to feel.
Real.
And allergic to fake.
At night I dream I
Lifting the steel. I'm murdering snakes. So many frenemies lurk at my gates. In disguise, it's hard to realize when you got serpents for mates.
The beast real like a murdering state. When you gotta take the burner to waste. Some of the realest eat the meals off the surgery plates. It's like
Fortune favors the fake.
it's a war against the real to all the nerves of
There's a war on the real. There's a war on the real. There's a war on the real. On the real. There's a war on the real. There's a war on the real. There's a war on the real. On the real.
I'm taking walk on the real side with some real guys.
No games played.
The wrong move will catch you real buying these youths ain't sane. I blame the space in which they confide out to man David Blaine. With something that they consign, the real side is the real side. That don't mean the right side. Enough man play the wrong side. Cause they gotta provide, dog, I guarantee they go right. For any little violation, cause any feels it's from his kidney's plate is taken. I'm just saying, the struggle's real and they ain't playing. And to dodge this hunger, young and keep that pistol packed. He about to get this money, he ain't in the dribs and drabs, no. That's how it feels, yeah. On the real side, that's how it feels. I start realizing in real life. Real guys ain't that common in real life. That's true. There's a war in real time. That's how it feels. On the real side, that's how it feels. I start realizing in real life.
Get these likes in, family.
That's common in real life. There's a war in real time.
Hey, there's a war on the real. There's a war on the real. On the real. There's a war on the real. There's a war on the real. On the real. And you. There's a fucking war on the pussy clout real. Yeah. All right, man. The last night's stream was kind of interesting still. I can't lie. Big ups to Zulu, big ups to MD, big ups to D Block, big ups to Reggie, big ups to Sniper, big ups to Zalidi, big ups to Khan, big ups to Axum, big ups to 77 Soldier. Man, if I forgot anyone, I'm sorry. But yeah, last night's stream was nice. It ended up obviously with Emmanuel jumping on and having this typical Emmanuel energy. But what I found funny was that because most of the stuff he's told us about Freemasonry, pardon me, sorry. Most of the stuff he's told us about Freemasonry, I've had to like kind of basically just take his word for it, right? Because I got no reason to believe one way or another. So if he says certain things, I'm like, all right, cool. That's how you say it is, whatever. Obviously, we know certain things about Freemasonry that he claims to not know or not have been taught yet or not have understood or not have come across, right? That's fair enough. That's fair enough. But now he's gone and he's told some direct lies. Big up, Bibs. Yeah, he's told some direct lies where I can say, nah, I now suspect you of actually lying about this, about aspects of this Freemasonry. He said he was given access to a file about me to read. I don't believe that at all. And I called him out. I said, nah, now I know that you're trying to shit. And he tried to do some double bluff and, oh, I've only read one page. I'm going to read more and I'm going to ask about you. But it's like, but I found that shit so strange. The atomic bomb conversation, the atomic bomb conversation was great. The Stephen Hawking's kind of one wasn't as structured as it could have been, but yeah, I'm on low energy. I'm really in poor health at the moment, and I'm struggling to piece these streams together, if I'm honest with you. So, that being said, I'd appreciate whatever support you guys can make, both physically with your presence, financially with your donations, or energetically, you know, with your comments and stuff like that. But yeah, I would need some support in this stream. I'm gonna need some people to jump on and whatnot. It seems like a slow chat. But we just started, literally 19 minutes. Seems like a slow chat. So yeah, family, if you can hit that link, jump on and come and chat to me, I'd appreciate that, mum. Yeah. We had some deep conversations yesterday. Obviously, I'm not gonna just rehash it all. But I would remind you, look, yeah, is that I'm like a bit like having a pit bull, right? Or a bit like a pit bull. You have a pit bull, you own a pit bull, and you like the way that people are maybe intimidated by it. You like the way that people, that your pit bull maybe protects you or protects your home. And the tools that it uses for this protection are its keen sense of smell, hearing, its agility, its ferocity, its viciousness, its teeth, its claws, and whatever, right? And you come to love those attributes of the pit bull. And then one day, the pit bull's on your case. And then all of a sudden, you don't love those attributes anymore. Those attributes are not as charming or alluring anymore. And I suggest that I'm similar to a pit bull. And I always warn people, yeah? The same realness that you like me to deliver to others, yeah? The same brutal honesty and opinion or whatever that you like hearing Jedi deliver to others. The same FTKs. Just know that your thing is susceptible to get the same treatment. And just make sure that you're just as appreciative of my real talk when it goes against your cherished beliefs. I think that's a very, very important thing to establish, yeah? Because I am not going to hold back just because you believe in something. Because when we were dealing with someone else's belief, we were going in with information, we were saying what we wanted, and no one felt away. When the gun turns on you, don't just like, be fair. Be fair, innit? That's all I'm asking people to do. Yeah. Be fair. And don't and the very behavior that you love from me when it comes to picking apart information and scrutinizing and you know what I mean, whatever, innit? Critical thinking. Just know that I'm gonna do the critical thinking on your behalf about your cherished belief too, at some point. Yeah, no one's off limits. Nothing's off limits. And if you catch me with any beliefs and you want to break them down, then that's not off limits too. That's not off limits either. I don't have any beliefs that cannot be challenged robustly. But then again, I challenge all my own beliefs anyway. Am I making sense to you lot? I'm not getting the interaction that I'm hoping for, so I'm hoping someone's going to click that link and jump on and be like, yeah, Jeds, we hear you. I don't even know if you lot can even hear me right now. I'm just seeing fire emojis and stuff. And yeah, man. Big up, big up, big up. Chill music. I feel like I ain't spoke to you for a while, man. Hope you're good.
What I want people to know is that don't support the phones, support the real. You know what I mean? How can these people be talking about how they so real and they don't care about our communities? How can they be talking about what they all this, you know, the hood, blah, 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 blah. They don't care about our communities. You know what I mean? Listen to the words that people say in their lyrics and tell me if that's some real, if that's real to you. You know what I mean? Listen to what they say. Don't just bob your head to the beat. Peep the game. And listen to what I'm saying and hold us accountable for it.
Just the person I wanted to talk to, you know? Like you sensed it.
Big up.
Big up, big up.
And happy new day. Like up the show here, Cash App, PayPal, and all that good stuff, people. Yeah. So I have to put in the little introduction. You know.
All right, man. Yeah, man. It's like, I don't know. I knew your voice would be soothing to hear, especially on how I've started the subject or whatever. I feel like you personally feel a little bit of my plight, or I don't know, man. I heard it yesterday when you were talking, and I just because the whole thing yesterday when I was speaking, because obviously I went back to read the chats to see Mark's response. Do you know what I'm saying, to the whole thing afterwards? And then just in case, because I feel like I said I was so tired. You know when you don't have time to kick that and it's just long. And I feel like a lot of times you get misunderstood, even though you're quite clear when you speak. Like you're specifically saying, if this is this, then I apologize for making this and this and this. And as well, I feel like a sincere apology is a beautiful thing, because most people will just apologize and it's nothing. Do you see what I'm saying? There's no sincerity behind it because they're not having no thought process. They're just saying it just to pass over it. But you're the type of person that is sincere and is clear. So I feel like certain things people are choosing to misunderstand. But then, Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Choosing to
But you know, it is what it is. I know in the chats he said it's all love, and sometimes in the heat of the moment, things can be said, and if he's retracted what he's saying, it's like, all right, everything's cool between everyone, then that's cool. But at the same time, a lot of people just choose willingly to misunderstand because they want to see the bad side of you, because like as in the worst in a person, whether that's true or not. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right.
And I dislike things like that. And then they judge a person on the merits. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't have to like you to respect you. Do you see what I'm saying?
You know, I've had it in the past with Islam, you know. I'll be perfectly honest with you. Right?
I know. And it's sad.
Yeah, I find, you know, obviously we play in this game of questioning and debating and searching and you know, trying to understand each other's thing. Sometimes the stance I take is of a questioning role, or do you know what I mean? In the past, well, especially the Speaker's Corner era, I'd go down to Speaker's Corner to have a conversation. Yeah, and that's set in stone. You can see that I've gone there for conversation. And while we're having conversation, someone might say, oh, well, you know, the prophet did it there, or, you know, Jesus did it there, or I believe did it there. Cool. Then I'm going to ask the question, oh, why did you do it there? Or how did he do it there? Or why should it? Or when did? And then all of a sudden, the question that I've now asked is some super duper question that, well, if you want to talk about Islam, you should you should go to the muftis or sheikh or scholar, or you need to. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm just asking, like, I don't know. Do you have an opinion on the question I've asked? Yeah, oh, well, I'm unlearned, and da-da-da. And it's like, why do you have these conversations with laymen, and da-da-da, and blah, blah, blah. And before you know it, it's like, yeah, why are you trying to disprove this and this? And I'm like, I feel like they haven't read that passage in the Quran that says that you should question.
And do you know what? Maybe I come from a viewpoint, because you have to remember, as a revert, I've seen both sides of the spectrum. Do you see what I'm saying? And I was that person on the other side asking specific questions. And I was a person that had Muslim friends who I respected, but encountered other born Muslims who were so ignorant about, do you know what I'm saying, the religious background that I came from, and the culture that I came from, that they were saying things that I said that was not very polite. Do you know what I'm saying? In terms of the deen and the people that follow. So, but then I understand how people like to gaslight, and so maybe that's the reason why I'm able to see past the BS, because at the end of the day, when someone is sincerely seeking and sincerely wanting to know the truth, to fully understand what is the connection between source, what is like, do you know what I'm saying? And people just no, yeah.
And this is why I find I've always kind of respected people like Shamsi, right? Because I know, and he even said to me, Jedi, if you have a question, you can ask me. If I don't know, I'll tell you. If I know, I'll tell you what I know. Don't feel like you can't ask. There's nothing you can't try to ask me. You understand me?
Yeah, I hear you.
I respect that, because I don't know, man.
Because you know why? Probably because he said if you don't know, he will let you know. And the problem is, a lot of people, when they don't know, rather than saying that they don't know or they don't have full thing, they will try to answer it through their own way. And then when they get caught out because that's not the correct understanding or that's not the thing, then they get agitated, then they get riled up. And rather than admitting that it was their mistake, they just go ignorant. You see what I'm saying? Yeah.
So I may have to go to the hospital at some point, because I believe that I should be on antibiotics. So
don't say that. Chest infection, yeah?
It possibly could be. I mean,
right.
I'm getting everything off my chest, so it's not sitting on my chest. So that's and I hear that if it sits on your chest, then that's where the chest infection develops. So I don't believe I have one, but I believe I'm very close to having it.
That prevention is better than cure.
Yeah,
not 100%. So hold on. So if it's on the top part of your chest, what if it's in the back, the top half of your back?
Say that again.
What if you feel it in the top half of your back? Would you say that's coming up to like chest infection?
Yeah. Is that, are you feeling it in the top half of your back? Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
because you know, like I've been.
But this is
because
you got the lung issue. Yeah.
No, but then I told you what the doctor said, didn't it? Afterwards, they was mashallah tabarakallah. You know, I give thanks and praise all the time. You know, because the woman was after I go back for the checkup, and they said she was surprised because when she did the X-ray after the procedure and everything that they did, like draining out my lung. Yeah. She was like, I can't believe how fast it's like actually come together. There's no, like, basically where there was space in between the two layers of my lungs, there was no air in it whatsoever, and it was fully healed. You see what I'm saying? So, but then having said that, during that time, I drank a lot of mulberry berries because I was like, nah, I need cleansing. I need mulberry berries are very good because it's rich in iron, people. And iron is what helps the immune system. And then I feel like that's what helped in terms of, because I'm anemic. And then I feel like that sped up the healing process.
Mulberry berries.
Mulberry berries. But they smell disgusting. Literally what I do, I boil it, then I mix it with apple juice. And it kind of tastes like a Ribena kind of Vimto, mixture between Ribena and Vimto.
Right about now, I'm mixing Mrs. Sarah's golden milk. Big up, Mrs. Sarah. I am battering that.
Big up, after.
Yeah. So big ups to her. I'm also adding Malaine to that. Right? I know, yeah.
Malaine? What's that?
Malaine is that that flower that kind of looks a bit like cannabis. Like it looks a little bit like weed.
Is that I know which one you're talking about. Big up, T. That is absolute, and it can be used as substitute. Substitute for tobacco. Yeah, disgusting. Disgusting.
Jeds, have you done the ginger patch?
Nah, talk to me, brother.
So what you want to do is you want to get honey and ginger, like proper ginger, cut it down or dice it down into bits. Get some honey, preferably raw, not the expensive manuka. And then you want to create, if you've got a gauze pad, if not, get a couple pieces of tissue, not toilet paper, but normal tissue. Spread it over that.
Hold on, wait. So tissue as in, what do you call it? Like the kitchen ones? Or are you just saying like pocket tissues?
You can get kitchen towel or pocket tissues or something, but toilet tissue has different chemicals on it, innit? So I don't really use that. But yeah, so if you don't have that's to make it go down the drain and shit. If you if you don't have any tissue gauze pad, then just use some tissue like that. Spread the honey and the ginger. Try to get lots of pieces of the ginger onto that. Cut it fine as possible, but get lots of ginger. Mix that with the honey and spread it on, and then put that over your chest. I normally wrap it with like cling film or something, just so it sticks to my chest whilst I'm sleeping. If you've got medical tape, then I'm sure you can medical tape it on. But and then do that overnight, and that will draw all of the shit out. And if you're getting any other symptoms of like feverish or coldish or something like that, either sleep with an onion cut up, cut in half
in that room corner,
or put it underneath your feet and put some socks on, so that the onion's cut in half, but the open side of the onion is touching your bottom of your foot, and that will draw out all shit as well. But the ginger and honey one proper works.
I didn't know you were supposed to put the onion to your foot. You can do it with
children as well, but with children you can only do it for like a couple of hours at a time, whereas for adults it's better overnight.
So why is it a couple of hours at a time for children, but overnight for adults? Because it's all natural, right?
Yeah, but
is there a specific reasoning?
The power of it works a lot. So like I don't know what else it will do, like if you keep it on for a longer time with the child, because obviously the skin's your biggest organ in it, so it's drawing all of that stuff out. So I just think for children, in terms of a safety thing, you don't want to do it for more than 2-3 hours.
Okay.
That's like little children. Once they reach like 8, 9, then you're cool to put it on.
But you see, with the thing with the onion, like I know that for like gunfa, like cold, just like a normal average cold, you can slice that, you can basically cut it in half and just put it in the corner of the food. But I never heard that you're supposed to put it at the bottom of your foot.
It draws out enough impurities and stuff. Like it's a good thing to do just like once every week or once every couple of weeks anyways.
I got an onion. I'm doing that, you know. I'm gonna do that because someone else told me to do that. Put that, and I was like, yo, this is an old wise one, man. I heard about this for time.
No, but it works. The onion works.
So
if it's a cold.
Is the onion gonna look weird in the morning?
Yeah, of course.
It'll look all like it should be like black or browny, dark and shit. Like it'll take out,
And you start seeing the gaps in between the circles. You know, like when you cut in half, you got the little circles on the inside the ring. You see like slight little gap between them.
All right, so cut our onion in half. Put the two halves at the bottom of my foot, and wear some socks. Go sleep like that. Get some ginger and honey. So what do I mix the ginger?
Not ginger powder, like proper ginger.
Yeah.
Slice up some ginger. Get some honey. Smother it over like some kind of material.
Yeah. If you can smother it directly onto your chest, that'll be great, and then put that on. But if you can't, then just put it on like some tissue or some gauze pad.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe I could. And then cling it on, but I don't think I'll be able to sleep like that. You know what I mean?
Well, why not during the daytime? Because it has, you're saying overnight, but it can literally be from morning until the
you can do it during the day as well.
Yeah.
But just when you're sleeping, your body's like working to heal itself and shit.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah, so it'd be boosting it. No, I hear you. Because that's when the body repairs itself when it's sleep.
But if you can't do the cling film thing, then just buy some like medical tape, just so that you can like stick the thing to your body, innit? Like that's all it needs.
Mm-hmm. Each one, big up. Oh, and on that note, it's totally random. Who knew that mooses shed their horns?
Do what?
You know the antlers, the horns, the antlers on a moose.
Oh yeah.
You know they shed them. I did not know that.
They do what? Chef them?
Shed.
Shed
like they shed. Yeah.
Like snakes shed their skin.
Oh, is it? So new horns that go back. Okay, cool. No, but some of these mooses' horns are so massive, it's like ridiculous, man. The size of them is not a joke. Even the deers.
Have you seen them?
Go on.
I was gonna say, have you seen them get into a fight when they had the massive ones and rip another one's horn off and thing?
Yeah.
Mad.
I saw some moose fight videos. So I would say these mooses are scary. The size of them are just.
Yeah, it's the size, man. When you
really
see it
big.
in the trust, when you see it on TV, it don't do it justice.
Them shits is big, bro. Like big, like good,
and
like
powerful.
Could flip your car big. Like that's not. It's not. I don't know, man.
If you see moose collisions in America and shit, if you see the cars afterwards, looks like they've been hit at 70 miles an hour and thing, like crumpled.
Where we at? Like 50.
Yeah, they're bigger than cars.
My kind of topic. We got D Block. Jump on if you can. Everyone loves it until you go in on their beliefs. There's no escaping when you go in. Always interesting. Yeah, because I'm like a pit bull. Once I lock on, I don't let go until we come to some kind of reasoning. And I'll be honest, man, I don't want to call my brother out here, but I really got supreme appreciation for my brother 77 Soldier. And I don't think that his reaction to my questioning of Haile Selassie's involvement with the elite is unusual. He's expressed that he feels like when he jumps on, I'd be bringing it to that, and he wants to talk about some other stuff, right? Cool, I hear that, but it is in keeping with religious people's inability to take criticism or think objectively. See, when I was in a religion, I was still able to think objectively, even at 10 years old. I was still able to think, well, I'm not sure about this. I ain't gonna say nothing to mum, but me personally, I ain't sure about this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I hear that.
As soon as she was gone, I was like, yeah, I'm not on this. You get me? I was on it. So it's like I had the ability to say, well, this doesn't feel right to me or whatever. And even like with more like personal subjects, yeah. Like I say about 15 plus years ago, I came across some information, probably more than that. I was quite young. I came across some information to suggest that the Atlantic slave trade may have been over exaggerated. And people are coming into that information now. And I'm not going to be one of them obnoxious, egotistical people. I was on this from time and
years ago. Yeah.
Client, you know, information comes when it does, but it was quite a shift in paradigm to actually reconsider that. A bit like flat Earth as well. No, in fact, entirely like flat Earth.
But I think that's the issue, though. Most people haven't gone through that part, like that breaking of their reality structure, like what the stuff that they believed or thought, or like, because the slavery one, that's a big one for melanated people type thing, and
massive.
To almost have the realization that shit, that like how they explain it can't have been possible type thing, like it don't make sense too tough, and like then you start exploring this, that, and the other, and it's like, oh shit. And yeah, I think that's the problem. A lot of people refuse to allow that. I think it's the unknown of what comes after. Well, if that's not
you know
true,
what I feel like for some people it's because of a lack of knowledge of their own family history and their own family bloodlines. That's why they tend to seek inspiration and from the outside, you know, from others, you know what I'm saying. Whereas if you know, like, say for example, like myself, for example, my grandfather's sister, older sister, I said it on the show.
You're cutting out a little bit.
Kidnapped by. Oh, am I? Sorry. Is it better now?
Yeah, but yeah. It is,
am I clearer?
Yeah, cool.
Yeah,
a little bit.
And she was kidnapped and she was raped by an Italian soldier. She slit his throat basically when he was sleeping. She killed him.
I remember this
Alhamdulillah.
story. Crazy.
But we never got. Do you know what I'm saying? She never. Yeah. She was kidnapped by an Italian. She was kidnapped by Italian soldiers. She was raped and she basically murdered. She slit the throat. I wouldn't say she killed. Yeah, she killed the guy, the soldier that murdered her, the Italian soldier that raped her. Sorry, not murdered her. That raped her. And then my family never got her body to bury. Do you see what I'm saying? And for me, that's a big inspiration. Do you see what I'm saying? Knowing that my aunties and my mom, you know what, from such a young age, the journeys they had to go through, because all of they married young, they had their families, and a lot of things they had to go through, and the ones that left the country at such a young age, and their stories and all the things they had to endure when they left the country, and all the things that I grew up those things were the things that helped me navigate through life. Do you see what I'm saying? And help me personally help me to mold myself. Do you understand? And it's a recognition. Anytime that I felt like I really low point, I know it might sound weird sometimes, I can imagine my mom just looking at me and cussing me. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, look at your blood in there, and then she would all my grandfather, great grandfather names, you know what I'm saying, and all my aunties and my grandmothers, and and that's where I draw inspiration. And when I saw growing up, yes, I did look at Marcus Garvey, Haile Selassie, all of them in a different type of spectrum. But the more knowledge you learn about people, those things weren't such a devastating reality to me, because of the fact that I had my own family history and my own family bloodlines and stories of my own people to draw inspiration from, to draw wisdom from, and to draw that knowledge from. You see what I'm saying? That's why I feel Go ahead.
Sorry, no, I was just gonna say that, like, my thing, I hear you, but my thing with 7-7 yesterday, like, he's a cool brother, but like, he knows all about these Masonic fraternities and this, that, and the other. And it's like baby steps. You're walking him into it, but as soon as it gets to the point where he's got to acknowledge that this guy that he idolizes could have been an integral part in that whole type of show circus type thing, like, that's where the cognitive dissonance kicks in. But it's a massive one. And it's just a refusal to even question the belief there. Like, I get he saved your life, but to me, it's like, like, sometimes something can like be a gift or a blessing or whatever you want to call it to you and save you at one time, but now holding on to it is now doing you a disservice. It was meant for a certain point in your life.
This is going to be like a weird analogy, yeah? But like the wife that don't want to believe the husband troubled the youths. To the point where
say that again. The wife that doesn't want to believe.
Listen, like the wife that doesn't want to believe that the husband troubled the daughter, to the point where she might even say, "Oh, you slag? Are you tried to lead him on, or you tried to do it?" Like, you know what I mean? You want him. You're jealous of me. Yeah. You hear about these type of things. Yeah, you want him. You trying to move to him. You walking around half naked trying to get his attention. Like, that's the level of inability to adjust your thought process on someone because of how much they mean to you.
And you know what? Not only just that. It's another thing is, if you don't like what's being said, you know what I'm saying? No, there's plenty of things that have people that have come onto the panel said some horrendous things about the team, and like enough time, like I just tune out and come back in after. You know what I'm saying? And then people are gonna say what they're gonna say. You can't stop people from having their own opinion. But the only thing you can do is, if you're true to yourself and you're true to your belief systems, you're true to your journey, and you know what I'm saying, your connection with the Most High, you will find your path. You know, so don't stress about other people.
I think being objective
Let me ask you a lot of questions. Say you could do this DNA thing accurate, right? Yeah. And you took your DNA test, and it came back that after your it came back that after your grandparents, your whole entire family is European, white European.
Yeah.
How would you take on board that information? How would that change your sense of self?
It wouldn't change my sense of self.
You sure?
Yeah, because look, at the end of the day, we had this conversation a while back. I don't know if you recall, and I said, I understand how the world views me. You know what I'm saying? In many different paradigms, I understand. I fit into the bracket of a woman, African woman. You know what I'm saying? An Ethiopian. You know what I'm saying? A child of the diaspora, born. You know what I'm saying? Born outside of the continent. There's so, as a Muslim, there's so many different paradigms that people see me. At the end of the day, irrespective, I am you know what I'm saying? I'm the soul within. So being-wise, there's no issue in terms of color, in terms of, you know what I'm saying? But my preference for myself in life, obviously, is that my partner is from the diaspora, that, you know, my children and my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren would still be of the bloodline of the diaspora of Africa. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. So long as I know that my bloodline are on the Sirat al-Mustaqim and are not devils, then it's all good. Were I to find out that they were devilish people, that's what would affect me.
Right. I hear you.
I'd have to, like, everything I'd been taught, the perspectives I'd held, like the biases or even some unconscious biases, like, that's gonna, some of the things you've been told growing up and this, that, and the other, the things that you've attributed yourself to, the causes that you kind of stand up for, like, you're gonna question all of that, man. That's gonna be a head fuck. You're gonna.
But should they change? Because what's really changed? Should it?
No. It shouldn't. It shouldn't, because obviously you are you. Like, so, like MD said.
You know it will, though. Huh?
Like, yeah. Like MD's way is a way I would like to think I would be, but like knowing just how I can be, like, it's not gonna go like that. Like, I'm gonna have way too many thoughts on past conversations and experiences and shit.
But
like that,
you have to remember that you're basically your lineage's living ancestor at present. You see what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, it would be for you to say, how much are you going to input, how much of your heritage, of your spiritual systems or your nature is going to be implemented within your children and your children's children and so forth. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Yo, Mo Hot Dog, big up, MC Nemesis.
Hello. Hey, can you hear me?
Hello. Yeah, we can, man. Big up, man.
Hey.
What's up?
Hello.
Yeah, I don't know what the Trilluminati is. I'm, just stopping by. But this one person in the comments, he said if a person can mock another faith, then they should be prepared to face equal backlash. No point crying, not aimed at anybody. Yeah, I do believe that some ideology should be addressed as inherently evil, though. Like
Not
Satanism, that's inherently evil.
Not true.
You don't think? I mean, you know, I'm not trying to argue or anything. I'm just saying, like, I like to get different people's perspectives.
Yeah, no, but what we're saying is that you can be of different. We can agree to disagree on many things. Like, say, for example, what is your spiritual paradigm? Like, are
me,
you Christian? Are you?
Yeah, I believe in the teachings of Jesus, non-denominational.
Okay, well, fair enough. So you're a Christian, and I'm a Muslim. So me and you we can have a discussion on certain things without the need to insult one another. Do you see what I'm saying? There might be things you can question.
Definitely. You don't want to be. I don't want to attack your character. I just want to. I'm not trying to attack any character, but I'm just saying I disagree with the ideologies, and also
which is fair enough. The problem that we're saying on the panel previously was that people can't take the criticism of when someone is saying is disagreeing. Sometimes you don't
not even necessarily criticism, the questioning.
Question.
Isn't it hard
to questioning? Yeah.
It's hard. Okay, you have to understand. Most religious people have been indoctrinated, and indoctrination means belief without critical thinking. There's only a very small percentage of people who are religious that have critical thinking skills.
Facts. That's a big fact, buddy.
So for us to come on the internet, I believe that, you know, it's a thought bubble, and people like us, we want to critically think. So maybe we can do it, but if we try to take the same principles and apply them to, like, you've seen those YouTube videos where they hit the streets and ask questions, people get super mad because they're so close-minded.
Yeah, no, for real.
And I don't want you guys to feel attacked. So you believe in the Islamic faith?
Well.
Yeah, me. Just that. Well, me. I'm the only Muslim on the panel. Yeah. Everyone else has different.
Yeah, I don't know what other people.
Maybe I'm agnostic. Maybe I believe in. I'm an ex Jehovah's Witness. I was raised a Jehovah's Witness, and now I believe I'm agnostic. As in, I believe in God. I just don't know what or who it is. I have a default setting to believe in the Creator. But honestly speaking, through reflection, I realized that's probably mainly due to the fact that I was raised up to believing in the Creator. If had I not been raised as such, would I be? Maybe.
But do you know what? I feel like a person like you would still end up
I do too,
having an understanding of source, regardless. Because you're a questioner.
We're never gonna know. I didn't get that chance, which is interesting as well. You know, I was guided, I was molded into believing in the Creator, and
you were indoctrinated,
right? Yeah, and I can't escape that overwhelming belief right now. I mean, I can.
It's a foundation. It's a core thing, isn't it?
It is.
Now, if you were never indoctrinated, if you were born to agnostic parents that believed in science over everything, then you would probably be agnostic. I mean, it's really been a proven fact that.
No, do you mean atheist, not agnostic?
Well, there's really
atheists don't believe in anything.
Well, there's really no such thing as an atheist. They can't disprove God, so they would just say they're agnostic.
No, like but then agnostic. But then that would mean that they shift their mental paradigm. Right?
I know, like, well, see, there's really no such thing as an atheist is more like a contrarian. It's not
What's
really
a contrarian. Speaking on the contrary.
Yeah, just for the sake of doing that. Like the atheist is not real. Like everybody, like nobody can disprove the existence of God. So you just say you're agnostic. So the atheist, I don't like really when people say I'm an atheist. No, you're not, because it's like. You can't, if you can disprove the existence of God, you can be a successful atheist. But until then, you have to leave the window open. At least. But 1%.
Then, wouldn't you say by that same quote that you just said, wouldn't they just be an unsuccessful atheist rather than an agnostic person, because they still don't believe in anything after or anything connecting or anything?
For example, contrarianism. There's people that believe the Earth is flat. That's contrarianism. We know it's not true, but they're going to argue it anyway. You know.
But then people will argue that you don't know that it's not true, because at the end of the day, there's no real picture of the world from the outside. only digital pictures. Number one.
Oh, okay.
Number
Okay.
two. No. I'm just saying, like, I'm not for or against. To be honest, it makes no difference to me whether the world is flat or whether the world is round. It ain't changing my reality, because regardless, flat or round, I'm still within it. Do you see what I'm saying?
No, well, I think it's important to be rooted in reality. We know the Earth is a sphere because when we look over the ocean, it doesn't end. Like,
Is that
we
what it
know
says in the
it
Bible?
curves.
Is that what it says in the Bible?
The Bible, I don't know. I mean, no, it doesn't really speak on the shape of the Earth. He just says he holds
You
it in his
sure?
hand. He says he holds it in his hand, so that's a like a ball of a sphere of some sort.
Interesting.
You wouldn't really be able to just hold a big, huge, flat landmass in your, like, you wouldn't be able to hold like a big,
like a pizza, no, in your hand.
I mean,
no?
Yeah, like a pizza, but not really, like, because it would be like bigger than a pizza. You know what I mean?
MC Nemesis, do you mind if I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I know you said you're a Christian non-denomination, yeah, but prior to that, did you have a specific denomination?
Yeah, I come from the Baptist belief because I'm from the
Okay.
South in North Carolina, and yeah, the Baptist. I believe that they're totally like. I tried to be involved in the Baptist, but here's the problem with that: they'll demonize, demonize a group of people whenever they are sin. Like, the way they quantify and qualify sin is incorrect. Like, and plus,
How so? Because not to be because I don't know much about Baptist. Don't get me wrong, I know about certain denominations of Christianity.
well, your
My
traditional
family are
Baptist
Coptic,
church.
Orthodox, but I don't know about Baptist.
When you walk
can you
into
go
the
into it?
church, well, here's the experience if you're a Baptist from the South. Well, everybody, the preachers and stuff are going to be wearing these suits, right? So they're going to be wearing these suits, which is okay, I guess. But then the regular congregation is going to be in blue jeans, boots. They're going to pull up with their lift kit up trucks, materialism. Then they're going to have a dip in their mouth, and then they're going to be chatting it up with their buddies, and then
Sorry,
they're
did you say dip in their mouth? What's
yeah,
that mean?
they're going to have a dip in their mouth, and then they're going to talk about how
What
much
does
like
what does the dip in their mouth mean?
it's like tobacco. If you use tobacco.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
sorry, because I don't. You got to remember we're overseas, so certain
Oh.
colloquial terms we don't
They're
know.
like
Yeah.
like what a redneck is. Like, have you seen that?
Yeah. That from
Yeah,
the
like
movies I
they
know.
want to be like a redneck, materialism with the truck, listen to the country music, talking about trucks and fornication and stuff. And then they want to come to the church and, like chat it up with their buddies. And whenever I was in the youth, I saw the, girls grinding on their boyfriends in the youth, and nobody was stopping them or saying anything. And then in the main church section, you all gather in, and then the preacher starts screaming at you to the top of his lungs how you're going to go to burn in everlasting hellfire, and you can only be redeemed by Jesus, which is true, but there's no such thing as this. They made it up. There's no such thing as like whatever this hellfire doctrine they're preaching is just not true. And, it's obvious to debunk, but they're like I said,
So
there's
sorry. So are you a Christian that doesn't believe in hell?
Yeah.
Well,
Is
yeah,
that
I
what you're
believe
saying?
in hell, but the translation
Oh.
of the word hell, English translation of the word Hades, comes from the Hebrew translation, means the common grave of mankind, which means, so we go to the grave, but Jesus says to the thief on the cross, today you'll be with me in paradise.
Yeah.
So there is a paradise for the believers. However, there's no, he never says like you're not going to go to a place of eternity. Like you're not going to be punished infinitely for finite sins. That would be
But then,
immoral.
isn't there? What's the verse of the burning lake of sulfur? From my
the lake of fire.
From my knowledge.
Yes, but what do we know that a fire does? If you toss a branch onto a fire, it burns up, becomes ash. It doesn't keep burning forever. It burns up, becomes ash. So whenever God says that he's going to
it
throw...
doesn't burn forever in human in like the 3D paradigm. Do you see what I'm saying? So
right. Well, we have to be able to either quantify it or qualify it in order for it to be true. So we know that you throw a stick onto a fire, because this is how God communicated with us with his creation. So we know this, like you throw a stick onto a fire, it burns up. Okay. The idea of you being, and another thing, the idea of you, if you sin in this world, it's only finite, which means you're going to die. Death, it says, pays for all your sins. Like it pays for all your sins, but it's not going to resurrect you. It's the payment for all your sins. Jesus, it says you believe in him. That's the resurrection. And that's what I mean. Like there is and then you got the Islam faith that took the Bible that added to it. And then you have the Jewish faith, and there's just all different faiths. And it's kind of like, well, we really have to bullet what do these other doctrines say? And the reason I don't subscribe to Islam is because of, you know, the Prophet Muhammad and the controversies surrounding him. And I don't even know that if you have been informed of, you know, in the Quran it says that the Prophet Muhammad married a 6-year-old and had sex with a 9-year-old.
It doesn't say anything about his marriages in the Quran. You'll see the marriages in Hadith, which is different from the Quran.
Why did he?
Just for clarity.
And that's the reason. And about this oppression of women, how they have to be veiled. It's just not.
Why would you see veiling as oppression? Like I'm saying it, me personally, I'm saying it as a Muslim woman, and I've been through everything from
and it's
being,
really hard.
No, I'm just explaining you I'm saying to you the process, because it's not that I've been indoctrinated, because I come from a Coptic Orthodox background, which I don't know if you have many Coptic Orthodox Christians in the South.
Well, what if I told you that I wanted you to wear something else besides that? I wanted you to wear a cloak, a purple cloak, and in other words, I'm telling you what to wear. Like, are you going to listen to me?
But you know, this is the thing. It's not about you. Hijab is a covering for a woman. Do you see what I'm saying? And like I said, I've been through all phases of hijabs, like from hijab, abaya hijab, jilbab, niqab, to head wraps, all of it. And there is a covering and a benefit to it. Do you see what I'm saying? The whole point of hijab is for the woman to be seen as the person in front of her, not because of the beauty that she possesses within her, like her physical body. Do you see what I'm saying? It's supposed to be as a protection for her. And in all fairness, in most cases it works, but obviously people are people. So regardless whether you're covered or not covered, there are still devils out there that will still want to try and do a madness to you. Do you see what I'm saying?
Okay, so
and me personally, I never thought of it as a thing because nobody told me.
Okay, are you aware of like the WWE World Wrestling Entertainment? Okay, so we used
to watch it when we was younger.
Saudi Arabia, the wrestlers go over there, and they just started to let the girls wrestle in Saudi Arabia, but the girls have to wear a full bodysuit when they wrestle, but the men can wrestle in their, you know, underwear, essentially like an underwear type material. Like they're still
like the
they're still bare, you know. Why is it? It should be equal, you know. It should be like the women shouldn't have to do that.
You want to see the girls wrestling in their underwear?
Countries.
Yeah.
It's not so much. It's not so much that I do. It's just that they're
basically you're saying if it's good for the goose, it should be good for the gander. Yeah.
I know what you said. Yeah.
But you have to. What you need to do. Well, it's up to you. You decide to do it. You can't. When you're looking at spiritual systems of peoples, you can't be looking at heads of state, because heads of states of majority of countries are corrupted. I could turn around and say, like, obviously I'm not going to say that, but I could turn around and say that, oh, you know what, all Christians are murderers, are rapists, every place that they go to, they do X, Y, Z. But reality is, it's not all Christians that do that. There are different paradigms. It's actually people who, how can I put it? People in power who impose certain types of views that may not necessarily be Islamic. Like, say, for example, the World Cup was recently. If you're not married, you are not allowed to cohabitate, right? Ronaldo, who is a football player, I don't know if you know him, basically, he come over there. He has a long-time partner. He has a certain amount of kids. Oh, hold on. Sorry, someone's at my door.
Ronaldo? How did we get to Ronaldo?
And basically they allowed him, they made an exception for him, for him and his partner to be in the same property, even though Islamically that is incorrect. And were a Muslim person to do that, they would have been either they would have been arrested, would have been stoned, sexual relations happened between them. Do you see what I'm saying? Because they're unmarried, not stoned, sorry, whipped, because 40 lashes, because that would be considered as zina, sex outside marriage, which is sinful. Do you see what I'm saying? So if you want to look at, if you want to actually think, I would ask you one question. Have you yourself personally read the Quran? You personally, not from what people have told you.
Yeah, I've done some studies of it, and from the studies that I've done from it, as I said, it says that Muhammad married a 6-year-old, has sex with her when she was 9.
That doesn't say in the Quran. This is why I asked you. And you said that you got that. If you're saying you got that from the Quran, then I could say that you definitely did not read the Quran. Do you see what I'm saying? Because the traditions, the hadith, which are the traditions of the Prophet, the Sunnah, which is the traditions of the prophets, is what is told within the hadith. Do you see what I'm saying? So the Quran would be
dealing with things that
you got to try it, MD. You got to remember that you talk like you're talking to a Muslim. I think you got to be a bit more simplistic when you talk. You know?
Okay.
Well, what I'm trying to say,
basically, what she's saying to you, brother, is that the story about Aisha, the 6-year-old bride, and the 6-year-old wife, and whatever, is not in the actual Quran, but in another set of books called the Hadith.
Okay, is this not a whole? So this is not a holy book, but is it a history book?
MD?
It's basically, it's like oral narrations that have been put down onto paper.
Yeah, well, okay, so
like, say for example, like, say for
okay, so you don't need to be a scholar of a particular faith. Like I said, you can either qualify it or quantify it. So me reading this passage, and whenever I'm accusing the character of this prophet Muhammad, like, okay, it's just, okay, in our today's terms, if he tried to marry a 6-year-old, he would be put into prison. So, and we know it's wrong, because we know that if you have children, you wouldn't want your 9-year-old to marry.
Look, I would never allow my 9-year-old. I would never allow my 9-year-old to get married. So I'll just put that out there. And I've said
he was,
and I've said that plenty of times before. But what I'm saying to you personally, because either way, it makes no difference to me. You know, everyone has their opinion. You don't have to. I'm not saying it for you to become a Muslim, because everyone on the panel knows me. Allahumma nafsi nafsi, which means basically, you know, my soul, you know, to each their own. But
this is the only thing I'm saying, this is all like you're just saying. Just get to your point, MD, please, sis.
Okay, so the point.
He ain't gonna hear all of that. No, I'll be real.
Okay, fair enough. But like I'm saying,
I'm trying to explain to you the proper. Okay, so this is why I do not subscribe to the Islamic ideology.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Now, why wouldn't you subscribe to the Christian idea, like Jesus' teaching? What did Jesus say that was so wrong?
It's not that what Jesus said was so wrong. There were certain things with, like, say, I come from a practicing Christian Coptic background. Yeah, my grandfather was a deacon, became a priest. After his passing, my grandmother, this is my paternal side, my grandmother, she became a nun. You know, plenty of, like, I grew up in the church and served, you know, reading Bible classes, all of that. Do you see what I'm saying? And for me, on my journey, there were specific things, and I can't remember who was on the panel yesterday, but one of the major things that put me into questioning Christianity at such a young age was the verse that, you know, the brother said it yesterday. I don't know, quote for quote, so I'm paraphrasing. Yeah, please don't get offended. Which is basically that only the Father knows the time of the hour, but if Jesus is God, how then can God hide something from himself? Which was the start of my questioning of Christianity. And then from there, you know, how the journey is.
But for me, yeah, all that would be illustrated to you is not that Christianity is wrong, is that maybe the concept that Jesus is God is wrong.
Yeah, no, but then this is the thing, because for the longest time, for the longest time, I was raised to know that Jesus was the Son of God. Yeah,
the Son of God.
Not that Jesus was God, not that Jesus was God, that Jesus was the Son of God. And I went to growing up, I went to quite a few different primary schools, like church schools. So I've been to Church of England school, primary school, Catholic primary school, you know, like just to coincide with, that's why my mother put us in those schools, to coincide with Christianity, the close. Sorry, I lost my point. Say the question again.
So it's not that I was asking a question. I'm just saying from he's asked you, why don't you believe in Christianity, basically, right? And you said basically from certain
that was the start.
Like,
yeah. So all this time I was saying Jesus is the Son of God, Jesus is the Son of God, and that's how I knew it. But then I had a conversation with one of my mum's friends. You know me, I'm a chatterbox. I've been a chatterbox from young. And we was talking, and then obviously she was like, something happened. She said, Jesus, you know, Christos, he's Exaber. Yeah, Exaber in Amharic is basically he's God. And I was like, what? I was like, what are you talking about? No, he's the Son of God. And obviously, I prayed to Maryam, prayed to Isa, prayed to the Most. You know, like these were things that we were taught along the way, but I never, in my mind.
So you were taught to pray to Mary in the Coptic.
Yeah, you know, like when you say Hail Mary, full of grace, you say all.
That's Catholic or Coptic?
Okay, so
that's Catholic.
No,
Coptic. That's what I used to have to do.
Okay.
Yeah, no, yeah, but Coptics
life?
also they have prayers for Maryam too. Coptics.
Wow.
All right.
Yeah.
To answer your
and
question,
then she has a day. There's fasting. They fast for Maryam as well.
To dispel this. Okay, so to answer your question, okay, who creates life? God creates life. We know that God creates life because just because you have sex with somebody doesn't mean they're going to get pregnant. But you can you can have sex with 50 women, never get them pregnant, but then a 16-year-old can get another 16-year-old pregnant and create life. So it's inherently the creator God that creates life. So God cannot exist on, well, he does exist on earth, but what he means is that he created himself as a human, which we are all sons of God. So whenever Jesus said he is the Son of God, it's because he is the Son of God, because we are all the sons of God. And so, but Jesus,
I said the Trinity, a Trinity debate going on right now. Basically, you believe in the Trinity, my brother?
Yes.
Okay, I went and checked out your Facebook, right? Do you know this hot dog guy that jumped on at the same time as you? Do you know him?
What?
There's a dude called Hot Dog, something Hot Dog, Mo Hot Dog. He jumped on at the same time as you. You don't know him?
No, I have no idea who that is.
All right, cool. So yeah, I was on your Facebook and that. So you rap?
Yeah, I'm an American rapper.
You rap and you do diss songs and that. He's quite an interesting profile. I was worried that you was a troll, but I can see that you're a cool dude, right? You're staunchly Christian and you like to talk about Christianity and religion, right?
Right. You know, I'm trying to get a better, I like to talk to different cultures. Maybe you can enlighten me if I'm thinking wrong. Maybe you can, because I'm questioning, I question my faith as well to say, well, is Jesus' teachings the incorrect manner? But so far I've found out that it's in fact the only thing that to believe in for me, because it's.
How long have you been in your faith, if you don't mind me asking?
I went through the whole ritual Baptist ceremony, the baptism at the age of 13. So that's when I really started believing in Jesus as the Lord and Savior. So about 13, now I'm 29, so 16 years.
Are you part of any other fraternities or organizations?
No, I'm just actually because I don't like Baptists, I'm kind of a lone wolf here. I don't have a community because I refuse to. Because there's no critical thinking in the church. You cannot go to a physical church and challenge the preacher. You can't challenge their doctrine. You can only
right. If you go to this church, then you are following the way we see it. That's it.
That's it. Yeah. It's indoctrination. You cannot go.
But the true meaning of church itself, you know that, yeah.
Right, and that's what I'm in the Book of Acts. It says the church is the community, but they try to make it a physical building. I mean, I understand it's semantics, like a physical building houses a community. However, like I said, there's no critical thinking. You just listen to the pasture, and if you don't agree with it, you don't go. It's like, okay, imagine if you had a YouTube channel,
Right.
and instead of talking, it's just one person on a monologue, and then if you don't like it, you just leave. Like, there's no critical discussion, which is that part of the indoctrination. They want you to believe, like, that's the definition of it. They want you to believe without critical thinking. And that is not what Jesus taught at all. Actually, Jesus questioned everything from the time he was a kid. He was educating the Jewish teachers. He was educating them, and he was questioning them. And that's why they hated him so much, because they didn't want anybody questioning what they believed in. And that's why they hated him. Because, no, like, why is this little kid questioning us? Why is he trying to educate us? And what, I mean, why can't we debunk him? Why can't we debunk this little kid? Because Jesus was divine. Like, he was a man, but he did not sin as we do, because he was not fallen. Because he just was not fallen. And because he wasn't fallen, he was able to carry the weight of our transgressions on his shoulders and die for us. He made the choice. He said, I'm going to die for these people. And basically, you know, as a man, he separated himself to a man form, but he was still God in heaven, but it was a different personality, such as
I don't get it.
Okay, we know that you can create a different personality. For example, like this character I've made, MC Nemesis. It is a character, a stage character. So we know that God has created a stage character that he put on earth called Jesus. And this Jesus, though, God has the power to give.
So you're saying Jesus wasn't a genuine character then?
I'm saying that he had the power, like God gave Jesus free will. It'd be like, okay, I'm not God, so
MC Nemesis isn't a genuine character. It's a construct. It may have elements of your true personality, but it's a construct. Even if we get just down to the point that your name isn't MC Nemesis, then at least we know it's a construct. Are we saying that Jesus is a construct? Because I thought he was a real human being.
Yeah, well,
like us. You said he was the Son of God, like we are.
Me as a man, as a man is unable. Okay, like if I made a little robot boy and gave it artificial intelligence, then it's able to make its own choices. This is what God has done. He made Jesus with his own intelligence, just like he made all of us.
Right, but then the rest of us are not considered to be God, right?
No, because the rest of us are not perfect like Jesus was.
But we are God, though. We are gods, though.
Yeah, we're the sons of gods made in his image. But
but we're gods, though. We are gods. According to Jesus, we are gods, right? Ye are gods, right?
Sons of gods, yes.
No,
that's not what he said. He didn't say ye are sons of gods.
He says ye are gods.
In
essence, yes, because whenever Jesus died on the cross, you know, he said, I'm sending the Holy Ghost. So when you believe, he enters you.
But
and
who do you
God
believe the
lives
Holy
inside you? Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Who do you believe the Holy Ghost? Because as I was taught, the Holy Ghost is supposed to be the angel Jibril, like the angel Gabriel.
Yeah, the Holy Spirit basically is whenever
the
Jesus
Holy Spirit,
died,
Holy Ghost, you know.
Whenever Jesus died, he said, "There's one coming after me," and the Holy Spirit is a helper, a God. It is a spirit that lives inside of you. That basically, like, there's a conviction of the Holy Spirit.
So you don't believe that he's the angel Gabriel? The Holy Spirit is supposed to be the representation of the angel Gabriel?
No, no, it's just it is the Spirit of God, like God. The
How does
Spirit
that
of
Trinity
God
work
lives
then?
in us.
How, like, because I see the Father, the Son.
You know what? He's right. You know, sorry. I just quickly add, yeah. He technically we're both right? It says, I said, you are gods, you are all sons of the Most High. So we're both right.
Whenever it says we are gods, we do have the power to create, just like I created this character MC Nemesis and I create my raps. However, our level of creation, we cannot create a dog, but we can create a car. We cannot give stuff life, but we can give it artificial life. Artificial. Like, not like God can give it real life. Just like I explained to you that you can have sex with 50 women and not get one of them pregnant, but that a 16-year-old can have sex one time. The first time the first time he loses his virginity, gets a woman pregnant.
Right.
So, I mean, how do I mean, it's just not.
Yeah, but a 50-year-old can get pregnant.
No, I'm talking about 50 times. Like if you're 16.
What he's saying
Oh,
is,
50
it's almost
times.
like-
Oh, okay.
it's almost like
Okay,
you can't
okay.
have
I thought you
any
meant.
true
I thought you
control.
meant in years.
It's almost like what he's saying is you don't have any true control of when conception takes place.
Yes,
You can
conception
try
is
to do it
from
in the
God.
right time and as many times, but if it doesn't happen, it
Yeah,
don't
I hear
happen.
that.
Yeah,
And
Yeah.
you see
Yeah.
Jesus, God, like Jesus had no man father. He had no, like, he didn't enter into a woman. God didn't have to use a man to conceptualize him. God conceptualized Jesus in the womb of Mary by, like, the conception was divine. You see, because the conception had to be divine because Adam had already fallen. So God had to send his seed. He had to create himself as a man to suffer and die. Life is a precious thing. Life has value. He had like God could have been the King of Kings. The devil said he will give you all the kingdoms of the world. And God already owned it, but as a man he didn't. But like the devil was the God of this earth, so he could have gave him every single kingdom in the world. He could have been the president of presidents. He could have had sovereign and do whatever he wanted, like the power. And he said, "No,
then
I'm not going to do that. I'm
Wouldn't
going to die."
wouldn't all those trials and tribulations and tests be pointless then if Jesus had this knowledge that he was so-called God? Because if he owned all that stuff anyways, then how could the devil even try and convince him to like own it as a man?
Like, where would the devil get the
the
audacity
why would
to
that
actually
even
feel
be
like he could tempt God?
Yeah, like why would that even be that's not a real temptation then?
The God, okay, so God as a spiritual being, God as the creator, he owns it because he created it. But
do you think that God needed to come into creation for creation
but
to
you
learn?
see,
I
well,
mean,
Jesus,
go ahead.
Jesus as a man owned nothing. Whenever he came out of the womb, he was born in a manger into poverty. He owned nothing. Jesus as a man, the devil was going to give him everything as a man because because Adam gave the devil the power and the influence over him. The devil
I
has
heard that. I heard
over.
that. What I'm saying though is, as a man, but Jesus knew that he was higher than just a man, right?
And for
He was
correction, I
more.
wouldn't say
Sorry,
that
I
Adam
don't use the
allowed.
word higher.
Go
He
ahead.
was more than just a man, right? He knew his divine connection, right?
There's speculation that he had perfect faith. God as the
Then
creator, we know that God as the creator is all knowing, all powerful, and omnipotent. He can do anything. But Jesus, he performed miracles. But Jesus as a man, because he was a man, no, he could not, do everything. I mean, he could do everything, but as a man, that would be violating
As
the
a
man.
man, there's limitations, right?
Yeah, as a
I'm
man,
But then
saying
for the
though,
most high, there.
he could have done
I'll
it.
tell you from an Islamic perspective, right? From the most high, there is no need for an intercessor, as in there is no need for me to pray to any of the prophets before me, because even as a Coptic, I still believe that although Jesus was the Son of God, he was also a prophet of God. Do you see what I'm saying? And as a Muslim, I do not hold Jesus, alayhi salam, peace be upon him, as the Son of God, but I still revere him as a prophet. Same way as I revered Adam. And it's not to say that Adam was tempted by the devil, because Adam wasn't tempted by the devil. It was Eve that was tempted by the devil. And Adam took the apple from Eve. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, Adam was tempted by Eve. You're right. That's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
we know that your perception. We know that your perception about what a prophet is very jaded, considering Muhammad was a warmonger and that he was essentially a pedophile. So we know that you don't know how to properly gauge what the true prophet is. Or
Okay. That might be a good point. I'm sure
So you don't even know, like, you don't even know what a real
one
prophet
second.
is, because you also say
One second. I think you're making a valid point that I'm sure the Muslims or whoever were gonna rebuttal. But what I noticed is Prophet Muhammad being a warlord or whatever doesn't stop him from being a prophet. From my understanding of a prophet can even be a murderer like Moses or like Saul.
That's what I'm saying, yeah, because one of the prophets, coveted another man's wife.
Don't you think it's a dangerous doctrine to say that?
Did Moses murder a man? Did Moses murder a man?
What I'm saying is, like, we don't get to decide who's the prophets or not, do we?
No, I'm not. But
no, but it's a question.
I get his point, though. I think I get his point, though, Jedi, in the sense of
No. Let's not.
I actually get his point.
If Moses murdered a man and still became a prophet and a vessel of the word of God in terms of the commandments, the Mosaic law, and became a monumental figure in the religion, in the belief, then I don't really see how Prophet Muhammad being a warlord would necessarily stop him from achieving that same level of prophethood.
And plenty of prophets before had gone to war, so they fought and they killed, right?
Well,
it's the same thing. If I put it in present day form for you, Nemesis, one man's freedom fighter is another man's terrorist, right?
Why does the own text condemn him as a pedophile, though?
You haven't answered the question of Moses being, did Moses murder a man, and is he a prophet?
Oh yeah. Okay.
I don't think he really needs to, though. I don't think he really needs to.
So then what is your issue? What's your issue then with Muhammad being a prophet?
I was just gonna get to that, man, because I think that he's already made the point.
Nah, but then he can answer it.
Okay, so Moses was raised up by God to lead the people out of Egypt.
That's right.
Right, raised up by God. Like, you have to understand, Moses was not a Jesus figure. Moses was correct. A man. He had to be, like, he was flawed in his ways. God raised him up.
My question was,
brother, can I pause you 1 second, yeah? Because I kind of understand the answer he's looking for.
I'm asking him a question so you can wait.
Oh, no, I was talking to him. I was talking to him, not you, but continue.
No, my question to MC Nemesis was, if Moses could have a past like he did and still be a prophet, what is your issue with Muhammad having a past of warmongering and being a prophet? Why can he not be a prophet?
Because it's not, okay, the Bible says that, okay, the Bible does not mention Muhammad on like the other books, the Hadith and the Quran. Like, why does the Quran?
But actually, that's an argument.
You're cutting him off now.
There was
let him finish.
No. Just okay. Go ahead.
I'm saying, why does this? I'm not even condemning him. I'm just saying that the extra books, the whole Islamic faith condemns him. Why do your own faith condemn you? The Bible never condemns Jesus.
The Quran doesn't condemn the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So that's what I'm saying. If you haven't read the Quran, it's up to you, innit? You can say X, Y, Z, but it doesn't make it true. I would, like I said, if you're someone that sincerely wants to know fully and have a clear understanding, the best thing for you to do, and I would say that for anyone looking into any type of religious or spiritual system, read the books for yourself. Don't get he said, she said, or someone's taken a little clip and put their own connotation around it. Read it for yourself. You say in yourself, you like to analyze and be a critical thinker. So if that's true, then, put your money where your mouth is. And in order for you to actually do real critical thinking, get your go and read it. You can find it online.
Your MC Nemesis, before you go again, yeah? Like, let me just clarify something, because I feel that I understand what you're saying, but it's like people aren't trying to take your words as what they are. They're misconstruing them. So what I'd like to ask you is a simple question. When you say that Jesus, is an example, do you mean in the sense of he's an example of what to live like, whereas these other prophets are not an example of what to live like? So Jesus as the example, we don't need a Muhammad as an example of what to live like, because Muhammad's not perfect. Is that what you're basically saying?
Yeah, Moses. The Bible never. Okay, even though it says to follow Moses, it never says to worship Moses. Like it never
That's right.
as a figurehead. Whereas
That's
No,
right.
but Islam doesn't say to worship Muhammad though. Sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Why are people calling him divine and stuff then, or not divine, but they're calling him
No. Any
and
Muslim there's
basing
no
their worship around
mix.
him.
There's no mix up about it. Islam is very clear. La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah. There is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his slave and his messenger, his prophet, his messenger. You see what
So
I'm
why
saying?
do people get so protective over Muhammad then? What sense does that make? When people are so protective to the point where they will murder someone, they'll murder someone for making an image of what they thought he might have looked like. Why would they be so protective if we wasn't so important?
Listen, did I say he wasn't important? I said he's not worshipped.
So he is so important then.
There's a difference between worshipping a man and holding a man like up to an important level. Like all the prophets are important, but I don't worship any of the prophet. Do you see what I'm saying? And a Muslim is not going to worship any prophet, because anyone who associates partners with Allah has committed major sin, and that's called shirk. Yeah, major sin is shirk, and shirk takes you out of the fold of Islam.
Do you know why the book?
Does Allah have angels though? Does Allah not have angels?
Let MC chat, man.
The
reason. 1 second, I want to ask a question, man, because it's not it's so open panel.
Always here, though.
The reason that the book condemns Muhammad, the reason that the book must condemn Muhammad is because all the prophets are subject to condemnation because they are men. Like Moses was condemned, David, Solomon, they all committed sin. You must
So no, but they're condemned to what? What are they condemned to? Who condemned them? Because they're all prophets and they're all promised. No. They're all prophets, and all prophets will go to heaven, right or wrong?
No.
Even in the Christian, hold on, Shifa. In the Christian paradigm, are all the prophets condemned to hell?
They're all condemned to sin.
No. Shifa. I do apologize. I'm asking MC Nemesis directly.
I'm saying that.
Yeah, I get that. I get that.
All prophets must be condemned. I'm not saying condemned fully. I'm just saying David sinned, Moses sinned, and the reason that your own book points out that Muhammad sins is because a man's sins must be laid out. But Jesus.
How come I got that straight away?
Where you're saying it's there. Hold on. No. You're saying that, but okay.
I said exactly the same thing. They're condemned to sin.
From your research, can you bring what it is that you saw or that you read that states that? Because as far as me, as a practicing Muslim, I have never read that anywhere that Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is condemned, or any of the prophets for that matter. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, all of them sin them, D. That's what he's saying. All of them are condemned to having sin within their lifetime. Jesus, or Yeshua, whatever name you want to go by, did not commit one sin in his entire lifetime. That's what he's saying. So we are all condemned.
From my knowledge, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his heart was cleaned, was taken from his chest and cleaned.
Did he commit a sin?
Do you see what I'm saying? No, not from my knowledge.
Sin?
Not from.
Okay. Did he do anything that goes against the 10 Commandments? Because remember, he still lives by the law. So if he committed any action that goes against the 10 Commandments, then yes, he sinned. That's a ridiculous excuse. You can't just say. It's what I mean.
What are the 10? Hold on. What are the 10 Commandments?
Thou shalt not kill.
Thou shalt not worship. Thou shalt not worship anything in the heavens above, the earth below, or anything that creepeth, crawleth upon the land. Right?
Thou shalt not kill.
No.
Thou shalt not.
Thou shalt not. No, not thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not commit murder. Right?
Exactly. Thou shalt not commit murder. Did he commit murder?
Killing. There's a difference between. For me, there's a difference between killing someone and murdering.
But who delivered the commandments?
Moses.
So Moses delivered the commandment of thou shalt not murder.
That's right.
And yet Moses murdered.
That's
correct.
Right.
And now
Moses was a sinner.
Moses will be denied the promised land because of his indiscretion.
No. We're not saying he'll be denied the promised land. We're saying Moses was a sinner.
No, he was denied. Sorry, I don't know what you're doing, but he's denied.
When you say the promised land,
oh, bro,
I mean the kingdom.
Shut up.
You go ahead. Fire away.
I am going ahead. Yeah. I love the fact that you're eager to chat, but you like just know you're not doing this to me today. Yeah. Moses was denied seeing the promised land because of his indiscretion, because of his sin. Yet he was the one that delivered the commandments that thou shalt not kill. So we understand that even the prophets themselves are not necessarily have to be perfect in character or behavior or history.
Correct.
Cool.
Correct.
Cool.
Correct.
So
And obviously, all I was saying is that because he was denied seeing the promised land does not mean he was denied entry into the kingdom. That just means he never got to see the promised land. He faced a punishment, a worldly punishment.
So what's the promised land? What's the promised land? If the promised land is in heaven.
The promised land is the land where Israel was going to dwell and have their kingdom.
Yeah, it's a land that was marked out by God himself that would provide a sanctuary for his people to, like, we know whenever they were led out of slavery, like, God's not going to lead you out of slavery, just like he led the blacks in America out of slavery into the north. He's not going to lead you out of slavery just to be like, okay, you're stranded in the wilderness now, even though, you know, they were for a little while. Eventually he brought them out.
40 years is not a little while.
Yeah, I know. I mean, 40 years to God, you know, one day equals 1,000. So I know it was a rough trial period, but it had to happen according to the Bible. The thing is that Moses wasn't perfect. And see, they kept having to be prophets. God kept having to raise people up, David, Solomon, until the Messiah come that was sinless. Now, the Jews believe that Jesus was not, like, and my question to the Jews and to okay, if Jesus was, like, what was Jesus' sin? What did he do wrong? If he's not the Messiah,
Islam doesn't say that Jesus done anything wrong. Islam says that Jesus is sinless as well. Do you see what I'm saying?
Muhammad done something wrong, though.
He's basically Isa, the prophet Jesus. As a Muslim, we believe that he will come again, same as the Christians believe that he will return. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
the difference is,
was Muhammad a man?
Yes. He's a man of flesh. He was a man of flesh and blood, born from a man and a woman. A man and a woman who were married, consummated that marriage, just like how I was born, just like how you were born. And then Allah blew the breath of life into him, like into all of us, the spirit of the Most High. Yeah.
Okay, but the sinful gene from Adam was not passed down to Jesus because he was not born of a man.
It's not a sinful. What I don't see sin as being a gene. In terms of Islamically, I've never been taught that sin is genetic.
Definitely, because you passed it down, because that, like, it's something that is passed down is genetic. So we know that throughout, like, that's why Adam, the original man, infected everybody.
And that's why women to this day still have pain in childbirth, just like it says in the Bible.
Just like, because, like, I don't know what your skin tone is, but you get it from your parents.
I'm black. I'm African.
Okay, so but your parents had to, you know, your parents were black, so there you go. So genetics, now you're a sinner because your parents were a sinner, and we know that, you know, things like
do you believe? Hold on, sorry, just to stop you there. You know, so you said parents were sinners. Do you believe that the story of Noah and Ham and Shem, and that's why? Do you hold that concept? Because I know you're from the South, so do you come from that concept that the slavery was okay because supposedly we are the descendants of, I can't remember which son it was supposed to be of Noah. Ham, he would be the footstool.
Okay, you said a couple of different things there. Are you talking about the like the incest of
the story of Noah, you know, and he was in the Bible, and then he was drunk, and then one of the sons called the other sons to come and look at his father's nakedness to laugh upon him, and then when his father came to, he said, you will be a footstool to your brothers and their lineage. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So do you feel like
God kept having to raise up different prophets, because none of the prophets could fulfill the prophecy except the sinless? Like, you know, all kinds of, like,
do you correlate? No, but are you of that mindset? Of that? Is that your mindset?
What
As in
mindset?
genetic sin. You know, you're saying genetic sin. So are you of the mindset that, you know, obviously sin is genetic, and black people are supposedly the descendants of Noah's son, and that they would be a fossil. So do you believe that as a black person that I'm inherently born with sin and therefore should be a slave?
You never said that.
Like, no, white people, everybody, not just.
You said everyone, yeah, because sin comes from Adam.
Adam was
so
the original.
it is Adam to everyone. It don't matter who you are. You made that very
that's
clear.
fair enough for the clarity. No, I didn't. It wasn't clear to me, but alhamdulillah.
He made that quite clear. He said from Adam.
Shifa, just quickly, yeah, because I didn't know this before, because I'm not like a Bible man like you. But what does it say about the shape of the earth in the Bible?
Well, it says that God holds it in his hands, and so if he holds it in his hands, I doubt that he's holding a frisbee. It's a sphere, like a ball.
Yeah, but it does also say in the Bible that the earth has got a dome over it, bro. So if the earth's got a dome over it, technically it could be more flat on one side, curved on, or flat on the underside.
It's not a perfect sphere. It's not a perfect sphere, no, but it is.
Yeah, there's that side. There's that side. You could say it's not a perfect sphere, but it maybe looks very cool when you're looking through certain types of microscope, or I don't know. Well,
not to mention we have satellites to prove that it's spherical, by the way. Like, we have satellites to prove it's spherical.
Do we?
I hear you, but I don't believe what the satellite's showing you, bro. No more than I believe if I use my Samsung phone and take a picture of the moon, I don't believe it's going to give me a true image, no matter how good my camera is.
Well, let's qualify. Okay, let's kind of quantify. Okay, or qualify. Okay, do you believe that this is real? Like right now?
Do I believe what is real?
Like me and you having a conversation. Is this real?
Not necessarily. I believe that there's a voice speaking. It's not necessarily a real person. You could be a robot, for all I know.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could, but even okay, if I am a real person, then the satellites are the ones that transmit it.
I get you.
Signal. So we know that the satellites.
But there's a real person. You can see my face. Yeah, but I'm just saying, obviously, I don't know you're real till I know that you're real. And I feel what you're saying when you're saying satellites transmit the voices, X, Y, Z, but we know radio towers can transmit a voice.
Yeah.
So I don't necessarily need a satellite to transmit from what I got you, but the fact of the matter is, we make these excuses all the time. Like as if that's the only way we're going to get signal from one place to another. You know, we could have, we could fuel up some aeroplane, and they can fuel an aeroplane while it's in flight. And that aeroplane could be flying around constantly forever and ever with some type of signal box in it, playing satellite. So there's many ways that I could debunk that myth of, you know, oh, because we got telephones, that means their satellites real. No, bro, that don't make no sense.
No, the satellites is the one that transmit the Wi-Fi that power the internet.
I get you, but it might not be a satellite. It could be something else. That might be just what they want you to do.
Is like that's how it works. That's what I'm telling you. That's how we know that satellites. That satellites, like we can quantify it like by the pictures, and we can qualify. Well, we can't. Yeah. I don't know if you could qualify it. Like it just depends on like if you believe this is real. Which I believe that this conversation is real.
That's right. You see it now because it's about your belief. And once we can understand the concept of belief, we can understand the concept of belief filters down into every orifice of life. The people who say they don't believe, they're just downright liars. But at the same time, you know, I feel that it's easy to say, someone told me, so I believe. Yeah, it's easy to say that. Now, when it comes to faith, religion, the Bible, whatever, I feel like there might even be more of a reason to do that because of where it's coming from, because of how old it is. You know, X, Y, Z. When we're dealing with science, modern day science, they could definitely have agendas, and they definitely take a lot of money out of the public pocket every year. So from my perspective, I don't say it's necessarily true. I just say that, you know, it is what it is. If it's round, it's round. If it's flat, it's flat. It's not really my problem. It's their problem, isn't it? They're the ones who need to prove it if they're saying it.
But they have the satellites.
The satellite ain't proof enough. You need to bring me up there and let me look at it for myself. And then I'll accept that.
But I just explained to you how we can quantify ourselves. because the fact that you and I are having this conversation,
Yeah.
that's because of
But the fact
satellites.
that you do know curvature's been disproven, right?
The what?
Curvature.
Which means, like, what in what context are you like?
Do you know what curvature is? Because you were talking about the sea disappearing and off into the side. So that's because of curvature, I'm assuming, right? The curvature of the Earth.
So are we like? Are you guys? Do you believe in the flat Earth theory?
No, I just don't believe we live on a spinning ball.
All right. So
the flat Earth theory has a lot of holes in it, but I don't believe we live on a spinning ball.
So what is it? So,
like I said, curvature has been
I'm
disproven. If we lived on a spinning ball, then I wouldn't have been able to see Africa from the south of Spain. You wouldn't be able to see parts of the states from other parts of the state, from other states. The Golden Gate Bridge, for example, would have had to have been built differently. Planes and pilots would have to take into account for curvature and all that types of shit when flying, which they freely admit to that they don't. So like we've seen boats that have supposedly disappeared over the curvature come back into view when you just have a lens that will zoom in far enough. So all of these things have disproven curvature. They've had flat lasers placed on rivers that have been over a mile long and no curvature.
I would just ask, so if you don't believe in the flat Earth theory and you don't believe, so you believe it's like a oval or something?
No, it's more like a plane of land, and like in your Bible says, probably covered by a dome of some sort. But like, I don't know whether the land
that's the
has
flat
peaks
Earth
and
theory.
troughs, or no, I don't know whether the land has peaks and troughs. I don't know how far it extends to. Like, I don't know if it has an edge of sorts.
Okay, physics. Okay, listen, the way physics works, it either has to be a sphere.
And the way quantum physics works is they tell you fuck physics. So
the physics of a flat Earth theory don't even work.
But you're telling me that the physics of a spinning ball theory do?
Yes, in physics it works.
So you believe gravity is like more fact than a theory?
Yes.
Okay.
Gravity can be taken away, like if you're submerged in water, but it is a fact.
How it works in physics, how the spinning ball theory works in physics. I'd like to hear this.
Wait, one second. He just said gravity can be taken away, like if you're in water. So what's keeping the water?
Don't do that. Don't go there yet. Hold that one for a second. Hold that one. But I want to hear this theory of the spinning ball and why it works in physics. Can you break it down for us in layman or not layman, and in basic terminology? Sorry, pause.
Yeah, just so that like, if you play in basketball, so we know it's a round ball because that's the way it works, like a basketball.
Okay, explain that. So
I'm not a physicist, so I can't break it down, but I can. Do
you see where I'm going with this now, brother? Respectfully, MC Nate Dogg, not Nate Dogg, MC what's your name again?
Nemesis.
MC Nemesis, yeah. So what I'm going to say to you is this: because you don't fully understand the laws of physics yourself, you're having to take someone else's word for it. And I knew we was going to end up here, because most people who say this don't actually understand it themselves. And then it's like, if you put a basketball on a basketball player's finger, they can spin that ball around and make it stand on their finger for ages. Yeah, I get it. But if you try and balance anything on the ball, it's flying off. So it's like this whole rotating ball in the middle of nowhere. It just, I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't see how physics can make it work. Can you show it to us? Like, is there a video?
I just gave a few examples of how like physics has disproved curvature. So like, I'd like you just come up with, if you got a basketball, like the fuck, like come on, like we asked for some examples of how physics disproves. It's like,
okay, so the physics of flat Earth theory would involve a perpetual motion.
No, let's not talk about flat Earth, because I said I don't subscribe to the flat Earth theory. I'm not.
Yeah, you just explained the whole flat Earth theory and said that's what you believe in.
That's what I'm trying to explain. Like, what do you believe in?
No, we didn't.
I said I don't believe in a spinning ball. Khan, how about you pay attention? I said, I don't believe in a spinning ball, okay? And I gave some reasons for why I don't believe in a spinning ball. Now, flat earth theory might use some of those reasons, but I was talking about not believing in a spinning ball. He just said science backs up a spinning ball. So let's stick to a spinning ball. So if you want to jump in,
You said that you
help give
believe
him
that
some
it's a
examples
plane.
for how
It might
science
have peaks and
backs up
troughs, but
spinning
it's a
ball.
plane. You said that. That is the flat earth theory.
He never said he believes in a flat earth theory, bro. Let's
Excuse
just
me.
keep
I
it
heard
words
him
up.
say he believes that there's
Brother,
a plane.
you heard wrong.
It's a
There's more
plane,
than
he
you.
said.
There's more than your ears here. So obviously, if you've heard something
so
wrong,
Are we
because
stand
gonna
corrected.
even like have a serious conversation, or
No,
is this an
Khan,
exercise
Stand
in
corrected.
I don't
Stand
dismissing
subscribe
corrected.
to
everything
the
that's put
flat
in front
earth
of you? Like,
theory.
if it's an
I
expert,
already said
if you're an
there's
expert in
a lot of holes in
dismissiveness,
the
then
flat
yeah,
earth
you
theory. So
win.
don't try to subscribe me to something that I
Brother,
don't, because some of my
the guy just
beliefs
told
might
you.
sync
You
up with
just
theirs. No,
explained the flat earth
Khan,
theory.
just because some of my beliefs might sync up with some of the flat earth theory stuff does not mean I believe in the flat earth theory, okay? We're talking about a spinning ball. So if you want to help the conversation, then let's give some
I am
examples as
helping
to
the
how
conversation.
physics...
Okay.
So let's give some
Okay. So
examples to how physics helps backs
No.
up this spinning ball
let's
theory,
take it
because
back
we're
to
not
the
talking
Now we
about
point.
can't.
flat earth.
We're
We're
not
talking
here to
about spinning
convince
balls.
you,
That's
We're
right.
so
talking
you can
about
sit
That's
there
spinning
and
right.
balls,
practice in your
Khan.
high level
Khan, we're talking about
dismissiveness.
spinning balls. Do you not understand?
Yeah,
Pause.
spinning balls. Yeah. All right
Yeah,
then. So
pause.
if you look
Heavy
at the
pause. All
sun, is
right,
the sun
cool.
a
So talk
circle?
about that, not flat earth,
Hold
innit?
on. If
Don't
you look
move
at
Yeah,
the
the
let's talk
sun,
about
conversation
that,
to
bro.
all right,
somewhere
let me
it's
speak
not.
then. If you look at the sun, is it a circle? Yes. Is the moon a circle? Yes. Can we assume that they're 3D objects? Yes. Does that
No,
mean that it's a
No,
sphere?
no,
Yes. Is it a
no,
no,
sphere? A
brother.
ball?
No,
no.
Yes.
All right. So
no.
Case
wait. So what's your
closed.
yes
That was
on?
dumb.
What's
Case
your yes
closed.
based
Thank
on?
you. Thank you.
Okay. So the
When
thing
we
is,
have the
let
dark
me
side
take it
of the
back to the
moon,
plane.
hold on. When we have the proverbial dark side of the moon, that's a whole side of the moon that we never get to see. How are you presuming that this is a 3D object when
Okay.
you've
Well,
never seen it?
let's take it back to the plane. If you travel from
We don't see it
Oregon,
from where we are, Jedi. There's other
okay,
parts of the planet
you
where you
can
can see
get
it.
No, you
okay.
can't. It's called the
It's
dark side
never
of the
been
moon.
seen.
Behave yourself.
You could get from Oregon to Japan.
No, one second.
Right?
One second.
Right.
So we're gonna have this argument with someone that's gonna act like they know, but then they don't even know. So you're now
Thank
gonna
you.
say you can see the dark side of the moon from different places on Earth, and I'm saying it's called
We
the
had
dark
the
side
same
of the
argument
moon.
with the
It's called the
constellations.
dark side of
Remember?
the moon because it's not visible from Earth.
All right, stick a pin in that. Then I'm not going to argue that point.
All right,
But we'll
cool.
leave that there for a sec.
Please,
Do you
please,
understand the
let's not
plane
say
thing?
stuff we don't
Let's
know.
take it back to the plane.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're in Oregon and you get on a plane, you can fly to Japan in a straight line. You can reach Japan. How is that possible without curvature, without it being a sphere?
I'm not familiar with the locations of these two places in correlation with each other.
Okay,
But,
let's just say America.
What
Okay,
I
fly
do
from
know
America.
is that without it being a sphere, it's easier for you to fly directly to places. Without it, when you're not on the ball, it's easier to fly straight to somewhere.
No.
And being on the ball.
Now listen.
No.
If you're
Your
in
argument makes no
California,
sense. No. Do this small thought exercise with me, yeah? Think about.
no, I'm trying to explain to you. You wanted to bring up the plane.
I am. I'm
okay. If the Earth
staying
is
on the
not a
plane.
sphere, and I'm trying to
I'm
explain to you,
staying on the plane. I'm staying on the plane. Can I say what I'm going to say?
Well,
So,
let me finish this one point.
Your answer is no. I can't respond fully.
Well, you're not letting me respond fully. I'm trying to.
No, you've asked the question, and I'm trying to respond to it.
What question did I?
Do you mind if
question?
you said, how do you fly from Oregon to Japan on a plane straight there if it's not on a sphere? And I'm now trying to answer your question. Do you mind?
All right.
Thank you, my brother. I appreciate that, man. So obviously, if you take any image, a flat image, and then you curve it around the ball, right? And then you try to draw a line from one place to the other, you could still do it in a straight line, proverbially, yeah? But you'd be following this curve of the object that it's wrapped around. Now, if you take that image and you take it off the sphere and you iron it out and flatten it out, guess what? You can still draw a line from one location to the other. So your argument is just like, what are we talking about, bro?
I don't know what you're talking about.
That was flawed.
If you live in California, under your logic, okay, we know by the airlines we can, quantify this, and we know that we don't travel. We don't start from California if the Earth is not a sphere, we would have to go from California all the way across to the east, past the UK, past Russia, past China, past Korea to get to Japan. But no, we don't do that. We go directly from California to Japan.
Exactly.
Can someone share like a proverbial flat Earth map,
my
please?
brother.
Because like,
Before you do that, before you do that, that didn't make sense, bro.
We
That
know
didn't
it by,
make sense.
we know it by the
Brother,
airlines.
ignorance is bliss, you know. I come to realize that didn't make no sense. If you decide to fly around in circles, yeah, then your destination, you're going to get to it slower. If you fly straight from one point to another, you're taking the quickest point of travel. So you made no sense. Just because I can fly around the world in a circle left ways and fly around it right ways in a circle and get back to the same point doesn't mean it's round, brother.
Yes, it does. It's exactly
No, it
what
doesn't.
it means.
Yes,
no, it just means I can do that,
Exactly
bro.
what it means.
No, brother, it just means I can do that. I can draw a circle inside the square, bro.
I'm
It's
gonna
easy to draw a circle in the
I'm
square.
gonna predict, yeah, that because you haven't done your due diligence, you're gonna jump on the argumentation of MC Nemesis and you're gonna make yourself look a little bit silly. I already know you don't know what you're talking about. We know you don't know. Okay, so here's the map. So you're saying this is a flat map, right? So you're saying let's pick let me pick Bogota. Yeah. So here's Bogota. You can fly from Bogota in a straight line to Mexico City, to Miami, to New York, to Moscow, to there's nowhere on the flat map that you couldn't fly directly to, right? So you're talking about Oregon. I'm not really sure where Oregon is, but just say you're just flying from America. This is Tokyo. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah? This is Hong Kong. Yeah? You said you have to fly past the UK, which is not true. So
no,
this
that's
America,
the flat Earth theory. If the
this
Earth
is
is
America.
flat,
Hold
would have
on. This is a flat map. Hold on. This is a flat map. Yeah? This is a map flattened out. So I'm saying,
yeah, but that's this.
hold on,
but the
hold
Earth
on,
is a circle.
hold on, man. So from America, from North America, you can fly directly to Asia in a straight line without going past the UK or any of those countries you mentioned. So I've answered your question now.
All right,
This
draw
is how
a
you
line on that map.
Have you
then.
noticed something? Wait,
Draw a line
before
on
you
that
go.
map.
Look, America.
This is a fuckeries.
Look, I'm gonna show you.
Yeah, I'm
Where do you want to
looking.
go in Asia? Where do
Hey,
you want to go in
Jedi.
Asia?
Hey, Jedi,
Where
have
do
you
you want
noticed
to go in
something?
Asia? Oh my God! If you keep talking over me, bro.
Japan. He said Japan.
Right. So I can't really see where Osaka. Yeah. Here, look.
Yeah.
Here you go.
All right.
So here, let's say this is
Yeah.
Oregon.
Yeah.
This is Oregon. Straight line.
Yeah.
Japan.
But in
Straight
real
line.
life, that's not the route that's taken.
Bro, he just asked me.
Yeah.
He just said that they fly from Oregon straight to Japan.
Yeah.
And it only works. Hear me out.
Yeah, I'm
You
hearing
have
you.
to listen to understand, not just. To
I'm fully
respond.
listening. Don't
All
think
right,
I'm
well,
not
you're
listening.
not if you keep talking while I'm chatting. So it's not fully. Maybe a little bit, but not fully. Right?
Okay.
So I'm just saying, bro. Like, you can fly directly.
Yeah.
From one place to the other. Yeah.
Yeah.
No problem on a flat map.
But my
he said in real life, you fly from Oregon to Japan in a straight line.
Right.
I'm saying, cool. That's not an issue. If that's what you believe or whatever.
I
that's cool.
want to understand.
Even though you'd have to admit it's not a straight line because you're on the curve. But
I want to understand this fully, yeah. So bear with me. Like you said, I don't really fully know. But what I'm saying to you now, which I'll need you to answer me, is this: that line that you've just drawn, everything that's under that line in terms of the land that's underneath the line, I'm saying that's not the route you take. When you set off from Oregon, you're going straight to the coast, and then from there on, it's all sea all the way to Japan. You're not flying over none of that land that you just drew a line over.
Yeah, that's because you're not flying in a straight line.
But he's saying it is a straight line, and you said it is a straight
not,
line.
though. You've just admitted it's not. How can it be a straight line if you're following curvature? You're not.
Path.
So the route that you lot are taking, like the curve-like route you're taking, is not a straight line. Now anyone that's studied flight routes knows that we take convoluted routes around the world for seemingly no reason. We know this.
For no reason.
Yep.
Oh, not for no reason.
Hemisphere
Maybe
to
there's
southern
anchor
hemisphere flights pretty much
man,
don't
whatever,
exist.
Man. Like I would say, okay, you've got a belief, you've got something you believe in, it's being challenged. Let's not just Let's not play the role of the elites, which is knocking down free thinking, and you don't even have anything to replace it with. Let's consider what is being said, because right now I feel like there's a wall of ignorance, cognitive dissonance for whatever reason. Maybe we're attached to certain ideologies or beliefs. I get that. It's cool. I don't necessarily say that we live on a saucer, on a flat saucer. But what I am saying is, I don't believe that. I've not been convinced we're living on a ball.
It's
the
physics.
argument of, well, when you look at the moon and when you look at the sun, what do you see? I always give this analogy. This is the analogy I give, right? To get people to understand. It's a thought exercise. You go to the zoo. You walk into the monkey enclosure. You look left, you look right. Everything you look at is an ape, a hairy ape. There's big ones, little ones, small ones, orange ones, colorful ones, ones with bubbly butts, ones that eat bananas, ones that do sign language. Then you say to yourself, well, if all these lot are apes, I must be one. The power observation isn't always about correlating what you see out there with yourself. So just because you see the sun and just because you see the moon does not mean that you are on the sun or the moon.
Okay, I think we need to bring it back to reality here. And look. Let's just let me try to debunk it this way. I live in North Carolina, which is on the East Coast, like towards the south where like Florida is. Okay. Now, Australia is exactly about, around 12 hours away. So it's the, opposite. It's, when it's night here, it's day there. When it's winter there, it's summer here. That's a polar opposite. And because of the polar caps, we know the Earth is basically spherical. Now, if the Earth is not spherical, then how are you going to go from... Now, it would be a double distance if you went from Australia to California. But we know that's not the case. We know that you can get from California to Australia in actually half the time than from where I am. So we know that it's a sphere and that, it's not a spherical line.
Saying, bro? All right, man. Can I involve? So all this, we know this and we know that. You're basically describing the flight route, and you're saying because of the flight routes, that is your evidence that the Earth is round. And I'm saying, no, you're just describing the routes that the airlines, private airlines, choose to take and are allowed to take. There's private airspace, there's places you're not allowed to fly over. There's direct routes that you're not allowed to take, and you have to take 1 million interchangeable fucking flights for no publicly known reason. You're describing flight routes, and you're aligning that with the shape of the Earth, which is a logical fallacy. Yeah, I could drive. I live in London. I could drive from here to Wales, then up the coast, and then over to Birmingham, and then back down, and then over to the other coast, and then up to Scotland, and then get on a ferry, and then go to Ireland. That does not prove that the Earth is a hexagon. It just means that I took a convoluted route.
No, I'm saying because of the fact that you can go from California directly to Japan, then we know it's spherical because
you can do that. You can do this on this made-up flat model. You can do that on this made-up flat model.
No, on a spherical model.
No. All right, listen. I'm going to say this one more time, then I'm going to move on to another point. Yeah, because for whatever reason, you're not grasping it. I've pulled up a hypothetical flat model. I am not even saying that this is the model or the way that the Earth, but this is the Earth rolled out, yeah, flattened. And I'm saying even from here, you can directly go from North America to Asia. So I don't know what more you need me to say, bro.
Okay.
Like, it doesn't just work on your spherical understanding. Now, I've now shown you that it works on a flat understanding, and cognitive dissonance is not allowing you to accept that. Because in your face right now, you're looking at it. The two places that are side by side in this map are America and Asia. Like,
Jedi,
what more do I
can't explain why your straight line goes over land that in real life you don't go over, and in real life
because you don't go the straight route.
Brother, let me just add this one thing to the point. When you're in real life,
Yeah, this is dumb, man.
Yeah,
You lot are dumb.
man. It's,
What's the
This
point?
is
Then?
actually
What's the
dumb,
point,
bro.
then?
It's starting
What's
to
the
get
point?
jarring. I'm
man.
not gonna
What's the
lie.
point?
Dumb, man.
Like, I'm not calling
No,
anyone
you're not
dumb. I'm
flying
not
straight,
accusing
bro.
anyone of
The
cognitive
whole point we're
dissonance.
telling you
We're trying to
is
have a
that you're not
conversation.
flying straight. You're not flying straight. Is the point we're telling you.
Brother, the plane goes straight.
agreeing.
I've been on the plane before.
oh, this guy. This guy.
You've been on planes, bro.
He's taking a piss, man. He's mocking the
Bro,
thing.
you're going on like the car goes when you put full lock on the car and it goes round in a circle, like you're flying round. Why would you fly round in a circle? Why are you wasting all that petrol going round in a circle?
Bro, I can't. Listen, brother. Like I said, take some time rather than jumping headfirst into this debate. Take some time to study your perspective.
I mean, I've watched several videos about it.
Hold on.
And done a little research. Yeah.
I feel like hold on doesn't mean hold on anymore in this in 2023. It means keep talking.
I'm sorry, it's really frustrating trying to
I get you're
debate a flat
frustrated because
earther.
you don't have the logical ability to slowly absorb the other person's information while also giving that information. You only have one stream, which is output. You're not taking in new information, which worries me about the level of diplomacy that you use to derive the conclusions you've come to. Because
no, I don't take
hold on. Clearly, informational input is not you or Khan's forte. Especially when it comes to
false. If it's false information, I don't absorb it. No.
When it comes to conversations that challenge your foundational understanding of reality, and that is a normal thing that we all have to challenge ourselves with, right? And yesterday it was religion, and cognitive dissonance reared its ugly head because somebody's worldview was being challenged. Someone's precious cherished beliefs was being challenged, so they had a little mini meltdown. This is what we're having now. Oh, we're frustrated.
I never had the meltdown.
It don't need to be frustrating. We're just dealing with information. You show something, we show something. You said we fly straight from Oregon to Japan. How is that done on a flat model? I pull up a flat model, show you how it's done. All of a sudden, it's like, what? But we don't do that. Yeah, I'm saying that. I'm the one saying you lot don't fly straight. I'm the one saying that.
How much time though? Like I'm explaining to you, like it would take double the time to do it, and it doesn't. It does not take double the time to do it. It does not. Therefore, the flat Earth theory is completely false.
What takes? All right, brother. Well, obviously, big up yourself. I mean, we can discuss other aspects of it. Clearly, we've exhausted this one, and I think it's going to be fruitless if we keep trying. If I keep trying to explain to you something that you can see with your own eyes. So we can move on to another point. Do you have any other point?
Let's move on to something else because they obviously can't explain their belief.
Well, okay, so
let's just leave it.
I know before we were talking about.
I'm not convinced.
I know before we were talking about. I think we got on the topic because of religion.
Now, I don't mind the flat Earth. I don't mind that. I'm saying, in terms of the flight between you're like, come on, no one's learning now, so we can go to another aspect of that flat Earth. I'm not
no. I mean, like I said, I've watched a lot of videos, and you can do your own research. I've watched a lot of videos about it because I like to debunk things, and debunking means that, okay, like you, I understand. I've already been in your position. I took it. I said, you know what? Let's believe flat Earth is real. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt.
That's not my position.
And then I researched videos. Heavily trying to subscribe that label. Heavily.
That's not my position.
Yeah, I know, but just flat, it is in the realm of that. Whatever you believe.
No, be specific or not at all.
So you're not a flat earther. Okay, so you're.
Yeah, let's not generalize about each other's positions.
Okay,
you believe that we live on a spinning ball. You believe that we live on a spinning ball, and if you
what do you believe
and get through the Earth's core, you'll come out in the other side of Earth. That's what you believe. I don't.
What do you believe?
I don't believe we are on a ball.
What do you believe we are on?
I don't believe we live in a globe.
What do you believe we live on? Are you going to replace it with something?
That's up for research. That's up for consideration.
Right, but do you believe it's 3D though? Is it a 3-dimensional object?
Anything that's real is three-dimensional.
All right, but you know what I mean? Is it like a plate?
That was a bit dumb. That was
Is
dumb,
it like
man.
a plate or is it like a
Brother, you're asking dumb questions now.
Yeah, I'm not going to assume whether it's a plate or not. I think the issue is that I know that there's not people upside down in Australia right now. Listening to this live stream upside down.
And that further proves the spherical structure.
I do not believe that my listeners in Australia right now are upside down.
They are.
I don't believe
so. Where these satellites have never once taken a picture of these upside down people anywhere, or people standing sideways on this earth at any time, at any point.
That's not true.
Not showing one video.
When you're watching Home and Away, then people are upside down.
All right.
No, it's not the fact that you're upside down, it's perception. The spherical structure makes the perception everybody is right side up in their own perception.
But from my perspective, someone in Australia would be upside down.
Yeah.
And we should feel that if we fly to Australia, because
no, we don't feel it because of
so it's like it's like we're ignoring the problem. Like when I'm scoring, like man's trying to look the other way and say I didn't see the goal, so it don't count.
No, like when you take your finger, take your hand across a basketball and your hand doesn't take your hand across a basketball and rub all the way around it. You can. You see what I mean? It's physics.
Yeah, but if you put your hand on the top of a basketball, it's going to fall to the floor.
Sorry. So you're saying that you can't rub your hand all the way around the basketball?
No, I'm saying you can. But it has to be held. You have to hold it on an axis in order to do that. Like, you can't just it doesn't levitate. It's held on an axis.
Sorry, you can leave the ball on the floor. Remember, our ball is supposed to be suspended in air.
Yeah.
Anyway, right?
Yeah.
So I don't really see how that analogy works. And even if you hold a ball or leave it on the floor, you can rub your hand all the way around it.
Right. So one of my hands would be facing the other hand, right? So then one of them's upside down compared to the other one.
Yeah, I tried to make this point, but people's like, oh, it's just perspective. No, one person's up, one person's down.
No, it's held on an axis. Like you hold the ball with one hand, and then you could rub around it because that's the Earth.
On the axis.
Earth is held upon an axis.
You can't hold a ball on the axis. It's a ball.
No, it is like you hold it like that axis point.
It's a ball.
I know.
Hold a ball on the axis.
The axis point. That's why.
Oh my God!
Do you understand? That's the only reason a sphere can exist in the first place is because it is on an axis.
Oh my God!
The fact that the sphere exists is evidence of itself.
Exactly. See, this guy knows physics. He actually knows.
You're talking nonsense. That's not physics.
That is physics.
A sphere can only exist with an axis.
That's right, because there has to be an X and a Y axis.
That's bullshit.
He's right, though.
No, it's
listen. So you're saying a three-dimensional object can only exist because of an axis.
Yes.
Even a two-dimensional object needs axis.
No, you use the axis to map it. It doesn't. The axis is not part of its existence.
Right, potatoes.
No, it's not. No, they're
no.
One is one is a way of describing and calculating, and the other one is existence. You're attributing existence to an X and Y axis.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, and that's like, come on, I can't. You just make it like, what's wrong with you, man?
You mean what's wrong with me? I'm communicating with you quite effectively.
Yeah, I know, but come on, cuz this is silly.
Why is it silly? Someone in Australia, his feet's planted on the floor, his head's pointing to space, my head's pointing to space, totally opposite direction. We are upside down to each other.
This is my argument. This is my argument, and he's saying different. Yeah, and you're agreeing with him, but you're using my argument.
Let's try another way to. Okay, so the day
you're just pissing in the Ribena right now, bro. Like,
listen. The day and night cycle. What time is it in Australia right now?
I don't know.
Whatever the time is here, the opposite.
Okay, like for me, it's 10 a.m. in the morning. So in Australia, it's going to be about 10 p.m. because there were opposites on the axis.
Or because of the way that the sun and the moon travel. Which they do.
Yeah. Well,
yeah. It's not the Earth spinning. Not the Earth spinning. The sun and the moon, they travel around the sky.
The Earth
is. Sometimes the sun's closer to you guys, and it gives you your timing, and sometimes it's closer to us, and it gives us our timing. This is it. It works.
Yeah.
Listen, man. For anyone that see, the thing is, yeah, I believe in studying my enemy. Now, not to say that any of you guys are my enemy, but I have been raised in the belief that we live on a ball. So when I came to the understanding that it may not be true, I also took my time to study an opposed view. This is something that I believe you guys are not doing. Because if you did that, you would know the answer to the flight routes dilemma. You would know the answer to the time dilemma or seasonal dilemma. Because these are things that have been explained for a long time now. It just shows that you haven't done your due diligence in researching anybody else's opinions. Because you wouldn't need to ask me this, because you know what they say. There's models that show you the sun and the moon and how it can work on a flat model. You're not interested in that. You've not taken any time to look at that.
What I'm saying is,
and you're going to tell me that it's stupid.
Can I say something, please?
You should be.
You see what's silly as well, yeah? The way you described it, yeah? Like, if I was to, brother, if I was at a roulette table and I spin the roulette table, the number 0 is going to face the person who spins the table at different intervals. I get that, bro, but that doesn't mean that necessarily that, you know, the objects around the table ain't moving. Do you know what I'm trying to say? It's like I don't know, you've made all the objects around.
Before you said it?
Brother, listen, hear what I'm saying to you. What you're saying is, you're saying that the objects around the earth are stationary, they're not moving.
Let me
so only the brother, 1 second. What you're saying, brother, what you're saying is that the earth is spinning, and that's why you're seeing the sun at different intervals. Now that's not necessarily true, because if the sun is moving, if the sun is moving, brother, if the sun is moving.
Brother, please.
You know what? You cut me off, and then when someone cuts you off, you're gonna know why they did it.
I want you to answer those, Shifa. Yeah. So imagine we're on a basketball court, and I'll do a full chest pass to you across the field, and you fully grab the ball with both hands, and your hands are facing each other, right? And the ball's in the middle. Now, when you turn the hands one way, and one hand's facing up, and the other hand's facing down, one hand's upside down to the other hand. If you turn it the other way around, the other hand's going to be upside down to the other hand, right? So one hand's always upside down to the other hand, but both the hands are facing the ball. Do you understand? In the same way how we're squeezing the ball to hold it, the same way gravity is holding us.
Who's holding the earth in two hands?
We've got senses. We've all got senses. Right?
God, it says that God holds the earth in His hands.
When people travel, when people travel closer to the equator, do they feel that the earth has sped up because it's going to be spinning faster there than it would in America or the UK? Or when they travel to Australia, do they feel like the blood's rushing to their head because they should for a certain amount of time?
If you
like,
could
do any of does anyone experience this type of shit?
If you could have a teleport device that would make you 1 minute in Ecuador, 1 minute on the equator, and then within 1 second move you to Australia, then your body might feel the difference. But it takes so long to get there that by the time you get there, you've adjusted.
What?
Yeah, your body adjusts to this sort of thing.
Because it takes long to get there, innit?
Cool.
You're not just instantly like transported. No.
Remember what I said to these guys, yeah? I said to these guys, I said this the other day. I said, okay, let's say we're all on the ball. We're all on the surface of the earth. We're on the ball. I'm in the UK. Australia is on the other side of the ball. So let's imagine I was like a missile. And I went, my head was facing the space, yeah, the sky, yeah? And my feet were on the ground. I went through the earth, through the layers of the earth, through the crust, through the molten lava core, out through the other side. I would come out feet first.
Yes.
Yeah. And then if that momentum carried on, I would be going upside down into space.
That's right. You'd be doing a headstand like Turbo and Ozone.
Yeah. And going upside down into space. Yeah. And this is what I'm saying.
Or Australia.
I do not. Yeah, through Australia. I'd come out of Australia feet first.
Yeah,
is what I'm saying,
keep
straight.
What's wrong with that though?
I don't believe
that. That don't make no sense, brother.
brother, let me ask you the exact question in opposite. If I did
The
the
amount of mental
headstands,
gymnastics
if
you
I
need
did the
to do.
breakdance headstands and went through the planet that way, would I come out in Australia and land on my feet?
No, I don't know what you said, but it just sounds like you're saying what I said, but just what are you
exactly.
doing, bro?
So I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying if you go through the planet, however you entered, that's how you're gonna come out, right? So if I go through head first, I'm gonna come out head first, innit? Obviously.
You're going to cause a gravitational anomaly because the gravity from one side of the earth is going to reach the other side of the earth, and there's going to be like a pull. Everything will get sucked into the center.
What
and
happens?
then all of the distance will cease to exist.
If you were to travel through the core of the earth, then at the midway point you would flip. That would be able to happen.
You see that, yeah?
What kind of flip?
You see that, yeah?
Okay.
I see what he does.
The way it works. It's just okay. If you travel through the core, okay.
Did you get to this? Did you get to this conclusion before or after King Kong versus Godzilla?
That's the point where you're stuck in it. You're falling and you're climbing at the same time.
No,
yeah, ascending and falling at the same time.
Obviously, he's never seen breakdance before. He don't know that you could stand on your head. He don't know that.
Yeah, I mean, but what I'm saying is the moment you would travel, like if you this is the way the Earth works. It's on a sphere on an axis. If you go through the core, then at the midway point, because of gravity and physics, you would flip. Like okay, imagine like you would jump into a hole.
But surely because of gravity, you should just stick to the middle.
Yes, I mean you would flip.
Probably
would not feel like you flip. Does that make sense? Like you would flip, but you would like be the law of physics.
No, I'm saying gravity pulls everything to the center. So surely you should just stick in the middle, right?
You would exactly. That's logical because if you had the power to push away from the middle, you could just stand on the surface of the earth and jump out into space anyway.
Yeah,
but the law of physics works by pressure. So that pressure should follow you consistently through whatever hole you're drilling until you get all the way to that other side. When you get to the other side, maybe. When you get to the other side, maybe.
Using that same logic, we shouldn't be able to jump.
Exactly. That wouldn't make sense.
But we can't jump.
We can jump. Yes, we can. You can't jump. You can't jump. You can't jump.
But we can't jump.
No, you can't jump.
What are we doing?
You can't jump into space, bro.
No, you can't jump.
Jumping, just jumping.
Brother, I can jump into space right now. There's space all around me, brother. I could jump into some space right now. But you can't jump into space.
What I'm okay, so let's okay. We can agree to disagree.
It's
but
gravity that holds the sea down.
Okay, we can agree to disagree. Like if you want to deny physics, I guess. But okay, carrying on like about
is gravity part of physics or is it a theory?
Yes,
and you don't even understand physics, brother. You don't even understand physics.
Yes,
but you're telling us we're denying.
My bad.
Brother.
I thought it was someone's theory.
No, it's all right.
It was someone's theory.
What I'm saying,
no, but how are we denying something that they don't know how to explain? That don't make sense, brother.
There are theories
this is where
physics.
This is where it comes in, as was said before. Like, you clearly haven't done any research because the name of it is the theory of gravity.
Like but theory doesn't mean it's theoretical. You can see it working in real life.
Are you stupid? Then it becomes a law, a fact.
No,
we have laws for science and we have theories.
No,
we have laws and theories.
Belief. It's a dogmatic belief.
No, what you're doing, you're setting up a contrarian
science at degree level. What are you telling me? I moved with professors.
I'm telling you,
what are you on about? Brother, just because it's called a theory doesn't mean what you think it means. It doesn't
you guys are contrarians. Like whatever we say, that you just
trying
say
to contribute
the
to the channel when you're mocking me. I'm telling you something that I know from real life.
You're mocking yourself.
I'm not. I'm telling you, just because something's called a theory doesn't mean brother, please.
Theories that are proven
cutting me off.
Laws.
I'm telling you something, bro. Isaac Newton, he come up with a theory, innit? Like he's based that on an observable phenomenon. It doesn't mean that that phenomenon don't exist. It exists in real life. You can observe it.
You know, they're still looking for gravity right now. They're still trying to find gravity.
The reason why it's called a theory, the reason why it's called a theory, which is making you think that's some sort of inaccurate description of reality.
Proven.
Me and you are both going to be alive when they tell you that, oh, what we thought about this and that is wrong. and
But they
actually,
can do that.
hold on 1 second. I've been around long enough to have people, many of people's theories disproven.
That's fine.
When the goalpost changes, you're gonna have to change too.
Right. But that's not a problem.
I grew
the
up
problem
being
is,
taught
based
Pluto
on
was a
what we
planet.
know, from the position where we're standing in now, this is the best idea that we can go with. It's a dogma.
Theory.
Science is based
Doesn't
on
mean it's
dogma.
fact.
Right?
Well,
If
okay.
you can come up with a better theory,
Oh, we
then
are.
and only then
We're talking,
will we
and
abandon
more
this
importantly,
theory.
we're testing the theory through logic, and we're saying,
Right.
yo, this don't stand up.
But then you got to come up with an alternative
That's all it
explanation.
is. So hold on 1 second. That's all it is. We're just testing it. We're saying, well, logically, this don't make much sense. And you're like, well, yeah. And we're saying, well, it is a theory. And you're like, no, it's a fact. But now you're admitting that it's the best theory, it's the best idea we have. The best idea we have, hold on. The best idea we have could be miles away from the truth.
All right. That's why I'm saying that the research, okay, we have to be able to, like, okay, so if you bring it back and you remove, like, just think about what you can quantify. You know, the basketball. Now, according, like,
all right, let's talk about what we can quantify. Have you detected any curvature in the earth yourself? No. Have you detected any movement in the earth yourself? No.
Yes.
Can you believe what NASA tell you about space? No.
Listen, I'm just okay. You haven't debunked the basketball theory.
The basketball theory was fucking ridiculous, bro.
No, it's not.
No, you can't dismiss something like that.
No, I didn't dismiss it.
You are. You're dismissing it.
I didn't dismiss it. I dealt with it. Hold on. I addressed it, and we moved on because it was just getting stupid.
No, because
man was telling me that without an X and Y axis, a sphere cannot exist. And I'm saying, no, X and Y axis are measurements. They are not the building blocks of reality. They are irrelevant. They are measurements oh my God. They are measurements that man has placed on structures and objects to understand them.
That's what
science is.
That's like saying without inches and centimeters.
Hold on. Yeah? Listen to me very carefully. The X and Y axis is not the Higgs boson. It's not the God particle. It is not an atom. It is not a fabric of reality. It is a measurement tool of what already exists. Can we move on?
But you just described science.
Can we move on? You said without X and Y, there can be no sphere. No, there's always a sphere. The X and Y is what you use to try and measure it.
I'm saying because of the X and Y makes it a sphere.
Oh, bro.
No. So
this
because
is crazy,
of the centimeters and inches, it makes it a brick.
You not, how do you not see why I tried to move on? How do you not see why I tried to move on, Khan?
Yeah, I mean, we can move on, sure.
If you're so passionate about this that you can't even talk about
incorrect. You lot are both incorrect.
Is it?
You lot are both incorrect.
Brother, you can't just say people are incorrect without
I've just said that the X and Y axis, the X and Y axis is a measurement tool and not a built. Listen, oh my God!
But I've agreed with that already. You said it 5 times.
I think this is what the major issue is. Because when I'm actually clarifying for you, you lot keep trying to talk and say little bits, and you're not actually making anyone feel like they're being listened to.
But you said the same thing 5 times.
Shush for a minute. I'm gonna say this one last time. And because you roll with professors, this shouldn't be hard for either of you to grasp. The X and Y axis are measurement tools used to understand geometric shapes and patterns observable in nature and real life. They are not building blocks like atoms and quartzes and Higgs boson and God particles. I'm letting you know, to say that a sphere cannot exist without X and Y axis is like saying a house can't exist without a ruler.
Yeah, a brick can't exist without centimeters.
It's stupid. You're using a measurement tool to quantify, and now you're making the measurement tool responsible for its existence.
Yes,
Can we move on, bro?
well, one last
This
thing.
is hurting my chest. I'm not gonna lie.
The
Please, man.
house would fall in on itself if improperly measured. The measurement is what makes it a house. If it's
bro,
it's measured
just,
improperly,
honestly,
it'll
let's
fall.
just leave it because I got a feeling this whole thing's
Really?
gonna go left. I know
Really?
this is just a
That's the
measurement.
last- I mean,
This
it's
is
so,
just a measurement that we're using to describe conversations. But yeah, trust me, when we get there,
So-
we're gonna regret it.
This guy's funny though.
Anyways, so okay, so let's talk about something that we might be able to agree on. Like, let's bring it more closer to an observations in the real world. If you want to bring it down even further, like, you know,
That's the first thing I brought up. Observations in the real world.
I just gave him 3 examples of
I was gonna say,
observations.
Jedi.
no, I mean about a different topic.
I gave you guys 3 observations. Yeah.
I'm talking about a
it was
different
ignored,
topic.
and you guys wanted to go back to the basketball.
I'm talking about a different topic besides the whole Earth thing.
If you can observe or detail curvature of the Earth, if you can observe the movement of the Earth, then I will fucking concede.
That's a simple test.
I mean, you don't have to.
Simple.
You don't have to concede. I'm just saying, like, do you want to?
No, but he's willing to concede if you can just show some evidence of curvature or movement.
Yeah, but you have to be to be objective on anything. You have to be willing to concede. It's not like he's giving any ground. Everyone has to be willing.
All right,
to
but forget about all that.
On everything.
You guys believe something, right? And I'm saying you're talking about observation. I'm saying, okay, your powers of observation should tell you that you don't live on a curved Earth.
I'm personally convinced of that fact. If you're telling me you can't fully understand this, you can't even see the problem.
This is how it started, Jeds.
I agree with you.
I
I can't see the problem.
I listed my observations and asked him for his, and then it became. Then Khan jumped on with this whole thing, and it like went left. So you've given your observations.
It hasn't
I've
gone
given
left
my
just yet,
observations.
just yet. Relax,
they
bro.
haven't given anything.
We're still
yet.
talking.
Just
it hasn't gone left. Hasn't gone left.
No,
We're having a conversation.
Let's just talk about like things.
Just because you ain't got a home run and an easy victory,
bro, man,
you're calling
you're
it.
being obstructive.
No, I'm being serious.
You're being obstructive because you're saying unnecessary.
Yeah, Khan, you're killing the vibe, man.
No, but
Yeah,
man,
you're
talking
saying
about Khan
unnecessary
jumped
things.
on and turned everything left. Like, how's that?
You're saying unnecessary things, bro.
Oh, you're being like
now because he was
one-sided a little bit.
mid-sentence. Hold on, he was mid-sentence. You started speaking over him to say it hasn't gone left, and I'm saying, bro, you could have just let him finish speaking. This is obstruction.
Wow. All right.
It's not wow. You did interrupt him mid-sentence.
Interrupted him dissing me.
He weren't dissing you. He said you jumped on and it went left. It's not a diss.
You know, he said he jumped on with this, like as if I'm talking bollocks or something.
Come on. This is obstruction.
Brother, look, if you don't respect the people you're having a conversation with,
This is
you can't have a
obstruction,
conversation.
bro. He didn't disrespect you. He just stated his opinion. And you should have respected him enough to have his opinion, even if it's contrary to your opinion, and then state your opinion again.
You know you're being a contrarian. You're being a contrarian.
You like the word contrarian.
Am I being a contrarian?
You like the word contrarian. It's unfortunate. It's not about being a contrarian. The brother was speaking and was interrupted, and I'm pointing it out. That's not a contrarian. That's someone that's pointing out.
I'm saying you're not supplementing our beliefs. You're just opposing them. That's being a contrarian.
No, you're opposing my beliefs.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Without bringing anything
we're,
to the table.
We're in disagreement. We are in disagreement about something, and we're discussing it. Doesn't make anyone a contrarian.
Right. So like I said, we need to break it down. We need to break it down further into how you measure things,
So is the
how
COVID
you
jab.
observe things.
So is the COVID jab,
Yes.
right?
I don't know if
We
that's
need to
true.
bring it down into a smaller terminology so we can, like, I don't know how you think. Like right now, I think you're highly confused.
About
You are
confused about what exactly?
you know, like you're confused about how do you observe things. So you think that we exist on just a plane.
allow
So when
it, bro.
you wake up in the
But
morning,
it's funny though.
I go on
When-
mute.
when-
Con, honestly, you're on some childish buzz. Like, just go on mute so the brother can talk and we can hear. Like, just like chill out a little bit, bro. Sorry, MC Nemesis. Please continue.
what I'm trying to say is that okay, so when you are in existence currently right now. Okay, so how do you, whenever you see a tennis ball or an apple or anything like that, what do you think about that? do you think that it's like, do you think that it's the shape that it is? Or like, for example, like, what do you think water is? What do you think gravity? Like, is reality what you can touch, feel, see? Or do you think it's something more? Do you think it's binary code?
Sorry, I'm a little bit lost.
Why would we think it's binary code? Why go there?
Sorry, I'm a little bit lost, please.
I think
binary,
I think
like,
gravity
I'm
is
just
exactly what it
asking
says on the
you.
tin. It's the
I'm
theory.
asking you
Someone
how
came
you
up with an
observe
idea.
things. How do you observe things? Like right now,
with your senses.
How do you know that this is real? Like, how do you know that I am talking to you and that we share
how do
the
you know
same
you're on the ball?
reality?
All right, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. I'm asking you to use your senses to prove to us that you are on the ball.
Okay, so our senses, the 5 senses. That's what you're saying. I'm asking you, can you supplement something? Okay, what is your theory? Can you supplement it? Okay, say I'm wrong. Say I am wrong.
I'm saying if you use your eyes, your ears, your nose, and your touch, yeah, to observe your environment, you will not detect movement and you will not detect curvature. I'm saying, yeah.
Yes.
Is that clear?
And
okay,
I'm asking you to supplement it. What do we live on?
Why do we need to supplement it?
What are you doing? What,
okay.
This is just
all right. So if I go to a restaurant,
Twilight Zone.
If I go to the restaurant and I order, if I order a cheeseburger and they don't have a cheeseburger, what will I supplement that with? You're saying nothing. They just, you're not getting your cheeseburger.
Yeah, but that's not the same. That's not the same as objective.
What I'm saying is, you have a belief that you cannot prove objectively. And
I believe. See, this is the contrary.
Right?
Like, I believe that it is objective. You believe that what I'm saying.
Now, objective truth should be something that is observable or able to be observed by all. So I'm saying you believe you are on a spinning ball. I'm asking you to show us.
Okay, I'm going to ask you the same question.
No. See, you're making the claim.
I already gave examples, so we've been there.
You should have let him run with that, Jed.
Hold on. You're making the claim that you are in possession of objective truth.
Yeah.
So I'm asking you to share that with us.
All right.
Prove to us we're on the ball. Show us.
I mean, I'm trying to think of a way to describe it to you that you will understand, because you don't understand physics.
Show us. I'm a black man.
You don't understand physics.
I'm a black man, and I can
you don't
show
understand.
You that.
You don't understand what a basketball does.
I have highly melanated, dark pigmented skin, and I can show you that. That is an objective truth. I can show you that. It's not just my truth. It's a truth. You believe
I told you, and I can show you a basketball and how it functions.
We live on a ball, and I'm asking you to show us objectively evidence. I'm not asking for mass theories. I'm not asking for quotes from more intelligent people than us. I'm asking for you to use your senses, to use your means to show us. The Earth is spinning, hurtling through space and galaxy. Can you show us? Can you show us in using any tool the movement of the Earth?
Yes, with your eyes you can observe a video.
Just quickly, MC Nemesis, please stop with this basketball shit.
Okay, I will.
Bringing up a basketball, I already disproved with the curvature stuff.
Okay, with your eyes, listen, guys.
Let's allow the
with your eyes.
Shit, yeah?
Listen, guys. With your eyes, you can see a video from a satellite of the Earth as a sphere. That we can't like just go on Google.
That's a lie, bro.
It's a lie.
Then what is the truth?
All right, so you've lied.
No,
this is why I don't understand. Hold on. If you're in possession of truth, why do you keep saying things that are not true? People that are so sure on how the world works and what it is, why do
the video from the satellites is not a lie?
1 second.
No, the video from the satellite is not a lie.
Why will you not let me finish my sentence? Why?
Because you're calling me a
liar.
liar.
You're the one in the truth
that I am not a liar.
You are obstructing my ability to expose the lie that you just made. which is that there's a satellite of the Earth spinning us a globe. That's a lie.
Video evidence, yes.
The video evidence of the Earth spinning us a globe is a lie.
No, it's not.
Oi,
Nemesis,
I'll be
that
back.
does
Yeah,
not exist.
It
I've got
is
appointment
not
at the
a
barber's.
lie.
Yeah,
When I
show it
first
to us. Big up.
when I
Show it
first
to
started
us.
listening, Nemesis, yeah,
I
I
promise.
heard Jedi. I heard Jedi
Okay,
say
it's
to you
that
that he
video.
believes. I heard Jedi say that he believes you guys haven't objectively, or you guys haven't properly done your due diligence.
I don't really
So-
care if you feel that way.
No,
I
it's
don't
not. It's
care
not that
about
we
you.
don't.
Like,
It's not
the
that we
facts
feel
do
that
not
way. It's just the
care.
stuff that you're saying
The
shows.
facts do not
No,
care.
so bro,
Watch
sorry,
the
I wasn't
video.
finished
Watch
talking.
the
Just wait. Just wait.
satellite
Just wait.
evidence.
Just wait.
Watch
Just
the
wait,
video
bro.
footage.
Wait.
Satellite
Wait.
evidence. Look at this. This is
I've
you're
seen.
now.
I've seen
this is-
100 satellite videos, bro. The point is, you haven't done your due diligence, and you're talking to people who have.
I don't care what you feel. I'm telling you
It's
the
not
facts.
about what we feel, bro. I'm talking about due diligence. Do your homework. Find out the truth
Revolutions
for
are not
yourself.
measured. Sorry, this is I can't lie, bro. Revolutions are not measured. The movement of the Earth has never been detected. This is a
Never.
fact, right? If you lot want some facts. The curvature of the Earth has never been detected. This is another fact, right? So I don't know what you lot are doing, or why you lot are doing what you're doing, but I think that this is part of the programming where we defend something we were taught tooth and nail, knowing in our heart of hearts we don't have all the information to hand. And rather than admit that and then maybe take some time to delve into the pockets that we are lacking in, we do this thing where we're wrong and strong, and we make statements like we can watch a video of the Earth spinning via satellite, which is a lie.
Correct, because
It's not
everything
a
he
lie.
said is presumption and
Show me the
assumption,
video.
which is what makes it so humorous.
Why do you
Show me
think
the
the
video.
video is a
Go
lie?
and get the link of the video, put it in the chat, and we'll put it up on the screen.
It's not. I mean, well, okay, I'm on my phone right now, right? So I'd have to leave the chat and then come back with the link.
All right. Well, maybe one of your maybe anyone that agrees with you can say
Or
okay.
if you're the host, then you can pull up stuff on your screen. So
Yeah,
you,
but you're the one who says this video exists. You know where it is.
yeah,
I
just
know, I know
Google
this
it.
video.
and see.
This is the holy grail of
You Google it.
globe.
You just
This
Google
is the
it.
holy grail of the globe theory.
You
Yeah?
Google
Now,
it.
if
You
you
just
have-
Google a video of it and show it to people right now. Like, just do it.
Bruh.
Go to Google Maps.
Google
Bruh.
Maps.
Google Maps, yeah. Like, you could see the Earth from the satellite right now.
You realize that Google Maps is like
He's
just
talking about
computer
Google
generated
Earth.
graphics, like
Yeah,
a
he's talking
computer
about
game.
Google Earth.
I get that, but that's not a video. You do realize that, right?
And I'm telling you, okay, I would have to leave the chat to do it. Whoever the host is here can do it now. Like, you can go to Google and do it. But you're saying you don't trust Google.
Brother,
No, I'm
Google
not
Earth.
saying that. I'm not saying
whoa.
that.
Who said that? Who said that?
I'm not saying that. What I am saying is this, yeah, that there has been footage of Earth, not the whole Earth, not the Earth spinning. There's no footage of the Earth spinning. There is no footage of the Earth spinning. So that's for one. So I just want to clear that up. Secondly, there is footage apparently of the Earth from the ISS, which is supposed to be 24 hours, but however, we know cuts out every 20 minutes.
Exactly.
Okay, on a time lapse, you could see it spinning. You would have to put it in a time lapse.
There is no constant spinning ball anywhere on the internet.
Yeah, you would just have to do it in a time lapse video.
No, the only way to make a constant
But you
image
said
would
there
be
was
to
you
cut
said
and
there
paste.
was a video though. Now you're saying you would have to do a
There
time
is
lapse.
the time lapse video.
Yeah, but now it has to be manufactured. Now it has to be artificial.
Why
It has to be manufactured so we can understand it.
Why?
It's artificial then, bro. It's artificial, bro.
Why would it have to be manufactured?
Just like this is manufactured so we can understand it.
No, but if there's a genuine videograph taken from a video camera of the Earth spinning, why couldn't you just watch that? Why would
Well,
you have
there
to
is
manufacture?
so you take a say you take a 24-hour live stream and then you do a
doesn't
time
exist.
lapse, you edit it, and then do a time lapse.
No, if you've got the 24-hour live stream, why do you need to do a time lapse? You've got the raw 24 hours of footage.
Or edit it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
you
why-
just okay. Like if it's a YouTube video, then you would just speed it up. You know.
No, but why
like
not just leave it
24 or
running? Well, you can
36
speed it
times.
up or not, but this 24-hour video don't exist. Never has.
I know why.
Never will.
I know why. I got a I think I've worked it out basically. Like the weather, yeah. Because if you're gonna fabricate some images and make it look good, you're gonna have to fabricate the weather really good, so that it looks consistent with what's going on in the world, isn't it? And if you locks off every 20 minutes, then you got 20 minutes. Get the weather right.
We ain't even got onto the fabrication side of it.
Nemesis.
Don't
There's
worry.
an easy one for you
Fabricate it,
now
man.
because they're making it all difficult for you, yeah. So I'm gonna be even easier for you. Can you just show me one picture that isn't photoshopped or CGI of this planet? Like
Yeah,
of
please.
Earth,
Just
of
one.
all Earth.
Just
one,
one.
How do you
one,
know
just
that
one
it's
picture.
photoshopped?
Any
A
one
real
picture that's
photograph.
not been photoshopped or
How do you
CGI.
know it's Photoshop or CGI? How do you
Can
know?
I answer this, Cesar? Can I answer this question?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
All
The
right,
reason-
no, wait. I just want to, because I feel like people talking about the live stream from the space station, and I just want people to understand, yeah, like, I understand you lot are passionate about whatever, and it's easy to call everyone a dickhead and everyone's an idiot. But when you actually listen to the so-called astronauts on the ISS tell you that from their position in space, they cannot see curvature.
Exactly.
Arguments that tell me that you see the Earth spinning from the ISS, it's just dumb. Like, take your time out to know what you're arguing against, and take your time out to find out the opposition's argument. And then we can come with more informed arguments than just, oh, well, if the Earth's round, if the sun's round, then how's the Earth not round? And, oh, we can see the curvature of the Earth from the ISS and all this other stupid shit.
I get it that you're a contrarian, but you still contrarians. The reason
You're
I have a problem with
contrarian,
that,
bro.
yeah, I mean, but you are. But I'm saying the reason that you're
That's his favorite word.
logical fallacy is because you cannot supplement it with your own logic, and you could just say, well, guess what? Google's fake. And then if that doesn't suit you, you say, well, I think that you're just an AI generated computer.
No one said Google was fake. So,
Yeah.
so
This is
if
your
anything,
logic.
you're
This is the
supplementing
contrarian logic.
what I said. No. If anything, see, what you don't understand is I am not proposing to have the answer. You are. I am questioning the mainstream narrative and saying, well, here are the holes in the narrative, and these are the reasons why I don't believe the mainstream narrative. You're saying the mainstream narrative is correct, and you have the objective truth. I'm asking you to provide the objective truth, and you're coming up missing.
No, I'm
Lacking.
saying that they have provided the truth. You just don't believe it.
No,
Who's
no,
provided the
I
truth?
don't believe the information that they provide. No, and I believe that even in the information they provide, they actually tell you the truth.
Okay, and I'm asking you to supplement it.
They
What do
actually tell you the
believe?
truth. Sorry,
So tell me the truth. What do you believe?
I don't think it works like that. I mean, my brain doesn't work like that. I don't have a vacuum in my brain that needs to be filled with belief. So just because I disbelieve something, I don't have to.
So you
fill it
believe
with
in
another.
nothing.
Hold on, let me finish. Just because I disbelieve in something or don't trust in the narrative doesn't mean I have to fill it with something else. I can stay open to receive the truth.
Yeah. All
That's right.
I can stay open to investigate for the truth. I don't have to have a bias that I'm looking
No,
to
you
lean
just
on.
say everything's a lie. That's all you're
No, I
saying.
don't. No, I don't. Like,
Then what is
you're just
the
whittling.
truth?
Now you're doing exactly what you accuse me of doing. You're being a contrarian. I'm showing you that I'm just skeptical of the mainstream narrative that we live on a spinning ball. I've been
You know
very
what it is,
honest with you.
brother?
I told you I'm
For
not a
good
flat
reason.
earther. I told you I'm not a flat earther. I've been very honest with you. And right about now, you're trying to belittle my argumentation because you don't like it.
Yeah.
No, I'm not
It makes
trying.
you
I'm not
uncomfortable.
trying to belittle you. I'm saying that I think that you feel very strongly in that, like, you know, you can't supplement it, and you know you can't. So instead of telling
Can't
me,
supplement what, bro?
instead
Yeah,
of
you
telling
Are
me
you?
your truth,
Sorry, let me get a
You
word.
keep
you
repeating
just
it,
try
anyway.
to debunk
Sorry,
mine.
Shiv, one sec,
S
please.
was
Yeah, go on, go on.
responding
Yeah.
from before.
So-
Shiffer, you're after.
Yeah,
You're on
I'm going to come back to the photo thing afterwards. When you keep saying you can't supplement it, are you saying that if I say you can't detect curvature, are you saying I can't supplement that with solid objective, repeatable science. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, you say, okay, now supplement it. I say that you can detect curvature. You say you can't.
Right.
So what do you believe that we can detect?
No. So when you say supplement, are you asking me to provide something to back up what I'm saying? Is that what you're saying by supplement?
You saying we can't detect it. What do you think that we can detect?
We can detect that it's not curved. We can detect that over 100 miles, there's no curvature at all. None whatsoever.
You can't detect with your senses 100 miles.
Yes.
No, you cannot.
Of course you are. You nuts, bro? Can you not look across the Hudson Bay?
You can't see it.
Can you look across the Hudson Bay and see land on the other side?
No, you
can.
No eyeball.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. No. You can stand in Jamaica and see Cuba. What are you talking about, bro?
Can see
I've stood in Gibraltar and seen Africa. Like,
exactly. You can't say you can't see 100 miles. That's nonsense, bro.
Like I said, like this is just a complete lie. You cannot see 100 miles. No human.
Okay, so what you're saying is you can't see Cuba from Jamaica, which is 60 to 80 miles. You can't see across the Hudson Bay. Can you?
You're trying to convince me that you got some kind of superpower.
I'm talking, no. I'm talking about places you can take your 10 toes to. Like
it ain't gonna work. You're not going to convince me that you have
superpowers. Wait till I'm finished. You're talking shit about superpowers. What I'm saying is you personally can go to the Hudson Bay with your eyes and look across it and see land on the other side, just like anyone else can. You can go to Jamaica and see Cuba.
Lie that you have superpowers. You could see 100 miles.
It's nothing to do with superpowers, bro. It's nothing to do with superpowers. You can see the landmass. That's not superpowers. No matter what
you say, I will never believe that you have superpowers.
Yeah, we hear you, man. Bro. Still.
Yeah, bro, listen.
Be debunked. You've been defeated. You're just contrarians that cannot supplement it. Bro. And you're now trying to convince me that you have superhuman abilities.
I've literally
said
to you.
This is ridiculous. You need to check your laws.
You know what I love about this? You know what I love about this? The man that has the mainstream information to his side is resorting to these type of tactics to discredit. Like, just have a logical conversation. We don't have to start.
I am. You're the one telling me you can see 100 miles away. You
hey, bro. Hey, guys, let me ask you a question, cuz.
Shut up, man.
Oh, my God.
Like, what is wrong with you? How are you not moving like some barbarians?
What is wrong with you? You're trying to...
I'm trying to talk, and you guys are talking over me.
What?
My issue is I'm a host of a show. I'm trying to talk, and you're talking over me. You and Veli. That's my issue.
Yeah, let me ask us a question after
No. Let me say what I was saying. See, there's etiquette, you know, when you're talking to people. You don't just roll up. I was chatting with S. No. I was chatting with S, yeah? If I was talking with S, and then you just rolled up and said, yeah, let me just say that. I'd be like, hold on. You can't just do that. Are you dumb? Like, what are you doing? So, yeah, I will hear what you got to say.
Let me ask him a question after you're done, innit?
No, what you're saying is dumb. What are you doing?
Oh, man.
Bro, stop interrupting me. What are you doing? You're acting so dumb.
You're acting dumb, bro.
You guys are acting
talking about
dumb. What are you doing?
Man's talking about
hold on 1 second. Can I speak? 1 second.
That's what you're doing.
MC Nemesis. Can I say what I was going to say or not? Because you're the one with the right information in the right. We're the contrarians. It shouldn't be difficult to let us explain our little bullshit, and then you just counter it with facts, objective truth, and just make us look dumb. But right about now, you think repeating the word contrarian 50 times is proving a point. Please let me say what I've got to say without interrupting me. That's normal etiquette. You shouldn't be so frustrated if you are armed with the truth. All right, cool. So now what I was going to say is, I find it strange, yeah? The man that has the mainstream backing, yeah? When a man is saying to you, you can see 150 miles away, you're calling somebody a superhuman. Can you go and do your due diligence and see if you can see across the Hudson River? Can you do your due diligence and see if you can see Cuba from Jamaica? Can you go and do that? Before you keep chatting over him and shouting, can you just confirm that he's talking shit? Can you just do that? Can you say, yo, Siri, can you see Cuba from Jamaica?
Yes, but in order to do that, you want me to leave the chat to do that and come back a million times, like each point. Like,
you can do it at least once.
In your own time.
If you're on, Because right
You
now,
have the
if you get
host
armed
have
with
the power
one,
to do that. Stop asking me to do it. You do it. You are the one with the power to do that.
but he made a statement, and you're trying to tell him that he's chatting shit. That you have to be superhuman to see 150 miles away. So
Just
you want to?
what does it say?
So hold on.
Trust
So if
him.
you're not, hold on. So if you're not just being a contrarian, can you provide evidence that that is impossible?
I don't have to debunk it to know that you can't do it.
How do you know you can't do it then? How far?
Because
can you
I
see?
can't lift 1,000 pounds with one finger.
That's got nothing to do with what we're talking
All
about.
right, cool, man.
How
Hey,
far
Benny,
can you
big
see?
up. What one? Man, this is silly, man.
I just wanted to ask him though. How
I know
far
it's
can you
silly.
see?
Why you guys acting silly?
Yo,
How
hey,
far can
MC,
humans see?
I think we should stop
MC, tag
asking
me
him
in, bro.
questions, man.
Yo, yeah, MC, tag me in for a sec, man. Let me
I
have a
know,
go.
like, okay,
Pause,
who is
pause.
Veli?
Yeah, tag me in for a sec, man. Relax. Let me chat.
Pause.
Like, I was asking, yeah. So obviously, if the Earth is flat, how comes you can't see the northern hemisphere stars from Australia?
No one said it was flat.
I don't know where you're getting the so Veli. I haven't heard anyone on this panel say the Earth is flat, personally.
So the Earth's not flat then?
I've not heard anybody on this panel saying the Earth is flat.
All right, but that's the reason that the Earth is round, though.
All right, but the Earth being round doesn't mean that the Earth is a sphere.
Thank you.
If the Earth's round, if the Earth's round,
Yeah, it's an oblique spheroid.
Right, so-
spheroid.
okay,
That's
well,
brilliant.
Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson is your daddy of information, and I don't agree with him. But yeah, I hear
don't
that.
agree
Yeah,
with him
cool.
either.
All right, so
Wait, hold on.
all right, cool.
Piss drinking Dave's your daddy of information. I don't believe him.
Who's that?
That dude that drinks piss, that Dave. What's his name?
Who?
Piss drinking Dave.
I
Okay,
don't believe that me and Dave share. I've not had a conversation with him about flat Earth. I've not heard him speak about flat Earth. I've seen him. I've not heard him speak about flat Earth. So I don't know. I'd like to invite him on the show to speak about flat Earth. In fact, I've tried to contact someone recently to get him on here. But sorry, I haven't taken any flat Earth information from allegedly Dave.
Yeah.
All right, forget that, yeah?
No, it's not
Sorry, I've
forget
got a
that,
question for you
because
quickly,
where
Veli.
do you
Yeah,
get?
but I was
did
gonna
you
ask
get?
you a
Hold on,
question,
hold on.
bro.
Where did
Just ask
you
the
get?
question, bro.
Oblate? 1 second, brother. Where did you get oblate spheroid or whatever? Where did you get that from? Was that from Neil deGrasse Tyson?
From Google.
Yep.
Come
Well,
on,
that's
bro.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, bro.
Yeah, from Google.
So like
Maybe
I
so.
said, are you gonna start being dishonest? Like 10 seconds into being tagged in?
No, man.
Did you
But
get-
let me ask you a question.
Did you get it from Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Yeah, I got it from Google. I text
And
on
they,
Google.
were they
What's
quoting,
it,
were they
and it says-
quoting Neil
and it
deGrasse
says,
Tyson? The Google
it's
article you looked at, was it quoting Neil deGrasse Tyson?
I'm not sure it was.
He has due
You can
diligence,
type it
bro.
in now. Wait, hold on. Share screen and type it in now.
No, you type it in and find out where your
No,
information
because I'm on my phone, innit? Oh, so I
Oh,
would.
Just
wow.
being
why is everyone on the
Wow.
phone? Why is
I'm
everyone on the
at
phone
work, bro.
unable to
You know what
fucking
time it is, man.
allow it,
Stop
man?
fronting like you don't know that I'm always on my phone at work.
I don't care, cuz. Because
Stop
all I know
fronting,
is
man. You
everyone
know
can
that,
pull
bro.
up information. All of a sudden, what, you ain't got two phones, really?
Yeah, but
Alright,
so I
use
can
the
share
other phone.
screen on my phone. I can share screen on my phone.
Share screen. I never asked you to
Be
share
serious,
screen. I
man.
said pull up the information. You asked me to
Alright,
Google
alright.
it. You asked me to Google
But-
it, right? And I said,
You know why? This is why I said to you to Google it. Yeah, was because obviously you can share screen and see that the top answer is just there as the top answer.
Okay.
Alright, big
You
up,
can
man.
see whether it comes from no
Big up, MA. Alright, cool, man. Cool, Veli, man.
I
Cool,
was
man.
just
Big up,
on
MA.
Google Earth and I checked the distance
Big up, you lot.
between
Big up.
Okay, so
between,
we're dealing with a
the
bunch of
Hudson
people,
Bay
Veli,
teams.
that don't believe Google is right. They believe Google's
Oh,
made
shut
up.
up, Nemesis, man. You
No,
need
no,
to-
Wait,
I was
yeah.
trying to
But
find
wait.
MC
Made
Nemesis.
up.
I didn't get to ask my
MC
question, though,
Everything's
man.
made up.
I
Everything's
don't know
MC,
Google
I didn't get to
Earth.
ask my question, bro.
They
I didn't
believe
get to ask my
everything on
question.
Google's just made up. You can't really
Yeah,
argue
bro.
with contrarians.
Bro,
They
you're
can't
going down.
supplement
You
your
don't need
beliefs.
to. You don't need to argue about whether Google's information's right, bro. You can ask other questions, innit? About the
Yeah.
like.
You're just
Yeah,
wrong,
you
and you
going
don't
back
like the
down like
fact
that
that
and
you're
Wait,
let
hold
wrong.
Belly
on,
ask all the
MC,
Now you're
hold on a
telling the
sec, bro.
person on your side that he's wrong. The person who
I'm
believes
trying to
what you
educate
believe,
you,
you're
and I'm
saying
trying
he's
to
Hey,
wrong.
bro,
provide
hold on
truth
a
for you, and you're not listening.
Nemesis, slow down,
Yeah,
bro, because you're arguing
Hey,
against someone
hey.
that's on your side, yeah? Just slow down for a
Are
second.
you going to allow
Yeah,
him
but
to just ask all the questions for you, Nemesis?
shut
Hey,
up, man.
hold on a sec, man. Hold on a sec, though, yeah, because obviously, you see, if you was in the North Pole, when they've done that, you know, when they take their pictures of the stars, what way they're rotating.
The North Pole doesn't
Yeah,
exist.
wait, well, let me finish, man. Let me finish now, man. Yo, yeah. So when they take the pictures of the way that the stars are rotating, they're rotating anti-clockwise in the North Pole. They're rotating clockwise at the South Pole as well. If you take them at the South Pole, so
North Pole doesn't exist.
why would yeah? So why wouldn't
So
anyone
taking pictures at the North Pole?
The North Pole doesn't exist. So
No.
bro, there's pictures of the stars rotating. You can go out tonight, yeah, and put your phone up to the sky, yeah, and get it to flash taking pictures like every second, or every minute or whatever, and you'll get it rotating, innit? You'll get the stars rotating in the air yourself.
So does that mean we're moving?
Sorry, Tizza, the North Pole thing, whether you like it or not, you can't prove that it doesn't exist. So let's just assume that it
I'm
does.
just saying, like, as a landmass, I've even just been on Google Earth and that anyways, trying to do the distance over the Hudson Bay, and it's 110, but you can also see an island that's 70 miles and whatnot. But yeah, like they say it's a land. I grew up and it was a landmass, but apparently now it's not a landmass. There's nothing.
Oh, landmass.
Yeah, wait. That's not the point I'm making, whether the North Pole exists or not, yeah? I'm making the point that the stars are rotating one way at the North Pole and another way at the South Pole. So if you're hold on. If you're in Australia and you put your camera, who's that chatting in the background? Mute your mic, man.
That was funny though, Benny, because you said the place don't exist. So how are they taking pictures from a place that don't exist?
Bro. Mute your mic, man. It's like you really don't want me to get to the end of the point. You're just trying to distract. You don't want to get to the end of the point.
Go on, then, Cletus. Go on, man.
Mic and you got vexed. Like, come on, carry on.
Nah, man. I'm saying that if the stars are rotating one way at one pole and the other way at the other pole, like, what's the meaning for that?
It's a good question. Let's forget the poll issue. If he's saying that,
we should answer.
1 second. Hold on. Wait. I'm just saying, if there is a location on wherever it is that we live where stars in the sky are rotating in the opposite direction as to another location, I think that's all you need to kind of deal with, rather than poll, right? That's all he's saying.
And then at the equator, it's going east to west.
What's going east to west?
The star rotation.
So you're saying if you're standing at the equator, the stars will just make horizontal lines across the sky?
Yeah, the east to west.
So doesn't that prove
that? Wait, hold on. That wasn't. Wait, hold on, because I didn't say horizontal lines. You said horizontal lines. I said east to west.
You said east to west. That's horizontal.
Yeah.
So from your viewpoint, if you pointed the camera straight up,
like it's not like Karen.
Yeah, if you're standing on the equator and you pointed the camera straight up, if the stars are moving east to west and you did a time lapse, your time lapse would just show horizontal lines across the screen, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if that's the case, doesn't that prove that the stars aren't moving apart from each other at billions of miles an hour?
What?
Does that not prove that the stars are not expanding outwards, moving away from each other at billions of miles an hour?
Bro, but the question I asked you is how doesn't that prove that the Earth is round? You're talking about now the galaxy expanding. That's like something totally different.
This is what you believe. This is what you believe.
Bro.
In the Big Bang.
We were talking about the galaxy expanding. I haven't got enough knowledge on the galaxy expanding. I haven't got enough knowledge on the galaxy expanding.
We're talking about the heliocentric model of the world.
Bro.
You believe
you're talking about something different. You're talking about something different, bro. We're talking about the shape of the Earth. No. Right now. No. Right now, we're talking about the shape of the Earth, yeah? And you're trying to chat about the galaxy expanding. That's not the same subject, bro. The shape of the Earth. I'm saying that with these different rotation points at these 3 different points in the Earth, it shows that it's the shape of the Earth. It doesn't show that it's flat. It doesn't show that it's inside out, a donut, or any other shape.
You don't know any of that to be true. You're just regurgitating. But the idea of the Earth being a ball shape comes from the heliocentric
anything
model
you
of
know
the
is
world.
regurgitation. Every knowledge, anything that you know is a regurgitation.
That's not true.
of someone else's knowledge.
That's not true. That's not that goes against the idea. Hold on, that goes against the idea of objective truth. Anything you know is
There's no such thing as
regurgitated.
objective truth.
Yes, there
There's
is.
nothing. There's
Yes,
no
there
such
is.
thing as objective
Yes, there is.
What, there's
I'm
no,
walking
wait,
down the
hold
road.
on. Wait, hold on.
I am walking down. No, stop saying hold on. Stop saying hold on, Benny. Stop saying hold on. No, I'm talking. No, I'm talking. I'm talking. I am gonna stop and I'm gonna mute you. I'm gonna mute you. No, I'm going to mute you if you don't stop. I ain't gonna hold on. What are you talking about? I'm let me talk, man. I don't care. I am not. Let me mute you because you think that I'm ranting. Shush, man. So, objective truth. I am walking down the road chatting to you on the phone.
What are you talking about?
That's not a regurgitation.
Yeah?
I don't, bruv. You're interrupting me, bruv. You're interrupting me. You're interrupting me. Like, relax yourself, Benny. Yeah? Relax yourself. I'm not even rushing to speak now. I'm just going to dominate and say, relax yourself. Yeah? I'll let you chat when I'm done speaking. Simple. So don't give me these hold-ons and all these tactics that you lot trying to do. Bollocks. Yeah? Say what you're saying and say it quick. When I'm chatting, I'm chatting. I run the show. When I'm chatting, I'm chatting. So I'm saying objective truth is I am walking down the road right now saying hello to my butcher mate. Say hello. Right. That's objective truth. That's not me regurgitating. Yeah? That's me objectively observing what is. Now you can speak.
Brother, you didn't even let me get to the end of my sentence, but forget that anyway, yeah? That's emotional. Like I was saying, yeah? The point, I was literally going to ask a question. When you say objective truth and subjective truth, do you mean something that's true to you but false to me? That's what I was literally asking the question before you didn't even have to go down that route. You could have just let me get to the end of the question, but forget that. That was the question I was asking. When you're saying objective and subjective, because I might have got mixed up to objective and subjective, are you saying something that can be true to you but is false to me? It's only true to you. That's what you mean.
That's subjective.
Yes, that's what
you now. So you now want clarification. You now want clarification on what objective and subjective is. Yeah?
No, I was just saying that I got mixed up, bro. And you even let me get to the end of the thing.
You got mixed up. No problem. Move on.
Yeah.
Move on. You got mixed up.
I moved on anyway. Like I was saying, the question was how doesn't it prove that the Earth is round? Yeah, or the Earth is oblique spheroid, or the Earth is a sphere, whatever shape you want to call it. Yeah, with the different directions of the stars that's moving in the air at the different points in the globe.
Because the stars in the air have nothing to do with the physical shape of the Earth. There's something we can see far in the sky that we don't actually objectively know what they are, other than lights. We don't really know.
They do though. Because if the Earth was flat, yeah, you'd be able to see all the different stars at all the different points.
No, you wouldn't.
No, you would.
Only.
Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you?
I'm going to answer you, bro. Stop talking. Only if the stars were as far away as they say they are. But if the stars are way closer, you will only see so much due to the law of perspective.
Come on, man. Simple.
Perspective.
Law of perspective. On a flat surface. Standing on a flat surface, you don't see everything.
Standing on a flat surface. Standing on a flat surface, looking up at the sky.
Stop repeating what I said. Stop repeating. Bro, you're moving like a dunce breed. Stop repeating what I'm saying.
You're not even letting me get to the end of my sentence, bro. You're moving like a dunce breed, yeah?
There's no emotion. Stop repeating what I'm saying. I said what I said. Standing, it was very simple. You're just trying to complicate it. I said standing on a flat surface. Let me repeat it again for you.
You just want to get.
Let me repeat it again for you.
You don't want to answer no question.
Bruv, shush, man, shush. You just chatting. Look, standing on a flat surface. Yeah, you can listen now. Standing on a flat surface doesn't mean you get to see everything. Simple.
And I'm saying standing on a flat surface, looking at something in the air, things like the sun and the moon would definitely not have a different perspective. You would see the sun and the moon at the same time. You wouldn't even get fucking dark.
We do. The moon at the same time sometimes.
I've got video.
That's sometimes, not all the time. Not all the time.
So
And the moon, the moon doesn't mean darkness. The darkness is just
according to the heliocentric model. One sec, bro. Let me just.
That's when the Earth is facing away from the sun. Hold on a sec.
That shouldn't be possible.
Darkness is when the Earth is facing away from the sun.
And you're moving on, and you didn't let me answer what you just said. According to the heliocentric model, you should never see the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time.
What?
You
How
see
does that make sense? That doesn't mean
Because
make
they're on
sense.
opposite sides. They're on opposite directions.
No,
exactly.
It doesn't say they're on opposite sides, the guy in the opposite. And even if they are, it doesn't mean that they can't be seen at the same time.
According to the heliocentric model, you should not see them at the same time.
If they're rotating, they're rotating around. The Earth is rotating around the sun, and the moon is rotating around the Earth.
Australia,
Obviously, wait, hold on.
and
Let
the
me
sun
finish,
is
man.
here.
Let me finish,
How can
man.
we see the
When the
moon?
sun,
How can we see the moon?
bro, when the Earth's rotating around the sun, when the Earth, the part of the Earth that we're on, when England's facing away from the sun, it's darkness. When England's facing the sun,
nighttime.
It's daytime. What are you talking
Exactly.
about? And then when the moon,
answer Tiz's question now, because you
wait,
just
hold
killed
on.
yourself.
Wait, let me finish, man. Let me finish, bro.
Well,
The moon goes round the Earth, innit? So the moon can be seen at the Earth at certain times, but not all the time. If the Earth was flat, then you would be able to see the sun and the moon all the time.
That's not true. You're killing
That's
yourself.
what I'm saying.
You're
Yes,
killing
it is
yourself, because
Yes,
Tizza
it
was
is
just
true.
going to ask you a question. Go ahead, Tizza.
What was the question?
If the moon's in Australia and the sun is above our head, how can we see the sun and the moon together?
And if we see the sun and the moon together in the daytime,
Wait, hold on a sec.
where
Wait,
is the
hold
moon
on.
in
Hold on
Australia?
a sec. Hold on a sec, yeah? If the sun is above our head, but we're not above the sun. The sun's not smaller than the Earth. The Earth rotates around the sun. What are you talking about?
Let's simplify
Right, so
it.
if it's daytime, let me simplify it, because you seem to be a little bit.
Yeah, you have to. I've asked him this question before as well. He done the same shit.
Daytime here, yeah. If it's daytime here, sunny outside, but it's nighttime in Australia, how is it
Why
that
is the
we
moon
can see
here?
the sun
It's
and
nighttime
the
in
moon?
Australia.
Yeah.
Say that again.
How is it we
nighttime
can see
in
the moon
Australia?
Why is the moon here in England on the other side of the Earth? If it's
The moon
nighttime
doesn't
in
mean
Australia.
the moon doesn't cause darkness.
I didn't say it
Number one.
causes darkness, but in the nighttime,
So
the moon is
it doesn't matter
visible.
where the moon is then. Why does it matter where the moon is then? The moon could be right next to the sun all day. The moon doesn't cause darkness. The Earth facing away from the sun causes darkness. Are you not listening to what I'm saying?
Bro, we get
when
that.
the Earth faces away from the sun, that's when it gets
Belly,
dark.
this is
You
basics.
keep
We
talking
get
about
that.
the
That's
moon.
basics. This is the
Yeah,
point
but why
that
do
we're
you keep
making.
talking? Why? But wait, hold on a sec. So what was the point of saying that the moon is in Australia and it's dark then?
No one said
What does
that.
the moon
bro.
have to do with
No one
darkness?
said that. No one said that.
That
What
was
he
your
said
question.
was, what? No, it wasn't. What
That
he
was your
said
question.
was,
Why is the moon in
no, it
Australia when
wasn't.
it's dark?
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Just listen, bro.
Because it rotates around the Earth.
Bro, that's not listening. If it's
Don't
daytime
worry, I'm in the
here,
doctor's office. When I come out, we get back to badging up the even.
if it's daytime
Shut up,
here,
man. That's the answer to the question, bro. Yeah?
no,
When
Belly, man,
the
come
moon,
on, man.
the
Belly,
Earth
bro,
rotates,
man.
the moon rotates around the Earth, man.
Bro, please, let me speak. If it's daytime here, yeah, do you agree that it's nighttime in Australia? Do you agree that?
If it's daytime here, it's nighttime in Australia.
Do you agree?
Depends what part of the
No,
depends
if it's
what part of
daytime
the
here
sun
in London,
is facing Australia. If
daytime,
it's
bro.
not facing it at all, then nah. If it's nighttime
here,
there, then it's not facing the Earth.
exactly.
It's not facing the sun's not
So if
facing
it's
the Earth.
daytime here, it's
the Earth's not
nighttime
facing
in
the sun.
Australia. You agree, right? You agree with that?
Is Australia like exactly the opposite side of the Earth to England?
Exact enough. It's not exact, but it's the other side of the so-called ball.
It's in the
right?
southern hemisphere. It's in the southern hemisphere.
Okay. Are you aware that when it's 12 o'clock here in the daytime, it's 1 o'clock at night in Australia?
Yeah.
Are you aware of that?
Yeah, it could be. I'm not sure.
Every day without fail. The time zones never move.
Not could
When
be,
it's
that's a fact.
daytime here, exactly. When it's daytime here, in Australia, it's 12, 13 hours time difference. And that's the same every day and has been. Right, okay, cool. So we agree.
13 hours time difference, right?
Right. So when it's daytime here, it's nighttime in Australia, right? If it's nighttime in Australia,
right,
the moon is visible in Australia. Yes? No?
no, not necessarily.
Oh, this
Okay.
guy. This
No.
guy.
He's
Not necessarily.
kind of right.
Wait, hold on
No,
a
he's
sec.
kind of right.
Wait, hold on a sec.
Veli,
Every night in England. Wait, let me finish because you've asked the question and you got down to your alley, right? Yeah. Every night in England, do you see the moon, Caesar?
Pretty much every night, yeah.
Right?
I was gonna ask
but
what-
every night without fail, do you see the moon?
Okay, when are the times you don't see it? No,
99%
Veli's
of the
right.
time.
Veli's right.
No,
Veli's
not
right.
99% of the time. Every time. I said every night you see the moon.
95 to 99% of the time I see the moon. There's the
So
odd
the answer to
occasion
your question
when
is
when
no.
I
That's
don't
not
see
every
it.
time, is it?
Yeah.
That's
No,
not every time, is it?
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right, not every
Man.
time.
That's fine. That's
Right,
fine. So
thank
now
you.
I'm going to ask. So when the times when you can't see the moon in the sky, is the moon there? According to what you believe, is the moon there, but you just can't see it?
What do you mean the moon there? It might be. It's in.
No, no.
It's in
According
the,
to what you believe,
orbiting the Earth.
right? But
The
when you
moon's
say you
orbiting the
can't,
Earth. Yeah, so the
when you
moon's
say
there.
you
Yeah,
can't,
the moon's there. It just might not be
exactly.
visible.
It's not visible because apparently the dark side of the moon is facing us, right? Or not the
No.
dark side of the moon.
No.
Sorry, apparently the sun's got reflection on it.
No.
What is it then? What is it?
There's the. You know what? Yeah, people in
Moon
Australia.
phases. Explain moon phases,
Listen,
bro. Come on.
when people. Okay, but when people in Australia take pictures of the moon, yeah, and people in the UK take pictures of the moon, they see the same face of the moon. But one sees it one way.
Corrected myself already.
One sees. Wait, hold on. One sees it one way up, and the other one sees it the other way up. Why is that?
Okay, Veli, but you're not answering the question though, right? The
Yeah,
times when you
someone sees the dark side of the moon, bro. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about.
I corrected myself. As soon as I said it, I corrected myself. As soon as I said dark side of the moon, I corrected myself straight away. So I don't know why you're still talking about that. I corrected
but I asked you a
myself.
question, innit? I asked you a question.
What was the question you asked me?
We've moved on, man. My question is, why do people in the southern hemisphere take pictures of the moon but see the same face of the moon, but it looks a different way?
The original point.
Wait. I've got the answer for him. I've got the answer for him. I've got the answer.
Well, what's the answer then? What's the answer?
I don't know.
I
don't know. Yeah.
But that's
the
more.
question is,
But you know what that does though? That corroborates more towards the Earth being like a globe.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. Because if you remember you was making a big point about Australians being upside down, right?
No, I never made no point about Australians being upside down.
Australians ain't up. How comes Australians ain't upside down? How comes things ain't upside down in Australia?
When did I say that?
When MC2 was trying to say that it's relativity to
Wasn't
where
S.
the people were standing.
That wasn't S. S wasn't making
That weren't me.
point.
But anyway, but we're
But
moving away.
it was the group, innit? Like the people that believe
Fine,
that.
fair enough. But we're moving away from a very simple concept. So I'm just trying to clarify. So we've got a baseline understanding. I agree that sometimes you can't see the moon in the sky due to what they call moon phases, right? I agree that. So I'm trying to establish, if you understand that the times you can't see the moon in the sky, according to what you believe, it's because the sun is at a certain angle where it's not lighting up enough of the moon, so it looks like none of the moon's lit up and you can't see it. Do you agree that that is what your beliefs entail? Do you agree that?
Yeah, that's not. I'm not sure about that still, because like.
Wow. So what are moon phases then, bro? Why are you arguing if you don't know any of this basic stuff about what you believe?
You're arguing about moon phases. I'm telling you about the shape of the Earth, bro. Wait, hold on. Hold on. No. You keep, bro. Wait, hold on, man. You keep going on these long lectures. Yeah. You ask a question. I give 1 sec. Wait, hold on. You hold on for a sec, bro. You hold on for a sec now, yeah. Because I didn't even cut you while you answered your question. As soon as I gave one sentence to the question or whatever question that you just asked me, you just started going on a rant about something else where you're going to go on the next half-hour rant. You haven't answered one question about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah,
Hold on a sec here.
I did answer one question. I said I don't know.
Okay, but I didn't cut you out when you were speaking in it, or when you were ranting as well. Yeah,
we were talking about the shape of the Earth and the sun and the moon.
Stick to the truth as well, Veli. No one's
ranting. And that's
established in your beliefs and where they should be positioned.
And that's why I'm saying that the things that are corroborating with the Earth being a globe and the Earth rotating is
that
doesn't corroborate.
You're missing. You're not even. You're talking about some next stuff.
How can you say no to what I'm saying? I haven't even finished my sentence. How can you say no?
The sun and the moon are, and you're talking some
how
next
can
shit.
you say no?
Who cares what's upside down? We're trying to establish if the sun's in the sky here, should the moon be in the sky in Australia? It's that simple.
Very
I don't
simple.
know what else you're trying to go on
doesn't even
about.
matter, bro. Whether the moon's in the sky in Australia, because the moon doesn't cause darkness. The moon just orbits around
it's
the
not
Earth.
about what causes darkness, bro. Is the moon in
so
the
why
sky
does it matter whether? So why does it matter?
Because if the moon is in the sky,
the moon can be in Australia. Yes, the moon can be in Australia at the same time as the sun. Yes, the moon can be at the same time as Australia.
Can the moon be in the sky in Australia and England at the same time?
Obviously not.
Then how come we see the moon in the daytime? Duh. This is basic, bro.
Wait, hold on a sec, yeah? Wait, hold on a sec then. What does the moon, what does you seeing the moon in the daytime mean? Does that mean that someone in Australia can see the moon as well?
Well,
is that what you're saying?
Be able to.
Wait, hold on. Just answer that one question. Yeah, are you saying
I'm in
that
Australia,
you see it? Wait, bro, listen, stop
just
backing
answered
it,
you.
Man.
I said yes.
You'll get your chance, innit? Yeah.
I said
yes. That's what you're saying. You seeing the moon here means someone can see the moon in Australia at the same time.
No, what I'm saying is, if we can see the moon here,
is that what you're saying?
No.
That's what I'm asking you. What you're saying?
Okay, so let me tell you then, bro. If we can see the moon here in the daytime, and it's nighttime in Australia, then it stands to reason that they can see the moon in Australia too, while we can see the moon here in England.
No, it doesn't. No, it don't.
Well, that means that the moon is not in Australia at nighttime. It means the moon is around the other side of the Earth at nighttime.
The moon rotates around the Earth, so the moon may not be in Australia at nighttime.
Wow.
The moon rotates around the Earth. The moon may not be in Australia at nighttime. What are you talking about? You said you. Listen, wait, hold on. Stop saying wow. Listen, why? Bro, listen. You're actually annoying, innit? Yeah, because you keep ad-libbing at the side.
You got a delay. It's your delay that's annoying you, bro.
You just ad-libbing at the side, cuz, yeah, and not even listening to what I'm saying. And every time I get to start the sentence, why do you keep cutting in, cuz? Let me finish my sentence. All right, so if we could see the stars rotating around the Earth at different clockwise, anti-clockwise, horizontal, east or west, flipping at different points of the Earth, yeah, and all these things that corroborate towards it being the Earth, like the different seasons, like when it's summer in the southern hemisphere, it's winter in the northern hemisphere. When it's spring in one, it's autumn in the other. It's they're opposite, innit? Like so.
Yeah,
but that shows that it goes towards it.
That disproves it. That don't prove it. That disproves it, bro.
That proves it. How did it disprove it? How,
bro?
How? Why? Why is it?
You need to do your research, bro. Come on.
Yeah, but how? You need to know. Tell me now. You can school me right now. Tell me how it disproves it.
You're saying that us having seasons proves that the Earth's a ball, right? So you're saying the Earth is
us having seasons opposing. Wait. Us having seasons on the Earth. Yeah, this is one Earth. Yeah, that everyone lives on all together. Us having opposing seasons on different positions of the Earth proves that it's a ball. That's what I'm saying.
No, it doesn't. It disproves it. Or that alone doesn't disprove it. But the way they explain it to us disproves it. Yeah. The way they explain it disproves it. They're saying the tilt of the Earth's axis is what causes the seasons, right?
Veli, what you arguing about?
Yeah. The what?
What you arguing about? What you arguing about? The moon is flat or something?
About whether the Earth's round. Hold on.
Go on.
No. Don't use the word round. Use spherical. Use spherical.
Whether the Earth is a sphere. Yeah.
Spheroid.
Is the Earth a sphere? Yeah. But that's what you say. The flat Earthers just don't believe the Earth's round, innit?
No one says, no one says, no. Listen. There's people that think the Earth is flat, innit? Yeah? That's it. The people that think the Earth is hollow, the people that, right? And then there's people that just question the mainstream narrative of us living on the same boat. I think that's so, how do you want to get to
yes, it's really bad, bro. We can't hear you.
Hold on.
We can't hear you.
Huh? You can't hear me?
Yeah, because of the wind.
Yeah, we can't hear you, man. The wind.
Alright, cool. Yeah, say nothing, man. You lot getting, you lot are
Yeah, we
lucky,
can hear you
man.
now. You can hear you now.
You lot are lucky. I'm ready
Yeah,
to
we can hear you now,
sleep,
man.
man. Alright, cool. So
Oh,
yeah.
let's go, man.
Now, yo, Belly, relax yourself, cuz,
He's
man.
got a delay. So.
Anyway, man. So yeah, all it is people that question the mainstream narrative of us being on a spinning ball. Now, some people are willing to hedge their bets and say, I think it's this, and I think it's that, and I think it's that. But me, I just want to raise the question and discuss the queries that we have with it being a spinning ball. So I just want to like make my position and the brother's position clear, because calling man a flat earther in 2023 is a disservice to the critical thinking that man's doing. It's a disservice. Like, it makes man feel like, oh, these man think the earth's a pancake. These man think the earth's a saucer. And it might not be that. So,
This
get
planet
me?
in space and all that bullshit.
Yeah, so we can carry on from there.
What is the shape of the earth?
It's not a ball.
I don't know.
Well, what shape though?
I said I don't know.
Do any of you ever look through a telescope? No.
I don't know.
I don't know what the
I've never
shape is,
seen
but
the
I
earth.
know you
I've never
can't
seen the
detect
earth from
any
outside the
curve.
earth.
No,
I've never seen the earth. I've never seen the earth from outside the earth. So I have no understanding. I don't know what earth is. I'm not convinced by what they say earth is. And like, obviously, Lana Celts, what are you gonna say?
The people that say that the earth is flat, right?
You got to speak into your
Why
mic,
would the planets, like, if the earth is flat, then the planets would be flat? Because every single planet.
So that's
Oh,
like saying,
bro, the same old fucking argument,
that's
man.
like saying
What is that with people,
if you're
man?
male, then a woman should be male. The planets and the earth are two completely different things, bro.
Two different things. What? How does that even make logical sense? What you're saying?
Or if my
How
car's
does
a
that make sense?
BMW, your Mercedes
Mars
should
is
be a BMW.
and the thing is, yeah, if I tell you that there's no evidence that Mars is a spheroid terra firma planet, yeah, you're gonna say, yeah, we got pictures from NASA and rare. Like, and you're gonna think that I'm the dumb one. Yeah, there's no evidence that these places are terra firma and that they're round, that they're spheroids. No evidence. If you buy a telescope and look at the planets yourself through a telescope, you will not see a sphere. End of story. Everyone's gonna lie and say, yeah, I've seen it. And they're fucking lying. But when you do it, you see flashing lights.
Yeah.
You look like lights underwater. That's what you see. That's a fact.
Yeah, it looks like
But everyone else just wants to chat shit because they can't be bothered to do it. Yeah? Simple. Now, Land of Celts. Let me tell you something. Land of Celts. Let me just say one last thing to Land of Celts. Yeah? Allah rolled out the earth like a carpet. One. The earth is like a ostrich. The earth is like an ostrich nest. Two. These are Quranic references, yeah, to the nature of earth. All right. I'll let you go now.
Yeah, but there's other ways. There's different things that you can do on Earth to see
Land of
what the
Celts
shape of the Earth is.
supposed
So
to respond to that.
Exactly, observable stuff, and that's what we've mentioned. So now you give me something that's observable that shows that the Earth is a spinning ball.
that's observable. There's something called the focal pendulum.
A what? Sorry.
You know what that is? Focal pendulum.
Explain it.
All
to
the
us.
scientists have measured this. They've measured the shape.
Yeah,
of
the
the
focal
Earth.
That's not true, Land of Celts. That's a lie.
It's similar
Land of
to
Celts.
an
That's
egg.
a lie.
Measuring the rotation. Measuring the rotation of the
It's
Earth.
like an oval shape. The Earth is like an oval shape.
So how come all the pictures show it perfectly round then?
I know
All the
that it
CGI
looks like
composites
that,
show it
but when
perfectly
they
round.
measured it by satellites. And
Okay,
a lot
when
of
did this
planets
happen?
in the solar system are the same. The gravity shapes planets. The large.
Why are you going against your Quran? Why are you going against your Quran, Land of Celts? You're not a Muslim anymore. Are you not a Muslim anymore? Are you no longer Muslim, Land of Celts? No, Akai.
Why?
Akai, are you still Muslim?
He said, yeah.
Okay, so why are you going against
one of the tools of manipulation?
So why are you going against? Why are you going against what
the Quran says?
Well, to me, the Quran is not a book of science. It's a belief. It's not something.
So science takes precedent over Allah, yeah?
Huh? How do you roll? How do you roll? How do you roll an oval? Yeah, you say an egg shape, yeah? You say an egg shaped oval, yeah? How do you roll an oval? How do you roll an oval? Let me ask you a question. How do you roll an oval out like a carpet?
And no.
How do you roll an oval? How do you roll an oval out like a carpet?
Do you ever see when you're playing football years ago as a child, and a big van or the truck goes over the football, and the ball you kicked on and it sort of wobbles as you kick it through the air, like that shape. That's the shape.
That's how you roll an egg out like a carpet. See, the thing is, we've studied both sides, and you guys haven't even studied the side you believe, and you definitely haven't studied any evidence that contradicts what you believe. You haven't studied.
But where is the evidence? What evidence contradicts what we believe?
Astronomy.
Evidence has been getting dropped, really.
What evidence? What evidence, though? Point us towards the evidence.
You can't detect any curvature.
Wait, hold on.
You can measure.
Point me towards. Wait, hold on. Let's be honest now. Point me towards the evidence so we can review it.
Oh, Brighton. The evidence is right there on the beach in Brighton.
What's there on the beach?
Go to Dover. Go to Dover. The evidence right there in Dover.
What's that?
Okay,
what's
so
that?
if you go to Brighton, stand on the beach. Go to Brighton, stand on the beach. You can see landmass 40 miles away that should be buried behind curvature, but you can see the shoreline. That's not a conspiracy theory, bro. Go to the fucking beach in Brighton. And you can see. What am I talking about? What?
Seeing the shoreline doesn't mean that the Earth is not a globe.
Right, let's take turns. Land of Celts. Wait. Land of Celts.
Wait, hold on.
Wait.
You're saying. Wait. You're saying that
even studied what you believe.
Wait. No, but listen to what you're saying. You're saying that if you can see landmass from Dover, that means that the Earth's not flat. That the Earth's flat.
I didn't say that at all. I said go to Brighton.
Or that the Earth's not round.
Go to Brighton, yeah. If you can see the shoreline at Beachy Head 40 miles away, yeah, that is damn proof, irrefutable proof that the Earth is not an oblate spheroid that is roughly 24,901 miles around. Because if it was 24,000, I'm answering.
What do you mean, how, bro?
Shut your fucking ad-libbing mouth up, man. Every 2 seconds you're ad-libbing like a little bitey man, bro. Chill out, man. Let him get to the end of the point, man.
You dickhead. Suck yourself, you dickhead. Yeah? Suck yourself, you little dickhead.
Man.
Listen, man. Shut your mouth, man. Get me? You can never tell me about Batty, man. You're an idiot, bro. So hear what I'm saying, yeah? It's clearly obvious. If you actually standing from a stance where you believe the Earth is a globe, then you know it should be impossible to see the shoreline. Because of the curvature of the Earth. So it's self-explanatory. It's self-explanatory what he's saying. But you're just shouting, how?
I'll explain.
You're just shouting, how?
It's not impossible.
Yeah, it is.
It's not impossible.
Yeah, it is. You know why it is? You know why it is? Because the vanishing point, right? That land, that shore is supposed to be behind or underneath your line of sight based on the curvature. It's simple.
You're saying, hold on. So there's no point that you can stand at Dover where you may be able to see a little bit further or a little bit shorter. Is that what you're saying?
No. If you're on higher land, we're talking about you being on.
Why are you saying? Hold on.
If you're on higher land,
you can only get. There's only a certain point you can see.
Oh my god.
No.
What is going on?
Why? I didn't say.
Yeah, he was very specific. I knew that he weren't going to listen. You know.
Yeah.
I knew that he was not going to listen to what you're saying.
Yeah.
I knew you weren't gonna listen, and then you're gonna end up asking 5 questions about the one statement he made, rather than just listen properly. This is what you do. You tell him man about ad-libbing like a batty man. You mind how you chat to me as well. Yeah, I don't talk to you like that, Benny. Yeah, do you like? I'm not sniper or whoever you think or whatever. I'm not playing that game with you. Just relax yourself, innit? Yeah. You're the one rolling with the mainstream narrative. You're the one going with what the mainstream think. I don't see why you should be so agitated. Yeah? Don't try to insult me ever again. I mean, you don't have it like that, bro. That's your first time you've ever spoken to me like that. And make sure it's your last time, bro. I don't chat to you like that. Cool.
You know what,
I mean that as well.
Wait,
No, I mean that as well.
Hold on, though, man. Let me speak, no? Mamba Clark, cuz. And you're telling the truth, cuz. You haven't spoken to me like that, fam. So I would apologize for speaking to you like that. Okay, you don't speak to me like that. And you haven't spoken to me like that. That was my bad.
Alright, yeah, okay. There's someone trying to jump on. I didn't know who he was. But yeah, now I know that he's Ryder's friend. Hold on, I'm gonna let him in. Big up, bro. Big up. Big up, brother. Welcome, man. Any friend of UK Riders is a friend of mine, man. Big up yourself, bro. Welcome.
Come on, respect.
Big up, big up.
So yeah, to answer your question, Veli.
Wait, quickly, S. I just want to say, just quickly. I just want to say there is a literal formula to calculate the curvature of the Earth.
I know it off by heart.
8 inches per mile squared.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
No, but that's a parabola. Do you know what a parabola is?
Veli, let me answer your question, bro.
That's not the actual. Wait, hold on, because that's not the real measurement. But that's. Wait, hold. Let me answer that one statement, then. Wait, can I answer?
No, Veli, no. This bad.
You man are just doing some jokes here, man. This is getting annoying.
No, bro. You asked me a question. You said, why is it impossible? I'm going to answer you, bro.
Yeah, but you're gonna say 8 miles per thing, and I'm telling you that that's a parabola. And it's not the actual measurement on how you calculate the.
He's not going to say that. He's not going to say that. I just brought that up.
He's
not going to say that. He's answering your
question. The Earth is 23,000 miles in diameter. 23,000.
It's not 24,901 anymore. Mr. I do study my belief.
Well, it used to. They measured it by satellites, and that's how they get the exact.
Okay, so now it's changed. So everything they said falls apart. All of the maths falls apart.
Science changes. Science changes.
Yeah, but because the full reality.
I'll tell you why. Because there's better machines. Machines get better. The technology gets better, and they're able to measure it. How are they able
let me
to
answer
find
Veli's question. Anyway, let me answer Veli's question because that's what I was trying to do. Yeah. If the Earth is a ball, roughly 24,901 miles around, then you can derive a formula, Veli. Yeah, you can derive a formula that describes the drop-off due to the curvature of the Earth. Okay, and if it's 24,901 miles around, then that formula is 8 inches times by the distance in miles squared. You saying parabola don't mean shit.
Bro, you don't even need to get technical. Scientists say you can watch a boat go over the curve.
Yeah, but
you don't need to go mathematic on it. Like,
there's video after video. There's video after video of people watching boats go over the horizon and then zooming in.
Yeah,
and then the boat
that makes their life fall apart straight away. Forget maths.
Exactly.
You don't need to do nothing after that.
But he asked me, why is it impossible to see the shoreline 40 miles away? And I'm trying to explain why.
The word's already in there.
Do you remember the guy that jumped off? Do you remember the guy that?
Can you let the new brother get a little bit of microphone time, please?
Yes, bro.
Please.
Cool, man. You guys go.
Say nothing. Sorry.
Do you remember the English guy that went up in the balloon in 2012? And he jumped from 160.
Yeah, the Red Bull challenge. Yeah.
Oh, Ferguson or something.
What about him?
Yeah. You could clearly see the Earth was round.
Wow.
But wait.
Yo, baby.
Wait. Let me answer that, please. If you look at that ball, if you look at the ball in that picture, look at that video again.
Land the Celts. Hold on. Land the Celts. Like, brother, respectfully, no disrespect. Everyone starts somewhere, innit? Yeah. All right. No one's better than anyone. Yeah. But if you go and ask, if you go and do your research, you see that they use concave lenses, yeah, to film. And there's also footage, yeah, without the concave lenses, yeah, where you can see that it's flat, it's straight, yeah, there is no curvature. That's the lens of, that's the lens of the camera and one lens of a window that they use, that they shot through. And they tell you that themselves. So like I said, anyone that wants to like, oh yeah, I think this and that, just do a little bit of research for yourself before you bring argument. Just a little bit, because then the people that you're quoting, hold on, the people that you're quoting, the people that you're quoting will tell you themselves, nah, that's not really, nah, you can't see the curvature. Remember, the ISS,
Oh, you cut out, bro. You cut out.
You cut out a bit, yeah.
You cut out. What he was about.
What did he say? The ISS?
No.
Can you hear me?
He was about to say.
Yeah.
Suck.
Yeah, say again.
Yo.
Go,
we can hear you, Jed. We can hear you.
Yeah. What he was about to say was the astronauts on the ISS say that they can't see curvature.
Yeah.
And
but yeah, the Red Bull man claiming could. But you can see the curvature when you watch the boat go over the water, though, innit? So you're not high enough, but you're low enough, though. It contradicts itself.
Yeah, but why is all the planets? When I look up and
bro,
I take
you've never seen a planet, bro.
All right, planets is a Greek word for wandering star, bro.
All right,
they're the only things that move.
When I Jupiter, Neptune, Mars. You know that there's moons. You know that there's about 40 or 50 moons around Jupiter. And when I zoom in on the telescope that I have on the moon, you can literally see the little moons, like they're like peas. They're that small.
You're lying.
So
you're lying. You're lying. You are lying. I don't know why. You're mistaken. But hold on. You're lying. You're lying. One second. Because I cut out. Yeah. The ISS. I don't know if you heard this point. The ISS that is higher than the Red Bull fucking balloon, right? Tell you they are not high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. Did you know that?
Which makes no sense as well.
Yeah. Land of Celts. Did you know that?
All right, what height is it?
Land of Celts. Did you? No, bro. I'm asking you a question. Did you know that?
Nah, he didn't know that. He didn't know that.
Right. So, why are you just ignoring me now?
Roughly 250 miles above the Earth.
Why are you ignoring me? Land of Celts. Did you know that the IS? No. 1 second. Everyone shush for a second. That Land of Celts. Did you know? Did you know that the ISS is not high enough to see the curvature of the Earth? The International Space Station. Did you know that, Land of Celts?
That is the most crazy.
All right, go and Google it. Everyone go and Google it now.
It's 250.
Everyone go and Google it now. Everyone go and Google it now. Everyone stop. Everyone stop. Everyone go and Google it now. See the ISS.
Orbit. There's middle.
Brother, are you okay or something? Are you all right or something? Brother, are you?
250 miles.
Listen to me very carefully.
Brother, me that the Earth is like a table. And they've all
Land of Celts, please, can we deal with information how we normally deal with everything? When it comes to this point, man just goes from one regurgitated thing to another regurgitated thing. It's like man don't care about the facts, right? So I'm trying to slow it down. So let's do this. Can they see the curvature from the ISS? First question. Second question: was the ISS higher than the Red Bull balloon challenge?
Way higher.
Way higher. Okay, so they can't see the curvature from the ISS. They tell you this.
Who says
it's not a secret? NASA and the astronauts have told you. Now I'm gonna give you 5 minutes to go and research. When you come back, if you're an honest man, hold on. Let me finish.
Yeah.
If you're an honest man, when you come back, you're gonna come back and apologize for giving that missing. Bro, let me finish, man. I don't care what you lot are saying. Let me just finish. It's a small point, bruv, but I keep getting interrupted, so it sounds like a long point. Yeah. If you lot just be patient with me, but it's like you lot are rigging it and speaking it. Yeah. All right, cool. All I'm saying is this: they cannot see the curvature from the ISS. The ISS is higher than the Red Bull balloon, so that lets you know that the Red Bull balloon didn't see curvature. The Red Bull balloon let you know that they use concave fisheye lenses and concave windows, yeah, and that's why you saw that apparent curvature, which is not real.
What
Yeah,
about the
it's
amateur rockets, Jedi? What about the amateur rockets that fly up?
no, wait, no. We're gonna stick on this point. No, we're gonna stick on this point. So now you know that what you saw on the Red Bull challenge wasn't actual curvature, and the people that are even considerably higher than that in the space station tell you they can't see curvature. Will you concede those points and never bring them up again?
Hold on. Did you ever see the amateur? Forget astronauts. Do you know that every year?
This is what I can't take. This is what I can't take, bro. This is what I can't take. Either you want to deal with the facts, you just present this, and I've just broke it down, and you're just trying to skip over it. But you're going to have to concede. You're going to have to concede and acknowledge what I'm saying. Don't now go to amateur rockets.
Yeah,
we're not talking about rockets. Bro, I'm out. So you think people are making amateur rockets that? So wait. One last thing. You think people are making amateur rockets that go higher than the International Space Station?
No.
So your knowledge is fucking pants, brother. With due respect.
Jedi, why would
if you
so
think
many people fake it? Why would people on
Who
YouTube...
said they're faking? The ISS tell you, no, they're not faking. The ISS tell you they can't see curvature from their altitude.
All right, the
Red Bull tell you we use fisheye lenses and concave windows. The Concords, where people used to think they were seeing the curvature, tell you we use concave or convex windows, yeah, to protect against the sound barrier and whatever pressure. Yeah, and that's why when you look out, it appears like you're seeing curvature, but you're not. And that's the highest altitude plane that we've ever had, right? So you now want to tell me that an amateur man is sending an amateur rocket higher than the fucking ISS, and then I'm the one chatting shit.
All right, let me tell you this. Forget even amateur rockets. You ever heard of the American U-2 spy plane that flies up the 70s?
Google the thing what man's talking about. Hey, Jedi, can't someone share the screen to Google what you just said so we can actually just see it? And you can put it on the screen and then that point is over and done with.
Right. Go to the U2 spy plane and you can see...
Who's on the laptop? Whoever's on the laptop can share their screen. Google the thing what he's saying. What the ISS... Can the ISS see the curvature of the Earth? And then you can show it on the screen. Like you can just answer that question. Like a lot of the points that we're arguing about, yeah, we can quickly get the answer and then move on to the next point.
Yeah. You know what, Veli? Put it up on your second phone and just read it out for us.
I'm using it as maps right now. You know?
I say that. Well, let's take it. Like I said, yeah, this is what I thought. Listen, let me tell you something. Yeah, let me tell you something. I was raised on this principle. Literally. Yeah. Give a man a fish, he feed himself for a day. I don't need to finish the rest of that analogy. You know how it goes. So it's all good me Googling. I'm on a road, cuz. Yeah, I've been to the doctors. I'm now here picking up some keys. I'm going to go and link someone else. I'm on the road. Yeah? So I'm saying, I told him, go and Google and come back in 5 minutes and then let us know that you're a man. And then you're going to be like, you know what? I was wrong. I was misinformed or I got the wrong thing. And then I feel like that's gonna be more powerful than me showing it or whatever. You look for yourself.
Take some time. The spy plane goes 13 miles up maximum.
Play this 6-minute video. Like, just play a bit of this video. I'll send
it to you. I swear down, but listen to me, yeah. You're making these man's arguments sound stupid, yeah. Because they all know that from the Earth and in the Earth's altitude, yeah, in the Earth's atmosphere, you're not high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. This is what the scientists say. This is what the space people, NASA and that tell you. This is what the International Space Station tell you. So you talking about spy plane, yeah, that's not going to go higher than the space station. This is stupid. What you're going to look at, yeah, is concave windows. I don't know how many times to tell you. Fisheye lenses. Like, I don't know how many more times to tell you. I'm not making this up. You take your time out. Go and look at it.
Hey, cannot concede that point because even if that's whether it's true or false, it still doesn't mean that the Earth's round or flat. You get me? It just man just say that from that perspective you can't tell.
What do you mean whether it's true or not?
Yeah.
Well, is there anyone in the hold on? Let me ask you. Is anyone in the chat?
No, I'm not saying
anybody.
Jedi, hold on. I'm not saying you're lying.
I'm moving on. Does anybody in the
I'm
chat?
not saying you're lying. I was just saying
Alright, cool.
for
No,
whatever.
let's not say whether it's true or not. It's true.
All right, have we
this is
ever
another
walked
thing.
on the moon? Has man ever walked on the moon?
Oh, bro, do you see you? Yeah, see you. So basically, this is what we call cognitive dissonance. Yeah, because you're making points, and when they're being debunked, rather than conceding, you're moving on to the next point without even addressing the fact. Without even addressing the fact. Hold on. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. It won't go well. Without even conceding to the fact that the point that I raised has been debunked. You're just gonna move on to the next thing. So we went from the ISS to the Red Bull to the homemade rockets to the spy plane, and now to man on the moon. And you're not conceding that any of these points you said have been fucked up. So I'm saying, Kel, go away, Google whether you can see curvature of the Earth from the ISS. You do it, and come back and tell us what your results is.
Do you know why I'm going?
And then after that, then we can talk about going to the moon. Because right now you're just taking the piss out of us.
And to answer Veli,
I'll tell you why I'm saying it. I'm saying it because I'm trying to prove a mindset. And there's many people like you. You are a minority, but you're a large minority, right? And that mindset is prevalent. There's people in the West, a lot of people who don't believe it. But this mindset, what I'm seeing here, is mostly outside of the West. But it's into conspiracy theorists inside the West as well.
It's got nothing to do with conspiracy theory, bro. Man's talking about physical reality, not conspiracy theory. Are you actually retarded, bro? Are you actually
Forget
retarded?
that, man. The point is whether the Earth's round or not, bruv. Not everyone's mindset or whatever. People keep doing that, ain't it? We keep getting into each other's personal shit. Fuck that. Get on to the actual point of the thing, topic.
Yeah, so to answer what you said about, to answer what Veli said about if you can't see curvature from the ISS, does that mean the Earth's not round? I would say yes, it does. Because if the Earth is the size they said it is, and you were 250 miles above it, you most certainly would easily see the curvature. Easy.
Once you fly over 50,000 feet, you can start to see the curvature of the Earth.
So then why can't they see it from the ISS then, bro?
Forget 50,000 feet, 200 miles. You can see a boat go over the curve. Why do you need to go up that high? That don't make sense.
Yeah, but these men are saying that it's not. There's no curve.
No, but that's the point he's making.
That's why.
There is no curve.
That's why.
Listen, Veli, listen to what he's saying.
You really
means that you can see that it's
man saying there ain't a
round
curve.
shape.
He's
a
saying
round
there ain't a
shape.
curve. He's saying the boats disappear, but if you zoom in, the boats haven't actually gone over a curve. They've just disappeared due to perspective. But if you've got a zoom lens, you can see the boats. This is old
you can
news,
see it with a
Veli. Come
normal
on, you
phone,
should
bro.
know this.
I done it when I was on holiday, bro. I was watching oil tankers disappear, and I was bringing them back in with my phone.
Exactly.
100 times zoom.
Bruv,
with
the
a
last
phone.
5 times I've been to Brighton, I see people standing on the beach doing the exact same thing.
Bro, you can see France
They're
from
high-power
Dover.
lenses. Exactly.
You can see France from Dover.
Bro. You got to come with an actual real distance that you're saying, yeah, where one side of what, you know what I'm saying, that, and even that sort of distance ain't eyesight seeing lens that you lot want to get as to measure curvature, where you're saying you can see something on one side of the globe and then it disappears and you can't ever see it because it's actually on the other side of the globe, but you can't see it from this side of the globe.
Really? Are you following the same conversation, bro?
Is that not what you're saying, though? Is that not what you're saying with the boat going out of distance and then you being able to see it? If it was a curve, if it was on a curve, you wouldn't be able to see it. But you're talking about if it was actually on the other side of the actual ball. Where, like,
no, we're not talking about the other side of anything.
We're talking about when a boat goes out.
Play the video of a bit of the video.
Sorry, bro, I was talking, bro. Just wait. When a boat goes out away from the shore, as it goes off into the distance, it disappears. The mainstream bro, I'm talking. The mainstream narrative says that when that boat disappears, it disappears due to the curvature of the Earth. That's what the mainstream narrative says. Reality says if you stand on the beach and you watch that boat disappear, Even give it another 5 minutes, and then get your zoom lens out and zoom in. You will see the boat.
It doesn't say you would wait. Hold on, because you're making a mistake with what you're saying anyway. Yeah, because it doesn't say you are. Why are you saying? Let me finish what I'm saying, innit? Yeah. Forget the ad libs or ad lib on mute, innit? That's easier. We won't get into argument about it. Then like when you're saying the boat disappearing out of the person's sight because of the view, because of the curvature. Yeah. You mean like the person's line of sight? Right, like
the mainstream.
Wait, hold on, bro. Hold on. Can I get to the end, please? Please. Just let me
you're
get
telling
to
me what I mean.
Bro, but can I get to the end of my point though?
But why are you saying what I mean if it's your point?
Alright, what do you mean then? What do you mean then?
I just said what
Tell
I
us
mean.
your fucking what you mean then.
I just said it. The
mainstream let me fucking finish saying what I was saying then, bro.
The thing that you believe. Not what I mean. The thing that you believe says the boat disappears because of the curvature. The thing that you believe.
It's out of eye. It's the thing that says here is out of your eye distance because obviously the shape or whatever. But if you're using eyesight. But if you're using something to enhance your vision, obviously you're going to be able to see a little bit further. If you're talking, let me finish let me finish and get to the end, please, because I'll let you get to the end whingingly. Yeah, but even so if you're using something to enhance your sight, obviously you're going to be able to see a little bit further or whatever. If you're talking about something being actually out of sight because it's gone over a distance where the curvature means that there's no way you can physically see it from any sort of angle, then that's a different sight, bro.
But what you believe, that's what they're saying. But that's what they're saying.
But your eyesight. Wait, hold on. When the boats go in over horizon, out of your eyesight. Wait, out of your eyesight is not the same thing as out of the vision of what it could physically be.
Listen now, Veli. You've made your point. You've made your point. You're saying the same thing over and over.
The line of sight thing that you're talking about, yeah, that's a flat Earth argument, bro. The mainstream narrative, the globe narrative, says the boat disappears because it disappears behind the curvature. It doesn't say line of sight. Yes, it does.
It does. It's it is your line of sight, brother, in your vision of how far you can see.
So you
and the curvature.
You just proved that you don't even understand what you say you believe.
It actually is your line of sight, your vision, how far you can see. Yeah, and the curvature. And obviously, if you use something to enhance your vision, yeah, if the thing's not actually in, like I said, yeah, over the physical curvature where it's impossible for you to see something, yeah, then there's no way you can see it, no matter what angle you stand at. Yeah, but if it's something of your, wait, hold on, if it's something in your eyesight, yeah, your perspective, yeah, like the horizon where you can see, like that's really your perspective or whatever. Yeah.
So let's say the boat.
Obviously, if you enhance it, it can get further or whatever. Like, if you go higher, you can get further.
Let's say the ship is 20 miles offshore. Is that far enough that you shouldn't be able to see it because of the curvature?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. Though.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. 20 miles away. Yes, it is. 40 miles away.
Like
yes, it is.
They wanna talk science and proof and this, that, and the other. You give them the literal formula for the curvature. We say there's a distance that you shouldn't be able to see. You can see it, and they don't like. What is this?
It's 3 miles.
But they think they actually can debunk science using science. What the fuck are they doing?
Nobody's debunking science, bro. We're just
no,
using maths. We're just using maths. We're just using maths.
No, we're debunking the globe model.
That what you believe in has massive holes in it. You haven't
brought nothing to show that anything is not. All you keep saying is that you shouldn't see that. You shouldn't see, but that's not no proof of the earth not being in any shape or whatever.
Stick to the truth. Stick to the truth. Okay. I said,
listen, everything you said is no, you can't see that. If the moon's in Australia, if you can see the moon in England and it's dark in Australia, that means it's what.
Stop lying. Stick to the truth.
That was your evidence, bro.
No, it wasn't. What I said was, according to what you believe, when a boat disappears over the horizon, that is due to the curvature of the Earth. That's facts. You can't
Yeah, your
argue with
eyesight, the horizon
right,
could
but
be a
what they're
little bit
saying
further
is
back or a little bit forward.
right,
with
then
your
I
eyesight
specifically asked you, is 20 miles away far enough that the boat should be buried behind curvature? You said you don't know. I said it is.
Yeah, you said it is. Where's the evidence? Bring some fucking proof or something. Show something there. Show something there. Wait. Listen, forget. Listen. Wait, hold on. Bro, no. Let me get to the end of my sentence,
I'm
bro.
basing
Let me
it
get
on
to the
what
end.
you believe, bro.
Bro.
This isn't my belief.
You know what
you believe.
Bro, you know why you're annoying to speak to as well, yeah? Because you want to go on long tangents, yeah? You want to go on long tangents and chat shit like this. Shut the fuck up, man, and let me speak now, man. And you got to the end of your...
You don't know me. Don't do that, bro. Come
on.
on.
Shut up, man.
Keep it respectful, bro.
Belly loud, man. There's no need.
But you could debate. Hold on a sec, bro. This is why you need to check how you done it, how you're acting yourself, innit? Because when I was speaking, you was telling me to shut the fuck up or whatever, yeah? And now I'm speaking and you're cutting in, I'm telling you to shut the fuck up. You want to try to
telling the truth
man,
and you're
shut
telling
your
lies.
bitch, man. That don't even make sense,
You're
bro.
telling lies, bro.
You're a dickhead, man. Don't do that.
Can I get involved now, please?
You
Can I
haven't
get
actually
involved?
got no evidence that the earth is not around.
I've just Googled it. I just Googled it. According to scientists, we can see 3 miles before the curve comes in play, basically.
Fucking retard. That's why I said you don't even
And
understand
you can
what you
Google
believe in.
bolts disappearing
Fucking
over the
retard.
horizon, and every single science page says it's due to curvature.
Yeah, well,
retard.
Show me where you've seen 20 miles over the fucking curvature then. Where you seen it then?
You can see France, bro, from Dover.
So you can see 20 miles, yeah?
Yes, you can
wait,
see
wait, wait,
so,
be quiet.
You're saying that you're not supposed to see further than 3 miles. Is that what you're saying?
Until the horizon line, yeah.
Man, what are you talking about, bro, man? So how the fuck are you seeing?
You believe, Veli? That's what it says.
What are you talking about, man? You keep making shit up, man.
But do you know how perspective works, bro?
Yeah, and you know why you're annoying as well, yeah? Because you keep saying it's the science that you believe in, where you've not no fucking evidence, no fucking way of testing anything, or no any alternative.
Wait, a second. Wait a second. You can't say that. You can't say that. No, wait. You can't say none of that.
Where's your testable evidence? Bring it forward,
now
man.
You're chatting shit now.
Bring
You're
it forward.
talking utter shit.
Bring it forward, man.
You're really talking
Bring it
so
forward,
much
man, and
shit.
stop bitching like a little fucking fraggle, man.
You can't say that.
You little pig, man.
Calm
You're just
down,
man.
man.
Shut your big mouth.
bringing the formula.
Belly, calm down,
You're
bro.
there chatting shit.
You little
Are you out of
pygmy,
your
man.
fucking mind, bro?
Relax
Are you out of your
yourself, man.
fucking mind? Watch
Relax
your
you
fucking
lot,
mouth,
man.
you know, Veli.
Shut up, man.
About little,
Stop
about
sounding like
little
you're
you.
bad, man. Relax your
Bro,
fucking
forget
flat
about
ass,
bad.
man.
Forget about bad, bro. You're a fucking idiot, bro. You think a dunce like you can fuck with me, bro, about bad?
You're a fucking idiot,
About
man.
bad.
You're
What's
so
bad got to
emotional,
do
right,
with it?
man.
Gentlemen,
Did I get you emotional?
No, bro. You're trying to run
Belly,
emotional.
Man literally just brought you
Right,
what
shut your big,
science says.
man.
Man literally just brought you what science says, and you're saying man ain't bringing no evidence. He brought you what
You ain't brought
science
no evidence.
says. Wow.
They just said 3 miles, bro, on
Fully
Google.
fucking
You haven't brought
retarded,
no
bro.
evidence, man.
Fully
Belly,
retarded.
you're having a wobble, bro. I think you need to.
Yeah, you're wobbling like a fucking jelly, bro.
Calm
Nah,
down,
man.
bro.
Jellyfish.
My man's having a spaz out, bro. Man, getting all emotional at that time, man.
Bro, don't be a dickhead, bro. Don't be a
Man,
dickhead.
shut up,
Come
man.
on, don't be a dickhead.
Shut
Don't
up,
be a dickhead.
man.
Bro,
Man,
don't
you
be a
don't
dickhead. Come on.
man.
You
Again,
don't be a
you know,
dickhead, bro. Come on.
That's why. This is why you keep getting emotional, cuz, yeah? Because you don't watch your tongue. Yeah, you want everyone to watch their tongue, though.
Bro,
But you don't watch
forget
your
about
tongue.
all of that, bro.
So
Forget
shut
about
your
all
mouth,
of that.
man, and
You're the
relax
one
your
who's
tongue.
taking it to Greece, bro. You're the one
Relax
who
your
calling man
tongue, man, you
little
little bitey
Bro,
face, man.
forget all of that. Forget all of that, bro. You're a jellyfish. It's been
Yeah,
established.
man. Relax
You're
your
wobbling
tongue, man,
and
you
you're
little bitey
fishy,
face,
bro.
man.
You get me? You're
Relax
fishy,
your
bro.
tongue, man, you little
You want
bitey
to
face,
ask me
man.
about if I'm bad? What's it got to do with bad, bro? We're talking about science.
Bro, shut
Fucking
up,
dunce
man.
breed, bro. You're
You're
full on
an
dunce
idiot, bro.
breed. And you're
Yeah,
talking
but
about
remember the curriculum
You
for
don't believe
science
the
has
earth
been
is
played
round,
with, bro.
Yeah.
Science is all maths now.
You can't even work flipping GCSE science, bro, and you're talking about science, man.
Okay, what
Relax,
part of science?
bro.
What part of science don't I understand, dunce breed? Which part don't I
literally
understand?
just got given
Yeah,
the science
the
for the
part that
fucking
explains
curvature
how the
3
Earth
miles,
is
and
round.
you're talking
That
shit.
part.
Okay,
You know that
which
part?
part's
The
that,
part
Veli?
that's explaining how the Earth's round.
Okay, which part is
That
that?
part
What's the
science.
story? How does it go? Because that's all we've been talking about for the last half hour. Is we've been bringing you
Bro,
the
really,
science that
what you
explains
mean?
how the Earth is round. That's
Yeah,
what we've
that
been
shows
talking
the Earth
about.
is round,
Yeah,
and you don't
right.
understand it.
I do understand it. This is why we're bringing it to you.
Incredulity.
No,
Personal incredulity doesn't mean
bro,
that you're right. It just means that you don't understand. You're ignorant. You don't have knowledge. That's all.
Myself, T, and Jedi keep bringing you the science that talks about the size and shape of the Earth. That's all we are bringing. No, that's all we are bringing as evidence.
Bollocks, man.
Wow.
Listen, yeah.
Veli,
When
you
I
realize
first
this has
jumped
been
on-
recorded,
listen,
right?
Wait, hold on.
You realize
All
this
right,
is recorded in
let me
history,
make my
bro.
point now, then, man.
You
Let me
can't
make my
run
point
from
now, then,
reality, bro.
Yeah. Okay. Let me make my point now, innit? Because the first point I jumped on with was the different rotations of the stars of the different poles and at the equator on the planets. Obviously, the seasons, the rotation of the moon, the reasons why people took pictures of the moon in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. It's the same moon, but in the southern hemisphere, it looks upside down to the northern hemisphere. Why is that?
Okay. First I said I don't know. Because
it rotates
and I'm telling you, I know. Because we're on the globe. The only answer to that is because we're standing on the globe.
That's not the only answer.
Because we live in the northern hemisphere, we've got northern hemisphere bias where we think they're not upside down. The same thing with people in Australia. They think that we're upside down or the other fucking side of the planet. The same sort of thing. So it's just bias of the different hemispheres.
No.
But wait, hold on. Let me get to the end then, please, bro. Yeah. That one piece of evidence there, yeah, but that one piece of evidence there shows that we're standing on a globe. That's like it does.
No. I was just
Why
about
do
to
both sides
demonstrate how
have to
you
look
could
up to see it?
Exactly.
Why
You
do both
could
sides have
demonstrate
to
that
look up to see it?
on a flat. You could demonstrate that on a flat plane.
No, you couldn't. Demonstrate how you could see. Wait. Hold on. Let me get to the end of this question then, yeah. No, but you said you could. All right. But let me ask my question after that, yeah.
Yeah. So if you're let's just pretend. I'm not saying this is what it is, but let's just pretend that the Earth was flat, yeah. And let's imagine that the moon was above the equator. Somebody looking at the moon. Before we even get to that, if the Earth was flat, then the bright side of the moon would be facing down and the dark side would be facing up. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay.
So no, I think that if you were, it's all right to give my answer. If my answer is like a sentence in it, so it's all right to give my answer because it's
go
not
on quickly then.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah. My answer to that would be if we was on a flat Earth or on a flat plane, we would be able to see the front and the back of the moon from the Earth at different points of the Earth.
Okay, cool. But let's just get to let's say the Earth was flat, the moon's above us. If someone's standing in the northern hemisphere looking at the moon, and somebody else is on the exact same meridian in the southern hemisphere looking at the moon, they would both see the moon upside down to how the other one sees it on a flat plane. That's common sense. Yes, bro.
That's common sense.
They would see one side. Wait, hold on. From on a flat plane, yeah, the person at the furthest point on one corner would see one side of the moon, and the person on the furthest point at the other side would see the other side of the moon.
Right, but we never see the other side of the moon, do we?
Exactly, because we're on a globe.
But my point
That's why we never see the other side, because the moon rotates around the Earth, and at every position on the Earth, whenever you take a picture of the moon, you can see the same side of the moon. That's why, because we're on a globe. That's what I'm saying.
Simple and logical.
So you don't understand that if the Earth was flat and the moon was above us and we're standing on the Greenwich meridian, yeah, someone in the northern hemisphere would see the moon upside down from someone standing on the Greenwich meridian in the southern hemisphere. You don't get that. No, but you want to argue with people that
no, they wouldn't see that. They wouldn't see that, though. They wouldn't see that, bro. Listen, yeah. If you're standing, yeah. If the plane is actually flat, yeah, a proper flat surface, yeah, and there's something, and there's a sphere above us, yeah, and we're all looking at the sphere in the air. Wait,
is that you?
hold on, no. Oh, hold on, a moon, yeah, just whatever in it, yeah. But if we're looking at the moon, yeah, from the we're looking at the moon from the ground, yeah, on a flat plane. At the different angles on the flat plane, we would see different parts of the moon. We would see the front and the back. There wouldn't be no mystery about the back side. What does the other side of the moon look like?
Veli, you don't know how high the
because
moon
we would be able to
is.
see it.
If this was a flat plane, you don't know how high the moon is, right? The point I'm trying to make is if you pointed a camera from the northern hemisphere and pointed a camera from the southern hemisphere on a flat plane, the moon would appear upside down to each hemisphere from the other hemisphere. This is just a physical fact. And the fact you can't conceptualize that and visualize it in your mind, it's just like, what the fuck are we doing here?
Yo, can I just quickly chime in? Yeah.
Can you prove this is physical? It wouldn't.
No.
It wouldn't. It wouldn't, man. That would only happen if you're standing on a. That would only happen if you're standing on a spherical surface.
That is insane.
Yeah, so yeah, big up everyone. Yeah.
Big up,
yeah, always this subject always gets like this, isn't it? Oh, big up Snipes.
That's why I stay out of it. I don't even get involved. You know what I mean, I don't want to hurt their feelings. You get me? I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. But I would say, you know what I mean? And it's interesting to listen to the examples and things being given. You know what I mean? It's a good conversation. But I ain't getting involved.
Yeah.
Bro, the moon's like.
I just wanted to one sec. Let me just bring my. Oh no, wait. I've come to add to the conversation. I've just been doing some little bit of research in that. So there's a website called Omni Calculator. Some of you lot might have come across it already before. It helps you to calculate certain things. So curvature of the Earth per mile. How large is the curvature of the Earth then? As we don't notice it in our everyday lives, it has to be relatively small. So am I echoing?
No, not really. Not from where I am. No.
Okay. Most sources, and it doesn't say the sources, but it says most sources consider 8 inches per mile as the most accurate estimate. That means for every mile. Sorry, not square mile.
A square mile. It's not 8 inches. It's not 8 inches per mile. It's 8 inches times by the distance in miles squared. So 10 miles would be 10 times 10 times 8. 20 miles would be 20 times 20 times 8, and it would be that many inches.
Could you in layman's terms?
So for example, if it was 10 miles away, if it was 10 miles away, you would say 10 times 10, which is 100, times that by 8, that's 800. The curvature 10 miles away should be 800 inches. 1 mile away should be 8 inches. 2 miles away should be 32 inches. 3 miles away should be 72 inches. 4 miles away should be 128 inches.
Okay, yeah. I get it squared. Yeah, I understand. Yeah. So 100 miles away should be how much?
10,000 times 8, 80,000 inches.
Okay. Does that how do you factor in? How do you factor in? So what, you just minus your height, basically, that you're looking through the telescope at from that number, and you should still get.
Well, you could draw a tangent line, from your height towards, I guess, the horizon. But the thing is, when you're seeing the shoreline 40 miles away, there's no horizon blocking your view to the shoreline, so it makes no difference.
You know what? Yeah, you can prove your experiment yourself. Yeah, if you measure out on a flat surface, a flat surface, measure out a distance that you're saying you should see a curvature from. Set up laser levels, and the laser levels should all connect at at the height that you're saying. If it don't connect at the height that you're saying, if it don't connect to the height that you're If you don't connect to the height that you're saying, then but this is an experiment he can do himself, isn't it? If you don't connect to the height that you're saying, then obviously there's an issue there, isn't it? If it connects to the height that you're saying, then you know what I mean. You might get a no-ball.
You're saying if I put a laser level, say 6 feet high, and it's a super sharp laser, and I point it across the 40-mile gap from Brighton to Beachy Head, you're saying the laser should hit 6 feet above sea level. Is that what you're saying?
No, if you think that the surface is flat, or if you don't think that there's a curve, it should just stay at a straight line, whatever because you see that, you see in building, that's why we use things like spirit level or whatever, right? Because obviously as builders, hold on, as builders, we understand that the earth isn't flat, and we need to have things that fall at a gradient.
That's a lie.
We do. We understand the earth is not flat, so we have
what
to.
do you? Hold on, so what do you actually do?
Bro, hold on. Can I finish? Is it alright if I finish? Yeah.
Explain that first, though.
Is it alright if I finish?
Explain it. You made it plain, though.
Sorry, lads. One at a time, please. One at a time, please. Because like it just sounds a mess from other people's point of view. Just one at a time, please.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. We do use laser levels to get straight lines because obviously the place ain't flat. When we're doing, if we're running pipe, if you're leaving laying floor, when you're tiling, all that sort of stuff there. That's the reason why we're using the levels to flatten out the surface, to make it a flat surface
to make
that
it level.
You're living on or that you're building on.
And although that's true, it's got nothing to do with a globe. It just means the level of the floor ain't flat, which obviously we know. we know the level of the floor isn't flat. The whole of the earth. Come on, man. We're using like common sense now.
Yeah,
like if we dig a hole, obviously the level ain't gonna be flat. So you're gonna use lasers to try and level it out. So come on, man. What's that got to do with the flat earth?
Water. Yeah, before lasers were even a thing.
Water's natural physics is to be flat.
To level out.
Come on, man.
Definitely don't rap.
Engineers, surveyors never account curvature.
How does that work on a ball, Billy?
It doesn't. It's impossible.
I use a fucking level every day.
Yeah, but
every single day.
Yeah, we know you lose levels. 6 days engineers don't have to account for curvature when they're building 100
I'm an actual engineer.
Well, that's a bit fucking embarrassing.
Like I'm actual. Listen,
so explain it in engineering.
Wait, hold on. Because I'm an actual specialist at my job.
Cool. So explain it in engineering terms. As soon as you know. Go on. Okay, it's all good.
I'm saying that, but when we do, that's the reason. That's the reason why. Wait. Listen, So when we're using the levels, even it's to make the things fall at a certain gradient, to make sure it goes to the waste, or to make sure that the water can go over whatever surface that it needs to get over.
Okay, but
that's what
if we're talking about a flat surface, then obviously we're talking about spirit a level, right? How are we gonna know if anything is flat? Spirit level, yeah. So how are we gonna know what we're comparing it to? What is flat then? If we're on a globe, there's constant curvature. So where is the flat line that you're comparing it to?
It's plumb, innit? Like basically when you get so if you say that again, sorry?
Plumb.
Yeah, that's what they call it.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but but go on. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, that's what they mean. That's what the sort of the terminology for that.
But where are we getting the straight line from? What is determining what is straight? Yeah, if we're on a constant curvature, if we're standing on a ball, where are we getting this flat surface where we can measure what is flat? If you understand what I'm saying, like we got a spirit level, right?
From? Do you know what? Yeah, if I tell the girls in the truth, I can't tell you that the beginnings, original story of how spirit levels were made. I can't tell you that still.
It's just water, bro. It was water in a pipe before.
The physical nature of water is to level out.
Can I say something as well? Yeah, the Dan Canyon Bridge is 102 miles long, I think, and it was never built with curvature in mind. It's a completely straight road.
Yeah,
100 miles long.
None of the 100-mile long canals are built with curvature.
I don't think in engineer courses, if you was to go study engineering, they don't say, there ain't a curvature section of the course. You know what I mean?
Testify to that as well. Engineers testify to that. Pilots also testify.
It's hard to accept it, man. I was arguing with my uncle, bro. I used to love space and all that artist concepts. It was beautiful. You know what I mean? But it didn't never make sense.
You know why? They don't have to.
We're all fucking nerds.
There's an instrument, that Globebusters bought that pilots use to show you know what I mean? Like for the curvature
gyroscope.
or what?
A
No,
gyroscope.
bro.
The laser gyroscope.
Pilots don't adjust
the
curvature,
laser gyroscope, yeah. And even when the flat Earth guys
You don't listen, man.
done
You don't
an
listen.
experiment to see if it was true or false, they measured that it was moving at 8 inches per hour.
But the gyroscope in a plane stays at 0 the whole journey.
Hour. Not 1,000 miles an hour, 8 inches per hour. Not 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, so whatever anyway. Yeah, but it shows that the Earth
miles
is
an
moving
hour versus
yeah?
8 inches an hour is a big difference.
Whatever, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, bro. It shows that it's moving.
Doesn't matter.
Of course it matters, bro.
Was it moving or not?
The gyroscope would always stay.
Does it show that it was moving or not?
On 0. I looked into gyroscopes. I know how they're made. I know how they work. A gyroscope's completely mechanical. It's on a gimbal and it's tuned to the horizon.
15
That's why a
degrees
plane
per
can
hour.
stay straight.
So,
Remember
Belly,
that.
do you believe
15
in
degrees per hour.
Yeah, Belly, do you believe
man,
in this
listen, I gotta jump off now, man. I gotta do some work now still, man. Like I've literally drove from one side of London to the other side of London arguing with you, man, about this shit still, man. I gotta jump off now still.
Man. Just do some research.
Huh?
Blessing. Argue, just do some
I
research.
suggest you research into your specialist field.
I suggest you shut the fuck up.
No, you should research into your specialist field, bro. You're claiming to be
Yeah,
a
alright, say nothing, man.
specialist engineer.
Yeah, in a bit, man. Yeah, alright, whatever.
Wow, whatever. You actually claim that.
Changing a
That's
global's
mad.
mind is like changing a Jew to a Muslim. It's never going to happen, bro. It's against their religion.
No, but
Do you know
I
what I
reckon
mean?
that's probably happened. There's probably Jewish people who have become Muslim.
No, but
That's not true, though.
it's just very hard to accept it. They don't want to accept it because they've been taught it since they were young. I was the same, bro. I was neck and neck with my uncle, bro. I just couldn't accept it because it was going against what I liked and what I
But
believed.
that's the thing, though. That's what you say. That's the thing, though. Like we was probably all globals, like. So you're saying, yeah, it's very hard.
Course,
but the
bro.
thing
I
is, you
used to
can
love
be
my space films and all that shit.
That's the thing. You can be
Veli back in the
convinced.
day, yeah. It was me and Veli back in the day, and yeah, I had to let him take that L by himself, man. He has to stand on
But
his
bro,
own
look,
too.
I just googled everything that he was saying, and it was all getting debunked. They were debunking themselves.
But because of the level of disrespect showed by this guy in the last couple months, yeah.
Yeah, when you get aggressive like that, it's just you can't accept.
Listen, man's not gonna Michael Jordan me. Do you get what I'm saying? He used me as an excuse to start live streaming again. I'm really not feeling it. Do you get what I'm saying?
Look, I looked into a lot of stuff here. You see a gyroscope, yeah, it's the center, the horizon line of a gyroscope mathematically is 0. If you're going to go downhill, that's when the gyroscope starts going minus and plus when you go up and down.
Yeah.
So these planes are flying across the world, and the gyroscope's always 0 until they land or take off. So where is it accounting for curvature?
It's not.
It's basic things. Like even a compass. If you get a compass that we've been using for thousands of years, it's 360 degrees in a circle. It doesn't. A compass don't work on a ball. It's impossible. It don't work.
Like it's funny as well when people say like the first thing they say is what's this chopper B? You want to say like, can you show evidence of a edge? Like, come on, you need to
show me the edge of space, bro. Show me the edge of space. Do you know what I mean? They want to say show the edge of Earth, show the edge of space.
Yeah, they say can you fall off the edge and all that, by the
yeah, they're just mocking it, bro. That's a mock thing. I do all that. But how many times I've been banned on Facebook for this shit, bro?
That's the thing. They're trying to use their own model, their globe model, to try and make sense of another model. But you can't use that. You have to completely throw that out the window.
You guys are smart, yeah. Look, you guys are smart. These motherfuckers can tell us they can see a fucking planet 100 and something light years away. 1 light year is 5 trillion miles, bro. Get that number in your head and multiply it 125 times. You can't. Your brain would explode. They could show you a picture of it and everything, but they never show us the Earth spinning.
100 miles.
Yeah, but where's the Earth spinning, bro? Like, fucking hell, with cloning humans, there's aliens on Mars, apparently. Show us the Earth spinning, man, and I'll put fucking planets on my wall, space stations on my wall, I'll paint it and all that. You know what I mean?
To what you said just a minute ago, though, bro. Like you said, we can see stuff in the sky, we can see the moon, we can see the sun, we can see stars that are supposedly X amount of light years away. But earlier on, when I said you can see land across the Hudson Bay, man told me it's impossible to see 100 miles. with your
Yeah, but
eyes.
the thing is, you're looking
You're
up. When you're
superhuman.
looking up,
That's
it's
crazy, bro.
that's infinity. When you're looking up, it's not that high, bro. Remember, these people were trying to go out in the 60s and 50s. They were bombing the sky. The nukes were fucking spreading out where it hit something. They even said they can't get past the Van Allen belts, but now fucking hell, they can go through it. They can send this through it. Do you know what I mean? They keep
Oh yeah, but now
contact-
they're saying the moon's within the Earth's atmosphere.
Bro, the moon is like a spotlight. Imagine you was a tiny fucking ant in your house, and your light is a spotlight. If you aren't like, he couldn't even understand when you said you was on the other side of the north and the south. You would see upside down. He couldn't understand that. Like from the time he couldn't understand that, I just gave up with it, bro.
So what? Have they all just run off?
Of course.
Yeah,
They don't want to. They don't want to acknowledge, so they just duck out.
The main issue here, because is people are not prepared, bruv. Yeah, they're taking new information, even when they know, that it's clear as day. Yeah, they're not prepared to process it, even though they know that more than likely it's right. Simply because, like the brother said previously, and I tagged earlier in the chat, it goes against their belief system, and a lot of people do not know how to get around this or break this fucking this hold. You get me? Because I've been taught this since I was fucking 4 years old, and you're not going to tell me otherwise. It's the same thing with people in religion, fam. I can't go and tell my
That's what I was trying to say. He's trying to convert one to another. It's not going to happen.
Bro. You get me? So again, like I just, is some people get it when it's their time, some people don't, bro. You get me? But,
you just got to move on, bro.
Yeah, we could sit here all day, bro, and show man definitive fucking proof as to what man's saying, and man will still find a way to
just quickly jump to the next
But
point.
that's the thing, though. It doesn't take hard. It's not hard to even like find the evidence. This is like this is what's annoying. This is what's so annoying. Yeah?
No,
Because
but you're making him face
them.
Sorry,
I used to get angry. I used to get angry. At
you're making people face themselves and ask themselves questions that they don't want to ask themselves.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
But all it took was a couple of YouTube videos, bro, and it's like, wow, okay, my mind's blown now, blood. Like, how the fuck did I believe that shit before? But I had to take myself there. I had to take myself there to actually see. You know what? Let me actually not just chat shit and then see what these men are saying. But no,
but you forget, like he said, he feels like he's a specialist in his field, so he's not gonna try and hear nothing, even from people that have built bridges and
engineer in
things
the
that
world accounts
like,
for curvature.
You know what I mean?
There is no course
That's
for
what I'm
it.
saying.
There is no course for curvature in engineering course.
The fact that he claimed to be a specialist engineer and claimed that he has to account for curvature at work. That's why I said this is embarrassing.
Bro, look at San Francisco, all them houses are built on hills. All the houses in San Francisco are built on hills, and they used water levelers or laser levelers, whatever. But the water's more probably as accurate as the laser. They've been using that for thousands of years, water. Because water's natural physics is to go to the lowest point and become flat.
And then when he was when he was asked how that then works with the bull model, he just went off onto a whole next thing.
That's what happens. They end up jumping from one to another.
How does that work on the bull?
Bro, look, a certain time of the year, Australia
was always there to save, man.
Look,
I'm telling you,
certain time of the year,
the internet and dealing with these flat earthers. Yeah,
you know which one got me though? The certain time of the year, Australia and UK, we both can look up and see the moon.
Yeah.
How does that work?
I see the moon all the time. I see
No, but look, someone in Australia at a certain time of the year on the other side of the ball, he can see the moon, while the other side of the top, north, UK, you both got to look up to see the moon. But how does that work?
There's so much things that cannot be explained, and this is the problem for critical think. Look, this is the issue for critical thinkers, bruv. Yeah, because once presented with this information, like only an idiot is still gonna go along with, it's a fucking globe. And again, to all these people listening, man ain't saying that man knows what it is. I'm prepared to fucking settle with that. There's people that it's like
I think that's where it comes down to.
They have to.
Like honestly, fam, just thinking about it as you were saying.
I don't know.
I think it comes down to them needing to replace it with something.
They're just in that cycle of waking up, working and repeat, bro. It's too much for them to handle.
I feel science is out of, I mean, the earth, its shape and all of that is really, I don't know. Yeah, it's up in
How
the air.
comes every civilization before us said it was flat?
No, they didn't. You see,
who didn't?
Now, when I deal with ancient civilizations, that's the opposite is the case, right? I'm talking proper ancient civilization. I'm not talking about ancient European civilizations or Europeans who thought the earth was flat anyway. Yeah, they taught us that in school, that they always believed that the Earth was flat at one stage, and then they reversed on that model.
I'm talking about the earliest drawings
Yeah,
and
but
shit.
even
Carved,
ancient, like even
carvings.
Kemet, like
You're
they
gonna be in a
didn't
cave.
believe it was.
What, you're gonna be in the cave drawing the shape of the Earth? I don't know. Don't know who was doing that. But
All right, you lot, what's all the squabbling about?
big up, big up,
What's
big
going
up,
on,
big up.
Jeeps?
Jeepers.
Well,
You
go on.
seem
Well,
pretty
they documented
excited
lots of
about
other
stuff.
stuff in the caves, so why not the shape of the Earth?
Well, I think
But
still
yeah, what
the time
civilization
schedule's
didn't
gonna
think it
short.
was a? What civilization thought it was a bull?
Egypt.
No, they didn't. No,
No,
they
they
didn't.
didn't.
What?
Yeah, they
Sorry?
did.
Yes,
No,
they
they
did.
didn't. What's
Yes,
none?
So what is
What is not?
masonry built upon?
What is none that covers the
Nun.
Earth?
Yeah, it's the sky.
No, like it was a dome, but right?
No, it's the sky.
Like you can't have it. All right, but
It's the
what's it covering
representing.
though?
Look. The universal principle of Nun, yeah, the celestial waters of Nun is what we call in the universe and space and They're just trying to give you a perception
Which separated
of it. Yeah, that's not
from the
their.
Earth.
Sorry, that's not their mythos. You can't say that's Egyptian mythos that they believe Nun and Nun is an individual. Is not even a physical person.
So Nun
Yeah,
was
of course
just a
It's a
depiction
principle.
of the star system. And look, you can't.
I
If you're
think
going to
that
start
was
believing in
Oh
flat
yeah,
Earth, then you have to say,
that's your
hold
business.
on. If you start believing in
Dupes,
flat
please
Earth,
stop. So no one here believes in flat Earth, dupes. No one here believes in flat Earth, so allow that narrative in it.
No one believes flat
We're
Earth.
just critically analyzing the proposed narrative. That's all we're doing. We're using our skills of critical analysis to break down a narrative that's been proposed and pointing out the endless number of holes in the narrative that don't make physical, mathematical, or scientific sense. That's all we're doing.
And most people can't fathom doing that without having to replace it with something else.
okay, like what? So give me something
Like
that
flat
don't make
Earth, for
sense.
example. Something that don't make sense. Have you not been listening, Jukes?
No, that's why I'm asking you what the subject
Okay,
is.
basically, all right. So, well, there's loads. Like we'd been talking about that you can't detect curvature, that you can look across vast distances and see the shoreline from standing at sea level with your height. Just all kinds of stuff. We've been talking about that NASA and astronauts have said they can't see curvature from the ISS, but if the ISS is 250 miles high, you should definitely see curvature. Just
Not one real
like
picture
this.
of the ball Earth.
Physical, real world stuff.
I would say, yeah, if it was a globe, it would have to be like 10 times larger than they're saying it is.
Even more than that.
To be even more than that.
Yeah.
And then you will still have to detect motion. There's no, you can't detect it at all. So,
and even if it was 100
from
times
one
bigger,
place
there
to
would
another,
still be
you
some
feel the
curvature.
effect.
So you're saying that the probability is it's not a globe. Well, it's not an exact globe.
I'm saying it's
because
mathematically
what the scientists say it
impossible.
is. It's like a basket, like a globe, but it's been squashed out.
Yeah, I'm saying that's a mathematical impossibility. Impossible. That it's
Really?
any kind of it's completely mathematical impossible that it's any kind of bull shape that's 24,901
How come the
miles around.
pyramids seem to have all of the mathematical possibilities of the size of the Earth? You know, and all of the
again,
rest
like
of the
if
pyramids,
that whole model was
all
true, then the
aligned
pyramids shouldn't
into it all.
still be lined up. Like if that whole
let
model
her
was
go.
true, then the pyramids wouldn't line up to stars for so long.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They wouldn't
We
even
see
line
the
up. They
same
wouldn't even
stars.
line up.
But
They
we're
wouldn't
not
even line up
using-
2 days in a row.
Do actually align. They do give you Earth.
That's
Yeah,
exactly
but
Juco.
we are not using Egyptian mathematics, and anyone can look that up and see that we are on some other mathematical scale. You know,
We don't need to use that to see that they align the pyramids with stars.
We are not using Egyptian mathematics, so
We
then
don't
you know
need
what
to use
the same
Egyptian mathematics to
conclusion.
line
Yeah.
to see that they align the pyramids with stars, and that should
Okay,
not
so
be possible,
prophetic
like S said,
mathematics
for
and
more
all
than
their
2 days
knowledge
in a
is
row
inferior. Is
on
that
a
what
bull
you're saying?
model.
It wouldn't be.
You can't do that on a
I
bull
don't even
model.
know if it's a bull model. I'm just saying that they did that. They did that process and it was correct. So their mathematics and the
What does
mathematics
she
we're
talk-
using is two different things, definitely.
But you're saying all this. You're saying it's correct. But what method are you saying they used to prove that?
What they use,
No,
their
no, I
mathematics.
don't even
I'm
think
saying
he's. I think he's
Egyptian
saying, "All right, cool."
mathematics
They
is
used
different
Egyptian
from
mathematics to build the pyramids, and what I'm saying is, whatever they used, they built the pyramids to align with stars, right?
That's correct.
Okay, now that would not be possible for more than 1-2 days in a row on a bull model Earth.
Well, the pyramids
With
take time
all
to
the
build, so
rotations
it
and the
wouldn't be
speeds that they
possible
say
full
we're
stop.
doing, yeah.
Yeah, and you got to build them. So how are you going to build them to totally match up on that one specific day where the stars
If the
align?
stars are
Apparently,
all
which they shouldn't do
expanding.
because it's all random.
And they're all expanding outwards away from each other at billions of
mean-
miles an hour.
Yeah.
It sounds mad, doesn't
I
it?
don't think the Egyptians believe that, but they knew
No, I'm not saying they
a lot
did.
more than we did. They know
Yeah,
a
no,
lot more than
I'm
anyone.
not saying they did believe
So-
that. I'm
so-
answering Jupiter because she's the
so
one who brought this
Sniper,
up. I'm saying the
You're not
stars
answering.
aligning
No,
proves
you're
to.
not answering anything. You're all talking
Can't put no
gobbledygook to each other.
Oh, not you as well, Jupiter. Not you as well.
Yeah, because you haven't turned your
Come on,
brain on yet,
Jupiter.
man. Shit.
You didn't come on to. You didn't come
None
on
of
to
you are
be
making
racist,
any
did
sense at all. You're all just backing up each other's fucking
Okay,
nonsense.
let me ask you one question then, Jupiter. If
Yeah.
you're saying this doesn't make sense, if you believe in the Big Bang Theory and that the universe is expanding, then you believe that the stars are moving outwards from a central point at billions of miles an hour. The further away they get, the further each star would get from its nearest neighbor star.
Randomly
Right? And
as
that
well.
process is happening continuously. That would mean that the night sky would never look the same 2 nights in a row, ever. It would be drastically different every night.
So
That's
because
not
of the
gibberish,
distance,
Jupiter.
You understand that though?
That's not Jupiter. That's
Okay, so
basic
you want to
common
ask
sense.
a question and you want to answer it yourself. Okay,
No,
that's
we
fine.
want to see if you
No, I
understand.
was
You
just finishing what I
comprehend
was
it
saying.
at first.
I was just finishing what I was saying. I was just capping off what I was saying by saying it's not gibberish, it's basic common sense. Now it was your turn to talk.
Yeah, it's okay. I refrain the offer.
She ain't got
Good.
nothing to say. I swear.
Good. You're just gonna embarrass
Nah, it's for
yourself
the best,
anyway.
isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Nah, man, we
Just
want to hear your
embarrass
opinion. We
yourself.
want to hear your opinion, Jupiter. Man.
Yeah, I lie. We ain't got nothing. We ain't got no sense. Like,
Nah,
we're not
because
making any
once she
sense.
says she understands what he's saying,
Teach us.
then all of a sudden it's not gobbledygook bullshit that we're all backing
It
each
is
other up on. innit?
gobbledygook,
Like,
but I can't be bothered to argue
Teach
with
us.
people that like to
Wow,
ask
so
questions.
Oh, but
basic
oh wait,
common
but
sense is
and then talk
gobbledygook.
down
Hold
to
on.
other people. It's
Hold on,
arrogance.
but
So
you came
saying,
up.
saying we're
It's
talking shit ain't talking down to
arrogance
us.
and it's ego. So
Yeah,
in
you
the
got that
private
right.
chat, I have given you the sacred geometry that shows that actually the world is global, and
Wow.
the pyramid connection to it. All
Wow.
of the mystical stuff and all of the mystery schools and all of the
There's nothing in the
Freemasons
private chat.
and all of the hidden knowledge
Nothing there.
could
There's
not be
nothing there.
possible without the plumb line, the Celtic cross, and the fact that you have to understand
Wow.
angles, the speed of light, and
Do you
also
understand this stuff,
what
You just
Jupiter?
googled the first thing and then it's gonna slap it up. Fuck
Yeah.
you know.
Do you
So you
understand
can
the
be
it's not
stuff you
even
just
that.
named,
It's not even
Jupiter?
that. Wait. Let's get back to the whole point of what S originally said. These stars are moving at a billion, however fast it is,
Outward.
an hour, all outwardly from the position. They would never be in the same position 2 nights in a row. And then you want to bring up something about stars aligning.
Yeah. And
So
that
what
we're
you're
talking
seeing in the night
gobbledygook.
sky doesn't even exist anymore.
Yeah,
in
we get that
reality.
theory. We understand that theory, Jupiter. That's got
Right.
nothing to do with the fact that the
So
stars.
what you're saying? Hold on.
Sorry.
Okay. You all right? You want to talk over? Carry on. I'm talking over.
Oh, stop being a victim, man. You're so jarring.
Can we
Okay.
see the same
I
constellations
apologise
that
for
they
being
saw
a
in
victim,
ancient times?
and I'm
Don't
so
apologize
jarring.
for being a victim. Just
Yeah.
have a conversation. It's a chat.
Well, I
panel.
can't have a
Not
conversation. You keep talking over me. You're very rude.
You just
All right,
talked
You just,
over me.
you just
I
spoke
didn't
over
cry.
him.
Yeah, I didn't cry. I just let
Right,
you
for the
finish and then I spoke after. It's called being an
S,
adult.
Come on, lads,
Just
one
for-
at a time.
Yeah, just for the purpose of this, Dukes, the floor is yours. Yeah, go ahead. No one's gonna interrupt you. Go ahead.
Right.
not
So
gonna wanna talk
we
now.
travel through space. Our timeline and the way that we travel through space is not at the same speed as what other things travel at
Okay, says
Okay.
because of the
Okay, so then-
distance.
No, that's
Alright,
fine.
cool, but-
Okay.
Right. So it's because of the distance and how
Yeah.
far after the Big Bang where we were in the position of the atmosphere.
So then
What does
please
that mean?
explain how we see the same. Wait. Please explain
Right.
how we see the same constellations that they saw in ancient civilizations in our skies in these times.
Right. So every day it moves slightly. You don't notice it because the speed at which we go through space, it doesn't notice to our observable eyes, but it does move. That is why that they believe that Leo was in the constellation when the pyramids were built.
Don't they say that there's a galaxy?
Not when the pyramids were built. Sorry, Jupiter. When the Sphinx was built.
The Sphinx, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, but what you just described there is the precession of the equinoxes. That's nothing to do with expansion.
I'm talking about looking up in the sky and seeing the same thing they saw
Cycle.
thousands of years ago.
So what you're saying is that the sky doesn't change or it does change. That was the whole point.
No, I'm saying, how is that possible on a spinning ball? Flying through space with all these stars. We're spinning
because we're going
so
in circular motion, right? We're going
and these stars are all moving independently of each other. And these stars are all moving independently of each other, outwardly.
So how would they be the same? It's basic. Like, it's very simple.
Like as they move outwards.
Shouldn't we see two different?
As they move outwards from the center point where the origin of the Big Bang, as they move outwards, say you was just at one star, your nearest neighbor stars would be getting further and further away from you as you move outwards from the origin of the Big Bang. The distance between your next door neighbor stars would get wider because you're moving out into a bigger sphere.
Right. So do you understand the law of attraction? So when the Big Bang happened, all the dust particles, what happened is that two atoms banged into each other, a positive and negative, jumped into the same. Oh, okay. All right, forget it.
Come on,
Duke, you actually don't understand what you're talking about.
Hold on, let her finish,
actually don't.
So there was a space with nothing in it. Okay, a positive and a negative jumped into the same space. It reacted. It created the Big Bang. Okay. All of the particles of everything that existed from that Big Bang went out into a space and started slowly drifting like the dust that you see in the sunlight. Okay.
Slowly drifting, Jupiter, or
but there is the laws
billions
of attraction.
Miles an hour. Is it billions of miles an hour, or is it slowly drifting? No, I'm asking a question. I'm trying to clarify. I'm trying to clarify. Trying to clarify what you're saying.
Macro to the micro. I'm trying to give you an example.
Yeah, but I'm trying to
clarify. You're too busy trying to point score.
I'm trying to
stop it. No. This is what you do. No, stop. Just calm down.
Clarify.
You lot.
Trying to clarify.
Please, man.
Yeah, you know what?
You made a big statement. I'm trying to get you to clarify.
Yeah, no, it's all right. I'm going to clarify on my own channel and show what a fool you've been.
Oh, shut up, man. You're a fucking donut,
man.
Deeper, if you don't clarify,
you don't want to listen.
Jupes, listen. Jupes, listen. The only reason S was asking that because if he doesn't understand, the example you're going to give is not going to make sense. So hence why he asked you to clarify what you're saying because you'll just waste 5 minutes on saying something that he won't understand. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
For clarification.
That's all he was doing.
But you lot have spent the last hour, all of you, contributing to a conversation that nobody understands because you're all talking gobbledygook.
Right. So would you clarify what you were saying though? Is it drifting slowly or is it expanding at billions of miles per hour? Which one is it?
No, it's speeding up as it goes, isn't it?
Exactly. It's accelerating.
Yes. But I'm trying to give you a diagram that you can understand, and then what you do is you apply speed to it afterwards. But seeing as your brain can't connect that way, I'm not going to bother.
That's not how that works,
so what we're going to do is all go at 100 miles an hour, and we're all going to just keep going in that direction so that you can believe that the world is flat.
You described an explosive reaction, and then you said it's drifting slowly.
You can't keep up.
You said it's drifting slowly, so I wanted to clarify, is it drifting slowly or is it accelerating out billions of miles per hour? Because they are two vastly different things. So I was trying to clarify for myself and for everyone listening.
Right. So what?
And you pretending you don't? No, I'm asking you. Is it?
Yeah.
Is
so
it?
What
Is
have
it
you
accelerating?
gained? I've answered you. So what did you gain from what I answered?
Okay,
what do you understand? What I was trying to say?
We established a baseline. It's not drifting slowly, is it? It's expanding at billions of miles per hour.
We know that. Yes.
Okay,
yes.
But that's not what you said. So I was clarifying.
Right. Okay.
What did you mean?
So Just like you see in the sunlight, the dots in the space, yeah? You can speed it up. If you was to see that explode and you see it whoosh through the thing, you could speed it up. Right. When you watch those bits of dust in that little rays of light that you might be able to see in sunlight, you will see there's a law of attraction. Okay? And what that means is that some of the dust particles will attract to each other. Now, you might not see it unless you sit there and study, but you will see it. What happened out in outer space was that the law of attraction applied. So if some things got pulled, yeah, and slowed down just a little bit to other things. And depending on the mass of how much law of attraction it gained and how big the planet began to grow, because that's how the planets were formed, yeah? They got attracted to each other, they started dancing around each other, and they started getting bigger and bigger and attracting more and more and more and more, bigger and bigger, rotating and rotating, yeah? They would make gravitational changes in the time and the speed at which everything went through the motions and space.
Okay. And based on that model, with the stars in the sky thousands of years ago and the constellations they were seeing, not just one, not just two, but whole like horoscope worth of constellations and more, how come to this day we still see the same star formations that breaks all laws of probability, all laws of averages? We still see the same star constellations in the sky today. How is that possible with all these things moving at different rates, some
Today as
speeding up,
when?
some slowing down, yet we see the same star constellations? How?
Based on what you described, how's that possible?
We don't see it permanently, do we? We see it in our lifetime. Everybody sees the same star signs in their lifetime.
But the pyramids align, right?
The pyramids align with Orion.
Yeah, and they aligned
How
with
does that
Orion
happen?
thousands of years ago. How's that possible?
Yeah.
Because Orion is suns, it's 3 suns, not stars.
Because what they were trying to do was
And do
emulate
suns
star
move at the
sky.
same? Sorry, do suns move at the same speed as everything else, or do things rotate around the sun? I don't know.
But everything's
Well,
moving independently.
According to the Big Bang Theory, everything's expanding outwards from a central point.
Yeah, but that Big Bang Theory for me is questionable.
But that's what Jupiter's working with right now.
So
that's why we're saying if these pyramids aligned 3,000 years ago and they align today,
yes,
how's that possible under the Big Bang Theory? That's what we're asking.
Yeah, well, there was no
Because
Big
that
Bang
Orion's
Theory,
belt should have got a hell of a lot bigger.
No, that Big Bang doesn't got nothing to do with
And it
the
should be
Egyptians.
trillions of light years away by now.
Okay, let me go find the answer for
Sorry,
you. Let me go
it's
find the
nothing to
answer.
do with the Egyptians' astronomical calculations of where these star constellations are. Do you get what I'm saying? Because they're star constellations. A lot of the zodiac signs,
So you do know, you do realise that our what do they call it? Forget on the fucking word for it. Our planetary orbits, yeah, we all dance through space together. I believe in the heliocentric version.
Yeah, we know.
That's what we're talking
Yeah, so if
about.
they all dance through together, they're going to go on a cyclical. They're going to move in a spiral, aren't they? And come back and move away.
You're talking about
You're
planets
asking
in our
why
solar
is the
system.
distance? You're saying why is the distance on the Orion's belt the same? Is that what you're
The
saying?
stars have nothing to do with how the
Stars
planets
have
move.
nothing to do with our solar system. Yeah. The dancing you're talking about in the heliocentric model is the planets in our solar system
Well, it is
dancing
because
around the sun.
we dance around. Yeah, we dance. We go
Right.
around.
But we're talking about stars that are light years away.
Right.
There's nothing to do with our sun and its gravity and the dance that's happening around our
Independent
sun.
of all these
What
planets.
do you mean?
and
The
this, that, and
sun's
the
are
other.
the stars are planets.
But they're not moved by
They
the
are. They're
gravity of the
planets.
sun in the solar system.
Yeah, but they're planets. They're going to be having a gravitational pull to something else.
Sorry, Jupiter. That's incorrect still, because we've got gaseous giants out there, right?
Yeah.
And we've got planets that emit their own light. Do you get it? So within our solar system. So
yeah, but what
you
the
might be
bloody
seeing,
blazes has that got to do with anything to do
well,
with?
well, let me explain. Because when you're talking about these star constellations, yeah, and this is why I'm saying that the Egyptians, the Dogons, it's the same thing, because they're dealing with the dog star Sirius. Sirius is the
But
first
what's
star
that got to
in
do with it?
it's the first star in Orion's belt. Sirius A, Sirius B, and
Yeah,
Sirius
but what's
D.
that got to do
You know
with
what
the
I'm saying?
distance and the speed of light and
They're
everything else?
suns. I'm saying they're suns. So
Yeah,
our
I know, but
planet.
what's that
Hold
got to
on
do with
one
the speed of light and the
second.
way it
1
travels?
second. There are loads of planets that might be rotating around these star constellations, which are suns. Yeah, are not showing up. So I don't know why you're saying that. It's just the suns or the yeah, what you're calling stars, yeah, and star constellations that are really showing up. We haven't got the type of visual aid to see what's really out there, right? So they're the brightest thing, and remember, some of them are supposedly.
What do you mean a visual aid? We've sent the fucking robots into space.
Look. Just look at Sirius A, right? For one, Sirius A is a sun. It's a sun that is 10 times bigger than our one, right? In our solar system, like, I mean, in our supposedly region of the Milky Way or whatever. There's hundreds of suns, and our sun is meant to be one of the smallest ones.
Right, I don't know how many of those facts are true that you just said there, but even if every single fact you said is true there, what the bloody hell has that got to do with anything?
Because you're talking about Sirius. You're talking about the suns that align with the pyramids of Giza. Yeah, this is a different concept, and it's not going to have Big Bang Theory in it. I think that's what the brothers are trying to get into your mind, that the Big Bang Theory has nothing to do with the Egyptians or the Africans aligning these structures with star constellations. They've got celestial calendars, they've got solar calendars, they've got these things thousands of years before any Europeans got anything.
Well, of course it's got everything to do. Look, the positions of the stars are relative to the Big Bang.
Yeah, but everything is
okay
pimped.
then. So if they're relative, then how is it possible?
You can't have any of the constellations if the Big Bang never happened.
How do the
The planets were
constellations
formed
repeat?
from the dust from the Big Bang.
So how do these constellations repeat over years and years and years, and the same constellations keep
Because of the
repeating
way
and
that we
repeating and
travel through
repeating?
space.
Okay, but you're just contradicting yourself.
We can't even
You're
tell you what a
contradicting
black hole
yourself.
is. Like, what are we talking about? Space.
Jupiter, you're contradicting yourself.
There's
Because
anomalies
the way
in space that you don't even understand yet. We don't.
and
even
the way
understand.
we travel through space according to the Big Bang would mean that the sky would look different every single night.
What? Why?
Because everything is
totally
expanding
random.
outwards from a central point at billions of miles per hour. So it would never look the same 2 nights in a row.
Jupiter,
So
just think of it, yeah. You've got two
your
stars
science.
above you.
What is he talking
The time
about?
it takes for the Earth to rotate
Basic
so
fucking
that it's
physical
nighttime
reality,
again. Those
If
two
we're
stars aren't going to be
expanding,
the same
Jupiter,
distance, and they're going to be a lot further away.
If we're expanding, yeah, basically the stars, the planets, we shouldn't even be in a solar system. Do you get what I'm saying? If what they say in the concentric model is true, do you get it? If we're expanding out into the universe, then there should be nothing holding us all together to keep seeing the same stars, same thing, same all of this all the time. It doesn't make sense. Do you get it?
But all of the planets revolve around each other due to the gravitational pull of what's within the spatial vicinity around them.
That's
Okay, so
only
let's
within our
accept
solar
that.
What's
system.
that got to do with the
Exactly,
stars,
Jupiter.
though, Jupiter?
That's
Right.
only within our
Exactly.
solar system, and our solar system
Right.
is still
And
vast.
every other
you-
solar
can you stop
system
talking
would
about
also
gravitational
move
pull
through
and
space
planets?
with the same. Oh.
Yeah, we can call them
Like, what
does or
does that
whatever,
have to
right?
do with
No, we're
stars?
working with Jupiter. We're working with
Yeah.
Jupiter's understanding. So this is the language she's going to use. That's not a problem to call, say, stars and planets and gravity. That's not a problem. The problem is, how is it that all of the stars in the sky if they're expanding at billions of miles per hour, why are they in the same position relative to each other?
Because
day
they're in
after
our
day?
galaxy, and our galaxy is moving through fucking space-time together.
So then they're not expanding at millions of miles per hour.
Exactly. You didn't explain that bit. You
don't
see
think
what
she
you've
does.
done. Yeah, the bit of the Big
Yeah,
Bang.
she don't get it.
Hold on. The big of the Big Bang and moving at millions of miles per hour, and then slowing down, and then moving
Reversing.
in a rotational kind of what do you call it?
Yeah, that's what I
Because
said
you
to you
are-
earlier. It
No,
would
you
be
didn't
due
say
to the
that. You
gravitational
missed the
pull.
second bit.
No, she said
gravitational.
all of that. But the
No, I didn't say
slowing down
gravitation.
thing isn't part of the theory, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. She should have said the slowing down part is not the same speed.
She did kind of
You get what I'm
mention that
saying?
earlier still. She did kind of mention that they
What, like
slowed
it
down to
wasn't-
an extent where they begin to
Yes.
move with each other.
Right,
She did say
right,
that still.
right,
She
right,
did.
Right. So,
Still don't
yeah, it's just
explain
that,
how the
that
stars
yeah,
are in the
no,
same
separate the
places.
two though.
Yeah.
You still have to. That's why man was
None of
asking
this
for
explains
clarification,
this.
because you could have separated the two. You know what I mean? The
Alright,
Big
but
Bang.
can we? Can
supposedly-
somebody just explain then how the stars are in the same place, time after time, over thousands of years?
They're
We
not,
have the
though, they
star.
move.
Relative to each other.
They
No,
move.
relative to each other, Dupes. Relative to each other. They're in the same place.
The
If they
same
were
set of
moving,
stars stay together.
the pyramids wouldn't align if they
Yeah,
weren't in the same relative place.
Right.
Pyramids
Our
wouldn't align.
sun, hold on, our sun that's supposedly 93 million miles away, yeah, is within our space. It's not even a great amount of distance, right?
It's because the whole galaxy
One
drifts
second.
together.
One
It's
second.
as simple as that.
1 second. Some of those things you're looking at are light years or billions of light years away, right? Yeah. And you know
Exactly.
how many miles in a light year? Like how many time and like, bruv, the
a
sun
lot.
is not a light year away from us.
Not
Put it that
even
way.
close.
Right.
Not
So
even that.
close.
It's like
Yeah.
Jupiter's trying
That's
to
what I'm
say that the
the
stars
distance.
rotate with the Earth and some shit. Like I don't get
No,
it.
I'm saying
Or the
we're in
galaxy.
Earth's meant to be on a tilted axis, yet they always lines up. Like what is this?
Yeah.
I feel some things are kind of not permanent, but they're kind of permanently fixed in their location. It must be that because it can't
That's
be
what it
any
appears
other way.
like.
Yeah.
It definitely appears that way. But according to the Big Bang Theory, everything is diverging away from each other at a ridiculously fast rate that's unfathomable.
No, that
But
was
like
at
you
the
said,
beginning. Yeah.
no, it's still accelerating.
Oh, still
According-
accelerated. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that doesn't
Right.
make sense.
So, and like you just pointed out, and like our eyes can objectively see, they appear relative to each other, that they're
Yeah.
not moving apart from each other. They're staying not only relative to each other, they're staying the same distance, but if the pyramids align, then relative to us on Earth.
To us.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And that science and that mathematics has nothing to do, has no bearing on this conversation because we're dealing with, as you said, the Big Bang and what they say, and then.
But even without a
trying to
Big
remix
Bang,
it.
I want to know how that's
He's trying to
possible on a
remix it.
spinning ball.
That's what I said. The remix, the
Right.
Big
So
Bang
the spinning
thing
ball
is
that
still
we
a
are
theory,
on,
though.
the spinning ball that we are on, orbits the sun, and the planetary systems that orbit around with us are part of a galaxy, and our galaxy all
Part of a
moves
solar system.
together, which is why the stars in our galaxy are at such a vast amount of time away from us that even if it was going at 100 miles per hour, we would not visually be able to see it because of the distance.
Right, but it's
Jupiter,
not
within
100 miles an
1,000
hour, it's
years, they
billions
would
of
be.
miles an hour.
No. But wait, even Jupiter, within 1,000 years, they should at least be like at least a mile apart in the sky or half a mile apart in the sky. They shouldn't be the same equidistant all like over this time. We'd still calculate some type of shift.
Exactly.
We're talking thousands of years here.
The
Now, what
stars
we
in
know
our
is-
night
Oh,
sky
man.
do change because they're part of our galaxy.
But
They
what I'm
don't
saying
change,
is,
Jupiter. You're
They do
contradicting yourself.
change.
You're contradicting yourself, and you're contradicting everything,
We
just
know that
objective
they
reality.
change.
how did they
We
change?
know that they change.
So they're
They
not in
do
the same
change.
relative position that they were in thousands of years ago. Then,
Relative to, not to us.
so
no,
then how
not
do
all
they?
the time.
No, to us and to each other. This is the
In
point.
distance from
Triangulation.
us, whether they're directly above us or not, they
I didn't
change.
say that. I didn't say that. What we're saying is the relative distance between the stars and their nearest neighbors and us and the stars and the way we view them
You wouldn't be able to tell the distance
hasn't
between them.
changed. Well, if they were moving, if they were diverging at billions of miles an hour, you would be able to see it happening.
You can't see how fast they're moving.
Exactly.
Because they are so far away from us.
I'm not talking about moving away from us. I'm not talking about moving away from us. I'm talking about if we're looking at two stars in the sky that are next to each other, yeah, if they were moving outwards away from us at billions of miles an hour, we would see the two stars getting further and further apart from each other.
Why would you? Why wouldn't they travel at the same speed?
They could be traveling at the same speed, but if they are moving out from a central point in an explosive fashion, the relative distance, sorry, let me finish. The relative distance between star A and star B would get wider as both the stars get further away from the central point.
It's very, I can give you a very simple exercise to do, yeah?
Why would it? Why would it?
Right, there has an exercise.
Going at two different speeds.
I was going to show you an exercise.
They wouldn't.
Oh my days. All you need to do is get a piece of paper and a ruler. Take any starting position, corner of the paper, and draw a line to anywhere. Now move the ruler slightly and draw another line, and then trace the distance between the line from the start to the end. It will get bigger. It might get slightly bigger, or but it will get wider. Like
Bunga, I've explained to them before that what we're seeing is what's happened in the past. It's not.
Yeah, we get that, but it doesn't matter whether it was in the past or not. The same physical rules apply. Like T was just explaining, if you have two lines that start at the same point and diverge, as you move away from the origin, the distance between those two lines, equidistant along the lines, gets wider. This is so simple to understand. So simple.
No, not really, because it would be.
Wow.
Look, it would depend on your position within space for a start.
Oh, Jupiter.
Because okay, look, you've got 360 degrees of 360 degrees, yeah. If you were to chuck up something into the air, and they were actually moving through the same speed of light, but the time that they went up into the air was apart from each other in two different angles. But they're now going to move through space at the same speed of light. Yeah, they're going to maintain the same distance between themselves, but they're just going to both speed through faster.
Wait. I've got a great analogy.
Depending on what perspective. If you were standing on the same line scale as them, if you were standing there, you would only see 1 point because one might be hidden behind the other.
Just say you don't.
If you was to move by just 1 degree, you would see the perspective differently. So your position in space is relative to what you can see. Now,
okay, so here's an analogy.
Millions and millions of miles distance,
which is nothing if it's moving at billions of miles per hour.
My God, it could be billions of miles away.
All right, check this then. Check this. No.
In our night sky, we see stars. They all look like they're flat, but actually they're not even in the same fucking.
So here's something simple then.
Some could be fucking thousands of miles away. Others could be fucking hundreds of miles away.
Way more than thousands of miles. Way more than.
I'm just giving an example.
All right, cool.
Yeah, so give examples that make sense.
If you wait, S, one sec. If you have two people in front of you, and they walk in different directions, even slightly different directions away from you, and you turn around slowly, every time you turn around and look at them and see them again, they are going to be, no matter how slowly they are walking, they will be further apart every time you see them again. It is that simple. Like, what can you not understand about that? Two people walking in different directions away from you at the same speed, and you turn around and look at them again. Every time you look at them, no matter how slow they are going, they will be further apart. Can you not grasp that concept?
I can, but you're talking about the concept from our visual plane as we are now.
Okay, so now apply that to
answer you. Stop talking over me. Let me answer you.
But why are you saying what he's talking about? He made it clear what he was talking about. Why are you trying to change what he's talking about?
Okay, all right, because you don't want to hear what my answer is.
That's why you were changing what he's talking about, because I don't want to hear what your answer is. This is ridiculous, Jupiter. You're a big woman.
Simple. Then you apply that same logic to the earth.
Yeah.
We're standing
I'll tell
on
you
the
what,
point
if
of
I
the
apply
earth.
your logic to things, I wouldn't have any understanding of fucking anything. You two are
Right.
daft as arseholes. You do know that, don't you?
Right.
So we use that same
Because
logic.
you can't even bear to listen to somebody else's point of view without talking over them, because you so desperately want to shore up your limited understanding of what you're saying.
No, just don't change what was said in your answer. That's all, in your reply.
So
I
what I'm
asked if you
telling you
understood
is
that concept.
that the speed of light that travels for us to see something is so fucking vast that what we're actually seeing is the past. What we see as moving fast will seem as moving slow in space. And therefore, we can't visually see the speed in which it's moving anyway.
Okay, that's actual mathematical nonsense, what you just said. What you said is actually untrue nonsense.
It's actually fucking very truthful.
No, just according to maths, what you said is nonsense.
All right. Show to me why it's untrue. Show to me why it's untrue.
If two things are moving away from each other,
right,
why would we not be able to see that?
Right. First of all, you're trying to give a diagram with 3 points, but you're saying 2 points.
No, what?
Because right, so if 2 points are moving away
you're
from each
lost
other,
in this convo. You're
just
lost.
two things. Okay. So the point of where the Big Bang happened, according to you, even though it's 360 degrees of 360, yeah?
Yeah, so in all directions,
so if
everything is moving away from each other.
If there's a ball in space and it explodes, it's going to explode in all directions, yeah?
All directions, that's right.
Right. If you are standing, right, so let's just imagine that ball is in the middle of a football pitch, yeah?
Yep.
Up in the air.
Yep.
Everything else is around it is black. You're the only person sitting there observing it. Let's say that you're sitting in the east wing, but you're looking directly at it.
Okay.
That
Shouldn't we be on one of the pieces?
Hold on. That ball explodes. If you're sitting in the west wing, what you see on the left and what you see on the right is going to be different to what you see if you're sitting in the east, yes?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
But it will all appear at the same distance, won't it?
No, not at all. Those exploding pieces, as they move towards you, relative to each other, they will get wider apart.
Wider and wider.
Why would they move towards you if they're moving away from
Because you're sitting in the east wing and the ball exploded, which means everything's going to move outwards.
Wait. I got a good one.
You're going to be blown in the explosion too, and you're going to be moving on the same wave and frequency, yes?
Well, no, not if you're sitting on the east wing.
Oh, so that you're the only thing that's got gravity in the whole of space. Everything else is going to move and you're not going to. Even though you're on the spinning ball and you're moving.
Out of everyone who's been on today, Jupiter, you're by far the worst.
Around the sun, and you're pulled by the gravity of other planets. You apparently are standing still. Yeah?
I never said that. It was your analogy. You said sitting on the east wing, and I said, shouldn't you be sitting on one of the exploded pieces? But he's like, hold on. You didn't even listen.
Why do you need to be sitting on an exploding piece?
Because that would be an analogy that's more similar to what you believe in. We're not viewing the universe from God's position. We're viewing the universe from Earth, right? One of the exploding pieces. Like, what the fuck?
Right. So you're saying that, okay. So imagine I'm trying to make you understand it by taking you outside of it so that you can look inwards onto it.
Yeah, I can understand it both ways. It's you that's not getting it. You can't understand that as the pieces move away from the explosion where they exploded, you're pretending you don't understand that each piece relative to its nearest neighbor is getting further away from its nearest neighbor as they explode outwards. You're pretending you can't understand that, but I know you can.
Right. Okay, let me put it a different way. Have you ever seen the pictures of people where they stand and they take a photograph and they pretend that they're holding the Eiffel Tower on their hand?
Yeah, I've seen stuff like that.
Yeah. If you take the picture, visually, it looks like the Eiffel Tower's only tiny and it's actually on the hand, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But actually, it's miles and miles away from that hand.
Yeah.
Well, not miles and miles, actually.
But it could be whatever, yeah. I get what you're saying.
Yeah. There's distance. It's exactly the same fucking thing. You
No, it's
think
not.
you're looking at
It's
something
not.
that's
The
right next
Eiffel
to
Tower,
something.
the Eiffel Tower is not moving away at billions
Exactly,
You
it's not
think you're looking
exploded.
at
The Eiffel
stars
Tower is
that, hold
It's not.
on. You think you're looking at stars that are right next to each other.
No, I don't.
In fact, they could be millions of miles apart.
Duh.
In fact, what you
It
can
would
see
be more
visually
than
with your
millions of
eyes
miles apart.
sometimes is a cluster of stars, but they appear to you as if they're one. You can't
Okay.
even see the distance they're moving. They're moving away from each other because of
Right,
the
but
distance that you are from them.
none of that changes the physical reality that the night sky would look different every single night if the Big Bang Theory was correct.
It's so
It's not the
simple.
same
Like I
every
don't
single.
understand.
It appears
We're
to be the
literally
same every single
rotating
night,
whilst things are
but it's
moving.
not. It's fractionally moving.
It wouldn't be fractional, Dupes. It would be drastically different.
Okay. Do you age?
No.
What do you
Only
mean
if
no?
I'm stressed. Only if I'm stressed.
So you've lived in your body all your life, yeah? Yeah. You know that there's been differences in your body, but you've never noticed the difference until you
No,
look
I
backwards.
only age
Hold
when I'm
on,
stressed.
until you look backwards to see the difference from the beginning to the end. But as you are aging through life, you don't actually observe it.
Right, but that's not the same as the Big Bang Theory, though, Dupes.
Oh,
You're talking
I'll give you
about
an analogy.
you're talking about something that's moving so slowly it's imperceivable. But we're talking about something that's moving so fast it would be impossible not to perceive it.
I
So
gave
these
a slow
analogies aren't good
analogy.
It's not possible because of the distance. You're not accounting. You're not putting the
I am
distance
accounting
into
for
the
the
sum
distance.
total.
I am.
You're not putting it into the mathematical equation. You're
No,
not.
I am,
People, we
I am.
are just billions of miles an hour. This is how fast these pieces are moving. These stars are moving, right? Yeah, billions away from each other, and you think you wouldn't be able to observe that somewhat?
You can't
And we're
observe
only
it because of
rotating
the
at
distance
thousands.
that you are away from them.
See, and this
That's
is the
called
thing.
brainwash,
Yeah. A lot of people have been tricked out of their own senses, brother. They just
Yeah.
listen to people. I'm not talking about you in particular, Duke. Before you start saying whatever, I'm not talking about you, but I'm saying
I don't mind if you think I'm
humans in
brainwashed
particular.
because I actually
No,
We've
think
but
tricked
you're
out of
Jupiter's
our
trying to
brainwashed. So I
say
think
that
you're
over
entitled to
thousands
that.
of
we
years
just
you won't.
believe shit that we're just told, just so easy. But yeah,
Are
sorry,
you
Tim, go on.
really trying to say over thousands of years we won't see the stars get slightly wider apart? Not even slightly, no?
No, because they're going to be traveling through space depending on their gravitational pull and where they are placed within their galaxy. They will move through the galaxy together. What we see is our galaxy, our night stars. They're all moving. It's like it went boom and then started all moving at the same speed together.
That's my point, Dupes.
Oh, Dupes, do you think there's star constellations underneath us?
What?
Do you think there's star constellations underneath us? Because we can see the sky, like our observable sky is what,
Yeah.
no matter if it's rotating or not, it's still like we can see all of that. But there must be other stars like below us, and below our human eye line or whatever we can see.
You mean below the Earth?
Yeah.
Yes.
Not below it, on the other side of it.
On all sides
On
of
the
it.
other side of it, yeah, on all sides of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's giving you a perception as well, though, how far these things are, like, you know what I mean? So they're not going to be seen even to be moving. So I think that's what the brothers are saying. Like, yeah, according to the exploding Earth model, exploding universe model, nothing should be ever the same. It should be all thing. You know what I mean?
Should be drastically different.
It should be drastically different.
Day by day. The sky, the constellation shouldn't be static for millennia.
Yeah.
There should be no such thing as a constellation.
Yeah, and also the Earth shouldn't be speeding up, according to them, speeding up, and the galaxy speeding up, and they can't explain why. But anyway, there was a brother that came on talking about flight plans and all this nonsense and blah blah blah. So I'm gonna say something in the private chat. don't know if one of you lot could share your screen and just show him, because he said that from Oregon to Japan they fly in a straight line, yada yada yada, all this rubbish, and that proves the globe, right? So I'm gonna show him the map that pilots use. Yeah, this is the pilots. This is what the map that the pilots use, right? And then he can explain that. So yeah, if any of you wanna click that link in the private chat and share the screen, I'd be much obliged. I'll be back to take the helm in about 20 minutes, man. I'm just getting a key cut.
Yeah.
Jeez, that's big. I would share my screen, but I'm on Firefox, so it don't
I'll
share
do
the tabs when I click it.
I noticed that the people that say that anyone anyone questioning the globe is pseudo seems to bring hella pseudo shit. Like everyone that so far that's come on the panel, every single person on the panel has come with some pseudo shit that they learned from NASA, and then they come and then they, like, I just don't get it. Get me? You lot believe in all sorts, reptilians and fucking all kinds of shit.
Right.
Like,
So,
but you following your eyes and your senses is pseudo. Like this is why I've always said here that whether it's flat or not flat or whatever, it's the ultimate thought exercise to get you to rethink what you think you know. It's the ultimate. That's all it is. And some people just can't do it. And some people just want to sound smart.
Yeah, and end up sounding really dumb. really dumb.
That's how I feel about some of you lot. So,
No, I never called you dumb. Don't be like that. I never called none of you lot dumb. I never called none of you lot dumb.
You never said that. You never said that.
No, don't be like that, Jupiter, man. You can't be feeling man's dumb.
I never said you did. I said to Maku.
Yeah.
I replied Maku, not you.
Oh.
And me and T as well. You said we're. What was it you said?
All right, well,
I
this
said,
has got
and that's
sound.
how I feel about some of you.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Can we reload this video and play it with sound, please?
Yeah. One sec. Let's step it back inside.
God said so. This is a map that is downloaded.
Okay.
Full screen.
This is a map that is downloaded in every autopilot computer on every airplane that has autopilot. This is the map that it uses. The only proof you guys have for round Earth, the globe, is NASA. No information you have ever received has come from anywhere but NASA. NASA in Hebrew means to deceive. This is Antarctica. If you do measurements for distances on how long flights are on this map, are identical to flight times that you look up on the internet. Do your research. It's not a globe. God said so. This is a map that is downloaded in every autopilot computer on every airplane that has autopilot. This is the map that it uses. The only
simple. Right. And this is basic research. That's the part I don't get. This is the basic research.
Basic research.
Pull this up in.
Now, I just want to add something to what he said, because there's people who are going to come back after Google and say, no, he was wrong. What you're looking at here is called an azimuthal. What is it? Azimuthal equidistant projection, right?
Right.
So what we're looking at is centered on the North Pole. A pilot would center his azimuthal equidistant projection map on his current location, and he would mark a trajectory to the destination. If you do that, you get the exact distance. This is what all pilots use. They don't use Google Maps and the Great Circle. And if you take straight lines off an azimuthal equidistant projection from two places, and then you project that onto a ball image like Google Earth, you will see this great circle. So what's actually a straight line that the pilots would fly? When you map it onto a ball, it will look like the great circle. But the pilots don't fly in no great circle. They're flying in straight lines. They're not correcting. They're not constantly curving. They're just flying straight.
That's how you circle a square.
But we don't understand what we're talking about because we haven't studied both sides.
So if you were to walk from, let's say, England to Australia, wouldn't you do it in a straight line?
Well, not according to...
Imagine we could walk across water.
Yeah. So logic would say yes, right? But if you applied that to a ball, it wouldn't work.
Why not? Why can't you walk from the top to the bottom?
You can.
It's the same with.
It wouldn't be a straight line.
Yeah, it would be a
Why
straight
wouldn't
line.
it be a straight? No, it'd curve. But
Exactly.
if you was
so that's
actually
not a
walking
straight
it,
line.
you would observe it to be straight, wouldn't you?
No,
that's not the same
if you
thing
walked,
as it being
if
straight.
you walked a straight line from this map, you would observe it to be straight. If you walked a straight line from a curved map, you'd on
would
this
drift.
line it would be zigzags, like you'd be going in different
if
directions.
we didn't have gravity,
we don't.
okay. No, actually, we need gravity. But if
No,
we
we
had
don't.
the gravity
We
to
don't have
walk
gravity.
upside, if we had enough gravity that if we were able to walk on objects that were round and floated in the air, right? Imagine you've got a ball and you're on the top, and you decide that you're looking over the precipice, but you know that you can walk down, around, and under it.
Yeah.
It's
I
not
get
going
what
to
you're
appear
saying.
to you that you're walking in a straight line.
Yes, it would. But it appearing to you that it's a straight line is not the same as a straight line.
Exactly.
Right.
Right.
But what the
So it's
pilots fly.
definitely you have to
Wait.
make it-
But
go
what the
on.
pilots are flying is straight lines.
Which is
There's
why
a
when you map
fundamental
southern
difference here.
hemisphere flights, you'll see it on this map in a straight line. On a normal map they give us, it will show it going
It looks
up
like
then
nonsense. Yeah, it will
Like-
go up into the northern hemisphere and then back down into the south. On a
what
north.
you are looking at is a 1D version of a 3D situation.
No, it's not. It's an azimuthal equidistant projection.
You're looking at a 1D visual effect.
down. How can anything be 1D? The lowest we can
2D.
Because
visualize
some
is
of those,
2D.
okay, so see that
2D
land
is
mass
2D.
that you've got there, all of the land mass that's there,
Yeah.
is some of those areas raised up or not?
Yes, but it's 2D. It's not 1D. It's 2D. We get what you're
Right.
saying, but it's 2D.
Right, so some of the areas are raised up.
Yeah. It's a 2D
So you don't have to
projection,
go
yeah.
up and down. You don't have to go up and down. Then forget the fact of the curvature.
No, I'm not talking
let's
up and
just
down in
ima-
terms
let's
of
just
terrain.
imagine-
I'm not
hold
talking
on.
up and down. He literally said southern to northern hemisphere and back to southern. So that's not up and down in terms of terrain.
I'm trying to show you a different way of understanding it. Forget the curvature for a minute. Let's just look at that map. Let's just imagine all that green bit there at the top of the map. Yeah, all the green bit is a mountain, and the yellow bit is a safari desert.
Yeah.
You could draw a line from the top to the bottom,
Uh-huh.
and it would take you from the top of the yellow bit to the bottom of the green bit. Yeah.
Yep.
You draw it as a straight line. You'd be walking a straight line.
Yep.
But actually, you're going to have
You'd
to
have to
go
go up and down.
up and down. But that
Yeah,
can't
I
be
agreed with
displayed
you.
on here. Just
No, I
like
agree
the
with-
curvature can't be displayed. But it doesn't mean it's not there, because it is there.
No, but what we're saying is
That's
if
not
you
true,
take
though,
that
G.
same straight line and plot that on the normal map that they give us, what you will see is that it's not a straight line on that map.
It's a zigzag.
That's what we're saying.
Why would it be a zigzag when you're going in a straight line in one direction?
If you're looking at the Gould-Peters projection or Mercator projection, the reason why it would be a zigzag is, say for example, you were flying from East Africa to the eastern tip of South America. Yeah, you're gonna fly in a straight line from this East Africa. You're gonna pass South Africa. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let me make it simple.
Wait.
for you.
Let me finish. You're gonna go from East Africa to South Africa, yeah, and then on to the eastern side of South America. on a
You're sharing
Mercator
your screen.
projection.
Bring up the map in it, so you can just show with the mouse.
Oh,
in
that's
it,
a good
like,
point.
it's easy.
Proof. You got. Give me one
Because it
sec.
seems like I'm not even gonna say nothing.
Right. So imagine you've got a basketball.
No,
on
I'm gonna do look, East Africa. Oh God, yeah. So we're here, yeah, and we're gonna fly to here. Oh, I should have kept both maps. On the other map, the line was like straight from here, straight down there, carrying on straight, and you end up here. But on this map, you go down, then you do 90 degrees or whatever degrees, and you turn back, a zigzag. But a pilot
That
doesn't
would be
do
the
that
flight
turn.
path.
Yeah, the flight path on this map would look like that. But a pilot don't do that. A pilot does that. Oh, maybe you can't see my cursor. But a pilot would fly straight down the east side of South Africa, continue flying straight. He wouldn't make a 90-degree turn to the right and then head towards Brazil.
Right, you've got a basketball right in your living room. It's on the floor. Yeah? Yeah?
Yeah.
You've got north, south, east, and west, yeah?
Yep.
The north is the top of the ball. Okay? But you're sitting on your sofa and you're looking at it. You can't see the other side. Yeah? You can't see all of the southern region. You can only all of the north. The north and the going. You couldn't look over the other side of the ball. You can only see the one side of the ball that's facing you. But there's the north, south, east, and west, right?
Yep.
A plane takes off. Yeah?
Yep.
From the south. Goes straight up.
Yep.
Yeah? Then it goes straight left, and then comes straight down again. So that now it's on the west. It left on the east and it went on the west.
Sorry,
the journey upwards,
explain it again.
The journey upwards and the journey down doesn't come into the distance that you travel.
No, it doesn't.
No.
But there would be a hard, sharp turn to the left. Right? According to the flight paths as they show it on the plane. And you can feel when a plane's turning and you can see it. Right? So to go from, if you wanted to fly.
But planes do, if you watch the planes in the sky,
yeah,
you will see that when they leave the airports, that they go up and then they do turn in the direction they're going.
Right, but then they get on their course, right?
Yeah, and then
they show you all the lines on the screen. Right?
And then they stay on their course.
Yeah.
And then they line up and they come in again at an angle to land.
Yeah, but we're not talking about when they're taking off or landing. We're talking about halfway through the journey.
Exactly.
Halfway through the journey, on a Mercator projection, there would be a hard turn. But on an azimuthal equidistant projection, it will be a straight line.
Cool.
The pilots
now you've got to imagine that the ball is moving.
Bring up this website I just posted.
Now you've got to imagine that ball is moving.
Just outside.
Which is why you would have to do a turn, because it moves. The ball is moving.
The pilots don't do a turn. That's the point.
What do you mean they don't do a turn?
They don't do the hard turn. So, for example, if the pilot was flying from East Africa to eastern side of South America via South Africa, yeah. Oh yeah, I'll bring up the
because it just shows it perfectly, and then she might like understand the concept of how big the turn would have to be and what it's like.
Okay, so this line here that a pilot would use.
We can't see. We're still on Google Earth screen.
Oh shit! Sorry, wrong one. Give me one sec. Okay, let me zoom out a tiny bit so you can see both. Okay, so look at the bottom one. A pilot would plot this straight line. If this was the pilot's journey, the pilot would fly in a dead straight line. Yeah. But according to this projection at the top, the pilot would do some weird kind of odd arc that flattens out this part here and then comes back round. A big massive arc. Pilots don't do that.
That's the literal same journey on that flat map. That straight line is that exact same journey on the map that they give us.
Why would they need to do an arc?
Can't you see the top projection?
Can you not see where the countries are? Like,
yeah, but why would you need to do an arc?
Can't you see the arc? This green line on the top projection.
Yeah, but why would you need to do that? You don't need to do that.
But that's that if you were sitting on the plane looking at the screen, if you were sitting on the plane looking at the screen, you would see a projection like the top one, and the screen would show you this big arc, right? But in reality, you would just be flying in a straight line like the bottom one.
Oh my God. So what they're showing you...
Oh, look, this is it. This is even better. Look at this one.
Yeah.
Zoom in on that one.
Yeah.
Please.
See that? You see the difference? These southern hemisphere flights.
Southern hemisphere flights.
Exactly.
Yeah, but surely that's a plane that's stopping off in Dubai.
Well, on this bottom one, it's passing Dubai, right? On the bottom projection, it's passing Dubai.
So it makes sense to stop there. On the bottom one, but it makes sense to stop off there because it's passing it. Tell me how it makes sense to stop off in Dubai on the map on top.
Why wouldn't you fly straight from Johannesburg straight to Perth in a straight line like this? Why would you fly all the way north and then come back down all the way south? Why would you do that?
They're gonna chat shit about petrol and we need to refuel and all sorts of crap, bro. But
and then that's another thing. Jet fuel's another myth, hoax thing about the plane carries the fuel in the wings and all of that. That's not how it works, and that's why fat people don't get charged more on the plane.
Right. So if you've got a spinning ball,
yeah.
If you've got a spinning ball, maybe it's to do with the way that it spins.
Of course not.
No, maybe it's to do with the direction it's spinning in.
But the land masses don't change.
Doesn't say that. Aviation says plot a straight line and fly it.
No, when you're going up above, but don't forget the ball is moving underneath.
It's not though, because so if then how would the plane land? Why would the plane even fly then? The plane should just go up and then wait for the Earth to move around it and then just come back down.
That's what I was going to say. You could just go straight up in a helicopter and wait, let the planet rotate and then come back down and you'd be in Perth. But you can't do that. If you went straight up in the air and waited, you would still be in Johannesburg. So you run out of fuel. Then you would drop and hit the ground in Johannesburg. So that the Earth isn't moving underneath you when you take off. You can't detect movement of the Earth. No one's detecting movement of the Earth.
Pilots openly admit that they don't calculate for the Earth's rotation when taking off or landing.
Rotation or curvature.
Yeah. I just didn't want to go back to the curvature things.
Pilots don't account for curvature dupes or rotation. And they will tell you that. They would have to account for curvature and rotation if the Earth was curved and rotating, but they don't.
You could literally YouTube videos of pilots openly saying that they don't account for it, like dismissively, like it's nothing. Yeah, we don't.
And then when people say to them, so don't you think that's weird that if the Earth's curved and rotating, you don't have to account for curvature or rotation? And they're like, yeah, I mean, I don't know about that, but we don't. We definitely don't. We just fly.
Yep. They just fly.
Same like civic engineers. Civic engineers don't account for no curvature when they're building massive canals or bridges that are 100 miles long.
Mm.
They don't account for any curvature. They just build them straight, true, and level. They get a datum reference point and they make sure that they're building it completely level from that point, not adjusting for curvature, just level.
Not one time
the Earth was curved,
ever adjusted for curvature.
Now, if the Earth was curved and you just took a point and you made sure that from that point you build out in a straight line, you'd be building a bridge that's going off into the sky.
Mm.
Oh God, you lot are funny.
So you're laughing at
That's the
engineers
truth,
and aviators now, the ones who
No,
actually
wait.
live in
Just get a ruler and put it on top of the basketball,
of
and
the
tell me it
basketball
doesn't
that you
go
were
off,
talking about.
like onto the top, in it, like a ruler, which is the bridge, right? And you're building it
Why
straight
would
across.
you be measuring the curvature when you're going up into airspace that's above the curve?
Because you
would
need
have
to
be
account for the
constantly
plane.
nosing down.
Explain that to me. Why would you need
So
to?
that you don't fly into space, Jupiter, you need to constantly adjust the plane so that you follow the curve around. Otherwise,
Yeah.
you're flying up into sky, which is my whole point with the ruler and the basketball. Do you not understand that? If you just carried on flying straight, you would be flying up into space.
You'd be constantly
you
just
need
getting
to
further away
adjust the
from the
plane
ground.
You
constantly.
don't. Yeah, no one's saying that you go straight. Like
Yes,
I
they
told
are.
you, when you take off, it's not added into the distance.
No, but the pilot
And
would
you
have
getting
to
up
constantly
into
be
space and
adjusting.
coming down from space.
Streaming,
It's not added.
live from the back of the cab. Let me drop another truth bomb. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why would go up in the air? Blah, 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 some nonsense, right? All right, cool. The people that believe in or that purport this globe theory also tell you that the atmosphere is curved. Do you know that? Now, it would make sense if we was on a ball that the atmosphere itself would be curved, right? And this is another way how we prove it, right? Because those that don't believe in it, say, okay, so how come you can't go up in a helicopter, wait for 10 minutes, and come back down and be in a different place?
Yeah.
And they say that's because the atmosphere is moving as well. Duh! Don't be dumb. Duh! And now here you are agreeing with them but laughing at them.
Yeah.
I am laughing at them.
So you're laughing at
I
all
never
of the
made the claim that
aviators.
you can go up into the air and wait and then come down somewhere else.
You made the claim that the Earth is moving below you.
That's what
in a plane.
I made the claim that Earth is moving below you. Yes.
Yeah.
But it's not. They say they say it's not. They say when you go up in the air, yeah, the atmosphere that you're in is moving too. This is how they get around the fact that clearly the Earth ain't moving, right? So they're like, this is how they get around it. The reason why you can't just hover in the air and come back down in a different location is because the atmosphere you're hovering in is also moving. Like, come on, man. Are you not starting to doubt it a little bit? Like, not even a little bit, no? When the engineers, the aviators, the astronauts, the spacemen, the high altitude jumpers, they're all giving you information that makes you think, but yet your critical brain ain't kicked in yet. But should we talk about reading the future in tea leaves, then you're like, yeah, that can be done. That's real. So I'm just saying, like, just be open-minded, man. Like, it's no loss if you not just reconsider what you think you know. Just reconsider. That's what we asking. Like, it's not that deep. But for some reason, you're digging your heels in, and then when you're presented with the information that at least says, okay, maybe further research needs to be done. Okay, I didn't know that. It's like nobody can concede that for some reason. I don't know why.
People can conceive it and people can listen to it. If I wasn't listening to what your theories are, I wouldn't be here. I don't know what you're talking about.
Not conceive.
But what I'm saying is that what you're saying doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
It don't make sense. Yeah, I agree with you. The globe doesn't make sense, and that's where I got to. I got to the point where, you know what? Allow me even trying to say that the Earth is flat. Let's not even go there. Let's just say the globe model doesn't make sense.
At all. Doesn't work at all. Physically,
It
mathematically,
don't work.
scientifically.
Right, that's. Do you know what I mean? And I feel like, you know what? Yeah, like, not to be egotistical, but you are listening to some brothers that can take in information, you know, and do have certain skills of logic that have been tried and tested in debate for a couple of years. So, like, the question is, are these men really fucking stupid? Me and S and T ain't sitting there saying, this is the name of God, this is who God is, oh, you got to do this to go to heaven. We're not those guys. We're the critical thinkers here. I'm telling you that there's another religion that needs to be scrutinized just as thoroughly, and that is the religion of scientism. Yeah, and this comes under scientism, and I'm saying it should be scrutinized. But people acting like how Muslims act when you ask them to look at Prophet Muhammad, or how Christians act when you ask them to look at Jesus, or how, do you know what I mean? It's another religion to them, and they're just like stand by it. Listen to Lana Kelts today. Look how what a bad job he did of defending the globe. Like back to back allegations he made were dismissed, and he couldn't even acknowledge them. So it's like, bro, if you show me something and I've got no way around it, I'm gonna have to say, you know what, you're right, bro. Like, rah, I never thought of it like that. Fuck, yeah, you got no, you know what, yeah. But it's like none of these men can do it because they're dogmatic, they're religious about their belief. Yeah, and they're not trying to expand or budge. They just want the world to conform with the way that they've been shown. That's it. That's it. They're not looking for any improvement on that. This is it. I've been told it's this way. This is it. But when the scientists say, "Oh, we thought Jupiter was a planet, but now it's a dwarf star," yeah, or Pluto, sorry. We thought Pluto was a planet, now it's a dwarf star, yeah. And they're like, "Oh yeah," and they can accept that. Science evolves, but they don't evolve. They wait for science to evolve, or the mainstream narrative to evolve, in order for them to expand their consciousness. They can't do it themselves.
And
But
until it evolves, they will stand and dig their heels in and say the science is settled on the subject. We've got enough proof to say that this is settled. Then when it changes all of a sudden, it's not settled anymore, then it's just settled again.
And they mix up theories with laws.
Yep. Here's another thing to consider as well, Dukes. If the Earth's rotating, right, it would be rotating.
Okay, listen. If you stand on top of a moving plane or top of a moving train and you jump, yeah. If you step on top of a moving plane and you jump, are you gonna land back in the same spot? You're saying you're inside of a moving, so you're saying that the Earth has a roof. See your little analogy, Raphael Della Ghetto, yeah? Yeah. You're like, do you realize what you're saying? Are you comparing the Earth to a train, which is an enclosed capsule? Is that what you're saying? Earth is enclosed capsule with a solid roof, walls, and a floor. Because that's why your car analogy or any of them things there will work, right? That's the only reason why it will work. Yeah. But if you stand on the plane or on the train and you jump, you're likely to die, but you're definitely not going to land back in the same space. Or have I got that wrong? Talk to me.
No, that's right.
No, you got that right still.
Right. Yeah, I mean that.
Here's another one to consider as well. If the Earth's rotating, yeah, at roughly 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, then if you're flying into the rotation, you would cover the distance so quickly. Let's say you're flying at 500 miles an hour and the Earth's rotating towards you at 1,000 miles an hour, you'd be covering 1,500 miles per hour. If you flew in the opposite direction, your destination would be moving away from you at 500 miles per hour. You would just be getting further and further away from where you're trying to head to. Yeah, you'd have to be going over 1,000 miles an hour to begin making the slightest progress towards your destination.
Which means all planes would only travel in one direction.
In one direction. Basic physical reality.
Because you're not going to take off going faster than the Earth's rotation, so you got to go opposite it, and you're not going to land speeding up to match the Earth's rotation perfectly. Like, so again, you got to go against it and take your chances.
wrong.
Thinks of you say we're wrong, but can you bring something as to why we're wrong?
Yeah.
Please.
Because you're
Tell us
saying
why we're
planes
wrong.
would only fly in one direction. Why would that make sense?
Well, according to you, you said when you're in a plane, the Earth is spinning beneath you, right? That's what you said. And I'm saying
The
if that is
atmosphere
true,
is all moving. The plane is, if the plane was stationary above, everything would be moving. The atmosphere and the Earth. But if you're moving as
right?
well,
But that doesn't happen.
you have to counter for that. What?
It doesn't happen. If you go straight up in a helicopter and hang there, the Earth does not, and the Earth and the air doesn't move past you at 1,000 miles an hour. That doesn't
I
happen.
never said it moved at 1,000 miles an hour. I don't know what.
No, that's what the science says. That's what the science says. 24 hours in a day. A day is one rotation, roughly 24,000 miles. That's 1,000 miles per hour, roughly.
Okay. So why do we have Greenwich Mean Time?
Because we have time zones. A
Why do we have
man-made
time?
thing.
Why do we have time zones?
Why?
For business.
Yeah, for whatever, for
So that
timekeeping.
businesses can.
We
yeah,
know that the
for
Earth
business.
moves because of the shadow moving across the landscape.
Well, isn't it? Well, what if the sun's moving?
Yeah. We can replicate that using lights and show that the sun could be moving to make those same shadows. That's one we can actually replicate.
To be fair, if the sun was 93 million miles away, it wouldn't make the shadows that it makes, and it wouldn't make the God rays. Because at that distance,
oh my God!
No, Jupiter, come on,
No,
this
it
is
couldn't.
basic maths.
It's not
At
possible.
that distance, God rays would not diverge at the sharp angles they do. From 93 million miles away, the sunlight would appear to us like it's just coming in straight through the clouds.
Straight vertical, everything down.
Yeah, straight vertical.
Nah, for real dupes, yeah. I seriously suggest that you look into like flight paths and like how they work on a globe versus a flat Earth model. And I'm only saying flat Earth model because like the maps are pretty like much the same. I can't remember the name S knows of that pilot map they use, but it's pretty much the flat Earth model map. And look at just check out the flight paths in it, especially from southern hemisphere to southern hemisphere places, and then check them out on like flat Earth maps and stuff like that, because that's a big eye opener for a lot of people. And I know most people haven't looked into that, so that might be
tiny
something
bit of research.
But this isn't. They're not making sense.
No, but I'm not even
Go on,
coming at you
explain
or
to
nothing.
me.
I'm
Go
literally
on,
just giving you
explain it
something.
in a more articulate
I'm
way than
literally.
me. Go on, explain it.
I'm not. No. I'm not
No,
coming
I'm
at
not.
you.
I'm
There's
talking
nothing to
to.
explain.
Sorry, hold on. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, nah, I wasn't coming at you. There's nothing to explain. I was saying I was giving you a reference point to start like looking into something that will show you this globe map with flight paths versus
I
a
think
flat
someone
Earth
else
map.
is talking. I think she's got someone talking now.
Specifically, if it was flat, as you'd get close to the edges, you'd be able to jump way higher or fall off, which isn't great. Also, for it to be a center point of gravity where mass is located, that means it needs to be everywhere around it at once. And the only way you can do that is in a global shape. So
yeah, exactly.
The theory of gravity was created to give credence to the idea that the Earth's a ball. The Earth worked before the theory of gravity existed. That's not true, Jupiter.
But Jupiter,
That's
it's
not
a
true.
theory.
So
It's a
people-
theory. The scientists are still looking for gravity to prove it. They're still looking in
nothing to
space and
prove.
everywhere to try and
Yeah,
prove
there's nothing
gravity.
to prove. Before the theory of gravity existed, anything that we do today, including flying, you could do using the original mathematics of density and buoyancy.
Buoyancy, exactly. You have been saying this all day, bro.
When you're designing a plane, and that plane needs to take off, you design the plane so it generates a certain amount of lift. The amount of lift it needs to generate needs to offset the mass of the plane, right? You can do that if density. Sorry, what?
You need to slow down, man. You need to slow down for it.
But this is basics, man.
She
Like,
laughed. She
literally.
laughed.
It is. I know.
This
You
is
just
basics.
still, man. You need to slow down for her.
Like if the plane weighs 100 tons, which is quite a lot. Let's say the plane weighs 20 tons or whatever it weighs. Yeah. you need to create 20 tons of lift to get that plane, or more. You need to create more than 20 tons of lift to get that plane to take off. So what you do is you take the density of the air and the wing spread. As the plane moves forward, those wings create lift. Gravity doesn't come into that. You just use density and buoyancy. You don't need gravity.
He wasn't talking about the plane. He was talking about if you're on the fucking actual globe. If the globe is moving through space and you don't have gravity, you'd all fall off.
Right.
Unless it's a globe. The only way that it works is if it's a globe.
I heard that.
He wasn't talking about the plane.
Yeah, but I was pointing out that gravity is not a real thing.
Yeah, if gravity existed, then planes would have to take it into account when taking off, when landing, when flying, because it's a constant.
But they don't. And the reason why they don't have to take it into account is because on Earth, which is the only place we've ever been, the coefficient of gravity is 1. Which means you do the density and buoyancy calculations and you get a result. Then you times that by 1 and you get the exact same result. Which means there's no gravity being accounted for.
Which they admit to. This isn't a secret.
Think you lot need to be in straitjackets.
This isn't a secret. This is not a secret. Like
I'm just saying that you don't understand, Jupiter, man.
Say you don't get it.
You ain't start calling us mad people.
The bloody word you're saying.
You don't start calling people mad.
All right. Sorry. Do you understand what the word coefficient means? Do you know what a coefficient is?
What do you mean coefficient? It works efficiently in correspondence with something else.
No. So, for example, if you were on the moon, right, where they say the gravity on the moon is 1/6 of the gravity on Earth. That's what they say, right? So, if you were going to do the same calculation on the moon, you would do the density and buoyancy calculation, and then you would times it by 1/6, and you would end up with a different number, right? But on Earth, you're just timesing it by 1. Just 1. Which means it's the exact same thing. It means you've been tricked.
Say that again. The moon is 1/6 of the Earth.
No. They say that the gravity on the moon is 1/6 of the gravitational force on the Earth. Right. So that means if you were to do the same calculation for the plane on the moon as you did on Earth, you would do the density and buoyancy calculation and you end up with a number, and then you would times that number by 1/6 and you would end up with a number that's smaller. Right?
Like when they use the rocket to take off, like, or something like that from the moon, they would do the same calculation that they would use to make the rocket take off in the UK. But what they would times the base formula by for the moon would be 1/6, because it's 1/6 of
of pressure that you need.
In the UK,
that's what the gravitational coefficient is. But on Earth, the gravitational coefficient is 1.
So what are they trying to tell you? Or what are they telling us?
They're saying you can completely discount the idea of gravity and everything will work. The physics still works. That's what we're being told.
Jude, still there?
Yeah, I haven't got an answer for that because I don't even know if that's true. So,
well, if you take a number and you times it by 1, it's going to be the same number.
No. She's saying she doesn't know if the coefficient for gravity is 1, but like that's something that's easily verifiable.
Yeah, that's why on Earth we use the terms mass and weight interchangeably. They imply that they're two different things, but they say the numbers are exactly the same because the coefficient of gravity on Earth is 1. This is the science that you claim to believe in, that you think we don't understand.
Right, I'm going to have to go and do some research into that mathematical logic and see if that actually stands up.
Well, check it out. That's what they say, right? Your mass and your weight are the same number.
Yeah, no, that's true. Your mass and your weight is the same number.
But they claim mass and weight are two different things, right? They say that mass is the actual molecular mass of the molecules, and weight is the result of the mass times by the coefficient of gravity. But then they tell you the coefficient of gravity is 1. Which means there's no difference.
Which means mass equals weight.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit like saying 1 times 1 is 1. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's all we're trying to say. Like when they're calculating for designing planes and stuff like that, when they do the calculations and then have to take gravity into effect, taking gravity into effect is literally timesing by one.
So they just remove it from the equation. Because if you're doing maths and you got times by 1, you can just get rid of the times by 1 and you got the same result. So they don't bother with the times by 1. The gravitational coefficient does not come into the calculations for getting a plane or a rocket off the ground.
It's like no one writes the 1 in front of an X if it's just 1x.
They just say X. Because it's the same thing. So if gravity, density, and buoyancy are the same thing as just density and buoyancy, that means gravity does not exist. But the idea of gravity was created to explain how our feet stay on the ball.
I'm gonna have to go and look into that.
Yeah, man.
And then you have to
That's
think
the
like
only
birds
so
would have
far
to-
that argument, it sounds like a good argument, but there's got to be a reason why.
And birds
Well,
would have
there
to
is.
take all of that into account as well when flying, when taking off, when landing. Like that's a constant effect within them. And we like that same gravity is what holds the seas to the seabeds, but we can jump and break that force just by the act of jumping. Like it's little things like that.
Same force that can hold the whole ocean in place while allowing it to swirl around. The same force that holds the whole atmosphere in place while allowing it to move in all different directions in all kinds of turbulences. Meanwhile, it's supposedly moving in one direction at 1,000 miles an hour also. Like if you were to calculate a spinning Earth and focus on one particle of air that's moving around in turbulence, you would have to see that at some moments that turbulent piece of air is moving over 1,000 miles in one direction and then doing double the speed in the other direction, and then turning back and moving half the speed, then turning back and moving double. This doesn't happen. Sometimes the air feels completely still. Sometimes it feels turbulent. It could be moving 1 mile an hour, 40 miles an hour. And all we're detecting is the turbulence, which means you can completely remove the idea of rotation and the sums work.
Yeah, I know Top G. He's completely confused me by throwing the mathematical theory for the fucking mass and the gravity being
Gravitational
taken
coefficient.
into account with the moon. I don't know why the moon's got anything to do with that. But
Oh no, he was just making the analogy of if you were using that same gravitational coefficient on the moon, instead of timesing by 1, which you would do for the Earth, you would need to times by 1/6.
I was explaining to Jupiter what the
Is it you've
coefficient of
actually
gravity means.
bamboozled me with a mathematical equation that's not relevant to having to fly on Earth?
Of
But
course
what
it
he's
is.
saying does make sense, because he's saying if it is only by the power of 1, then actually what's the point in actually doing the mathematical equation? But then there
Which
must
is
be
the
a
main
reason,
thing.
because the theory must work elsewhere though.
What, the
must work
gravitation?
when you
Well,
go-
well, where could
It
it be
must work
tested?
when you go to a different planet though.
No, because
Has
it can't
anyone
be
ever
proven.
done
That's
that?
why it's a theory. That's why it's a
I don't
theory.
Anyone
know.
ever
It can't
done
be
that?
proven. Nope. Because it can't
Even
be
the
done.
theory of gravity by itself in isolation falls apart. Because as you move away from the Earth, as you move away from the center of the Earth, supposedly the effect of gravity on you is getting less and less and less as you move away. Which means eventually you're going to get to a point where it has no effect on you
Yeah,
at
but
all. Right?
isn't that respective on the density of what's around you? I mean, I've heard something about the timing, the time slowing down, not by much, but marginally, by the pyramids because of the density of them.
Can that be
But
shown?
that means
Or is
when
that
you're
something
in a...
that's just conjecture?
No, it was something that they
But it's
put
not
it
even
out.
that.
It
It
was
means when you're in a place that's dense, like if you're in the desert, you should be able to jump higher than you should in like a block of flats, like or around like a city center with bare high rises because of the density.
I don't know. I don't think the density of a block of flats is going to be equal to the pyramids.
No, but that's why I said like
No,
a
a
city
desert.
center or around the pyramids then, innit? you'll be able to, in the desert where there's nothing, you should be able to jump higher than you should next to the pyramids.
Yeah.
I think it's more to do with the speed.
Of
the speed of in which you can move, and or the way that it's perceived as time, something like that.
Well, I don't know. I mean, okay, so imagine this then. Imagine we set two watches exactly the same time, right? And we put one watch down here and put one watch down next to the pyramids. Are you saying that the watch next to the pyramids would slow down because it's near a pyramid?
Yeah, I'm sure I read somewhere someone said that scientists said that they've noticed that to do with the density of the pyramids. Yeah.
Okay.
So
I would say
in Egypt goes slower.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense because Egypt.
Or time in Sudan, it goes the slowest because that's got the most pyramids.
Yeah, that just doesn't make any physical sense.
And this is after you asking about the time zones. So that can't be possible if they implement time zones, because you can't have one place going slightly slower than another and adhering to the time zones at the same time.
Hold on. Try and look it up. Okay. Okay, it's true. So the bigger the so it says, if I were to stand by a pyramid which weighs about 20 million tons, I would slow down by a trillion, million of a second. Don't know if that's exactly right, but you get the point. So that's what they're basically saying. So let me find the article where it actually explained it. But actually, that is what the theory is, that it slows down.
It slows down by an amount that's so tiny you could just completely ignore it as though it's
no,
not
but
true.
they're saying that it does.
That's unmeasurable.
Yeah,
an unmeasurable amount.
They've measured an unmeasurable amount of time because they've somehow perceived it, but they can't perceive movement or curvature of a physical object. But they've managed to perceive whatever tiny fraction of a second you just described.
Fraction of a 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 second.
Yeah.
So Stephen Hawking mentions that time runs slowly because of the pyramid's mass. They are heavy and therefore affect the gravity. Gravity makes time run slowly. Scientists have confirmed and named this phenomenon gravitational redshift.
What version Stephen Hawking we talking about?
Near a huge mass. It's been proven with countless experiments that mass distorts the fabric of space-time.
Maths or gravity?
Mass.
Oh, mass. Yeah. Mass distorts the fabric of space-time.
Yeah.
But that hasn't been proven because the theory of relativity is a theory. It's not been proven.
Well, a theory in science is practically saying that it's true, isn't it?
No,
a theory in
pick and
science.
choose what theories they like, because you could come up with a theory and they might like it, so they'll adopt it. They might not like it, so
no,
they
a
won't
theory in
adopt it.
scientific terms doesn't mean how you would normally address
I understand that, but it doesn't mean it's true. It means it's a theory that they're working with, and it's a theory that they like.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but they haven't proven it to be true.
No, it means that it's a theory that with tangible experiments.
No, that's the whole
comes
point.
out with the same results. That's
No,
what it means.
if you could experiment it, then you'd be able to prove it. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
That's why it's still a theory. The ones you can prove are called laws, and you can replicate them.
Mm-hmm. See you in a bit. Love you. Right, so let me see if I can find something else on this though.
You know what though, Dupes? I will give you credit for being like, oh, I don't actually know. I will look into this. Like,
and for bringing stuff to back up what you're saying. You're the first person today to actually bring something. Even if we say that that something is not true, you still brought something. No one else ain't brought nothing today. And all we asked them to do was do what you did.
So the whole point of creating time was so that you could be able to navigate the seas. It had to be done. And that's why they use the compass. That's and all the rest and the stars. That's how they navigate.
How did that help in navigation?
Yeah, the stars and whatnot would have still
Because
worked.
because the Earth moves, and if you didn't know which direction you were going in before there was compasses, yeah,
But
if you
people
didn't
use
know,
star maps.
yeah,
People
you had
use
to use a
maps to
star map.
navigate. Yeah.
And but what with the star map, you can still be degrees off, which is why Freemasonry is the hidden knowledge, isn't it? That's why
But
they
how
call
does
it
star map
33
account
degrees
for
and everything
time?
else. Because you
Yeah,
had to
star map.
understand you had to understand degrees and degrees of arc, and you had to understand time, and and you had to understand distance, and you had to understand, where each thing was respectively meant to be, and then you work out the arc time in the nautical miles, and that is why we know that space travel is the same sort of thing. But I'm trying to find to do with these pyramids.
Yeah, the nautical miles thing is to account for the medium
So,
that you're traveling,
sorry, Jupiter. Where
not
do you
to
get the
account for time.
Where do you think they got the concept of time from?
What do you mean?
Like the concept of time, the concept of 60 minutes, 60 seconds, all of that.
Sumerians.
Right. So why are we saying anything else? Why? It's
I
all
don't know what
borrowed.
I don't know. I didn't say you did it. I don't know where you've come from with that one.
I'm just saying that, yeah, it's the Sumerians that gave you the concept of time. So anything else that you're saying is like kind of doesn't make sense, right? Because it came later. You first need the maths to know that it's 60 and 360, and these same people are going to give you the concept of your solar system, your planet, everything. You get it? This is where they took it from. But now they're working off their own theories and thing, which are not necessarily true. No, the only thing true in a theory is that they're going to apply the scientific method to it. Do you get it? And with the scientific method, the only thing true in factual in that is the data, meaning whatever you're trying to examine or observe or whatever. That's about it. But yeah, theory is not a fact though. I hate people like to say that a lot. I mean, so yeah, I'll go back on mute, man.
And again, in
Yeah,
science,
I don't
there's been
know
theories that they've dropped.
how that was relevant. I really don't know, Maku, how that was relevant at all.
Right,
Right,
talking
so
about time and micro time and but yeah, when you go back to who gave them the time, it's the Sumerians, isn't it? So that let's move forward.
but the Sumerians believed it was the globe, not flat Earth.
We know that, but yeah, that's something else, isn't it? Like,
And in fact, they understood the measurements as well.
How many people believe what the Sumerians believe? Like, there's only a few of us
Well,
out
near
there.
enough all of us, because we all still run our time by 60 minutes and 60 seconds.
But that's an arbitrary division. That's an arbitrary division,
though.
It's just splitting up a day into division.
Yeah, I mean, they had calendar, they had all of these things thousands of years before what we're talking about, So, yeah, it's good to take a thing. That's why I can't deal with this modern science and this NASA and all of this when I got my ancestors telling me what it is. You know what I mean? And I'm not going to go against them, man. You know what I mean? Because I know their science and their technology and all of that is far superior than what we got today.
So what do you think of the Sumerian interstellar star map?
What interstellar star map?
With the interstellar star map that the Sumerians have got engraved in stone, what do you think of that?
It's not interstellar star map. It's one of our solar system, no?
No, there is an interstellar star map by the Sumerians that tell you how they come into our galaxy. They also tell you of the planets.
Yeah, of course. I know.
Yeah, so they
In
believe
our
that
solar
the
system, right?
Earth was a sphere.
Yeah, in our solar system. Yeah. As I said, they gave you all of these planets and they didn't even accept it until more recent times. So that's their business. But yeah, it's just showing you again how they take things from the ancient people, yeah, to suit their narrative. Do you get it? And work on that and then say we've come with modern science, and it's not really. It's just sacred knowledge that people are using to bloody farm and, you know, do agriculture and all of this type of stuff. You know what I mean? And explain how some of their ancestors came here.
Well, before the Sumerians, there was another civilization.
There's loads.
Cool.
I mean,
Yeah,
the
they
dogma.
found them. Göbekli Tepe, I think it's called. How do they say it? Göbekli Tepe.
Yeah, that's only 10,000 years old. I'm sorry. The Sumerians.
No, that's older. It's older.
Yeah, but I mean, the Sumerian kings list is much older than any of what we're talking about.
They have the oldest record. They have the oldest records, written records, yeah.
Yeah. No,
As
the
far
way
as
it
we
goes
know.
back, yeah, like some 30,000, 400,000 years. That Göbekli Tepe is out of the question. But the good thing about Göbekli Tepe is that they have archaic cuneiform, which they can't translate. So it just shows the connection to the Sumerian anyway. So, you know, I don't know. Or should I say Anunnaki or whoever? Because, like, yeah, all of it is very similar to each other, like the Egyptian, the Sumerian.
So there is an argument that technology was taken to Africa.
Oh my God. By who?
By the ancient Celtics.
Oh, fuck off. Didn't even exist when we built structures. Dumbass.
Yeah, come on,
what are you
G.
doing, man?
No.
Put some respect on our fucking
You have
name.
to call her
So
name.
you do know that
She said it's a theory. She didn't say it was her idea.
Stonehenge is actually older than the pyramids.
Is there a Stonehenge in Egypt? That's what you need to ask yourself. Yes, there
And
is.
was that Stonehenge put there in the 20th
The
century?
Stonehenge understood the equinox, and it understood the horizon and the rising sun, and it used arc and degrees.
I'm sure we watched a video on this channel about a year ago where we saw pictures of people putting Stonehenge together.
Yeah.
Modern day pictures of people putting Stonehenge together, which clearly shows that Stonehenge weren't built all those thousands of years ago.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, I feel that
they stood it back up. You mean?
Yeah, they reconstructed it. They're trying to repair it.
But
even then, it's very difficult.
Existed before.
Yeah, it is about I think about 8,000 years old now. When the Celts came over, which about 4,000 to 5,000 years ago, it was already standing. So this is the problem. You can't say it's attributed to Celts. No, Celts came to that land.
Well, all I will say to this,
One
because
second.
I've got to go off and
All right.
start preparing dinner. But what I will say is, look up the Isle of Scarabray. Look up the Druids. Look up the language connections with the Egyptians.
Ooh.
And then read the Golden Thread of Time.
I don't know. Where are the Druids from? That's where you want to.
That's what I was going to say.
You need to go and research.
The original Celtic Druids, where are they from?
Well,
yeah,
right.
It's not the white people you're imagining it is.
Exactly. You ain't reached there yet.
I never said anything about colour.
Well, I'm saying
you implied that the Celts took technology to Africa.
Yeah.
But the evidence suggests the Celts are descended.
Yeah.
From.
What evidence? What evidence?
Loads of evidence. Yeah.
What you mean, scientific theories?
No, man.
No. I'm gonna try and find
about in stone on walls showing the movement of European type people
So
in
a
Africa.
lot of the stones that the Sumerians had depict people that are more Asian and European looking than actually black.
But according to anthropology,
According to who?
Asians and Europeans didn't exist back then.
Exactly. So what are you doing?
Only in theory.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
In theory,
this
in
is
reality,
their best understanding of
Yeah,
where white
but
people came from.
scientific theory doesn't mean anything. It's only a theory. Remember?
I agree.
You
I
said
agree.
so.
Yeah.
I agree. Because I don't necessarily believe in that albino theory anymore. I used to, but I don't necessarily now. The fact is, that is what they teach at universities. If you go and study anthropology, you're going to
And what
learn.
they teach us at university is that the world is a globe.
Yeah, they teach us that white people came from albinism, and what we call white people today are actually mixed to the point of sustainability.
Right.
But they have really fair skin. That's what they teach in university. I don't necessarily believe that, but that's what they teach. Now, if that is true, then there can't be depictions of white and Asian people in Sumeria unless they
Actually,
were
what
put
the
there after
science
the fact.
teaches us is that white people came about due to an abnormality.
Yeah, that's what I said. Albinism.
Yeah.
And to do with our environment.
Black and Asian albinos. That's maybe the point is that a majority of them came
Being
from
white is
Asian.
not the same as being an albino. There's a difference, genetic difference.
But not according to anthropologists.
Right. We know.
Can you bring me up the proof of that? Bring me up the proof of that. Albinos have a lack of pigmentation. White people don't.
Right, but this what
you don't have a lack of pigmentation.
So me, you, and Makai all have the same level of pigmentation.
The same level
I'm
of
talking
pigmentation.
about completely.
Don't
So
do it.
albinos very
yourself.
often have red eyes. They don't have pigmentation in their eyes.
Yeah,
White people
you're right.
do.
You're right.
White people
But
do.
what I'm saying is, what they teach is that the first white people were albinos, right? And when they began marauding from the Central Asian steppes, they began moving south, and it got to a certain point, they split east and west. But all along the way, they're marauding and raiding. And every time they won a victory, one of the things that they insisted on was mating. They needed to mate with the black people so that they could sustain. So what the anthropologists teach now is that when we look at a person today and call them white, we're actually looking at a really, really, really light mixed race person who can sustain. Now, I don't necessarily believe this.
A really light mixed race person who can sustain. But if you're telling me that all albinos are actually light skinned black people.
No, they're black people with a melanin deficiency.
Or Asian.
Right,
no,
so
they don't have.
people.
No, originally, not now. Yeah, because there's all kinds of people now.
No, I'm saying they say themselves they're Caucasians. But what does that mean? There's Asian somewhere in your origin. So
but
the
Asian
majority...
came after the white people, according to their theory.
Asians came after the no, that's not true.
Sorry, came after the albinos.
What?
Nah.
That is their theory. That is their theory.
Oh, that's their theory. But one of the theories.
But what the Sumerians say.
Remember,
the Sumerians write about white people that they used for their fortune telling. They actually used to cut open their guts and read their innards.
So there you go. So now you've brought something to the table there. If we were to say if we were to agree that stuff from the Sumerians is true, that means the stuff they're teaching in universities is completely wrong, right? But yet that's still what they're teaching.
But it would also mean that the globe is round because that's what they believe.
Let me finish though, Jukes. Let me finish. So it would also mean that in the same university where they teach that white people originally came from albinism, in that same university, they would teach that Sumerians spoke about white people 8,000, 20,000 years before white people supposedly existed, according to that same university. Do you see what I mean? The same university will be teaching both things.
So they believe white skin and blue eyes evolved around the same time in the Black Sea region, and it was a mutation. Whereas albinos, they don't have pigmentation at all, not even in the eyes. They can have red eyes.
Yeah, but white people today, according to anthropologists, are mixed race people. They're albinos mixed with non-albinos. According to anthropology.
I would imagine most people are mixed at some point. Even black people today from the Caribbean are mixes, most of them.
I get that, but we're talking about their theory, their narrative for the origin of white people. They're trying to explain where they came from. Like, why would you even have a whole science dedicated to understanding where you came from as a white person and view your origin as black people? Why would you even do that?
Ta-da! I'm back. What's she saying now?
And there's no need to like bring up black people in the mix of them when we're talking about a specific, like, no one's trying to have a go at nothing, can it? Like, so the whataboutism is long. Like, there's no.
What are you on about? I'm not upset.
What? That you're
I
albino.
never said anyone was
You're
upset.
You're civilized albino. There's nothing wrong in that. It's just reality, man. You know what I mean? Because it's like, bro, you're not even a European or a white person from way back then. You're a modern version of anything that was in the past. We all are. Do you get it? So
I'm a modern version. Thank you.
I think if you look in the mirror as well, Duke, you can see that you're clearly mixed.
I don't mind being called mixed if that's what you
No,
think.
I wasn't trying to be offensive, but I'm just saying, look at you.
Listen,
Look at you compared to an Aryan or
how
something.
you see
You know
me.
what I
I
mean?
know where I see
mixed
myself.
European. She's a mixed European. It's all right, man. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
but you sound
them
like
Ashkenazi
you
genes on
believe I
top.
was trying to offend you. I wasn't trying to offend you.
She got them Khazar genes.
No,
on
you
top,
said
man.
no offense. I said I'm not offended.
Ashkenazi, mate. You know what I mean? Ashkenazi dupes. Probably Italian, Russian, everything. Steps, you name it. A little bit of Mongolian. Turkish.
So how do you feel about the how do you feel about the Guardian?
What newspaper?
What, the newspaper?
Yeah. Do you think it's pretty good paper? Would you say that it's not?
No, I think all newspapers are a load of bollocks.
Propaganda
machines, yeah.
My brother.
I don't read none of them.
Propaganda machines.
Here, as they would say.
Okay.
Yeah. Why'd you ask that?
They're flair porn and propaganda.
Because there is science. There are scientists out there that suggest that actually there isn't an out of Africa theory that.
Yeah, I agree.
Hi, family. Hi, family. Can we just pay attention to the fact that we've been going for hours with well over 100 people on there? Maybe pause the show until people at least, you know what I mean, pay for their lunch. Because I don't get what's going on. You lot are smashing it. This is such an interesting. Even my cab driver was like, "Yo, what channel is that?
What channel is it?
What is that you're listening to?" Yeah, he was like, "Yo, this is so interesting. Oh my god, what is this?" Yeah, and then you lot in the chat are just eating, scoffing your face, and don't think, "Oh, what? Let me just like wipe my hands on the like button." It's almost like deliberately you don't want the channel to grow. It's crazy. Furthermore, hit the PayPal if you feel guilty. Hit the Cash App, man. I'll be home in like 5 minutes. Not that. Don't give them nothing, man. Until like up the show. Let's get over 100. What the hell?
Yeah, man.
I didn't even know that was going on. I didn't even know that was going on. Disrespect. Yeah, let me know how the numbers are going.
Where we at?
We might
97.
resume the conversation.
And we got 108 viewers. Come, let's get this popping, man.
Come on, man. We had 120 something before, man. I don't know what happened. Maybe they went away to like, or they're just getting home. Come on. You get me? Big up Jupiter for a contribution. S. Tizar. Zelini. Come on. Big Bad Jeds. You get me? This has been interesting, man. I've been listening. Bare bodies, man. I saw bare bodies, man, on my way in.
Getting there, 99.
People was hanging off the staircase, all of that. Like, bro, what's going on in here? Ah, the earth is round. Oh shit. After that, nigga. Yeah, and Veli with his charming self.
Yeah, Veli was being too charming, man.
Charming, his normal charming self. You see now why I switch on him. Yeah, no one can wrong me for switching on very certain time because that's the way he goes on. He just leads you into abusing him. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Are you being dumb? Like, what? What? Shut your mouth, blood. Ah, shit.
But
You
he
know
just
what I mean?
reminds me of someone else that loves to say that other people go on monologues, but then he's there talking for a good 5-10 minutes easy. Like,
it's a tactic. It's a tactic used by many still, my brothers. You know what I mean? And as you're going through this thing and having these debates with these people, you're gonna have to learn that like, there's many tactics, there's many ways, you know, and each individual person might need a different tactic from you yourself to get it. So it is and it's draining as well, right? Yeah, you trying to make a point and you're trying to bang it home and like, yeah, they're not getting it, you know.
No,
So,
they just jump to a next point. When it's time to say, Rod, you know what, that's interesting. They just switch to something else, like,
come on.
Do you know what I mean?
Hit the like button, man. Hurry up, man. Yeah. Sitting there eating for free. Can you imagine? Yeah. It's like a Chinese buffet. Lick your back food with no intention to pay. Yeah, just run out on a full stomach. You know, that's the funniest when you run out on a full stomach.
shout out and big up everyone that's liked up the show, that hit the
Big
like
up
button.
Dupe, son. Dupe says she
Enough
gotta
love.
go cook, man. She gotta go cook. She'll be back.
Yeah, and again, big up Dupes. Actually had the balls to come on here, challenge everything.
By herself.
And bring stuff, and bring stuff to
back up her understanding.
Back up what she's trying to say. Like come on.
Does help. Does help.
Like it's appreciated because we don't want echo chambers, so it's good to have that.
Yeah, I all agree. Sometimes we have to agree to disagree. We over 100 yet, man? What's going on?
I think we hit 100 a little while ago, but you know what I mean? 110 active watchers now. So I thought we could have even gone a little further.
Do better.
I've had a fucking stinging migraine from the time I jumped on as well. Stinging, like burning out the side of my head and down my neck the whole time. Fuck, you know.
Oh, why you shouting there?
The whole time, bro. From the time I jumped on. It's like I went to jump on and I paused and thought, oh, should I even do it? Because the headset just makes it worse. I just thought, fuck it.
You stayed bare calm considering.
Yeah, bro.
That was killing it, bro. And Land of Celts, and who else? What else was there? No, Veli. Veli's the one, really.
Khan.
Yeah, I mean, it's Khan. Khan's normal Khan.
Yeah, Khan is a contrarian.
He knew what time it was. He never came back.
Khan actually is a contrarian as well. Do you know what I mean? One thing I noticed about Khan, he's always down to take that contrarian position. He's contrarian's advocate. Yeah, Land of Celts just ducked out quietly.
Quietly.
You didn't even say anyway, you man. I'm bouncing. He just waited for Veli to take the baton, and then he just dipped. He just dipped.
All right, we resume normal service. We back.
Stupa's still here, or did she go?
No, she gone. Man. She said she had to go and cook.
To cook. Yeah. Yeah, boy.
I wonder if she's cooking, man. What are you saying?
Jollof.
Jollof. Jollof. You get me? Hey, her Yoruba is better than fucking Hector's. That's all I know. Since I've known Jupiter, she's come with the words correctly as well, you know. No playing. She's like, Odabo. Like, rah. You actually like saying goodbye in my language, like correctly. You get me? I ain't heard nothing from Hector, you know. You get me? I'm thinking, huh? Are you two even from the same part? How is he not understand my language? And then she could speak it. She could speak it. She's even gone further, one step further. She's funny though. That's in a Nigerian, innit? You get me? She's trans Nigerian, innit? You get me? You don't forget these things. She's in the house of Ogun.
Oh man.
But then I remember when she told me she was a witch. Yeah, she was a good witch, white witch, and all of that. I was like, what? That was years ago, though. Don't know what happened there.
Heat on, but yeah, sorry about that little blunder.
Yeah.
I hit refresh. I hit a tab. Oh, it still says everybody's watching on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. My shit was
Mm.
So there's no one else who was in the chat that fucking wants to jump on and take the place, be the other side of the conversation.
Meant to be Free Thought Thursday, you know. Free your mind.
Come up and talk about anything.
Anything. You know we do. Any topic, anything. At least a little bit of knowledge. Well, some hate on it. Yeah, Veli's all right, but he's just like, rough. He's rough around the edges. That's why me and him worked well together. Because it's like he kind of knows what he's saying, but he doesn't explain it well. So I used to be the one like, yeah, no, it's this and that and that and that and that, in it. Yeah, but yeah, since he's been snaking me, yeah, I let him burn, man. Fuck's sake, get me. Do your own thing, man. You're a bad man.
He just shocked me when he called me a ute, man. I mean, how you call a crusty old man ute, man?
Mm.
Do you know what I mean? Crusty. I'm nowhere near a ute, man.
He's a crusty old man himself. Very enough. As I said, he could wind you up, innit?
You just assumed I was young, I guess.
You could just wind you up, though. It's like it doesn't take much to get into that zone with him. You know what I mean? Combative.
Yeah, ain't no big deal though. It's just matching energy, isn't it? I match his energy, he match mine. It ain't nothing.
Yeah. Just like relax, man. So I always tell him, man, relax, man. Or any of them. When they start getting discombob, yeah, it's a madness. You get me?
Oh, wobbly as ever said.
Yeah, no, this
is what you're having a wobble.
Yeah, wobble, virgin. Yeah, wobble.
Balance.
Yeah, you gotta learn to just make your food stand still. No, it's make your food stand still. You can understand why your food's wobbling, but you gotta finish your meal. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, stop moving when I'm trying to kill you.
A little pour on the table.
They're looking for exit. Man, they're looking for exit, looking for the door handle. Like,
just quickly put the paw on the tail. Like, well, where you going, bro? Where you going?
Put the little foot on the right on the tail.
The tail.
Yeah, what are you screeching for? No. Death. Today, you get me? You're gonna get this work. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're gonna get this work. Let me work.
Hey, did anyone see Easy the Block Captain and Hitman Holla?
No, I missed it.
But I heard he beat him. I heard he beat him hard.
Google Chrome Trend 23, and they got their own channel, and it's fully on there. Get me on YouTube. So yeah, you can see that. But bruv, he got smoked, bruv. He got smoked. Them old styles he was doing, they don't work. The remix and all of that. It's dead food, man. No one wants to hear that no more. You know, no one there.
Yeah.
That's been dead from time, though, man.
It's been dead.
He's all performance. His bars are weak.
Right. You're right. And it's the wilding out. You see, once you go wilding out and them thing there, you're not in the same thing. You've
Yeah,
gone
you
up
lose the
market.
sharp edge.
You
Yeah,
lose the edge. You get me? And these men that
same
easy.
gritty raw.
Yeah, them man are starving, bruv. Got notepad and all of that. You get me? Waiting
He's
for you.
a beast as well.
He's a beast. You got having it with his little buck teeth at the front. Like, he don't care. Like, yeah, what? You get me? He signed to Remy Ma. Was pissed.
Yeah.
He had a cease and desist from URL. It was mad.
Yeah, forget all that. URL slitting its own throat at the moment.
I know. How are you gonna put a cease and desist and then say that you're working in conjunction with Remy Ma and that?
How are you gonna tell man jump on caffeine to see how you can watch Kings and Queens, and then when you get on caffeine, it's an unlock button, and when you press the unlock button, it's saying $25.
Yeah.
You said man to caffeine.
Just about to say that.
Yeah.
And then you got to pay £7 after. You got to pay £7 after for
the app,
the video on demand.
Yeah, I'm saying, what is this? Nah.
Slitting your own throat, man.
Yeah, it's a con. And it's funny, I've got caffeine on my other tab. I open the account and everything. You get me? And I said, what is this? I'm not getting nothing. Yeah, I'm getting that idiot guy with the glasses. Yeah, no, I'm not even trying to do that. I'm
$25. That.
I knew it was a scam.
They didn't even try to ease it in and make it like $2, $3. Like, nope, straight 25. Caffeine's trying to recoup that 28 mil.
Man said that to bro.
And that caffeine stream is shit.
I'm like, it still looks dead. I was
No,
like, why
as
would they
in-
stream on caffeine?
As in the way it goes down, like it's just
Yeah, it
so
drops
unreliable.
out a lot,
It's
innit?
whack.
Yeah,
Wow.
drops out a lot.
It's trying it, innit? You know what I mean? Like, we don't need caffeine, man.
But caffeine, the whole thing is they paid a lump sum and all the caffeine shows were free. But then man
Yes,
says,
family. Yes, family. Gonna need some of you lot to jump on, man, so we can have these conversations. Free Thought Thursday. You're not acting like you don't want to hear about battle rap. You're all running away bit by bit. So what do you want to hear? Jump on, man. You get me? We got some real incited minds.
Big hitters.
You know, some you know what I mean, different perspectives. Otherwise, I need to hear a debate between you two, between you lot, man. You get me? I can only really be a bit of a like sideliner and ad-libber. I can only be an ad-libbing batty boy right now because yeah, I can't, man. I'm fucked, but I've done what I need to do and I'm back. So yeah, man, where you lot at? Where you lot at? What's going on? You know what I mean? Who's out there? Rafael Delegato. Each day you don't jump on, your comments are getting, you know what I mean? You just got a lot to say, but jump on, man. Let's talk. Or you're not got permission to use a real voice. What's going on? Who's doxing? Big up Trillo G. Yeah, man. Khan went to the end of the earth to prove his point and fell off. Khan was Khan, obviously, he's not, you don't know, he's just tracking the thing. You know what I mean? Trying to have that conversation. He's just tracking the thing. You don't know fuck all. You know what I mean? Jupiter done better than Land of Celts for sure. 100%.
100%. She did the best.
You know she's a genius.
Land of Celts smoked himself. Yeah, when I'm quoting Quran to you, you're in trouble. You're wobbling. You just ignored it.
Yeah, put it to the side.
You just then you're
Quran ain't science.
He dug even worse. He dug even worse. He said that the Quran doesn't
it's not a book of science.
Doesn't have scientific facts or something like that. Yeah. He said something like that. Like I was going to go in further, but I went.
The Quran.
Wow.
Like, yeah, Philly.
Wow. That's a mad statement. I never heard no Muslim say that before.
I thought that was the whole.
I don't know if he's just saying he's a Muslim.
I
don't know if he's just saying he's a Muslim to take the piss.
That's what I always. Well, I don't even know. I just don't even.
You know, like it's just like a stance to like make himself awkward or something. Because it's like, bro, if you believe that book, bro, some of your ideas are a bit mad.
Yeah, nah. After his comment, he must be doing it to take the piss because I've never had no Muslim turn around and say that there's fault in the Quran. Like,
in the Quran.
Yeah.
And that the Quran isn't a book of science, implying that science is correct and the Quran in that respect is mistaken. I've never heard nothing like that from a Muslim.
Fusion rocket. All right, yeah. So that was one yesterday. Did you hear that one yesterday, S?
No, I didn't hear anything yesterday.
All right. Nuclear bombs are not real. What do you think?
I'm not sure. I've definitely had that same thought though before. Like it's something that's used to scare the people.
Right.
But yeah, I can't say for definite, but it just sounds like it's the perfect scare tactic, but it's a completely illogical real life device to use. So it kind of don't make sense.
Yeah, that's
there's
totally
but
illogical.
there's no doubt that the science is real, or is there doubt? Like nuclear
I think the
fission.
theory behind it could
I don't
be
know. I
kind of, but I don't think they've learned to split an atom, so I don't think it's possible.
The fission part, I think fission and fusion is two different things, right?
They are. So which one's possible? What
So
are they?
from when we growing up as kids learned that fission was possible and fusion is what they're chasing, right?
No, fission is
Or
what the
was it
sun
the other
does.
way around?
I thought it's fission that what the sun does, and fusion is what they were trying to do.
What's the one that he uses? The that
Actually,
flux
I'm
capacitor
confused now.
that uses what? That's fusion,
I'm
isn't
actually
it?
confused now. I've confused myself. Yeah, because I think fusion is like a nuclear reactor, right? In a power. I don't know actually.
Yeah,
No, I'm
yeah,
confused.
yeah.
I need one of you lot to clarify.
You joker.
Yeah,
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
Nuclear fission is what they say is going on in the sun, right? And nuclear fusion is what they're trying to do in the nuclear plant. But that is a manipulating process of using uranium, turning it into plutonium, and then putting them plutonium rods.
I've got the definition here. Fission is the splitting of heavy unstable nucleus into two lighter nuclei, and fusion is the process where two light nuclei combine together, releasing vast amounts of energy.
So one is splitting and one is bonding.
So fusion sounds like the Hadron Collider then, because they're smashing atoms together, right?
Yeah.
Or dark matter and dark energy or something. Anyway, but yeah, they're doing something. But yeah, when they said, remember, because all we've seen is supposedly atomic bombs. We haven't seen no nuclear bombs. They tell us they got nuclear weapons, but they've never
this is the
ever
next
used
one,
them.
right?
Oh yeah.
Apparently, an atomic bomb is a nuclear bomb.
That's supposedly a fission bomb, right?
No, it's
Yeah,
not the
that's
same.
fission though, not fusion.
Bro,
Yeah,
and that's why
what's
when
the
they
bomb?
talk of
What's the bomb behind the red button that they always threaten each other with? What's that?
see that's a fusion. That's a fusion bomb.
Is it fusion?
Bomb. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's the one that does stupid amounts of damage, isn't it?
What's that?
No, I would have said it's
They've
fission.
got only nuclear. They've only got nuclear particles in a warhead. So yeah, that's why it's you get the mushroom cloud, and you know what I mean, not an implosion, but you know, outplosion, I suppose. Yeah, explosion. I don't know what I'm saying, but yeah. I hope so.
Nah, because
I thought that the nuclear bombs are fission.
They are. They currently are. They use fissile isotopes.
Yeah, so that nuclear, I've never seen. We've never seen that. No, we've never seen a nuclear bomb.
Yeah, the atomic bomb is fission. Supposedly.
Now the atomic bomb, I know that they use so many tons of TNT to surrounding something and then bomb and then drop it, and then it supposedly split the atom that way.
See, now here it is. Here's the difference.
A
thermonuclear bomb.
1,000 tons of TNT.
Something
or
like
10,000. Something, one of them numbers. Yeah, carry on.
One of them numbers.
A thermonuclear bomb differs fundamentally from an atomic bomb in that it utilizes the energy released when two light atomic nuclei combine or fuse to form a heavier nucleus. An atomic bomb, by contrast, uses the energy released when a heavy atomic nucleus splits or fissions into two lighter nuclei. So I'm right. The one that they're threatening to press, they're going on like it's a fusion bomb. No, they're going on like it's fusion, a thermonuclear. Yeah.
Okay.
But they've never used that.
When the atomic and all these other ones are fission. Like I knew there was a difference because this one that they're trying to use, there's no way. Like they ain't got the ability to do that.
Yeah, because they're saying that one is 7 times or sometimes hotter than the surface of the sun and all of this type of stuff, right?
And
With
even if they did, what are they gonna do? Wipe the whole surface of the earth and most of like
but they're saying like,
however many half miles down as well.
no, but I'm saying
Right.
how real is the nuclear
fusion bomb.
You know what I'm saying? The one that they say they've got now and they've got stockpiled and all of
That
this
they
type of
never
stuff.
use.
And yeah, they never use. They got submarines, all
Well,
of that.
personally, after looking into certain things, I don't even know if I fully believe in this Hiroshima being an atomic bomb thing no more, to be fair. And
don't know
like
about
with because there's been enough reports of like hemp growing there and like luscious lands and stuff there and like loads of things. It being more like a cover-up type thing. Going in. Like I've read some things that can show that it wasn't quite as they made it out to be, and the nuclear levels, like all of that type of stuff. Again, I'm not saying I don't like believe it at all. I'm just saying I'm not sure how accurate this whole thing is, because that's been what the only example of a bomb being nuclear or fission bomb being used on another set of people,
atomic,
or something like that.
Atomic bomb.
Or the first time it was used on a set of people.
Time, yes. And that bomb, was surrounded with pure TNT. Yeah, they just dropped it out of a plane, so it is effectively a huge bomb. So you're right.
Like megatons, they measure thousands of tons or millions of tons, right?
You've gone bare low with your mic, by the way.
Sorry, yeah, the megatons or whatever they call it, right? X amount of megaton warhead.
Yeah. But that like it doesn't make sense. Launching something like that. Like if you launch it, you're not gonna be anywhere on the surface to launch it. That's all I know, innit? So all these threats of this and that's gonna happen like it's long.
What was the debate yesterday? Who was saying what?
Oh, we were just discussing whether it was. I just threw it in there that nuclear bombs ain't real, right? Just to see wagwan. And it started a little good conversation. I think people said the science is real, but that's with everything. The scientism or the theory of it is real. If it's been done, if it really happens, I don't know. Yeah, I don't want to get too conspiracy with it, right? But I just don't know. Something about it seems like one of those unquestioned things that need to be questioned.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like when you get asked a question, you think, "Oh, hold on." Do you know what I mean? And then you start thinking, "Fuck!" Like there's grounds to investigate, innit?
Yeah.
Because even when it like first came in and how it came in and the school protocols and like practicing for if a nuclear bomb hits and like
they're getting under the desk and all that.
Yeah. Like how they hit a whole generation with that. Just hit a whole generation with that.
That's like quarantine and wearing masks. And you know what I mean?
Mad.
Because like imagine, listen to this, yeah. Imagine you get hit with a nuclear bomb and a school desk saves you.
Yeah, it's mad. Mad. It just don't make no sense.
Think about it. They're telling man to get under the table, cuz. That's like when they say in a plane crash, brace and all that. Bro, you're not taking a piss.
Put your head between your legs.
No, you know why they say that though, innit?
Is that quick death?
Yeah, quicker death. Break your neck quicker.
Shut up.
Yeah, no. So you go straight in and it breaks your neck, snaps your neck. Like that's what it's meant to do.
Fuckery. So you're actually effectively getting yourself in the position to
die easier.
Yeah.
Brace. Break.
It's literally what it's about.
Yeah, I'm African. I gotta survive, man. You know.
I know Mackie thinks he can survive a plane crash. You know?
You know.
I know he does.
I'm gonna be like,
yo,
you know what I mean? If I can't get a fucking parachute, I'm gonna brace myself. Yeah.
As long as there ain't no snakes on the plane, then it's calm.
For the record, They don't have parachutes on commercial airlines, do they?
Nope.
No.
Right.
Well,
Not
the,
even
the
one.
pilots do. The pilots.
Yeah,
do.
maybe there's a couple. I
No,
don't
they
know.
don't. No,
And
they
I
don't.
think
No, they don't.
I think on the higher
But
class airline, maybe the staff might as well.
No, you know why? I don't think a pilot would be allowed to eject his plane and leave the
Yeah.
passengers on.
No.
Just like on a commercial boat or whatever, you can't abandon ship without until everyone else is off.
No, but that's the captain's thing. The captain always goes down with the ship.
It's
That's
a crime,
like
isn't it?
part
Remember
of
the
their oath.
Japanese or Chinese dude? They hunted him down, bro, and nicked
They're
him.
hunting him down. Italian as well. The one in the Mediterranean where the thing fell sideways.
Yeah, you got to go down with it.
Left early.
Like he didn't go down with his shit, so they looked for him to arrest him.
Yeah, he was pissed.
Yeah. Can't be having that.
They said that he jumped on the dinghy and that pushed past women and kids. That's messed up, isn't it?
Oh man.
None of that Titanic shit.
But I swear there's some kind of oath or something you got to take when you become a captain like that. Or like it's an unwritten rule or something.
Yeah, and I wonder what the basis of that is. Probably some bookiness if you looked into it.
Mm-hmm.
Maritime bookie oath. But all that ship stuff is mad.
Because your ship is your vessel and all of that kind
Yeah,
of
the
shit.
sea's a different world, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mm.
The sea's a different world. Right. Marsha. I think my barber got me sick, bro. I went for a trim and he was mash up. And now I've got all the symptoms he said he had.
Oh, fuck's sake.
No. Bro, you know, like honestly, when it comes to natural remedies and that, I'm really trying to step my game up, T, because obviously we're at the time now where even if you want to speak to the doctor, you basically can't. Man had to generals the system to get to speak to the doctor. They tried to send me to emergency A&E. They tried to send me to a walk-in day clinic thing. Man had to generals it to just speak to the doctor. I spoke to the doctor and then the doctor gave me what I needed, right?
Right.
But that, it's just mad now, bro.
Yeah,
that medical assistance, it's just different now, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You can't just see a doctor, you can't just see a dentist. Like things are just really changing quickly.
Nah. That's why I had to get the private thing for my little one.
Stuff. We need some dentists on the team. We need some man that actually know dentistry, man. Some orthodontists. My daughter's studying to be a dental nurse, right? Then hopefully she can take it on from there.
Cool.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, I've got a student that I go to now. Well, I used to teach from time. He's a dentist now. And like it's just unfortunate because he's one of them ones that don't really want to look in further into dentistry and like the connection with the teeth and the brain and all of that type of stuff, innit? Like he's one of them ones that still got the jib jab thing, because they said that if you didn't get it by a certain date, then you wouldn't be able to practice and all of that. And then just before the date came around, they all said,
yeah.
There's a category of man that I say you got great into it. You got great. You still went for it though, but you got great.
I was like, that was one of them. Psych.
Just the fuckery. That's what they turned around and said. Psych. You did it. We were joking, cuz. You did it for real. You know them fuckeries, isn't it? Nah, I was just fucking with you, man. I'm just busting your balls.
Yeah, why would you even do that?
Yeah, like, bro. Man, wait, you must know man was joking, cuz. I don't believe you. Yeah,
I don't believe you.
These are your fully dosed up. Yeah, hey, listen, I'm not gonna lie. I was with my friend this morning, yeah. He's helping me like move some rubbish and that. And we was chatting, did it there, and then he was talking about some job offer that he's got and did it there, rare, and then he was like, yeah. So yeah, like now I ain't having it. I ain't taking no more jabs. And I remembered, oh shit, you're fucking jabbed, innit? I don't know, bruv, it's done, cuz. You're trying to create a new front to fight on, bruv. It's done.
It's done.
It's done, bro. You've done it. Like, just allow it now. Yeah, I don't care what they bring out next. I ain't doing it. Nah, bruv. Allow it, man. Fall back. I felt it for him still. I can see he wanted to refresh his card, didn't it? He wanted to renew his thing, but boy, it's done, isn't it? You're done, but already. You can't say you're sorry now. You know what I mean? You can't unsuck the pum pum, bro. You done it now. You get me? Your bowers, forever, for life. Even if you never do it again, your bowers now.
You have attained that ability.
Huh?
You have attained that ability. It's like playing the game, innit? Like you can't give it back.
Yeah.
Like,
You can't give it back now, bro. Yeah, when you go past a certain level of the game and that's it.
Yeah.
No continues in that. Just continue. No continues, just continue. No, yeah, reset, innit? Reset. What is it when they set you back to that same spot? It is a continue still.
Yeah, no restarts.
No restarts. Boy. Good health is vital for general health. Good oral health, I'll say, is vital for general health. Yeah, I believe so, man. It's got a lot of links to your heart and blah, 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 and so many links. But then at the same time, yeah, you know, the ancients and the less modernized people, they you know what I mean? They ain't got the most picture perfect fucking teeth, bruv.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they got strong teeth, but they're not pretty. They're not pretty.
Nuts and berries and dye. And
I don't think our teeth are meant to be about being pretty.
I don't think so either. It's just a vanity thing.
Yeah.
And you know, it's a vanity thing. It came across as the Hollywood smile.
Oh no, it's
Like,
just
you
getting
got
ridiculous
people-
now, though.
You got people in America and that can't afford much, but they'll get their teeth all fixed up and this, that, and the other. Like, it's the one thing that you'll see from everyone over there.
Teeth, yeah,
Like, as
everyone's
if
getting their teeth done.
anyone with crooked teeth is just looked down upon massively in America. Like, it's mad.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. And we over here, we got a slightly different viewpoint. It's changing, but it's slightly different. We more lenient on teeth. Way more lenient on teeth.
Yeah,
Especially
way
Saturn
more.
Day mother. Yeah, oh yeah, Vanessa, this is Jedi, Vanessa. Hello, oh god damn! Oh shit!
Teeth will quit walking in the mouth and thing.
Nice to teeth you. I mean, nice to meet you.
Nice to teeth.
Shit. Shit. Goddamn. Yo. Yeah. You must be happy when she's sad.
Yeah. No horsing around. Oops, sorry.
Why'd you hate to see me smile, babes?
Yeah. Now we know why they call you the gummy bear.
Yeah, I ain't got the best teeth. I ain't got bad teeth. I ain't got the best teeth. My teeth are just average. You can look at my teeth and it's just teeth in it. They're not fantastic. I think they could be brighter, whiter. But also, I think from young, tell me if you believe this. Some people's teeth are actually not white. Like they're not white. Like my teeth are not white, bro.
Yeah, not white.
Well, they're not white now.
When you see teeth that
Nah, I mean, no, not now.
Oh, from
I
even
mean,
back then.
Yeah, even when I look at my youth teeth, they're not white. Their teeth are not white, cuz. I don't know how these people got these super white teeth, like Ghanaian teeth.
Mm.
No.
Yeah, not everybody got the same teeth.
Not everyone's got that shade of tooth.
Tough.
That's my belief. I got clean, nice teeth, but they're not white, man. My shit's like creamy ivory.
Off white.
Yeah, off white. Dark white. Remember the advert when they would say, what color? They was answering the colors. What color are my teeth? Dark white. light grey. Mad thing. That advert used to crack me up. We used to dark white, you know. I was in stitches. I don't know what that was like a Sensodyne advert or some kind of advert. And the wickedest thing, I paid like £300 for some teeth whitening thing. I got the mold done, everything by the dentist. Believe that shit's still in the fridge, in the back of the fridge. Like 3-4 years old now.
I've seen enough of them
Just
things.
the idea of
the
sitting
nail
there
varnish
twice
like,
a day
paint
and soaking my teeth in bleach, I just couldn't do it. Like, nah, I'm not on it.
Trust me to fuck up and be the one to rip bare enamel away, and now can't eat nothing cold, nothing hot.
Right. Fuck up. You get me?
Long. Yeah.
Nah, long, man. Oh, start getting mad, super sensitive. Obviously, I did some Googles on that. I'm like, you know what? I'm good, man. Not for now. For a split second, I did consider, yeah, man, when I get my money up, I might get some fancy teeth on that. But the reality of it, nah. Shaving down all your teeth. Because I did that to my two teeth with the gold caps on, innit?
Okay.
Shave them down. So they ain't really caused me no problems at all. But long.
Yeah, I got one tooth that if I can't get a dentist appointment soon, I'm gonna pull it out myself with a pliers.
But you always screaming about dentists, man. What's wrong now? You got something hurting?
No, it's this one. No, it's this one tooth, bro. Yeah, I don't know. It's my jaw or whatever. They say your jaw's not big enough. Blah blah blah. I think that's bollocks. I think it's the tension in my face. It's made this one corner of my lower jaw. I guess the teeth are kind of compressed against each other, so the one tooth is kind of pushed up, and where it's pushed up, it's behind the top tooth, and it's pushing the top tooth out. And sometimes it clashes on the fucking top middle tooth. Like, it's fucking painful. So I'm just gonna fucking rip it out, if anything.
Why don't you get some aligners, man?
Well, I'd want to rip this out first and then do that.
Yeah.
Because it's in the way of the top tooth when I'm sleeping.
My son had braces and that. Yeah, boy, them braces fucking disgusted me, man. Absolutely disgusted me. Imagine a
regular braces.
Right. Yeah, train tracks, bro.
Yeah.
Imagine a teenager with braces and then he's smiling because you can see yesterday's Chinese behind them.
When you had braces, it was brushing after every meal, all of that, man. Had to.
Of course.
Long.
But still, it's just like, ugh. And then you have to go and get them tightened and blah, blah, blah. But he's cool now. He's running around with his little...
Get the little coloured rubber bands and thing as well.
Yeah, exactly. Fucking horrible. Brace mount is horrible, man. But they got all sorts now, innit? Like sleeping ones, this, that, blah. I don't know if they work.
They're the ones that go behind the teeth. They're the best ones.
Ah.
So it's totally
that makes more
invisible.
sense.
D-Block, where they are? Doing too much what? No one does. No, that don't. Who's he talking to? NICOLA is real, blah, blah, blah. I don't know, man. The fact you call yourself Top G, just, I don't know, man.
Yeah. The first time I saw that, I was like,
wait. That's one thing, yeah. I see this video on Tate, and he's talking about how he would mash a 9 or 10 out of 10.
Yeah. I hear that too.
And I was just like, all right, cool. Now I get you. Now I get you. He would smash a 9 out of 10 tranny.
He said, what you don't understand is, if you ask someone if they was smash a transsexual that was a legitimate visible 9 in your perception, like legitimately look like a 9 category 9 woman, would you smash that? Or a category or something, or a category something
category 1 woman,
category 1 woman or whatever. The man saying no, they wouldn't, but he's like, yo, you don't sound gay because the category 1 woman probably looks like Hulk Hogan with a wig on. Even though it's legitimately got a vagina and that, his thing looks like a brother. And then I don't know. And then he was like, "Oh, I don't know what you do with the penis. Just like move it to the side or move it out of the
way." And who is it we're saying said this? Sorry, I was big. Oh my God, fuck it up. That explains why he's in jail.
Was that right?
Yeah,
right.
that's
This is you lot's done then, yeah. I mean, I ain't got not you lot, but I'm saying I ain't got nothing against the brother, but
no way.
Yeah,
I'm still in two minds whether it's a real person or another actor.
Right.
I like that though, innit? You bring the hard man thing, and then you're like, by the way, hard men, you should be attracted to trannies if they look kind of decent, that thing. Like, allow it.
Allow it. What is that?
That is mad.
There's no respect.
He said that's on video. That's fuck. Never going away.
I'll find it. I'll put it up.
Yeah, that's the what? Nah, man.
You can't make this shit up, man.
We're supposed to listen to these guys and
fucking
follow their lead. And there'll be youngers out there. No, Andrew Tate's, he's the truth, man. You get me? He's giving you an alternative view and blah blah blah. Oh, mate. Yeah, you're gonna end up on some gay shit.
Shit's never going away.
Your whole reputation, your life's gonna be stained because of Andrew Tate listening. When you should have been saying, yeah. Should have been making some like, what? What the fuck is he talking about? And the fact that he talks like a robot is really kills me, man.
I find it funny how enough of these
he talks like a robot.
Enough of these people come from Luton as well.
I know, that's another thing that was pissing me off. Like, oh, what? Luton? What's going on in Luton?
Like, yeah, like just brings enough kind of.
Nah, man. That's going on. It's just a coincidence, man. Nice to see you.
Coinky dinking, huh?
Nice to see you here, cuz.
What's CIA doing in Luton? Anyway, let's move forward.
Hold on, cuz.
CIA dad.
All right, check this. Ooh, chess player CIA dad.
You'll see when it's done. We'll do an episode of Cribs. I had to get this area here. I bought my neighbor's house. I had to construct a specific area for the Bugatti. Anyway, that's all going to be lit up and shit. Bugatti logos. Broke boys down. Listen, I recently posted a question on Twitter asking, would you rather have sex with a transsexual, which is a legitimate 10, or a woman, which is a legitimate 1? And everyone's sitting there clicking woman, because they think they're going to be gay if they do anything else, but they're not actually thinking about the question. I am so smart. I operate on so many levels higher than the average man. You people are not thinking about the question. When I say a 1 and a 10, I mean Megan Fox with a dick. That's the tranny. Or Hulk Hogan with a pussy. That's the girl.
Yeah, I'm taking a coochie, bro.
Megan Fox or Hulk Hogan. You're thinking, well, I don't want to be gay, so I just clicked the girl, the number 1, did it? You're going to fuck Hulk Hogan. Okay, there's a pussy, but he's got mustache and muscles and shit. He's all hairy.
Bag on that.
What are you doing, man?
Pretty gay to me. That sounds pretty gay. I don't care if it's a pussy. That is gay.
No, bro. If it's a woman, how's it gay? Yeah.
Look.
Yeah. Replay that.
Big dude, 6'5". It's pretty gay to me. That sounds pretty gay. I don't care if it's a pussy. That is gay. Whereas Megan Fox, okay, he's got a dick, but maybe you can like scoot it.
What? Scoot it? What?
What's all that hand gesturing? Like, what's that about?
He looked like he was uncomfortable even saying that and thinking it. Though.
You know you fucked up.
He was like he was scoot it.
Scoot it around the.
Scoot it where, cuz?
Yeah, what's scoot it? What does that mean?
Scoot it.
Man started doing wax on, wax off with his hands. I don't get it, bro. I don't get it.
I don't get it.
I thought he was drawing for his Power Ranger card.
I'm saying at least she's small and shit and get your hand around her neck, mess her up. You ain't messing up Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan's gonna mess you up. So this is the question I'm asking.
Mess you up.
What you think about it?
Think about this. This is important.
No.
This is cultural.
I'm not. No.
This affects the world we now live in. What is straight? What is gay?
Wow, these things are very clear lines.
Gay
Very
is
clear
thinking
lines.
about gay is thinking about Hulk Hogan with a pussy.
Yeah, or Megan Fox with a dick.
Yeah.
Scooting.
Like you
Scooting's gay.
What? There was no option out to opt out. There was no. He's just giving you gayer and gayer stuff. Like what?
Hey, Hulk Hogan must be sitting there pissed.
Nah,
ain't no one fucking about me with a pussy. Imagine man use your name. Imagine man use your name.
I know. Oh, break your fucking neck. Are you dumb?
Spent all this time in the gym, years of wrestling, and also being a
steroids
icon. For this brother to roll around and say, imagine Jedi with a pussy. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I'd be so upset.
Yeah.
I'd be pissed. Why is man?
And he's
You
not
know me
even
already.
saying-
I don't want
he's
no
not
one
even-
use for example.
Yeah,
He's not even just saying, imagine man with a pussy. You're taking it further.
Too much, cuz.
Yeah.
You're taking it further.
He said keep the mustache as well. Like what? Like,
Yeah, big up the man, them, big up the man. Them.
It's like it's super henching.
Welcome on, everyone.
Yeah.
Big
Yes,
up.
big up, D-Block.
That's crazy. So
Hey,
what people?
listen, my man is talking madness. Yeah, go on, G.
Now I was gonna say, what do you think about what he's saying?
Oh, you know what? Sorry. You know what? I don't even listen to this guy. Yeah, I just see this guy as a fucking hustler. What he's saying is outrageous. Fam, man's mashing the thing with the pussy in it, bro. Like I think Michael or someone said he felt uncomfortable saying it. But you know this guy, what is with him is he's a hustler. He's like, yeah, I just bought my neighbor's house. Like, first, what he does is he just shows you, look, I'm dealing with money. You should listen to everything I say now.
Right. That's
He's a hustler, bro. Yeah, he's a hustler, bro. That I rated him for his hustleness. Gone.
You realize his little experiment didn't work because he's saying all of you were saying woman.
Yeah, that's why he's coming to the
super
video.
smart.
No, but that's why he's coming with the video.
That's super smart. No, you're
Like,
super bait.
He's
Yeah,
super
no one didn't
smart.
fall for that shit. No
He's
one
above
didn't
the
fall
rest
for
of
that
us.
shit.
Now, bro, look what he started off with. I just bought my neighbor's house to park my car.
Create a spot for the Bugatti.
Yeah, now everyone's listening now. Yo, this guy's, you know what I'm saying? But
waiting
bro,
for
I
the
just see him as a
podcast and the
hustler.
man
About
them to
this
start
earlier. I think
repeating
we
all
were
this
talking
shit.
about this a couple of days
You know-
ago.
you know
where
what-
we were
you know
talking
what, you
about
man-
light-skinned dudes, mixed race dudes, and too many buttons open on the shirt. This is a thing we're not. Get me?
I'm
Like,
not gonna lie, yeah.
what is this?
Regular S used to walk around like that.
Oh, you're such a dickhead.
You know,
You get me? I swear,
You know what?
we took it to radar or someone.
I'd have to be on a beach. And I'd have all the buttons open.
Oh,
You see S outside Street of Odeon like that, like, yeah.
Oh, fuck off.
Chilling.
Yeah, arms wide too as well, isn't it?
Yeah, chilling. Just looking up at the buses. Looking up at the top nickel buses.
The same niggas got contacts in. You know
If
what I mean?
that
Like,
really
why is the
happened,
blue
I'll be
today?
standing there talking about, so would you fuck Hulk Hogan with a pussy or Megan Fox with a dick? That's the only way that could be happening. It would have to be in one of you lot streams.
It's the Luton
Stella
one.
in one hand and a Marlboro Red in the other.
I don't know about Stella still. I think these kind of man drink wine still.
Rosé, innit?
Yeah, all these fancy
The
wines.
Rosé
and that.
niggas. Yeah, you know, light skin nigga shit, man.
Fancy jigs.
We got the
I
family.
like
Yeah,
skin nigga
jig.
shit. It's some Macu shit.
Nah, fuck. Yeah, remember I got a whole tribe of light skin brethren. Die hard. I subscribe to light skin knowledge, but some of this stuff, yeah, I definitely like move away from. You know what I mean? But someone was mentioning it. Yeah, I'll come with the shirt opened up. It was like, I think it was a Kingo or someone.
bro, Matthew, don't you see him as like don't you see him as a dumb version of Peter? What's his name? Peter Jordison or Jordan Peterson?
Peter Andre.
He's like a dumb version of that. No, I mean Jordan Peterson. Sorry, man, Jordan Peterson. He's like a dumb version of that. Like it's like he copied Jordan Peterson, but just done it in a format that anyone can understand. Like, man should be a man, and he's just telling everything you know already.
Yeah, but I don't think Jordan Peterson's saying sleep with a tranny still. Like I've never heard him.
No, apart from that part, but fire on that part.
He's never been on that tip.
I mean his main message. I mean his main message.
What? Is this supposed to be Mazaki? No, I'm out, man. Not involved. Different different ummah, man. I'm from a different ummah, man.
He'll fit right in, bro. I think them man are on them kind of things.
They can't reach. You get me? Stay out there, man. Do your thing. Your thing ain't my thing, man. But
nah, the Aki's not saying that, car. This don't take you out the ummah, innit? It don't take you out the ummah.
It don't.
I mean, it's not advisable and that is haram, but it don't take you out the ummah.
No.
What don't? Scooting?
No, because someone said mashallah. Because they already sleep with ladyboys. So they already understand the Megan Fox with the dick thing. So anyway, let's move forward.
Oh, fucking hell. I can't breathe. That spin cycle is dangerous. Let me go on mute, man. Can you hear that? Can you hear that or not?
Yeah.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Almost nothing. Like a fan.
Like it's not bad like some other people's background noise sometimes.
Soft fan, yeah.
You reckon out of 1,000 trannies?
The washing machine showing off. Trying to impress someone like look how hard I work. Making their noise.
Was young MA supposed to be having a baby at some point?
Bro, nah, that was fake.
Oh,
that was fake. Yeah, that was fake. She looked like she got something though.
Okay, something's going on.
Oh yeah, she looks fucked. Cause you know, see that little picture of her that went
the barbershop thing.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah.
That eyes are orange. Yeah, eyes are orange. You know what's up? She looked like she got liver poisoning or organ failure or something like that. Where
trying to be a man.
Trying to drink more. Trying to outdrink the magnum and that, innit?
Yeah. Outlean them.
Outlean them, yeah.
Oh, fuck off, man. Go and sit your ass down. What's wrong with these girls out here, man? Backs out here, man.
She's much up. Alright, that's Andrew Tate saying, scoot the thing, innit? If you don't scoot the thing, you're gay, innit? If you do the thing.
If you scoot the thing,
rewind it a little bit. I can hear it clearly. All the fans.
Any of you that said you would fuck the pussy, you're gay, innit? That sound gay to me. Like the scooters and that. The scooters are cool.
I had to get this area here. I bought my neighbor's house. I had to construct a specific area for the Bugatti.
Where's this Ukraine?
Anyway.
Romania. No one cares. You can construct whatever you want in your Romania. No one's gonna see it.
Ask, would you rather have sex with a transsexual, which is a legitimate 10, or a woman, which is a legitimate 1? And everyone's sitting there clicking woman, because they think they're going to be gay if they do anything else, but they're not actually thinking about the question. I am so smart. I operate on so many levels higher than the average man. You people are not thinking about the question. When I say a 1 and a 10, I mean Megan Fox with a dick. That's the tranny. Or Hulk Hogan with a pussy. That's the girl. This is the question I'm asking. Megan Fox or Hulk Hogan? So you're thinking, well, I don't want to be gay, so I just clicked the girl, the number 1, did it? You're going to fuck Hulk Hogan? Okay, there's a pussy, but he's got mustache and muscles and shit. He's all hairy, big boobs, 5. It's pretty gay to me. That sounds pretty gay. I don't care if it's a pussy. That is gay. Whereas Megan Fox, okay, he's got a dick, but maybe you can scoot it. Fox.
Yeah, but where's the vagina, bro?
On several levels, bro. He's in the
bum, isn't it?
He lost his fucking mind.
This is the bum, isn't it?
I want to see the one. It only takes 1 subscriber to believe what he's saying, and the world is finished.
No,
probably might not get repeating that.
Most of them will, because remember, look, this is optimal. This is optimum, man. This is beyond the average man's thinking. Like this is only for the higher man, them like the top G's, isn't it?
Top level.
G's, yeah. Oh,
I just wonder what man's getting higher.
Oh, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Hold on. Hold on.
Hold on. Hold on.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Hold on.
That's crazy.
Mr. Tita.
Top G, what do you think about
Top G?
Yeah, what do you think about the whole scooting debacle?
To scoot or not to scoot?
What did the G mean?
That's crazy.
That's not a Masonic G, is it?
Top G's
Their
changing
trip
the
to
name
Thailand
right
for
now.
these, man.
Top G.
Changing the name right now.
Top G's already got his Thailand trip booked.
Oh, you can't put this on Thailand.
Yeah, it's true.
No, I'm saying he's just going out there to practice, isn't it?
Practice.
we saying Top G was crying when my man got locked up.
I don't know, cuz I don't know. He's obviously named himself after man and that. Named himself after another man. This is the danger of this man worship that you lot do, man. It's dangerous.
Super dangerous.
Manosphere.
Just look now. Unless you're gonna say your name was Top G from Times, man. You get me before Andrew Tate.
Yeah.
Let me just see when you made this account. Let me go look. Anyone want to guess? Anyone want to guess? Anyone want to fucking guess when this account was made?
Fourth quarter of 22.
10 minutes ago.
A month ago.
Late 2021.
A month ago.
2021.
Literally 5 minutes ago, bro. March the 2nd.
Wow.
March
Wow.
Okay.
Man.
Top
Your
G.
fist. Your fist. Change that shit now, bro. Yeah.
Big up Top G and your Megan Foxes, though. Still, go on.
Mad. Because you're just not seeing it. Luton hold this L.
Remember to scoot, though, innit? Remember to scoot. We won't want to be caught out now.
Yeah, man.
Mad.
Yeah. Then he'll have his cousin Tommy at your door. Yeah? What are you doing? What are you doing, eh? You grooming, yeah? Grooming gangs? Yeah? Yeah?
I think Tommy's just gonna fall back from the grooming thing altogether now.
Yeah, that's been an
I
L.
think because the L
from that court
the L that he got indirectly the other day was so nasty.
It
was so disgusting.
She got eight buff, man. Fuck's sake. And you know they go harsher on women than men. Like if my aunt
I was watching one video, on Twitter, these are fuckeries, man. Man are laughing, This woman has gone to take the testosterone thing, right? To transition to a man. She's taking the testosterone thing, start getting facial hair, titties. She starts getting male pattern baldness. Is that they're violated. Violated yourself, yeah. So you're a proper dude now, yeah. Eagle nest and that, everything.
They say she got the friar tuck, yeah.
The friar tizak, bro. Welcome to manhood. This is what I know.
Be careful what you wish for.
Hey, do you know what's mad, yeah? You know what I was saying about the train and all that, and it moving and no roof and rare. I think I'm wrong. Because look at this.
Nah, because if you're suspended, if it's just you jumping, then yeah, you would. But if you're suspended in the air like a helicopter can hover, then no, the train would carry on moving underneath you. But if you just take off, but that's because of the velocity, the acceleration, yeah. But if they suspend him in the air when he's up there, then it will carry on underneath him.
I'm not gonna lie. I thought without the roof, he wouldn't land back in the same spot.
Oh no, that's just because of I learned this when I was young in Canada.
If he could jump high enough, he
on
wouldn't land on the same spot.
on a moving bus, and I was trying to make the back hit me, but
He's coming
yeah,
back in the same spot, bro.
Yeah, but
yeah, because of the
jump high
that's
enough.
because of the
the
He's already moving in the
velocity.
direction of the train.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
It's
he's
like if he went to, if he jumped
yeah.
off
So if he
sideways,
grabbed
he
hold
would
of
be
something above,
rolling. Yeah,
You'd
like
be fucked.
you see when he gets to the top, yeah.
If he jumped off
When he gets to the
sideways,
top,
he's fucked.
as a helicopter would suspend there, which would mean that
he's
the
also swimming. Oh
tractor
no,
would.
he's fucking around.
And the other thing is, if the Earth is moving, yeah, when my man goes, because look, when you're on a bus, for example, and you jump off, fam, like you're going backwards, bruv. You're rolling. If the Earth was moving, that wouldn't happen, right?
You don't try and go silent, man. What did he? What did he say?
I don't know. Man.
I can't remember. I was looking at this thing still.
I got food
I'm
for
saying, now you know, like when the bus is moving, yeah. See if you jump off the bus, yeah. Like you start rolling in it. Like if the Earth was moving, wouldn't you? I don't know. Like
Well, the bus is stopping. No, that's the whole point. If the Earth is moving at the same speed as the bus, then when you step off the bus and onto the Earth, there's no difference in speed change, so you wouldn't notice it. It would just be like normal.
Yeah, that's
walking.
what I was saying.
Yeah, which is why this works that you're seeing on the screen now, because you're moving at the same rate. When you jumped, you're moving at the same rate. That's what's going underneath you. If the thing sped up or slowed down, then you wouldn't be in the same position.
Okay,
Everything needs to carry on going at the same speed.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that makes sense, though.
We've covered some science today, so I can't lie. Some physics and some science today. I just found that was strange. That was on our Twitter. Twitter's moving way too predictive because Elon Musk is doing some madness. Imagine I put Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom on, some 1980s film for my little youth to watch. You know what? Watch some 80s shit. Because I feel like I can leave you watching some 80s shit. I don't feel away. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? I thought, I can make you watch Indiana Jones, Adventure, I walked back in the room, and I was like, and he was like, Daddy, look. And then the dude had like he's like, Daddy, look, it's a staff, right? The dude had this staff with this Eye of Ra thing or something, and he held it up in the air and the sun shone through it, and then that unlocked something or whatever, right? Cool. The very next day on Twitter, my friend Flintlock that comes on here, I was going through his timeline, and like 3 hours before I jumped on Twitter, he had somebody had said, "Does anyone know what this is?" And it was a picture of the fucking staff. And I was like, "What the fuck? Like what?" I don't know, man.
Human show shit.
Like Twitter is a bit like,
isn't it?
Look, I was in a cab chatting to you about this and whether I think a train could, and then this is and then this
thing appears.
It's Twitter's got a weird. Twitter's weird, man. Elon's in there. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what he's doing. He could be doing funny things.
Bro, nowadays you could be talking about something and then you start getting on your feed and that. You see adverts of the same thing you was talking about. It's like the phone's listening to man or whatever.
Yeah, that happens all the time, standardly. All the time.
Oh man, I had some jerk chicken. I couldn't even finish it, man. I could just go sleep now.
Chicken died for no reason. Yeah,
it's been a long ass day, cuz. Chicken died for no reason. I'm gonna go back and respect it, man. My friend, these like were making friends with chickens yesterday and killing them.
Yeah,
and like cowboy and that. Yeah. No, the chickens I used to kill, they were my friends.
No sympathy, rootless.
Yeah, then Zulu was like on some. Oh, imagine if you could hear a chicken's thoughts. Would you eat it? oh, why am I here? Help! Oh my God! I'm like, nah, you man are way too dramatic, man. Man did a panicked voiceover for the food.
Why am I here?
Oh shit! Help!
I'll be cracking up, bro. You know what? Yeah, when you're hungry, bruv, you eat human beings, man. You know what I'm saying? When you're hungry, you ain't thinking about none of that.
What?
No, it's happened, innit? People have ate each other when they
Sounding like
can't get
Khan.
no food. You know what I'm saying? Like, so human beings chat shit, man. When it gets to the time, bruv, they'll do whatever, bro.
Yeah. But you know what? Yeah,
Nah, I'd never eat human.
Let me say, I have to wonder. I'm not accusing anything or anything, but that thing definitely happened. Yeah, they crashed under some mountainside and then they ate each other and something.
Was that alive or something?
Yeah, that definitely happened.
I don't know, man. I'm a bit wary of anything they make into a film or Netflix special still.
I start like, for good reason, I just start reevaluating, man, based on a true story. Okay, yeah, that really happened. And it really happened, right? Yeah. Or is it just a story of what humans would do to? I don't know, man. When they talk about Everest and like, I don't know. I need to.
No, I mean, Jed, would you guys eat raw meat?
If I had to. If I had to.
Okay.
I've tasted steak tartare before.
Ooh.
You think our immune system can handle it, though?
I was all right.
Yeah, our immune system can probably handle it. You might be sick a few times or whatever, but I don't know. Yeah, I think maybe, yeah. There's people eating raw meat, isn't it? They're not pretending to eat raw meat, but I don't know what the long term
blue meat.
Yeah, I don't know what the long term thing is though for that. I don't know how long what the longevity. Once in a blue moon or once in a you could eat a raw meat, but for that to be your constant diet, you might start getting the shakes and stuff like a cannibal. What is it that causes those shakes? Apparently,
It's like mad cow disease.
Eating human. What, eat human?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just some
side
just ain't meant to do it. Yeah, it's a side effect.
It's something similar to something similar that happens in the brain that's similar to like it's similar to like like the Parkinson's and Alzheimer's and stuff. Some type of what's it? What they call it?
Is it calcification?
Something protein. Amyloid. Some type of amyloid buildup.
Right,
you die from it. You die
yeah,
from it.
basically.
Eventually, you shake to death.
Who died from it?
No, they were showing a documentary on these cannibal South Americans or whatever, right? And they said, yeah, this is an outlawed practice now. And there was one guy walking around the village just shaking with the symptoms that they said, like, yeah, they shake a lot, and eventually he'll shake to death. And then this guy just walked across the background, old man, to get me, and he was just shaking, like, shit. You get me? Someone was
start losing your mind and all sorts after a while.
Someone's been eating human meat recently. You know the ones there, like, he ain't stopped the practice. And true, he was an old man as well. It makes sense. There ain't no young people in the village all shaking and shit.
I wouldn't even be surprised if that's the reason enough old people are shaking still. Too much McDonald's.
Eating pig. Yeah, it's true. Eat yourself.
All I know is, boy, enough missing people and there's enough McDonald's burgers.
What were you saying? McDonald's burgers got people in it, like human beings.
Oh yeah.
I mean, there's been testament. There's been a couple testimonies to that. One I've heard from a rabbi. One I've heard from a little boy that was involved in a certain scandal in Hampstead. And yeah, I can't remember the other places, but I've heard it in other places as well. Like some McDonald's franchises, they have a little bit of human DNA in there, innit? But then I swear there was some study done where they found human DNA in enough processed things and shit like that. But you want to check out the recalls websites. That's when you see some madness sometimes where apparently if you take your battery out your phone, they can still listen to you as well. It's something to do with the chips that your phone are built with.
Yeah, man. People didn't trust phones from early, man. Now they're practically supercomputers. It's mad that the computers we had in school, I don't know how old everyone is, but computers I had in school, my phone's better than that. That's crazy.
Yeah, growing up, the games and thing on the old school floppy disks before when they were actually floppy and thing. That's mad. I just find it funny how they tell us that they went to space with 8 megabytes. Like that still to this day, that still gets me. Like 8 megabytes.
That's insane.
Like literally imagine that 8 megabytes, yeah. Not gigabytes.
Doesn't even make sense.
Like, come on.
Yeah, man. But see the governments and that, yeah, and the Queen and you know all these people that Jedi sometimes talks about. These people actually worship the devil, because if there is a devil, then doesn't that suggest that there's a God then, or is the devil God and the devil at the same time?
Anyone's denied that. I think most people like call it the Most High or the Creator or whatever they ascribe to it, but I don't think anyone would argue against that.
Now, what I mean is the devil the yin or the yang of God or something? Is he the opposite of God? Is he equal to God, or is he created by God?
Because most tend to say everything comes from the source, the creator, right? So it would be a creation of, so it couldn't be an equal opposite. It might be an opposite, but I wouldn't call it equal.
But so then that means that God's got evil in him then, for him to create evil.
I don't perceive like evil and good in like dualistic terms. So something that could be perceived as evil might have an overarching good effect for whatever reasons, and vice versa. So it's kind of hard to say. It's kind of hard, exactly. So therefore, like the creator just is, or what you might call God just is, and we want to put our perceptions onto whatever energy it is that we're seeing, but that's still part of the creator, right? And this whole devil thing just makes it easier for a lot of people to like blame things on and take away like personal responsibility from certain things and whatnot. So like if you can put it on this figure, then that you can always point and blame that for the bad things in the world.
Yeah.
But if there is such thing as a devil, so-called, like a entity that is extremely powerful in what we might determine as a negative path in life, so-called, then yeah, again, it wouldn't be an equal. It might be seriously powerful,
but I would never call it an equal to whatever the creator or the source is. 'Cause the source is the source, isn't it? Everything stems from source. So I don't think that there's, yeah. Could be wrong.
Thinking about.
It's like asking, can an evil person do good deeds? And can a bad person do evil deeds? Sorry, can a good person do evil deeds, and can a evil person do good deeds? And does doing those deeds make them one or the other?
Yeah. Like, I mean, as human beings, we can't, we can do both, innit? Someone could be bad and good. Like, everyone, I think everyone has the potential to be bad and good. But I get what you're saying by, there is no such thing as like bad or good, because things that you perceive to be bad actually turn out to be good. And as I've seen it through life as well.
I mean,
Like some things that
we've all got a moral compass. So personally, we do attribute bad and good. But what I'm saying is, ultimately, I can't really perceive that. So to say like, did God, like, is God the reason for evil things? It's like we perceive certain things as evil. Maybe like we should use the term for necessary, innit? Like shit happens as it's meant to. And I think most religions believe that their God is perfect, so there's nothing by accident. So rather than see it as like evil, how about we try and look a little deeper into it? Because I feel like evil's a bit easy to attribute something to try and like dismiss it or be fearful of it or not look into it type thing.
Now, obviously, you're right. But the reason why I was asking that question is because obviously, it stemmed from something that JEDI said yesterday about, and I actually know people that are within these fraternities, and man's dealing with spirits and blah blah blah. So I was like, so then what is that, a confirmation of evil, or is that just spirits? Are these spirits evil?
Those people that are dealing with the spirits, the spirit's evil.
Is spirits not dead people though?
No. Spirits are exactly what it says on the tin. They're spirits. They're the essence
but we're
of
also
soul.
spirits though.
I mean,
Are
our
we not
spirit or our soul inhabits our vessel, but yeah. But spirit just denotes like a singular entity.
Oh, okay. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. Were they once human beings? That's what I'm asking.
Oh, I don't know if they were human. Like they might have taken form in some realm, on some plane, in some form, like maybe. But I don't know if they were once humans or not. Like, I don't know why they would have to be evil. Not saying that you said they would. I'm just saying I don't know why they would have to be.
No, I'm just thinking, like, the way I see it is like, obviously these people, if there's people that are in fraternities and they get to connect with a certain power or whatever, and then obviously some people don't want to join them because they see it as evil or whatever. I don't know, like
yeah, and that's what I was talking about. We all got different moral compasses. So what one person might see as evil, some others might see as so-called necessary evil, or might not even see it as evil at all. So some are more willing to partake in things than others. Like some have their morals and like they're not for sale at whatever cost, whereas others can be bought. Like we see this in daily things, even in jobs, in certain situations and shit like that. Or when things happen, people can be paid for their silence and like so. But some people, you couldn't offer them any amount of money to pay for their silence or whatever it is. But it just depends. People have different stances at different points on different things, and it just depends on your moral compass. So when you see these people signing up to these fraternities and whatnot, like number one, they're not led to believe, I believe, for the most part,
at the lower levels, they're not led to believe the truths of the inner workings. But obviously, once you do the degrees and you go up and you show the open-mindedness and the ability to critically think, then you slowly become initiated into the reality of things. And again, I don't think that if you're working with these entities, you'd call them, why would you call them evil? Because what they're doing and how they're helping you is not evil at all. Like they may take some type of what's the word, rituals or sacrifices in order to please, or so-called in quotation marks please. But yeah, they wouldn't call them evil. It's a perspective thing, isn't it? Like if people like us are sitting here trying to, I don't even want to say awaken, but drop certain truths that go against mainstream narratives, they would call that evil because it goes against what they want and what they're working towards. So we would be deemed evil in their eyes, right? So it's a perspective thing like that.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. No, I definitely get what you're saying. Now I just got out of it because I just can't follow people, man. I read the thing, I see it, you know what I mean? I get what you're saying, like obviously the people that believe in it see you as evil, innit? They're like, oh my god, you must be with the devil and shit. I'm like, yeah. So what like what you're saying is what these people are doing may not necessarily be evil. Like what they believe in, it might look evil to me.
I can't say that because I have a human moral standpoint and bias. So when you're doing certain things with children or taking adrenochrome or MK Ultra in people or like that type of shit, I'm obviously gonna call that evil. Like I'm not gonna see that as anything good. However, them doing it has opened my eyes to a lot of things.
Yeah, man. This is from the conversation yesterday. Certain man just see it as a necessity. And it's not even, it's an unfortunate necessity. Certain man might see it as, but it's just what needs to be done. It's the process. And morals blur when you think you've got more information than the average man. And you think you actually know what's going on. They have this thing called the greater good, which I think is the big G inside of the pyramid, inside of their compass, inside of their square compass, the greater good, right? And they think that they're working for the greater good, or that's at least how they recruit. Yeah, this might seem fuckery, but you don't know what fuckery really is. If we weren't here doing this, and what do you think would be happening to that, blah, 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 blah. This is for the greater good. You know what I mean? And that concept of, that concept of like a higher morality than the average man can attain to or understand. That's what they sell shit with. That's how they groom man and get man into their way of thinking. And to be honest, they obviously is, like with everything, some form of truth to it. I would say that there's some form of truth to it. You know, like sometimes I contemplate and think, did these men just really know that there's no consequences to anything they do? Just live it now, isn't it? There's no consequences, cuz maybe they just know that. Maybe like, because you know, I always wonder about
how they move, isn't it? That's fully how they move.
Like they just know something that you don't, innit?
I've definitely contemplated that one.
Yo, we ain't spoken to you in a while. Why are you typing? Come on, man. Like honestly, man, since I spoke to Shani 2 days ago, we've only had one gal on there. MD, the same girl returned. I haven't seen MJ. I haven't seen MJ at all, really. She okay? Let's see.
Yeah, that's the point, you know.
Sisters, I see Trilluminati typing away.
Wagwan Trilluminati. Got to sit up to look at the chat.
All right, Mom.
Yeah,
Zelini,
like,
Zelini, are you good, brother? Are you here? Like, what's happening with you? What are you actually doing? Hang on. Yeah, man, I'm here, man. I'm here. I'm here. That's his usual answer. Yeah, man, I'm here, man. I'm here. He's not even here.
Nodded off. Taking a quick nap.
Really going to do something else.
Join the panel, share your knowledge. Was yo, big Trill, big at yourself. They're half the technology we have now back then. So imagine what they have now.
Ain't nothing new under the sun. And Back to the Future.
you know, this life is easy when you don't know shit, bro.
Easy.
You know shit is like
Blissful or evil. You know, in ancient Kemet, that the saying ignorance is bliss was actually ignorance is evil.
Yeah, or hell, or some shit like that.
Yeah, some shit like that.
And it was the Greeks that flipped it round, right? Yeah.
I'm not too sure on that.
So it was the Greeks that flipped it.
ignorance is evil. That's crazy, man.
You're talking about sovereignty? Aye. Jump on, man. Jump on, ladies. You're hiding.
Spiritual possession. Jump on, Iron. We could chat about that.
Bro, I've not. You know, people that get possessed and that. Yeah, I always see them in like. It's always like poor countries. What? Do people get possessed here?
What do you think alcohol is? Call it spirits for a reason. You know, you never seen no one acting mad in the club. Like, come on.
I do it, bro. I black out and it feels like someone else is controlling, man, or something.
Like
I'm like, I don't remember that. They call it blackout, but it's like I'm doing stuff though. I'm moving. You know what I mean?
Yeah, someone was in control of you. Satin was.
Someone
was. You've had another man inside you, innit?
Crazy.
Wow.
A spirit, brother. Spirits don't have genders. Don't put that on me.
You was going off the gal about spirit don't have gender. Like, that's all I'm saying.
Damn. Oh yeah. Some girl get the beat and that. Fucking hell.
Yo.
Jesus.
Big up, I.
Well, go on, I.
Big up.
Big up, I.
Big up D Block. Big up JEDI. S.
Yeah, why'd you say my name like that?
How did I say it?
JEDI.
From money, innit?
JEDI.
From money.
Respect. Long time no speak, man. What are you up to?
Just listening in. Conversation was good today. Juicy. About flat earth and that.
All right. I'm passionate.
No, so I asked in the chat, who believes in spiritual possession? You believe it can happen?
I do.
Evidences.
Especially to women.
People just spoke about one.
I mean, apart from the alcohol. No, I mean, apart from the alcohol thing, yeah. Like, I don't believe. You know, like what I see. I don't know, people in Arab countries or some African countries, and they're like, "Oh, I'm possessed," and they beating the person and reading stuff on them, and the person's talking all mad, like whatever. I just feel like that person's suffering from some mental issue or something. I don't feel like it's possession, but alcohol thing, I think I can agree to that one because people will be telling me like, right, you was doing this, you look normal, you was chatting normal, you didn't look like you was, and I'm like, bro, I don't remember none of that. Do you know what I mean? But it does feel like when I get to a certain extent of like drinking, yeah, I do. Like people call it blackout, but I feel like I wasn't blacking out. Like I'm talking normal, I'm not slurring or nothing, but I don't remember anything. Everyone else is like, bro, you was on a mad one yesterday.
Because you
Like,
wasn't
bro,
in
you look normal, bro.
control.
Yeah. So I kind of believe that one, but the religious one where people say, oh, I got possessed, and they start talking mad, like, rah, rah, and they're like, rah, and I feel like that's a mental issue. Like they convince themselves because they've been taught this from young.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can obviously take substances that will inhibit you and like open different parts of your brain or personality to make you behave in a certain way. But yeah,
Do
I'm
you
kind
think
of
things like
on the fence
sorry.
about the whole spiritual possession aspect, because where does so if I'm being possessed by another spirit, where does my spirit go? Is it overtaken by another spirit, or does my spirit have to leave my body for another spirit to inhabit mine? Does that make sense?
That's
Yeah,
a
good
great.
question.
I didn't even think of it like that. That's a great question.
I think
in
lots
what
of not just sorry Tiz, not just alcohol and other substances like psychedelics and that. I think also like experiences, information, and trauma can unlock parts of your psyche and your brain, and you can expose yourself to different things. But I
would
just
you
don't
say
understand how another spirit can take over someone's
would you say
spirit.
that schizophrenia or a split
How is
personality
it a spirit
disorder?
taking over someone's spirit? It's a spirit taking over someone's body.
Okay, so yeah, so where does
The
that
body.
mean that then just the body has to be void of a spirit, or is one spirit more powerful than the other spirit? The original spirit, sorry.
Well, I think there needs to be a level of I don't know, like alcohol. I say that because alcohol is used to extract, right?
Go on.
So it must make like the power of your spirit lesser.
Where's
So
your
that
spirit
might
go
be
when you
help.
get knocked out or when you take general anesthetic? Wherever your spirit goes, then that's a similar situation with
Stasis.
where your spirit can be while your body is being piloted. When you don't eat food and you get drunk and you don't remember nothing, where was your spirit then?
Well, I'd ask you. I'd say.
Where's your consciousness then? You don't know. No one knows. And that's the scary thing about it. You don't know what the fuck you was doing. Like, what? I never. And then they're like, yeah, you did, cuz. Nah. No, you're chatting shit. No memory. Or just
now
like
it's worse because they show
you get into a fight, you get into a fight. The next thing you know, someone's saying, yeah, just lay there, cuz, stay there, cuz. You're like, what are you talking about, man? Move, man, let me get up. What's happening? What? Bro, you was knocked out. You was knocked out because you was having a seizure. No, what do you mean? Bro, I've been there where a man's been put to sleep and got up and just started running and then came back and just didn't know what was going on. No. And so like there's a place. There's a magical place. You'll find Souls in a million, all under one roof. It's called Knock the Fuck Out. I don't know what that, but there's a couple places, man. There's some holding places. You're in the sunken place. How about that? The sunken place. That's where you.
Okay, so where do you? I don't think you go anywhere. I don't think you go anywhere. I think the substance is doing whatever the substance chemically will do to your brain.
Yeah, I think you must go somewhere because most people that go through that and come back wake up refreshed type.
I've witnessed.
They've gone somewhere to rest.
I've witnessed possession on multiple occasions, but I can't go into it publicly. I know that sounds. I probably should have stayed on mute. But I can't stay on mute. But yeah, I've witnessed it, man. So I know that there's possession. The question of where the consciousness goes, I think, can vary. The original inhabitant's consciousness can vary. You can astral project and then leave your vessel empty, and it can be something can slip into that.
Okay.
You can open up your doorway and let something in, and then that would just pushes you to the side. A bit similar to where does your consciousness go? Where does your main personality go when your split personality takes over? When it has no awareness. When it comes back, it will have no awareness. Most of the time, people with multiple personality disorder have to be told that their other personality just took over. You understand?
Yeah, but that's a mental imbalance disorder.
Is it?
I don't know. I'm asking. Is it? Is it not?
Well, you're saying it is. Is multiple personality disorder a chemical imbalance? Maybe, yeah. But is having different personalities presenting always multiple personality disorder is the question, and I would say no.
Well, if you have no control over your personality,
is MK Ultra a chemical imbalance? Is having multiple programmable consciousnesses or
personalities? I think you said it. Identities.
Yeah, that's not necessarily all chemical. I'm sure there may be some examples of you've got this brain disorder and it just does this, but I don't believe they tell us the truth about split personality.
I don't
think it's
because the way they act in most of them are so different, vastly. Like it's not. I don't believe it can be the same like spirit, soul behind it. Energy changes, also all types of things, the look, everything.
I've witnessed possession,
with split personality disorder.
Hand on heart, I've witnessed possession. I've witnessed a human whose whole personality has changed before my very eyes. They're presenting themselves. They're obviously they're talking with a different cadence, different area. But an actor can do that, so that's not normal. That's not strange. What was strange was the different information that this person now had access to, which was the most convincing thing. The conversation was what was most convincing. Like, yo, what the fuck is this? Because I can entertain that you're maybe a bit nuts or you're rare, but how could you have this information if this is just in your head? You can't make up stuff that you don't know. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Breaks them laws of probability and averages, as I say.
It kind of still remains like what I said at the beginning, which was that the body would have to be vacant, or
not necessarily, because some people that have had or spoken of possession have said that they felt like they was got flung like to the back seat of the car, and like someone else was just driving and they couldn't do nothing about it. So they're watching it, like, but they can't do nothing about it.
Yeah, that'd be mad. That would be like dying, being fully conscious of your death. Like that's a nightmare.
It's like, have you ever had sleep paralysis?
That's a fucking nightmare. No, I've never had sleep paralysis, but I've had. Well, no, the answer's no. I've never had sleep paralysis.
This is kind of like that, because
it's sleep paralysis,
down, but you're awake.
It's sleep paralysis where, like, so I've had a nightmare where I felt like I wanted to get away physically, but I couldn't move. Is that what sleep paralysis is?
It's where you're actually awake. No. You're consciously awake, but your body's shut down. Like you can't move, nothing. That it's just not responding.
I've never experienced that.
But you're awake, so you can look around and the world's moving on around you and things are happening, but you physically cannot move, like can't do anything.
No,
your body's just like Yeah, enough times. It started when I was a child. I didn't know what it was. Like, I remember the first time it ever happened and watching my cousin like walk around, and she was a baby at the time. And I'm only like, I don't know, like 12 at the time. And yeah, and I'm trying to scream, like inside, I'm trying to scream, I'm trying to move, like trying to fling my body, like doing everything that like normally would make my body move and all sorts of crazy, with like nothing is working, and I'm trying to scream, like, and yeah, nothing. Now I'm used to it, so I kind of like it, but yeah, it's nuts. Like, so it's almost
So
like the
what's your
opposite of that.
what's your
Like,
explanation for that then?
like, oh, I can't remember what the official explanation is for the reason why. I'm not sure, but it's called sleep paralysis. So, but yeah, I would imagine that possession where you're
The
aware
official
feels.
reason is the official reason is your body releases a chemical that paralyzes the body to stop you from reenacting your dreams and stuff like that. And when you wake up too quick or whatever, sometimes remnants of that chemical is still in your system, and therefore you're still physically kind of paralyzed. That's the official reason for sleep paralysis.
Okay.
Yeah, used to be able to do it on demand if I wanted to. Like, it was crazy. It's a beautiful feeling. Some people really don't like it, but I love the feeling. But I would imagine that's what I was going to say, that possession where you're aware would be like opposite. So like your body's moving, but like your mind just can't control it at all. Like, it's just doing whatever it's doing. So it's like similar. You feel like you're locked behind something.
Ooh.
Yeah, because
that's a good way of explaining that, you know. That's sick. Reverse sleep paralysis. Active body, dormant mind, rather than active mind, dormant body. That's crazy. That's well done. I've never heard it explained like that before. That's sick. Yeah, anyone want to jump on? Because I got these, like, they sound all sleepy and that. Anyone want to jump on?
Sorry, no, because
No. It's too late. Anyone want to jump on? Anyone else want to jump on and bring and help us maintain the vibe, man? You know what I mean? We've been streaming for a hot minute. Hit the like button, PayPal, Cash App, show some love. You got any videos, any subjects you want to get through? It's the evening time. It's 10 to 8. Come on, man, jump on, man. Stop the long thing. Just get involved in these conversations. Otherwise, I will lock the show in 10 minutes.
Oh, come on, guys. Come chat.
Jump on, man. Feel the vibe, man. I don't want to hear the awkward silence or... You know what my pet hate is? I talking and everyone just goes silent.
I was trying to process what Tizza said. You're saying you'd expect it to be like reverse sleep paralysis because it's a dormant mind and an active body.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
you love this repeating thing, you know.
But didn't you just describe possession as not having any consciousness?
No, not as it.
No.
Who did?
Well, you sort of described D Block and I'm sure it was D Block. We were kind of comparing possession to drinking alcohol or being knocked out. So you're not conscious of what you're doing.
I would say that for like in some states, that's what it could be similar to. You know, yeah. In some states, it could be similar to that. Just because your body is active, you might not be aware that your body is active, but you may be slightly aware that you're not conscious of your body or what your body's doing.
Yeah, my thing with the spiritual possession thing is I just think that the mind is really powerful and it can convince you of many, many realities, especially if you're on some sort of substance or you've been through some sort of trauma or whatever. You know, that's how the whole MK Ultra thing is based on decompartmentalizing the mind and planting information in one part of the mind,
Yeah,
and
but the aspect of
it can
MK
be
Ultra that is
extracted without you knowing that it was in there in the first
part of
place.
the part of MK Ultra that I feel that is never really spoken about, which I've said from day one, is the spiritual aspect. It's not just this physical stuff they do; they're doing spiritual shit too. This is spiritual too, right? And that's the part they're not going into. So yeah, you're unlocking the mind and the psyche and whatever. Then and they're gonna tell you, they're just showing you pictures of bunnies being thrown into hot water, and that make and you know
then
what I
your
mean?
brain tries to cope with
Right.
it, and
then they tell you, oh,
it
satanic
splits.
ritual abuse. Satanic ritual abuse is used as a, but no, it's not. No, they're doing rituals. The fuck? You're not like they're doing actual rituals that have ramifications, spiritual ramifications. And these people deal with spirits. And I feel like everyone likes to be ambiguous about that part. And this is where we don't really get too much clarification. They keep the spiritual aspect. Everyone's like, I always say this, everyone's spiritual.
Yeah.
No one believes in spirits. I'm spiritual. Yeah. Everyone's spiritual, but no one believes in spirits. From the like no one. No.
It's
Yeah,
spiritual possession that I'm trying to. I want someone to try and convince me. Just
Why?
make me believe it.
Right,
No,
but
interested.
the ancestors literally use spiritual possession to invoke certain deities and seek counsel from them. It's not fucking hard.
Yeah.
It's not wrong. You don't have to look hard to find possession. You know, you don't have to like. It's not like yeah.
And
You don't have
also,
to-
if you believe, you
It's a
believe
very,
that it's a
very
mental
ancient
thing,
Yeah.
and
The
you
mental,
have
yeah,
to.
the mental is a whole universe unto its own. Just because
Yeah.
something's a mental thing doesn't mean it's not real.
Say that
That's
again.
another thing. Just because something is mental doesn't mean it's not real. You think when you say mental, you're making it sound like you're talking about the brain. We talking about the mind. The mind is not contained in the head. The
Yeah.
mind is part of the consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
Consciousness is not contained in the body. Yeah, that's why you can astral project. Your consciousness is not solely attached to your body. It can be detached. It can untether. It can roam free. That is something that can happen.
And so you can access like a collective or shared consciousness.
There's other stuff. No one's hitting that link now. We've got 5 minutes, man.
Come on, people, jump on. Interesting convos,
have you
man.
heard of there's people who can remember like proper in detail years and like from their earliest memories, like from childhood. Have you seen people who have this access to their memories where they can remember like things that happened 30 years ago, but in like full color, full detail, precise time?
I've seen people under regression or under hypnotherapy remember events to detail that they had no otherwise like clue about, that they'd long forgotten about. But under hypnosis or regression, they'll go back and remember it to the T, and it will match the videos or the photos of that were there, but that they claim to not have remembered and stuff like that.
Consciously remember it.
But they don't know how to recall that information. I find being under hypnosis extremely,
Would you do that? Would you be regressed?
I would never let someone play with my mind. Like, nah, do you know the amount of trust you'd have to have for that person to play with your mind like that? Like, that's just allowing them a free key.
Right.
Yeah.
So do you believe in Do you think it's possible to be regressed and to be hypnotized?
Yeah. I don't see why not. Like, again, the mind is powerful and there's various ways to unlock parts of it. So and I believe that hypnotherapy and people that have specialized in regression techniques, I'm sure they know of a few ways to unlock and access certain parts. So yeah, no, definitely. A lot, especially with a lot of the things I've seen. And I don't believe it's all like stare at this clock and like there's ways to do it. If you've ever,
there's a state of consciousness that allows you to access what they call the Akashic records. I've witnessed that too. And that's somebody putting themselves in a trance. You put yourself, like, I just feel like what we know of reality, or what we like to indulge in as reality, is like a sliver of what is out there and what's possible. So the same way that they're letting you know that they got psychics working for the FBI and this and that, and from day one they was using psychics to find treasure and this and that, you know, it's ancient customs. Treasure hunting was associated with psychics and demons and spirits. All this X marks the spot. All of them treasure hunting and treasure whatever. Everyone had like a book of incantations and some familiar spirits that they would call on, or a specialist that was deep into this that would call on his spirit to go and find hidden treasures and miracle, you know, things like that.
Trinkets.
So it's just been a way of life, isn't it? Accessing information. I've dreamt about stuff that I shouldn't know about. Your girls dreamt about stuff she didn't know about. Blah 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 blah. Yada yada yada. It's like this shit happens right under our nose, but because we don't actually go out of our ways to learn how to do it or believe in it or whatever it is, you know. But you accidentally access this shit yourself. Me and you would sit down, be on different sides of the world, and come up with the exact same thought, like within striking detail. Yeah, the information's out there. That astral plane, or that plane of information, that is one. That's a truth. That is a truth. I'm not saying it's the truth, but it is part of the truth that there's information that we can all access.
Yeah, no, I believe in that. I believe that's true. I believe that's true.
How do you access? How we access?
Wow.
How we all access it? Get me? What about social consciousness? Do we believe in that?
You guys, let me give you guys an example of what happened to me. Yeah, like when I was like, I don't know, 18 or whatever. I was shot in, lived in my own yard, whatever. Had this girl around one night. We was drinking or whatever, and then obviously we did whatever, and then we went to sleep. Then in my sleep, yeah, I must have
you could have
woke up
just started
like I'm
with we went
sleeping.
to sleep, but anyways.
Yeah, no, we went to sleep, yeah, and then I woke up, and then I saw a short, like white brother. I can't even say if he's white, yeah, but he looked white, innit, yeah. He was very, very short. He's like a midget at the end of the bed, yeah. So I woke up the girl and I was like, "Can you see that?"
This your cousin?
No, it was a chick I was just linking. She was like, "What are you talking about?" And then the guy disappeared. You know what I'm saying? But I felt paralyzed as well. And I obviously I didn't know how to explain it, but I don't know if it was my beliefs at the time because I was still Muslim or whatever. But
no, when you say you
I just
felt
thought that was
paralyzed because you woke her up, why did you wake her up? Because you were shook.
can she see it? But at the time when me and him was locking eyes, I couldn't move. I couldn't say anything. I couldn't move. But obviously I could move again. And as I turned to her and turned back, yeah, the guy was gone.
How
You know
long
what I'm
did you
saying?
lock eyes for? Was it
Yo,
like
you
longer than
need
5
an
seconds?
explanation.
Pause
How long
for
did you
that,
lock
but
eyes
yeah.
with this man for?
The spirit.
How long did he have you weak at the knees?
At least 2-3 minutes. We're staring at each other like. But yeah. And then there's other things where like other people have been so-called possessed or whatever, yeah. And then I always wondered why, when someone reads these books that obviously people believe in, like the Quran or anything, why does it affect that person and they start screaming more and start saying, "Stop it! I don't want to hear that," and all that. And then that kind of made me believe that there are spirits that can think. It's just not. It's not just your brain convincing you. I feel like there are things that do possess you.
My
You don't
thing
agree
is,
or disagree?
no, my thing is then, right, so are some spirits created more powerful than other spirits? Can Tiz's spirit be more powerful than my spirit for it to be able to take over mine? Why is mine not fighting back? Like, why am I being taken over? Is my like
There's levels out here. This is the spirit hierarchy.
I feel like the most powerful thing that we got as human beings is what other people can convince you of. And I feel like when I was looking at that thing, because I was never convinced of like things possessing you. Maybe it was my mind playing tricks on me, yeah. But I saw it outside of myself, whereas other people get possessed. So I feel like I reached a level where I was like, I don't believe in these stuff. Like most things, I don't believe in. So I feel like they will never affect me because I don't give it no power. Because I feel like belief is like you giving your power to that thing.
Not believing in something that is real doesn't, like, it gives it even more power for when it does turn up. Because if it's a reality and it shows up and you're claiming you don't believe in it, yet here it is, that gives it way more power than to acknowledge it and not give it no power.
No, I mean, what I'm using the wrong words here, but what I meant, what you're just saying. Like, I do believe that it exists, and but I'm saying I don't believe in you, where like you can enter me, kind of thing. I don't believe in that. I don't believe you're strong enough or anything like that to enter me, kind of.
What he's saying.
Pause on the enter meeting, innit? Like,
I understand what he's saying though.
Yeah.
He's trying to get that guy back in it he locked eyes with. But nah. It's
like, do you believe spirits are actually real?
I understand what D Block was saying, but I don't understand what you're saying, Tizzer, about if you don't believe in something that is a reality, then it can
if
give
you don't
it more
believe
power.
in so say, like, I believe that different entities and stuff exist, yeah. Now someone else might not believe, might say, I don't believe in this entity or whatever. Now one day this entity might show up. The fact that it shows up in someone who doesn't believe in it, that gives it way more power over them because they didn't believe as a start. So the fact that it's even there, like,
that's the wrong approach, man.
That supersedes their belief pattern, their belief structure.
But wouldn't they, if they didn't believe in something and then they have evidence of it being there, then wouldn't they believe in it?
Yeah, they would have to.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm
It's not
saying.
about
That's
belief,
what gives it the power.
But hold on, it's not about belief.
Big up, MA.
It's not about big up. It's not about belief. It's about, because if you're going to take that approach, yeah, then you might as well believe in everything that you come across, right? Just out of fear, because that's what you're talking about. Is
no,
you're
what I'm
being...
saying is it choosing.
No. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
No, I said acknowledging something can give it power. That's not a fear-based approach.
No, acknowledgement. You said belief. That's not acknowledgement and belief are not the same thing. Belief,
no,
yeah.
Because what I was, I think you must have come in halfway through.
Let him clarify.
Because what I want to do is like say like how it was originally, so that he can understand that I wasn't, because he's under the pretense that I've said something that I haven't, like, or I've come in at an angle that I'm not trying to argue. And that's what I'm saying. What I originally said was he said when he was D-Block was chatting about it, he says, I don't believe in something. And what I'm saying is not believing in something and then having it appear gives it more power than if you were to acknowledge something and say it holds no power over me. Yeah, you might exist, but that don't mean you're more powerful than me or you have any power over me. because if you don't believe in something and then it appears, automatically it's already forced you to set defeat in your belief. That holds
Yeah, I
power
heard all
over
that.
you.
Yeah, I heard all that. I heard all that, and then I heard what you said as well. And I'm saying, yeah, what D Block is saying, yeah, and what you've responded with suggests that if that right, so believing in something, yeah, suggests that you can't necessarily prove that that something exists, but you have assented to its existence, right, without significant evidence to say it is a fact. Yeah, so let's say voodoo, for example, right? You can't prove it, yeah, but
you
there's
can't disprove it.
yeah, you can't disprove it, right?
Right.
But
So
to say
rather
that,
than
once-
deny its existence,
yeah,
or its actuality, or its realness, just
yeah,
acknowledge that okay, there's a thing called voodoo out there.
100.
I mean, whatever, regardless of what it is, it doesn't have power over me. Rather than say there's no such thing as voodoo, then when you see voodoo, you're startled. You're like, "Fuck!"
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
And I'm saying that the idea of belief doesn't that's not doing either of them. Yeah. Acceptance, or sorry, to accept the possibility, to accept the possibility that something may exist is not the same as believing it exists. That's what I'm saying.
All right, cool, great, man. You're in semantics
Yeah, right.
mode.
How's
You're
it
in
semantic?
mode today, right? I can hear it in your voice.
Okay,
You wanna break down
you're hearing. All right, cool. You're
semantics
hearing
of
that, but I'm
belief.
saying, hold on, wait. What's the problem with me saying, yeah, that accepting the possibility that something exists is not the same as believing that it does exist? How is that semantic? I don't get it.
No, but you're just saying the same thing that he said.
No, he hasn't said that. He said belief.
That's why I say
He's
it's
talking about
semantics. But we all took the same. Well, I took the same thing from what you said, from what he said. I didn't see. You're just being semantical.
Okay, if it's semantics, yeah, those people that believe that the earth is round, yeah, is that someone believing that is actually the truth, even though they don't have evidence, or is it something else?
So it's just semantics again. Like, I just don't know what is this?
Bro, you're
It's
right.
a good subject, man. Let's don't let you get into the English too much sometimes, bro. Is it
nah,
that?
allow it, man.
No.
I'm not doing none of that. I'm not doing any of that.
Yeah. Cool,
Nah,
man.
I'm not doing none of that, bro.
He blatantly said acknowledging something, right? Acknowledging it rather than dismissing it as not existing. He's acknowledging that even if it exists, even though it may exist, it doesn't have power over him.
I did not hear him say acknowledge. All I heard him say
He
was
did say
believe.
acknowledge. He actually said those words as well in his.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's just. I think he
Yeah,
was quite clear
fair
on
enough.
what he meant.
He did say
No, it's
that.
all good. It's all good.
Yeah.
But like,
all right,
yeah,
cool. Let me finish my sentence then. If he said that, yeah, then cool. All I heard was multiple occasions where he's talking about belief. Yeah, I'll rewind it and check, but it's cool. Yeah, if it's belief, it's not the same. Yeah, simple.
Yeah, no, please do, man. Please do.
Yeah. So anyway,
weird, man. Let me go and check anyway.
if you yeah, no, I was just saying anyway, like I just believe that if you don't believe in something, not that it don't exist, but I'm saying if you don't believe in that thing, I don't think it can have power over you. You don't believe in it. I feel like things that you believe in, like, will have power over you. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean that the thing doesn't exist or anything like that. It just means that you like in other words, like if you're giving the thing power in it by believing in it. That's what I believe.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Deepak. Yeah, I understand. I just didn't understand how not believing in something gives it more power.
Yeah, I don't understand that as well. I'm not gonna lie.
Tizzle was saying, like, correct me if
Because
I'm
when
wrong.
it shows up, when it shows up straight away, like Jed said, you'll be startled. Like straight away, there's power over because now you've taken an L already.
No, but when the thing turns up, you automatically believe in it, though.
You don't believe
Like, you have no
anymore.
choice.
You know it's there. That's your evidence,
Yeah, you know
right?
it's there. Yeah, you know it's there.
You
Yeah,
don't need to believe in it anymore.
Okay,
that's true as well.
That's like saying someone behind. You walk into a room and you don't know someone's behind the door and they say boo, versus knowing they're behind the door and saying boo. You're telling me like, oh yeah, if I walk in and they just say boo and I don't know they're there, I'm not there's no chance of me jumping. Like it's going to be the same reaction type thing.
Yeah, no, but the thing that we're talking about, you won't be able to see. We're talking about spirits, so it's something that you can't see. Like there's loads of things that we can't see, but they're there, innit?
Yeah, I don't think that example don't really suffice, because you're talking about, if we're talking about spirits, whether you believe in them, the possibility of them existing or not, if some sort of spiritual you have some sort of spiritual experience, you'll still be unsettled by it, won't you?
I don't know. Like if that's for someone that doesn't believe in it, maybe they might be, but someone else that acknowledges whatever it is but doesn't allow it to hold any power might not be unsettled by it. In fact, they wouldn't be unsettled by it because they already acknowledge it. They take it for whatever it is. But it's cool. I don't think like
Where it came from.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think I do understand what you're saying now. Sort of, kinda.
You man are weird, fam.
Why?
Man trying to tell me no, not you, no, Jedi. I don't know what he's on. Yeah, about this semantics nonsense. Just chatting rubbish, man. Man said believe, like D Block's whole premise, yeah, was the idea of not believing in something.
What did I say though? You went and rewinded it. So what did I say?
So D Block, yeah, was setting the premise because he was the one that said if he doesn't believe in something, he feels like it can't harm him, basically. Right? That's basically what he was saying.
What
right?
did
So
I
you're
say?
jumping off the back of what he's saying, right?
No,
He's saying
I
believe.
was very precise with my words. So what did I say?
Yeah, bro, you said believe about 12 times and said acceptance that one time. I don't know why a man's trying to pick that apart and say that that's what you meant, when actually you were riding off what D Block was saying to begin with, and that was the premise of the whole conversation. Yeah, I'm saying, yeah, that belief, yeah, and accepting the possibility of something being true, yeah, and that's why I gave flat Earth or spherical Earth as an example. It's not the same thing. And I'm saying on the basis of the idea that D Block would be at a loss if he doesn't believe in certain things, because when they appear to be true, he's going to be affected negatively by them. And I get that. But I don't think you need to believe in something to combat that, right? I think that believing in something that you don't have any reason to believe in is probably the wrong way to go. Just accepting the possibility that a thing might be true is the better way to go. That's all I'm saying, isn't it?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's why Jedi said semantics, because that's pretty much. But never mind.
Really? Hold on, wait. So Tizza, you think that believing in something and accepting the possibility something can be true are the same thing?
No, but if you heard what I said, then you would have known that like you're playing semantics, because what I said was not believing in something versus the accepting the possibility of something existing. That's what I've said. So that's why you're playing semantics. So I was talking about not believing versus accepting the possibility. So now what are you talking about?
But they're not opposites though. If someone doesn't believe in something,
here we go. All right, cool.
All
So
right,
this
bro.
is why we said semantics.
You got
we come to the same conclusion, but you're talking like
it's a conversation. All right, Tizza. All right, cool. That's silly, man.
All right.
You know, I don't know. You lot been combative today, obviously, so the energy's there. So yeah, go on, innit? It's silly, man.
Say less, say less.
And that's the other thing, you guys. Yeah, like if as human beings, if we're like vibration, if everything is a vibration, yeah, and it's vibrating at a certain like frequency or whatever, and this what do you call it, spirit is vibrating at a certain frequency. When I think or believe in him, like wouldn't I be signaling him or sending him a signal for him to be allowed to enter me? Because I've sent him a phone call, sort of thing. Like I've connected with him by
you become
believing or
aware
thinking.
of it.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm saying I reject that of the aware or like believing in you or feeling like you've got any power or I'm scared of you or anything. Like I feel like being scared, because most people are scared of these spirits or whatever. I feel like that's a form of allowing them to enter you because now you've given them the power. Or instead of being like, no, I'm not scared of that. Like, do you know what I mean? It is what it is, kind of sort of stance. I don't know if I've explained that properly, but yeah.
You lot not gonna answer whether he explained it properly or you understand him or nothing, no?
I don't know. It's gone quiet, innit? Go quiet, man.
mate,
What, who's it?
did you understand him, what he was saying?
Sorry, bro, I wasn't listening, man.
Go on, D-Block.
Oh, what? Shall I rewind it? Like,
Yeah,
I'll buffer myself with that. But I'll try to say it as clear as I can, yeah. So I'm saying, like, if we're a vibration as human beings, if the human body is vibrating at a certain frequency, yeah, and obviously everything's vibrating at a certain frequency, yeah. So let's say this what do you call it? Spirit is vibrating at a certain frequency, yeah. By me believing in it or being scared of it, or anything towards it, wouldn't that give it power to be allowed to enter me or control me or whatever? Kind of like when you phone someone and they pick up the phone, in it, like you guys have received each other, kind of thing. Pause. I cannot these pauses.
Not sure, but some people say that yoga is one way of opening up yourself to this kind of thing.
Yeah, like
doing different poses in a certain formation, like can unlock certain things that might give access or call upon certain entities or deities.
What,
that
yogas
has been a
used to do that?
theory. Huh?
What, yogas used to do that?
Well, that's one theory behind yoga, yeah. And again, like, you might not believe in an entity, but if you do the yoga poses and an entity appears, it's gonna be shocked, isn't it? Whereas if you accept that when you do yoga, yeah, it might unlock something. Like, it's gonna have less of an impact, isn't it? And that's all I was trying to say. But anyways, yoga,
That
yeah,
makes sense.
that
How
can
that makes sense.
that some people believe that, yeah, that unlocks certain doing certain poses and in the formations, yeah, unlocks the ability.
I thought it was just stretches though.
Huh?
I thought it was just stretches.
Oh no, it's poses. Like, to be honest, from what I know, true like yogis used to go off into the wilderness or mountains and stuff, into vast isolation to practice.
Hey, mate, who are you talking
because
to in the chat? Okay, it look like you're looking for some trouble. So here I
You,
am.
I'm
I
talking to
tried to
you.
lay down. I
I'm
tried to
talking to
lay
you.
down, bro. I ain't feeling well, bro. I felt like this is me. I'm gonna be real. Yeah. I don't care what anyone else thinks is reality. Yeah. I feel energy. You jumped on looking for an argument, cuz. You came
With
in.
you, yeah?
No, let me finish. You
Go on.
came in, cuz. Like, come on, bro. Check yourself, innit? Like, it's all
Bro,
good, bro.
bro, I'm listening to what you're
Check
saying.
your-
Say what you're saying.
Yeah. But your style of listening is interrupting. I'm gonna keep chatting. Just hear me out, bro. Yeah, and just drop your defenses, because I mean you no harm, bro. Yeah, I said it was semantics. It wasn't an attack on you. If you've had a long day, cool. That's cool. Then you're acknowledging you've had a long day. Cool. The semantics thing is not impersonal, bro. You're sticking on it, and it's like it's a bee in your bonnet. Maybe I was dismissive of what you were saying, and you felt offended. Cool, man. I didn't mean to dismiss you. I just felt like if you was listening to T, you would have understood that's exactly what he was basically saying, innit? So you went and rewound it. It's like you didn't hear him say acknowledgement. You didn't hear him say it. Cool, whatever.
I heard it.
All right.
I said
So then there's no more argument. After he said what I said he said, after he said what I said he said that correlates to what you said, you must understand why I said it was semantics to be picking and choosing over the wording. I'm like, bro, it's long. He means the same thing as you. So we could have just moved on. That's why I say semantics. And then you've gone to the chat and you're continuing it, cuz. Like, I'm just like, bro, let it go. Come on, man. What are you doing?
all right, Jimmy. So it's
man, it's all good, bro. So
no, it's just, I think, okay, can I speak?
Go. Yeah, go.
Yeah, do you want me? All right, cool. I don't think it was semantics, and it's just that simple, right? We don't agree. Yeah, you think it was semantics, cool. You think he said, like, I actually said some stuff after I went back and rewound it, checked, heard that he said what he said, and still had an opinion. And that's it. Yeah, in the chat, you're talking, I'm talking, so what?
But what you went to check on was whether he used the term acknowledgement.
And I heard it.
And you heard it. So therefore you was wrong. But instead of that, you came back and said, I still believe what I'm saying because I believe that. And it's like, bro, the brother blatantly said, yeah, you can acknowledge the existence of something, but decide that it doesn't have power over you. Yeah. That, like, you know what I mean? You could acknowledge something. Yeah, I see that. I've heard of it, rare, but this don't have power over me. And you're saying, oh, like, no, well, believing in something doesn't mean that it's. Yeah. It's like, bro, allow it, bro. There's no argument.
There's a chance that you just don't understand what I was saying, right?
There's a chance that it doesn't matter, bro.
What if it don't matter?
You're both saying the same thing. That it's a mute
I
point
don't
that you should let go.
Yeah, but I don't think bro. Are you look, Jedi? Chill, yeah. We're having a conversation. Yeah, but we're having a conversation.
Passive aggressive, allow it, cuz.
No, we're having a conversation.
Go eat a meal. Have you ate yet?
Can I finish my sentence? Yeah.
Have you had the food? Tell us about the day you had, cuz. Because I'm just dealing with your energy. I don't want to pretend that there's something else a real rare.
Bro, all I care about is
no, bro. Listen. Nah, you.
Yeah,
see, this is me. Like, whether people like it or not, I'm not gonna like lie about the energy. The energy is what it is. You are being passive aggressive. You seem to be like maybe a bit combative. We've been having combat, but we've received everyone as who they are. So I has not had no combat. D Block has not had no combat. Like this, like, you know what I mean? The people that come onto war have come onto war, and it seems that you come on for a bit of or you come on with a shorter fuse or less patience or whatever it is, due to your day, due to whatever, due to the type of conversation that's been going on. I don't know what it is, but I'm saying I feel like now you're picking on a point where the guy is saying, I'm saying what you're saying. And I understand that he's saying what you're saying. Now you're saying we're not saying the same thing. I'm like, cool.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying, bro.
But when you explain it, you're both saying the same thing. Like, what is it that you're saying he's not saying? Like, what the fuck? Bro?
But if it don't matter, bro, if it don't matter, then it don't matter, innit? I'm having.
Why are you not letting it go then?
Because bro, allow it, innit? Just allow it. I don't. That's so weird, bro, but it's cool. You know
no, man. I heard the words. I've heard the words and I've ignored them 3 times.
Big up, man.
I've heard the descriptive terms you wanted to use and blah blah blah. I just ignored them, because I'm not wherever you are energetically, so I'm allowing that. I get it. Like, cool, man. You don't mean nothing personal by calling me weird and Jedi's just weird and like it's like you're trying to. But I'm like, all right, bro, forget it.
Yeah, I'm telling you what I'm observing in it. I think it's weird that man's having a conversation and it gets to this. I don't understand it.
All right, bro. Big up, bro. Man.
That's it, man. Big up every time, bro. Big up. But I just don't get it in it. It's weird.
Yeah, man. Like
Like,
man,
you
them,
lot?
man, them just accept the man, just accept, bro. Just accept what they're putting out there, innit? Just accept it, and then just deal with it, and then just be man enough to say, all right, cool, man. I'm in this place. This is where I'm at. Maybe I'm perceiving something in a way, whatever. Like, I don't know, bro. I don't know what you want me to say, cuz, but yeah.
No, there's nothing to say. It's all good, yeah. What I'm saying is, even if, yeah, people come on and with different energies and that, but I've come on to debate the topic, yeah. So I'm debating the topic, and suddenly the thing of debating the topic has turned into something that I didn't come on for.
I said
come on
one
to
word, which was semantics, and it's triggered you.
It's not
triggered you,
triggering.
and
It's
not
not
let it go. Yeah, no, it did trigger. Now, can
No,
you
it's
be
because-
honest? Can you be 1 second, brother? Can you be honest at one part of this conversation about what you're bringing to what energy you're bringing? Like, you can't now deny, after you've tried to call me weird 4 times, you can't deny that somehow this semantics term did trigger you, because your response is showing that you've been stimulated by that, and it's making you want to the point where you've gone into the panel to, like, come on, man. All I said to you is eat a Snickers, man. You're not the same when you're hungry. You know what I mean? Which is a perfectly honest thing that I'm saying to you. I'm saying that I can see that obviously there's something else that's maybe pulling you energetically in one direction that you're not usually in, or whatever. You sound a bit irritated. You sound a bit shorter. You got less patience than usual, or whatever it is. Like, you know what I mean? Because all the brother said was semantics. It's just word games, cuz. I mean, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's
because the brother has heard what you've got to say, and he's saying I'm saying the same thing. And I determined from listening to both of you that he's saying the same thing.
Yeah, it's totally dismissive of. If I didn't want to come on to debate, I wouldn't care. But I wanted to actually debate the topic, right?
You can debate the topic.
No, wait one second. For me to make an argument, and for someone to just say it's semantics, that's dead, fam. It's not even semantics. I don't even believe it. I don't even believe it to be semantically like a problem. I don't think we're talking about the same thing.
Tizza,
and
do you want to re-engage in this, and maybe, because, like, I don't think that MA is ready to move past it, and he wants to, like, prove his point, and we should give him the opportunity. 1 second, brother. 1 second, please. 1 second, please. Maybe we should move. Maybe rather than trying to just move past it or be dismissive, like I said, I apologize if me saying semantics came across as dismissive. Before you said it was dismissive, I apologize, because I was looking for what hurt you, what you didn't like, what made you recoil. And obviously that word, what was it about it? Did you feel like I was just dismissing you? So I said, you know what? If that's how it came across, I'm sorry. But I don't know if you're hearing any of this or whatever. Either way, all I was saying when I say semantics is we're playing on the word acknowledgement and belief, right? And I'm saying what Tizza is saying essentially is that it's the same as what you're saying, essentially. So it getting lost in translation feels like it's just more of a semantical battle. So use this word instead of that word when the sentiment is understood. Now, I get it that you may not have understood that sentiment, so I'll take that on board. Yeah, but I know that I understood it, and I know that he understood it, and possibly other people in the chat understood it. You know, so yeah, that's all I was really trying to say. All right, bro, that's not really the argument, because he's in agreement with you. So it's just like, yeah, you said this, and I don't know if you heard the tone and the fashion you came in.
Yeah, I did. I know. Yeah, I came combative. I wanted to debate. Yeah. I wanted to debate, bro. Like, come on, bro.
Cool.
We all come in.
Let's debate on the topic rather than the semantics of a word, because the brother's saying, and I'm saying, he's saying the same thing as you. So where's the debate in this now? You want to debate whether it's the same thing? That's not what you was debating. That's not what you was trying to debate.
I was literally debating this idea that you need to believe in something. And I know what you're going to say, that he didn't say, but he did say it multiple times. No, but I'm saying, Jedi, I'm saying he said it multiple times. And I don't think believe. All right, don't worry about it. It's cool. It's all right. You know what? Another day, tomorrow's another day, innit? I will bring this up another day, innit? And then maybe it'll make
Don't do that, bro. Don't do that.
No, all right.
Now you might as well just do it today, man, and just get it off your chest so that you can.
Man, I'm done.
Yeah, man, stop cheating yourself as well. Because now I keep opening it so that you can actually have this convo. It's like, I don't want it under these terms because then he's right that I am just like, nah, just
bro,
accept
stop
it.
guessing.
Cool.
You don't need to guess what
Go.
I'm thinking,
Let's
bro.
go.
It's
No,
like-
let's go, guys. Don't hold yourself back.
Bro, I was just pause for a second, bro. Yeah, just pause for 1 second. Yeah, it's
Pause
all
in the
love.
middle of my sentence because you're triggered again.
Sorry, what?
Pause in the middle of my sentence because you're triggered again. Otherwise, you would have let me finish talking. But go on.
No, I'm trying to clean it up. That's what I'm trying to do, innit?
You're trying to clean me up mid-sentence.
All right, go true, bro. Go
Exactly. Like everything is pointing to the fact that you're triggered, bro. But you're gonna keep denying it. You're gonna end up shouting at me.
Because it's dragging out now. That's all. It's just dragging on. Like it's just dragging on now.
I felt like that. I felt like that. Like 10 seconds into the argument between Tizza, but Tizza was like, yeah. That was, it's like, bruh, can't you see that he's not arguing with you on that point? He agrees.
What's wrong with actually me talking to Tizza about it though? Rather than like,
what's wrong with me?
That's really what happened.
Why did you get so triggered by me giving my opinion? You giving yours, I'm giving mine.
Your opinion's not a problem, bro. The problem is
but then
we're having
you went on to call me a weirdo 4 times.
Bruv, when we're having a debate, your channel's there for debating, right? So when man's trying to have a debate about a particular topic, yeah, and the word semantics is thrown out there, yeah, and I don't believe it's used in an appropriate manner, I want to debate that, innit? But it's like the thing's just shut down. I'm like, all right, cool. Yeah, I did it. I didn't say nothing else. I just carried on, innit?
No, you
like,
did. You did carry on, and then you left the chat, you left the panel, or you was on the panel, but then you went into the chat to continue it, and to a point where I was laying down. I was like, yo, I'm gonna tap out and just hopefully this conversation turns fruitful, and I might jump back in like 20 minutes or something. But let me just relax because I'm actually supposed to be on bed rest. You know what I mean? And I'm moving like a madman because I'm hungry and I want to achieve something. So let me just chill out. It's a good time. Like MA, man, come on, bro. Like,
yeah, let's leave it anyway. It's all, bro, let's
let it go. Let it go emotionally.
Yeah, it's gone.
Let it go emotionally, and let's talk about it. Let's talk about it logically. Let's have the convo. I think that it's worth having a convo about belief and what you need. I think we should have that. Don't deny yourself that or us that now, because you know what I mean, don't dig your heels in. It's like you're like, don't sulk. No disrespect. I know that's a triggering word. Don't sulk, though.
So you guys,
I'm
going back to
conversation until another time, but we can talk about something else.
I was just gonna give one more example. I was gonna give one more example of what I was trying to say. Yeah.
Every time you talk, people try to go silent.
Time to think. Huh?
Go on.
And now God works in mysterious ways. Why you guys were arguing? I got to think about. All right, so like yesterday, I called my cousin that I haven't called for a while. Like he lives in Coventry and that, and he was like, "Bruv, I was just thinking about you," but because I was thinking about him and he was thinking about me, it's kind of that like it's the closest example that it's the closest example of what I was trying to say. How often do you speak to your cousin? I haven't spoke to this particular cousin. I speak to my cousins all the time, but this particular cousin, we ain't spoke in, I'd say, it's been a while, man. Like 8 months, 9 months.
Is this the longest time you've not spoken for?
Yeah, like checking up on each other or whatnot.
You normally
but that's because he was doing things, I was doing things, huh?
You normally, how often do you, apart from this 8?
This ain't about my cousin, man.
Apart from, listen,
yeah.
Apart from the 8-month gap, before that, how regular was you in contact with your cousin?
At least, yeah. Every month, like man will chat at least once or twice, at least. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't be like every week or every, but it would be at least like wow. You know what I'm saying? I'm coming down to London. He might not be coming to check me, but he might be coming to check one of my other cousins or whatever. Right. They definitely told me like, and he does these trips up and down. You know what I'm saying? Or he might come London for his own thing. Like you know what I mean? He grew up in London, innit? But he moved up there when he got married and he had kids or whatever.
Yo,
So it
MA,
still
eat a
comes down,
food,
not
man.
for me all the time, but yeah.
Eat a food, man. Eat a food.
So
Some
yeah,
ground
like
rice.
we speak all the time. Why did you ask me that though?
When you feel moody and that, yeah, eat a food and then see if you feel the same. Trust me. Eat a big food and see if you feel like you probably be chilled after that. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, in terms of calling your cousin and that.
Yeah. Why did you ask me that anyway?
No, because I was trying to establish the actual sicklier pattern of you lot interacting and then thinking, you know what, possibly you lot operate on a cycle and you don't necessarily recognize it, but it's subconsciously there. So when that cycle hasn't happened for a while, subconsciously you've
that's hard.
walk on for this cycle. There's people that you usually bump into. I ain't seen him, and then you think, well, I ain't seen him for like 3 weeks. This is unusual. I usually bump into him on the high road at some point. I ain't seen him. I was in jail. Yeah, I knew something was wrong, you know. Your subconscious knows
you're right.
patterns, right?
Now what broke the pattern? I'll tell you what broke the pattern. Yeah, he went Africa for a bit. He wasn't a bit. It was like 2 months. So it broke the chain because obviously he's building yards or whatever over there. So he went over there and he was there for like 2 months.
Every month, it's possible that at some point every month he's thought about you, but it was just this one where you called or he called.
So you're saying it's more to do with pattern.
It's possible that you two think about each other on a monthly basis because you've built up this expectancy to hear from each other every month, and it just so happens that on this month you phoned. You didn't just think about him; you phoned him.
Nah, it was you know what? It was because I was doing something that I would normally do with my man. Do you get what I'm saying? That's what it was. That's what made man think of him. And I thought, oh shit, I ain't fooled my man for a hot minute. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yo, S, are you not there?
Sorry,
MA tried his best to try and crush my spirit. I'm not having it, MA, man. Like, you know what I mean? This reminds me when you come home and your girl's in some weird mood. Man, fuck off, man. You get me? Oh, fuck off with your mad mood, man. Piss off. You're gonna
but like I was saying, Jedi, that's because you believe in that energy. I just allow them to be them.
Expertly. Nah. Because you wanted to tell your boss suck your mum today, but you couldn't. You tried to jump on a live stream and you get me and get onto Tizza. Yeah.
But the funny thing is,
I'm gonna go check whether you said acknowledge it. You weirdos. Weird, man. This is weird. It's not weird, cuz regularly.
But everyone must have understood.
Regularly, when people want to battle, you got to battle on good grounds. I feel like the conversation could have been good, but I knew I don't want to use the E word, but once you feel you've been, I know these ones. No, I'm not having it. You know, like for instance, yeah. You ever, man, I just feel like relationship examples work in these kind of scenarios. You ever felt like, she's like, oh, babe, are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? You're like, nah, I'm good. But you know you're hungry. You're like, nah, I'm good, man. I'm good. Oh, you sure? Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. Yeah, it's cutting off your nose to spite your face. Just because
makes the plate, put it there, and you still don't eat it. Like
you still don't kind of eat it like a dickhead. Like, yeah, what an idiot. You know, I feel like it's one of them ones. Like, man don't want to eat the peace offering. You know what I mean? Are you sure? I made you your favorite. No, I'm good. I'm just going to bed. Mad. I'm not gonna lie. I'm the kind of guy. I'll come back down and eat it, man. Fucking me.
I get. So what you're saying is, are you saying that life is basically it's just a pattern, like patterns that we. That's kind of mad that you said that.
I can't say all of life, but this is your cousin. It's not some stranger, not some random person. You're connected by DNA. You're connected by experience. You've got more than. It's like 1 degree of no degree of separation. Yeah, you lot are related. You lot probably operating on a similar energetic field. Do you know what I mean? You know loads of the same people. Yeah, it's like, you know, you lot are synchronized to a certain point. So it's not really a wonder when you think about each other. Come on, man. It's not that. I don't think it's that deep. Two cousins thought about each other on the same day. Right? Now, when it's a stranger, when it's someone you ain't seen for 10 years from school, and you thought about them, and that afternoon you bump into them, that's some shit to be like, oh, what the fuck was that?
Yeah.
Right? That shit, and that shit happens too. And they are patterns. They are patterns as well. They are patterns that we that we register subconsciously. We expect certain things. We make calculations, probability, all of that. We're like a supercomputer. We predicting the probability of bumping into a brethren. So you're like, you know what? I thought I'd see you here, you know. But when you had that thought of seeing your friend at that place, it wasn't like the deepest, most profound thought. It was such a flashing, passing thought that you're only really acknowledging it now it's happened. You're like, shit, I actually thought about this.
It's the throwaway.
Yeah, because your computer is going through possibilities. Well, it should be. You know what I mean? And I think the analogy that T gave about telling yourself there's no one in the yard, and there's someone being in the yard, you're gonna get shook. You're gonna jump. Or telling yourself there could be someone in the yard, and then finding someone in the yard, you're gonna be, yeah. So it's like the preparedness of the possibility subtracts preparedness plus possibility, take away shock. That's the formula. That's the basic formula that T was trying to explain. Preparedness, aka acknowledgement, aka leaving room for it possibly to be what it is, rather than the rigid no, it's not. Which when you say no, it's not, and this does not exist, and I do not believe in this, and then it happens, you may be more in line for shock.
Like a trainer preparing for a fight, and a trainer that hasn't prepared. The trainer that didn't prepare would be more shocked.
What?
No, I mean, I'm trying to understand.
No. I gave you good examples. T gave you good examples. Why do you need to go and create an example that's not as good? What's wrong with the good ones that were given to you?
Because my brain understands things in a certain way. I might not.
Trainer.
Huh?
A trainer.
Say again?
A trainer. You said a trainer that prepares for cousin.
No, I mean, I'm a fighter. I said a fighter, not a trainer. I said a fighter that's prepared.
You did say trainer. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst.
A fighter. I said I meant a fighter.
Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. It's that simple. Yeah?
Yeah. But I was trying to say, what about a fighter that hasn't prepared though?
He's unprepared. You never fail to plan, you plan to fail. You never plan to fail, you fail to plan, sorry. I mean, this is basic shit, man.
Now, it is basic shit, but I'm saying in terms of what we're talking about, innit? We're talking about spirits, something that you can't see, that you can't prove, but somehow people say it's there, giving energy to things that I don't believe in. I feel like believing in them will give them power.
That's a myth, cuz. That's a myth, cuz. You don't believe that this is poison, and you drink it and you die. So, like, what are we talking about, cuz?
Nah, but but a poison is not a spirit, though, isn't it?
And
a poison can be scientifically proven, right?
Where's your soul? Where's your consciousness?
I don't know.
Pinpoint it. Turn your camera on. Pinpoint it in your body where your consciousness is.
I can't.
There you go. That's a spirit. So we've proven the spirit, the existence of a
So
spirit.
spirits are dead people. So spirits are dead people then, basically.
Dead people?
Yeah.
What?
Spirits that possess you, yeah? They don't have a body, right? Are they different from the spirit that I have in my body? That's what I'm trying to ask. Or were they once living people?
I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in the spirit of the dead roaming the earth, and yeah, I don't believe in ghosts. So no, I don't believe that they are the spirits of dead people. But let's ask the panel. Bigger eye. We say S. You just look. Is this how you look off now? Is this the new way of just looking off, just being here but not saying that, and then just being like, yeah, I'm just. You get me? Like I see Emzalini here. I put him in the back. I see S here. He's spoken for a minute now. Just put him in the back. The hell? Aye, are you here? Fucking hell.
Right.
Yeah, man. Big up MA as well, man. I know you're listening, man. It's all fucking bisto, bro. But yeah, man. I only said that one word. I didn't think it was gonna have the ramification of pissing you off. But yeah, big up, man. We'll chat soon. Wagwan.
Yeah, no, I said something similar to you earlier to when he asked that question.
What?
About spirits, like not ghosts, like not why they have to be people that are dead, like.
Raw, Janet Huckins, sorry, bro. Janet, wow, I'm sistering. Fucking hell. Big up yourself each and every time, man. Yeah. Yeah. That makes me smile to see you there, man. I hope you're good. Hope you're blessed, man. If you need anything, holla, shout me. Yeah. It's a real one. Big up Janet, man. Yeah, sorry. So who asked you what question?
Nah, D Block asked the same question earlier. And yeah, I pretty much said the same thing in it, so I don't want to like repeat myself because it's pretty much along the same lines as what you said.
Aye, we say your phone's not working, right?
No, I'm trying to speak, but you can't hear me.
We can hear you now.
I've been saying hey for time.
Yes, it was just there. He was there ice creaming us, staring at us.
I dropped off because my laptop died, but when I came back, there was obviously some MA issue.
Ah, look at you, shit stirring, some
Stirring
MA
the pot.
issue.
So I couldn't really jump in.
Stirrers. I noticed that, man. I taught you well. Taught you well, man. Stir that, man. Trust me, if I was on the other side, I would have been. If he didn't make me the prime candidate, I would have been staring at. Yeah.
But you was the shit.
Yeah, you're just weird. I'm like, bro, what's weird about me, cuz? What? But yeah, did you have any 2pences or threepences to throw on that?
I didn't hear what happened. What were the semantics? I can't hear. Can you hear me? What am I doing? What 2pence on what? The spiritual possession?
Any other? Did you hear? Because even though you were trying to say, hey, did you hear anything that's been said since you've dropped off?
No.
Nothing at all. Not one word.
No, I didn't hear anything.
Okay, so yeah, no, we can move on afresh. We still kind of was talking about spirits, but like no one has said anything new.
Yeah, no. Last thing I heard was D Block saying his cousin called him about patterns, whether you can attract like an energy just from being aware of it towards you. Like, and you talked about it's not too unusual because you may have patterns considering the fact that you're family and you spoke regularly at one point, It's
Yeah.
more astonishing, I guess, if it's someone you've not seen for 10 years and then you think about them randomly that day and then you bump into them on the street. I heard that.
Okay, that's nice. Good hearing.
Yeah, no,
I
I think when you become, I kind of agree with what D Block's been saying about your belief in something, can attract those energies towards you, and if you don't believe in it, I feel like it is a form of protection over those types of things. And I'm hearing Tizza and you saying that if it's a reality, you believing in it or not doesn't make any difference. But that's you'd have to believe it's a reality first, right?
No.
If
something's real, it doesn't depend on your belief. Objective reality doesn't depend on your belief.
But is spiritual possession an objective reality?
If it's real, but you don't believe in it, it doesn't matter whether you believe in it or not. Is the point I'm saying. You're not saying that it's not real because you can't prove that it's not real. And I'm saying maybe if it is real, you not believing in it bears no difference. It doesn't matter whether you don't believe it's real. If it is objectively real, then that's not going to change anything. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. That makes complete sense. But I'm just saying, is spiritual possession an objective reality?
Is it an objective reality?
Yeah, or is that a belief? That's something that you have to believe in, right?
You know, a lot of things. I don't know if it's something you have to believe in when you experience it.
No, you wouldn't believe in it then if you experience it.
Right. So I'm saying that I've experienced it on multiple occasions. I've even been taught what you may call an expulsion. I've been taught how to expel. I've mentioned this before. Obviously, I don't want to go, and I will not go into details on this matter, which is bookie, soz. But you know what I mean? Got to protect certain private information. But I've witnessed it.
Absolutely.
I've witnessed it. I know it is real. But I can't convince you either. And I take that on board. I can't convince you.
Makes it subjective.
Until one day I drag you in the room and then I say, behold, and you see this. And then maybe,
you better
know what I mean? Maybe you're like, oh shit, what the fuck? But what I would say is this. What I would say is this, yeah. In our cultures, African cultures, ancient cultures, yeah. Sorry, what are you sorry about? What I missed?
Tizza.
What?
Tizza said, don't drag me into no room. Like he said.
Yeah.
No, he said, behold. And I was like, no, never mind. Go on. Carry on.
Yeah. No. All I'm saying is your ancient cultures and your people believe in possession. And I don't think that they were stupid. And I don't think they were as given to fancy as the Western modern world would have you believe. So I would suggest that they are ancient truths behind spiritual contacts and deliberating and interacting with other types of consciousnesses that are out there in this realm. And they know about that and they utilize that through dance, through song, through meditation, through medication, through breathing. You know what I mean? And they utilize these things and they have done for thousands of years. So it's like, if you want to know whether possession is real, that bad, then go somewhere and offer yourself up to be possessed. Or stand there when someone claims to be possessed. Go where they're doing the kumina. Go where they're doing this, that, whatever, rare. Where people are dancing, they're doing the masquerade, they're burning certain frequencies, they're humming, they're staying up at night, they're doing certain practices, sleep deprivation, whatever, rare. Then when they say, aha, Ashon is here, Esu is here, boom, 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 whatever it is, then you see whether that is fake or fiction. People in suits do it in the middle of central London, and I know this.
Yeah, but you see, when I jumped on,
People in suits do this in the middle of central London, and they run your society. They are politicians, they are businessmen, and they are shadow people that don't even have titles. And they believe that they are in contact with entities, and sometimes to communicate with these entities, somebody will channel. Channeling is possession.
Is it?
What do you mean, is it?
Okay, so when I jumped on, I said all of those things like dancing, experiences, information, substances, chemicals, sleep deprivation is another good one, trauma, all of these things can inhibit the mind, open you to new like consciousnesses, whatever. I agree with that, but I'm still communicating with spirits and being possessed by...
A spirit taking over your body and communicating with the physical world is what channeling is.
And okay, yeah, channeling is possession.
Okay.
Yeah, channeling is possession.
Yeah.
But I just don't know whether I believe that people can channel. Didn't that Abraham Hicks woman say she's channeling?
Yeah, she probably is. What's the issue with that?
Well, I'm just saying it's not objective. It's not an objective
Why?
situation.
What is it you want? What is it you want?
I'm
There's a
just
reason why you
interested in
choose
it.
to not believe, and I don't know whether it's through fear or through a disappointment that when you wanted to see the beyond the veil, you weren't allowed to, or you didn't see.
No.
But like, you strike me as a strange African, right? A strange African connected from the facts of Africa. No one in Africa would question whether someone could be possessed. And I think you think that you're in the West where you've got a more robust, modern mind. And these people possibly archaic or primitive in their beliefs and open to fancy and fantasy, and they've got it wrong.
How dare you?
Right,
How
but
dare
if not, then you would look at your ancient customs and realize that possession is not nothing to play with. It's not a joke. This shit's real. So I just say, rather than looking at the West and looking at Abraham Hicks and all that, yeah, go and look at the ancient people and what they believed and why.
Literally, I'm just curious about the idea of spiritual possession being the kind of like mechanics of it, because like where would your spirit have to go?
Why does it have to go anywhere? You just starting with assumptions.
Just trying to ascertain, like, does it go? So maybe I should ask the question: does it go somewhere? Does your original spirit go somewhere else for it to be possessed? Are other spirits more powerful than other spirits for them to be able to take over another spirit?
If I could pull you out your car and drive your car off, am I more powerful than you?
Physically, yeah. Physically,
Really?
you are.
Why?
But, huh?
I'll take you by surprise. If you're at the traffic light, I'll take you by surprise. Your door's open and I'm yanking you. Is it because I'm stronger than you physically, or I had an intention that you weren't suspecting? You was caught by surprise. Now, had you been in teaser mode, knowing that carjack was possible, you probably would have had your door locked, and your reaction possibly would have been more proactive from the instant that your door opened. Therefore, you probably would have put up more of a struggle. You can't struggle against what you don't expect to happen. It's just like that.
It's interesting, and this is what I was kind of hoping D-Block was still online to speak about, because I understand what you're saying when you say prepare for the worst, but does that not like make you live in a state of fear?
No.
Of like,
it's empowerment.
Because if say you
it's
were
empowerment, knowledge is power. It is empowerment. What are you fearful of? There's no need. We can't lead. We can't lead. We can't. I know you're just answering, and I'm just answering.
Yeah, but
I'm not answering, and in my answer, I'm giving you more things to think about. Right?
Go on.
Sorry?
Go on then.
Yeah. So there's nothing to be fearful of. Once you are empowered with information, fear is a lack of information, as far as I'm concerned. You know what I mean? Once you know, then there's not, I don't really think there's anything to be scared of. Now it's about trying to win, trying to protect yourself, being cautious, arming yourself, whatever it is. I don't think you have to be scared. A lot of people think, oh well, once you got all this information, you're just gonna live in a state of fear all the time, and not necessarily. I feel like
this is why the belief part of this conversation is quite important, because obviously if you live in a part of the world, I grew up in South Africa, right? That's carjacking capital of the world, yeah. So I've seen carjackings from when I was like 4 or 5 years old. I've seen people being yanked. I've seen guns being put at people's heads and their cars being taken away. So if you know that that's a possibility, then that makes sense for you to be prepared for it. But when you're talking about that's not subjective. But when you're talking about beliefs, so whether you believe in things, then opening yourself up to that does, I don't know if that does empower you or just empowers the belief rather than what actually is possible. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, if I don't believe in spiritual possession, it kind of, to me,
yeah,
it
then do
protects
the Ouija
me
board.
from
Do a
that.
Ouija board. If you don't believe in
But
this
I'm
shit,
not. But why would I do that?
listen, if you don't believe
Why
in
would
this
I do
shit,
a Ouija board
wait,
when I don't believe
hold
in it?
on. Go and challenge someone. I don't believe in this. Do a Ouija board. Call Abraxas or fucking Baphomet or whoever to, like, I challenge you to fucking possess me. I don't believe in this shit. Do some shit. Like get me. Just like you don't believe anything you don't believe. You go out and prove it, right? You go out and challenge it. But guess what? You won't, because you'd be fearful, because part of you does believe it. Part of you knows that you shouldn't be fucking with this shit. Trust me.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. Like,
right, but if you truly don't believe
like
it, then what are you prepared to put that disbelief to the test?
No.
Right. Why not?
No.
Why
not?
not?
Because
it's kind of going to the whole, because it's then me doing those things is kind of like adding
believing
belief
in it.
to it. It's like
No,
opening
it ain't.
myself
No, it
up
ain't. You
to
don't
it.
believe it. You don't believe it. So then when someone's trying to say that it's real and you don't believe it, then prove it. Use yourself as a guinea pig and say, well, make it happen to me then.
It's kind of not making any sense to me, because why would I engage in those types of things
Because
if
you
I
don't
don't
believe it. So you're trying to prove that it's not real and it has no power over you. I don't believe in this shit. I don't believe in possession, so I don't give a fuck. Give me that Necronomicon. I'll fucking read it. Because I don't believe in this shit.
The Necro what? Okay. There's times where there's times where I've wanted to believe in certain things, yeah. So my dad was terminally ill at one point, yeah. My auntie was here, and she's a very devout Christian, yeah.
Right.
And she prayed over my dad, yeah. And I remember looking at her and just really obviously I held her hand and I prayed as well. And I, more than anything, I wanted our prayers to come true, yeah, for him to survive. And I remember just really kind of being quite envious of her, because her belief was so strong. And had he survived, then it would have been right. But I remember my uncle, who's a really well-known heart surgeon, and he came, and he's a very devout Christian as well. But because of his knowledge over, medicine and stuff like that, when he seen my dad's condition, he cried instantly. A grown man, he left the room and he cried instantly, because he knew just from seeing my dad's physical condition that the condition had gone too far. Do you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So his knowledge superseded his belief in that situation. It was
not
mad.
necessarily. No, not necessarily. Because it doesn't mean he had a belief that you can just pray and save someone's life because you love them.
Yeah.
That's not even what Christians believe. So you're kind of misinterpreting your auntie praying. That was hope. That was an appeal.
Yeah.
It wasn't a certainty, a guarantee. It was a hope.
Yeah. You're right.
You know what I mean? And I put it to you, if you're not a Christian, are you a Christian?
No.
Are you religious?
No.
Okay. Do you believe in God?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Or Most High Creator.
Most High.
Yeah.
If something really bad was happening in the heat of the moment, would you make a prayer?
Yes.
Right. And I think most people would.
Yeah.
Everyone says they don't believe in some shit, then they're like, oh God, please. I'm like,
yeah,
if you just do this one thing.
For real.
You start doing the most Christian type of prayer or the most Muslim type of prayer or the most whatever type of prayer that you've ever, like, you know what I mean? Whatever it is, all of a sudden, yeah? If you're Sikh, you start doing this guru, whatever, because you're like, because there's a part of your ego that detaches when you're in panic. And that part of the ego is the part that probably is angry at God for something, or God didn't listen to me, or whatever it is. But now you're back in a situation of peril and you feel helpless. All of a sudden, you're back to praying. You're back to trying to communicate with that higher force that you subconsciously feel is out there. Subconsciously, you think there's something out there that could change these events. Let me try and appeal to it. I don't know.
Yeah, no, 100.
I don't know. Like I said, I feel like anyone that doesn't believe in judge would allow a judge ritual to be done on them. Anyone that doesn't believe in possession would allow some kind of spiritual, activity to be done that could allow them to be possessed. They do it. I'm like, this is not. Yeah.
Okay, so what if, like, say someone just had bad ill will towards you, yeah? Do you feel like their ill will towards you, possibly even to the level of performing some sort of ritual around you, would affect you? Or do you believe that you could protect yourself from that energy?
I've been cursed before. People have sent curses to me. I've been cursed before. Some things can affect you, depending on who you are, what you are, and what your abilities and awarenesses. Like, a very powerful person can create very powerful waves. You know, that's it. Depending on who you are. Yeah. I'll put it in this analogy. Yeah. Mike Tyson could probably knock us all out. Every one of us. Line us up. He's given one punch, and he could probably make us go all unconscious, make us all sleep with one punch. Yeah. But D-Block might not be able to knock everyone else out. He might be able to knock you out and knock me out, but he punched Tizza and Tizza just firmed it. Right? Yeah, that's how it goes, isn't it? It's just, what's the difference between that and spiritual?
Well, it's a belief in whether it's a belief that
belief again. You're going back to belief.
Yeah,
do you believe that I punched you? Do you believe I punched you in the back of your head, or did you just get punched in the back of the head and go unconscious?
Yeah, but physical strength is based on your diet, your exercise, your height, your genetics, all them types of things. Yeah.
Is it?
What, your physical strength?
Yeah, the force that you can generate may not be down to diet or rare, you know. Either way, what I'm saying is, we talk about force, physical force, spiritual force. You don't, you believe in the Most High.
I do, and
you don't.
I'm asking.
No, wait. You don't believe in the Most High, because believing in the Most High would be believing in spirits or the spiritual stuff. But you sound like a spiritual denier.
Well,
whereas it's all that. No, wait. So you think that a Most High is real?
I do. I do believe that.
So therefore,
I'm using the word believe, right? So I believe.
Yeah.
It's my belief. It's my right to have these beliefs.
Yeah.
Right. That I believe that we are creations. Yeah, there is a creator. I don't believe in coincidences and just mishaps of universe and whatever.
Right.
Don't believe in that. I believe that there's a creator. And so I'm asking.
So is the creator physical?
Is the creator physical?
Because we are physical.
The creator can create physical things. The creator can
we are physical, right? So the creator is the creator physical.
creator is all things.
So,
I'd say
so what else? What is there aside from physical?
Spiritual.
Spiritual.
No, D-block fullback.
Spiritual.
Oh man, I'm out, man. Fucking hell. Why did you pause and then now when D-block says spiritual, you say spiritual? What the hell?
I was thinking about the question.
D-block, why did you do that, man?
Why
Now I have
bad. I couldn't help it.
Now I have no confidence that that's your genuine answer, But cool,
Well,
we'll go on like it was. Okay, so spiritual. So therefore, you're saying that the spiritual can affect the physical. You believe that?
Yes.
So this argument's done then.
So I've got one. No, the argument's not done because my premise at the beginning was spiritual possession. I'm asking there's two things, like where you were saying does it have to leave the body? I'm asking whether the original spirit for it to be possessed needs to be removed.
The spirit is not possessed. So you're yet again, I told you that from the beginning. The body is possessed, the vessel is possessed.
Mm-hmm.
No one said your spirit, your soul is being possessed by another entity. No one said that.
So and you're talking about like a holding place or a holding area for the original spirit, for another spirit to possess a body, right? That's what you said at the beginning.
I said this is one scenario.
It could be, right? This is a subjective conversation. This is all based on belief, because unless you've experienced it like yourself, for someone like me who's not experienced it, this is subjective. I'm going off basically anecdotal information, and just the possibility.
You are a spirit possessing a physicality, and you're in denial about it. And also claim to believe in the Most High. Claim to believe in the Most High. Yeah, and then the Most High is spirit, and then it affects physical, and so you're playing with all the same concepts, but you're denying yourself and what you are. You look in the mirror. When you look in the mirror, what is looking back? A meat suit.
Yeah, myself. Yeah, me.
A meat suit. It's not yourself. It's a meat suit. That's not you. That's your avatar. It's your flesh and your bones and your lips and your nose and whatever. It's not you.
Mm-hmm.
You are beyond this. You are the consciousness that pilots this physicality. You are possessing that body. You are a product. You are possession as we speak.
Mm-hmm. Right. Exactly.
So you understand. So you
this is right. Yeah.
So you understand the concept of physical and the relationship with spiritual.
Yes.
Because that's what you are.
You
also believe in a spiritual being, a God, that can create the physical. So yet again, something else spiritual affecting the physical. So this is why I kind of just said, argument done.
Okay, so what I asked Tizza earlier was, does he believe that the creator would make more powerful spirits than other spirits? And that's what I don't believe. So that's why
does the creator make more powerful? What you don't believe? Does the creator make more powerful humans than other humans?
I suppose in different ways, depending.
All right. So why can't we translate that to spirituality? It's like you're desperate for a way out of this, and I'm not sure why. Maybe in private you tell me what it is that you've experienced or not that makes you so desperate to draw to a conclusion that's not there. You're looking for a way out of what you already know.
If you say so, I'm just asking some questions.
Yeah. But you're looking for a way out of what you already know, because on inspection, you already know this. So if you know that not all things are created equal, this assumption that God wouldn't create one spirit stronger than the other is derived from what exactly?
Do you not think that? Do you not think spiritually we are equal?
No.
Why?
Why would that be?
Why not?
Where in life, like as above, so below, microcosm, macrocosm, what in life have you seen where anything is all equal?
Yeah, no, nowhere.
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 And and the fact that there's a God only shows that there's no equality in spirit, unless you're saying we have the same powers as God, the same spiritual abilities as God. And we're already at a deficit of not being equal with the one that created us. So there's clearly a differentiation, a difference between spirits.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. And why I brought up the carjacking analogy was that I think it's about intention and know-how sometimes. It's not even necessarily you can get knocked out by someone weaker than you by just not being prepared or not expecting it.
Yeah.
You could punch me in the face and knock me clean out. Doesn't mean you're stronger than me.
Yeah.
Right? But if I saw you coming and expected it, or halfway was prepared, had my defenses ready, then you may try, but it ain't gonna work now. Go in your bed, man. Fucking scatty dog.
I thought he was talking to me then.
No, yeah. You know?
Yeah, just it leaves you kind of open though. If you think about the fact that whether you believe in someone else's power, like say someone does have ill will towards you and stuff, you believing whether they can affect you or not having any relevance at all.
Yeah, it doesn't have no relevance it's like real life. It's like real life. Whether you think you can beat up everyone in the world or not has no relevance. You come around the corner, someone headbutts you. You've been headbutted, bro. No one can't touch me. No one can't do me nothing. And then someone touches you and does you something. Everyone thinks they're bulletproof till they get shot. Didn't see it coming. And then you hear people, when people get severely injured, they're like, you know what? I used to think I was immortal. I used to think I was impervious. I used to think nothing could happen to me. Yeah?
Yeah.
We actually have a sickness that makes us feel like nothing can't touch us. We got this kind of delusion. It's not going to happen to us. Not going to happen. No, it's never. Them things never happen to me. Then it happens to you. Then you're like, fuck, you know. I never thought this shit would happen to me. Is that where the issue is? Do you believe women are spiritually stronger than men? Is that the angle? No, she says.
I've got no angle.
Says that we're equal.
I was just asking whether you believe that to be true.
No. Someone.
I'm right with you. No, I was looking at that myself.
Okay.
So I was just saying that's why I've got no angle. There is no angle. I'm just posing some questions. I'm pondering.
What's the angle? But you must have an angle. So you think we're all spiritually equal?
So like, no, I don't think. No, you asked me the question on reflection. I understand there is no evidence of anywhere in nature everything being completely equal. Even babies, like depending on the condition of the mother, the environment she's in, her mental state, the father's sperm, whatever. You know, even babies are born differently. Do you know what I'm saying? So from the beginning seedling of life, we are all different. So when you asked me the question, I was just honest. I don't have an angle. I don't know if people come on the panel just specifically to pull to like score points or whatever. That's not me. I'm just here to have a conversation, see what you think. And
Tizza, come off mute, man. D-Block, come off mute.
Once it's reflected to me, analyzing whether I agree with it or I don't.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah. My one-to-one session with I is done now. It's done.
No, I was itching for a question though, Jedi.
Sign
up. Right, get some cream for that. But go on.
Yeah, pause. I was gonna say, fire. You lot are quick with this now. It says, what's it gonna say? How would one defend themselves from these spirits, or how would this or can a spirit that wasn't strong become stronger? How can it become stronger if it can?
I'm probably by people giving it energy, probably by people feeding into it, worshipping it. I think that seems to be a way that a spirit feeds, probably from fear, whatever. Do you know what I mean? I think that, yeah, I think that can help feed and strengthen a spirit.
Well, that would be a bad spirit.
They're obviously doing rituals and stuff like that, and I think when the ritual is about energy, energy, what's the word? When they say like an energy ritual, and it's about creating energy, and if that energy is being dedicated or promised to a certain said spirit or in the name of the spirit, then that spirit will get that energy and get some kind of gain out of that. Whether that's a temporary power boost or a permanent power boost or whatever, I'm not entirely sure on that. Is that what you meant?
Yeah. So what? So what you're saying is, if the person calls upon it or worships it, then yeah, that.
Do you know another way to defend yourself against spirits is not to dabble with them? That's very different from not believing in them, not dabbling in them, not doing the practices that they say invoke them, not doing certain things that open you up and not getting involved with certain spiritual practices would be a very good way of staying out of harm's way of majority of them. I would suggest.
Yeah, D-Block, like when
that's what I was saying.
D-Block, when Jed's asked, like, if you don't believe in something, then why don't you do some sort of like spiritual ritual and call upon these spirits that you don't believe in? That kind of made me think, well, actually, there is a little bit of belief in there, because I would never do that. And I heard you say you wouldn't either.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't either, because I'm saying if I know that if I do, then these things could possibly be like take over, or I actually feel it that they would. So I wouldn't, like, you know what it is, whenever I see something or I feel like these people are doing this type of things, or I just feel it in my soul. It's not something that I know or I could direct you to. I just feel it, and then I just know I don't want to fuck with that, or I don't want to do them things, or you know what I'm saying? I don't want to get involved with that.
Is that because you have a belief in the power of the external spirit, or do you have a belief that your energy, like giving your energy to it, is where the power actually lies?
Yeah, I feel like I've got the energy and things. I don't know if it's if I could call it something telling me or whatever it is, but something's telling me don't do that, and this is going to happen. Like, it's not saying this is going to happen, but I just feel like that is evil, or what I don't know. I just feel like I'll get possessed, and it also comes from obviously my teachings from when I was young, like Islamic religions of people getting possessed and stuff like that. And I've had family members where they talk about. I've never seen it with my own eyes, and then I've always had this. I don't believe in these things. I will never do anything to.
I'm gonna do a lie detector test. I'm gonna try and do a lie detector test. I'll try and get hold of a polygraph. I'm sure there's places where you can book it. I'm gonna film myself, and I'm gonna write a set of questions down. Yeah. Just so, because in a way, I know it's a bit egotistical, but in a way, I want people to understand that I'm telling the truth when I say I've had certain experiences. I don't want to be thrown in a list of fantasists. Right? They gave me a ginger that's like fucking rotten to the core in certain parts. You know, when I cut into it, it's just like rotten out. Cause I'm proper pissed.
How much was that?
Blackout, like, what the hell? No, this is bollocks, man. Sorry, yeah, because like I've had multiple conversations with people that I believed are possessed, and that helped change my mind on whether possession was real, because the levels of what I experienced, it's like fucking hell. Fucking hell. And I don't want to bait up anyone else, but there's people that's listening now that know that I'm not bullshitting. They know that, yo, when I talk about certain experiences, I'm not bullshitting, but I'm not trying to drag them in. You know what I mean? Like,
and they weren't on nothing. They weren't have no alcohol,
no
drugs, mind altering.
Nothing, man. Nothing, man. Nothing.
Mm.
You know? I've had these conversations, and it's the extent of the information and the knowledge and the fucking you know what? Nah. I don't know, but yeah, I've been convinced personally, and I think maybe if I could at least do a polygraph test. I know some of you lot that believe in polygraph tests might be like, "Rah, okay, at least Jedi believes what he's saying." That's what I want you lot to know, that I'm not on there bullshitting, because you know what I mean. At least, even if I'm delusional, I believe in my delusion. You know, I'm prepared for. I'm prepared for that. I'm happy with that, because then I think maybe some people take me a little bit more seriously. Yeah. Seen the possessed person.
you ain't got no reason to lie.
Yeah, well, but liars don't always have to have a reason to lie. That's what I know about liars. That's what I look out for. A lot of people think, oh, like you get tricked into thinking that there needs to be a motive when it comes to human beings. And human beings do random shit for no reason. Random shit for no reason. So having a reason to lie is not enough defense to say someone's not lying. Establishing motive is not the be all and end all. And I kind of abandoned that when it came to certain things. Something happened in my life and I had to question a couple people. Like I said, I had to look at a couple people, and then one day someone said to me, "You're looking for a motive, and you got to remember that there's not a motive for everything. Have you never just randomly done some shit for no real, genuine, logical reason? You just did it, and no one would even know why. It's like people just have to work out, why did you cut your hair, Jeds? Does there have to be a reason why you cut your hair? What is it you really want to know? We love motives because they help us with our pattern forming. They help us out. They help our supercomputer, and we hate the idea of randomness. We hate the idea that some people can do shit that's beyond your fathoming of why they've done it. I know we're going off on a tangent, but I love that subject about motive, because I realize once you abandon motive, you can pretty much see that anyone would do anything, right? And then you'd stop caping for Selassie. Yo, 17 children, you've been here every day. You've been in my stream every day. You're missing. Shani, you've been on my stream every day. You lot are missing. You lot are officially pussios until you return and say, yo, Jez, I'm back. Wagwan, like number 8, like number blah, blah, blah. You see me bun up so much people on panel and challenge their views, and you lot loved it. Yeah. And when it was you lot fucking have disappeared. I'm disappointed in you lot. You better be here tomorrow. I know you're listening in the shadows. Yeah? Take your L and come the fuck back over here. What the hell?
I'm not gonna lie, that's weird energy. That.
What is?
Listening in the shadows. That's weird.
Nah,
like, if you don't want to be somewhere,
energy.
Don't be somewhere. Like, I would never do that. Just.
Nah. It's not weird energy. It's a lit show. It's not weird energy, but you might want to withdraw your support for a little while in protest. Like, people are humans, man. It's not weird. I shouldn't say that. I don't think it's weird.
Well,
it's fully understandable. I'm just saying, I understand it. I overstand it. Yeah, you better be here tomorrow. You get me? Right and early, like number 1 and all them things there. What the hell?
Okay, right. It's not weird, but it's kind of it's a lot of ego. Like, just get over yourself.
You looking beef, yeah?
Oh, but seriously, that's just how I am. Like, just get over yourself. If you wanna be somewhere, just be there. What the fuck? It's long. I can't do all that. That to me is wasted energy. That's wasted energy. All that resistance to what you want to do. You're not killing anybody. Just had a disagreement or whatever. Just live your life. Come back, people.
Yeah, I hear you, but the term cherished beliefs is something that people give me gifts. And sometimes they give me gifts where they don't even know they gave me a gift. But Leon, content over everything, yeah. Veli's brother, he gave me a gift, and that gift was his analysis of how people react to when their cherished beliefs are challenged. And he let me know that that's what I do. And I didn't realize that's what I was doing, but I was clearly doing that left, right, and center, just to show that I was humbly not intending to do that. I just had no fucking awareness. But when he broke it down, he gave me an opportunity to be more aware and conscious of this factor. And I realized, yeah, cherished beliefs, the minute that you start, everyone's got beliefs. Everyone's got things that they think and but there's few beliefs that are cherished. Cherished is the beautiful word as well. Cherished. It's not used enough do you know what I mean? Cherished. Yeah, when something is cherished, that's just guarded. Yeah, and that has sentimental value, blah, 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 blah. Your identity's got that. All sorts going on with a cherished belief. Right? You hold that shit dear, and yeah.
Don't get me wrong, it can take time. It can take time. But eventually you'll see that it is ego and you do need to get over yourself. It's all right to be challenged. It's all right to be wrong. Just get over yourself eventually, depending on how big your ego is. Or how much resistance you're going to put.
7-7 being called out.
Oh, it's not specific to. I'm not. And you're talking about Shani now, but I'm not.
That's cool, isn't it? Go for the smoke. Come on.
And I've been.
Yeah. Now, but this is what I'm saying. Also, sorry, coughing fit imminent.
Hello?
You guys can talk while I'm coughing my lungs out.
Okay, sorry.
Right.
Yeah.
You get used to the pure life, don't worry.
The what life?
Pure non-tobacco, innit? Like pure.
Yeah, you don't smoke, Tizzer.
No, not tobacco.
Oh, okay. Okay, I don't smoke anything.
Yeah, you should try it.
I tried it. I quit.
Why? Why'd you give up?
Because it was inhibiting the things that I wanted to do in life. It was an obstacle, so I removed it.
Okay, nice. An obstacle, like you couldn't handle it.
Yeah, so like
out, drove you crazy, made you lazy.
Yeah, made me lazy, made me procrastinate, made me put things off, took my money. I wanted to lose weight, so I couldn't do cardio because my lungs were full of tar in it. You get me? Your lungs aren't made to inhale that, so it was an obstacle in many, many ways, so I got rid of it.
Okay. Do you still smoke cigarettes?
I don't smoke anything.
Okay. Well, you feel like going back? You miss it?
No, not at all. Do you ever quit? Do you ever like have little periods of not smoking?
Yeah, but only as a mental thing, innit? To tell myself, because I don't believe that you can be addicted to it, innit? Like, so, and I don't like, just personally with anything, I
I'll just stop. If I don't want to do it no more, I'll stop. So it's the same when like I smoked, and I didn't really need to like bit by bit kind of thing. So with weed, yeah, I'll go on a break for like weeks to months, just personally. So I know that it doesn't have a hold over me, innit?
Yeah, the dependency thing is an issue to anything. So yeah, that's good that you take little breaks for yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I could ever give it up though. I enjoy it too much, man.
Well, that's kind of what I was saying before. Like any resistance to things, if you want to do it, then why would you?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm just like, although I can get used to maybe like edibles more.
Tis like my whole energy. I'm not really into convincing people to do anything. Like, if you like it, I love it for you. You know what I'm saying? If you like smoking, then yeah, crack on.
So could you be with someone that smoked?
I couldn't be with someone that was dependent on it. Does that make sense? That's the difference.
How would you know if they were dependent on that?
If they couldn't stop, for if for the same reasons that I stopped, like it was an obstacle to something that was part of their purpose or that would benefit them, if they couldn't use logic to stop doing something because it was for the best, then yeah, I wouldn't find that attractive. I wouldn't find that an attractive trait in somebody.
Fair enough, fair enough.
So yeah, if someone's addicted to it and they can't stop, say they needed to, I don't know, they wanted to run a marathon, that was their thing, and smoking was stopping their training and they couldn't stop for those reasons, and I'd find that, I would say to them, like, that's something that you need to look at. Like, you cannot stop doing this thing, and you want, and it's stopping you from being able to achieve something that you truly want.
What if instead of running a marathon, they decided to take like a drive, a scenic drive?
Huh?
Like, say they couldn't run a marathon, so they, instead of saying, oh, you know what, I want to run a marathon, what I'll do is I'll just take like a long scenic break instead, like a week long, and just drive through the scenic routes and stuff like that instead of like practicing for running. And they just changed what they were gonna do.
That I don't. Do you understand what you've asked? I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're saying someone that, like, say they can't get the motivation or they're unable to run the marathon because they smoke, and I'm saying, all right, cool. So say they smoke and they're like, you know what, I like smoking, but I'm not going to be able to run a marathon. So instead of that, I'm going to do something else instead.
Okay, so the person wants to run a marathon. They do their cardio and they find that the smoking is inhibiting them from being able to run the marathon. So instead of stop smoking to achieve what they want, they decide to drive instead.
Yeah, you know, like when someone realizes, you know what, I'm just not going to be a professional footballer, or I'm not going to make it as a musician, so they just kind of move on to the next thing, innit? Like, you know what, I'm just not going to be able to do this marathon, you know, like let me just keep it moving.
Well, I guess, I mean, I don't know. No, that's not what I'm saying. That is not what I'm saying. You asked me, could I be with someone who smokes, yeah?
Yeah.
And I said, I could be with someone who smokes, but I couldn't be with someone who's dependent on smoking, who's addicted to smoking, because I wouldn't find it attractive if there was something that they wanted to do and smoking was stopping them from doing it and they couldn't see the logic in giving it up. So a dependency on something isn't attractive to me. Does that make sense? I feel like it makes sense. Okay, because yeah, you just saying, oh well, okay, I wanna I don't know. You say I'm not very good at saving money, yeah. So say I wanted to save money and to buy a house because I'm not good at saving money. I just go, right, I just won't buy the house. That's not doing what you want to do, is it? That's giving
Are
up.
you into
In it,
death pledges? I don't know. Are you into death pledges?
No, it's just an example of like whatever it is that you want to achieve.
Okay.
I'm trying to say the dependency
Like a
on it.
holiday, then, yeah.
Okay,
You
yeah,
want to
go
save
for a
up for a
holiday.
holiday,
Yeah.
and what you think you won't be able to because he's buying cues and thing.
No, I'm saying if I wanted to, you're making me laugh. Because it's just funny, right? So I'm saying if I wanted to go on holiday, but I'm bad at saving, in your analogy, I would just go, oh, fuck the holiday. I'll just go Blackpool because I'm not good at saving.
Yeah, like just have a few cheeky weekenders instead.
Okay, you're taking a piss.
No, instead of the holiday, innit? Because obviously you can't save, but you might have like a few £100 there instead of saving up like the £2,000 for your nice cruise or £3,000 for a nice holiday for a week or something. You're like, you know what? I'm just gonna take like 2-3 cheeky weekenders, £300 a pop. Like, do you know what I mean?
Nope.
So it's like you realize, you know what? This isn't possible, so I'm just gonna switch it up rather than give up, because that's worse, right? Giving up.
Oh, but see, when I'm hearing you, I see that as the giving up.
Nah, that's just realizing your potential and what's possible, isn't it?
It's possible. What I'm talking about is not impossible. I'm the proof it's possible. I wanted to stay longer on the treadmill. Smoking was preventing me from doing that because when I'm on the treadmill and I'm smoking, my chest is tight. Yeah, I can't breathe. The less I smoke, the longer I can stay on the treadmill. So I stopped smoking so I could stay on the treadmill longer. I don't go, I don't feel like it's possible, so I'll just smoke and walk instead.
No. Instead of
I
the
don't know,
treadmill,
or
just switch to the
drive.
cycling, innit? No, just switch to the cycling instead of the treadmill. You could have just cycled, innit? Right, you're still getting the exercise and the cardio and thing. It's just maybe not like you're just not doing the whole running thing. It's not as impactful, so you're just switching it up.
Yeah, well, cycling would still make my chest tight if I'm smoking. But that's me. Like, some people can smoke and it doesn't affect them.
Yeah, no, I heard that.
So they say.
I know of people that they claim it opened your lungs, so it can actually increase their capacity. I've heard claims. I'm not saying that that's absolutely true, but I have heard those claims.
I've never heard that, but okay.
I know of like triathletes and people that do that, like running and long distance, that like to take a hit before they do it. But I don't know. Don't know how true those claims are. But like you said, innit, whatever works.
Yeah. Would you be in a relationship with someone who doesn't smoke?
Yeah, like, don't bother me. It just saves money, innit? Jeez, I gotta buy less. Come on, that's like a no-brainer.
Right. So you understand what I'm saying?
Nah, I'm just saying it saves money, innit? Like, it's just cheaper all round. And it saves arguments, innit? Like, sometimes I might not want you jumping into my weed stash. Like, it's long, that's Percy.
Yeah.
And if you run out and you ain't bothered to re-up and yeah, I might just like this flavor, innit? No, you can't have a spliff. What, we're gonna argue? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Save all
that's
that.
long. No, I couldn't imagine having a conversation, an argument over that.
So it's just best you don't smoke, innit?
Yeah. My face would melt. My whole face would melt if I had to have a conversation like that.
We are Crazy Paul.
What's up?
Yeah, what's good?
How's it going?
So good. What are you saying?
What?
I'm saying, what are you saying? Like, what did you come to add, to drop, like, to talk about?
I don't know. Are you guys pedophiles? Do you guys diddle kids?
If you're one of them hunters or investigators, this is a pretty shit way of capturing them, you know?
Are you one of those kitty diddlers? Are you over there fucking kids?
Is that what it sounds like is going on over here?
So you're over there diddling kids? That's
Apologies.
Wow, that took too long, Jeds.
I was busy doing something else.
He had energy.
Okay, now. So what was you saying, Jeds, about motive? Why is that an interesting subject to you?
Psychology.
That people can have none.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, everybody
Why is
was
that interesting? It's interesting.
Yeah, everyone was confused over why I was asking about spiritual possession and I didn't have an angle. So like, I think it's just because it helps people understand, make sense of things, innit?
When you say helps them make sense of things.
Yeah. Why people want to understand why there's an angle or a motive to people's actions. It helps them make sense of the behavior.
Yeah, but are they able to make sense of it without applying a motive?
That's the thing. Yeah. I think that's why people do struggle with understanding why someone would be random or do a random act.
Do you think we're programmed like that? Because often we see children do things like randomly. Like if you sit and watch a child, they can just do like the maddest stuff just out of the blue, and then just go back to normal playing or whatever they was doing. Like, so do you think we've been programmed to see that as weird, being random, as something out of the ordinary?
Yeah, it's definitely different between children and adults because adults have so much other things going on and agendas and reasons and experiences that's going to affect their behavior rather than children. Children will do things just to experience, won't they? But I mean, is that not a motive to do something just so you can experience
I think
it?
children are more in the moment than that. I don't think they give too much thought about what they do. I think they just do.
I'd have to have like a specific example for you to make me understand what you mean, because I mean, it's like as children develop, they're developing different senses and motor reflexes and stuff like that. So it's not actually that random. It may appear random to us when we're looking at it, but it's part of like sequencing. It's part of, they have to do one thing for another muscle to develop for them to be able to do the next thing. Like
Yeah,
kind of similar to like how language development is.
Yeah, no, I hear that. But say you got a child playing, and then all of a sudden they go from, I don't know, playing with their truck or their dolls or whatever it is to doing like a little body pop and doing a little, making a mad sound and spinning around or something, doing a little dance, and then they go just straight back to playing like nothing happened. Like just random, in it, just a random, for no reason, they'll just break out with something random. So non-attached to what they were doing.
You're saying that that's for no reason though. So I'm wondering why you think that. You'd have to be in the child's mind to know whether there was a reason towards it or not, I guess, or the person's mind. But what we may perceive as a random act, how can I judge that? If you're doing something, to me it seems random, but I don't know why you've done it. and it could is having an experience of something. Is that not enough of a motive to do it?
Yeah, like as an adult to experience something, but again, I think, I don't know, maybe you'd call choosing to experience something might be, the choice of it might be a bit random or not in line with your normal set of choices. But I just thought in terms of like, yeah, to be in the moment, as in you don't necessarily think about it too tough, you just do something, like it's just, you don't give it too much thought, like you just do something random, something different that away from the norm.
I mean, if you listen to what you're saying, you said it yourself. You said too much thought, but there's still thought. So I don't know. You have to give me an example of this being in the moment, randomness, for me to understand it, just so I can gauge what it is that you're saying.
Could be as simple as walking into a shop and like,
just
you know what,
yelling.
I feel like just for some whatever reason, every day you walk into the shop, you get your coffee and your newspaper. Then one day you walk into the shop and you think, you know what, I feel like a chocolate or a sweet today. And you just randomly pick one. You didn't give it no thought, like before you walked into the shop. Like you just got there and you're like, you know what, I'll have something today that I don't normally do, innit? Like no reason behind it. Like you're just feeling for it in that moment. You're just going for it.
Well, there's a lot of thought into walking into a shop and picking something to eat.
No, because like I said, you go into that shop every day and you might get a coffee and a newspaper. It's just randomly one time you might decide to get something different. But you didn't give it thought before you walked into the shop. You literally got there about to give your order and you've never had that. You've gone into a shop about to give an order for some food or something. Then you're like, at the last minute, you're like, you know what, I'll have this actually.
Yeah.
And then someone could be like, oh, why did you change your mind? Like, I don't know, I just felt for that, innit? Like, didn't give it much thought.
Yeah.
I hear you, though. I hear you.
Yeah.
Fucking warned ya. Fucking warned ya.